when the Cybertronian medical student Ilyxia, disguised in a human guise, decided to take a break on Earth, she unexpectedly stumbled upon a proud Decepticon. "Knock him out. Could you throw some light my way?" "Darling, I am the chief medical officer of the Decepticons. Then I shall manage it myself." Producing sandpaper. From that moment, both the Autobot base and the Nemesis erupted into chaos. Optimus Prime sought her assistance to save Cybertron, while Megatron attempted to recruit this technical prodigy, leaving Knockout perpetually exasperated as he tried to prevent his carbon-based roommate from concocting ointments with energon. Disclaimer: I am indeed an ordinary human. As Ilyxia repaired the main control system of the Nemesis for the umpteenth time, the entire Transformers universe pondered, was this casually crafting energon ointments human, perhaps misinterpreting the concept of normalcy? Recent events had nearly caused Jack to faint. First, there were the endless trivial matters with his new Autobot friends, followed by the impending school finals, and then the nightly struggle against curfew. Jack swore that without Ilyxia's assistance, he would have undoubtedly collapsed on his desk and slept through the night at school, only to awaken to his mother's inquiries and the teacher's admonitions demanding parental involvement. "Your complexion seems quite poor," Ilyxia observed with concern as she gently pressed a cotton swab against the wound on Jack's cheek. "But you must endure, this may sting a little." Jack tried to suppress the sharp pain from the alcohol contacting his wound, trembling as he spoke. "I truly appreciate your help, Ilyxia. I cannot fathom how I would have coped without you tonight." "Not at all. It's simply my duty." Ilyxia gestured toward the medical kit beside her. "Do not forget, your mother, Nurse Darby, once regarded me as a teacher." Jack smiled wryly. He would never forget that Ilyxia was a medical aficionado, renowned throughout the school for her legendary tale of thrashing the bully Vince and then treating him fiercely in the infirmary. She even managed to damage his vehicle, which was repaired overnight. The aftermath involved Vince being suspended and his parents being called, while Ilyxia wrote a reflection. Jack mused that at that time, Ilyxia's force while applying the cotton swab was certainly not as gentle as it was now. "All right, avoid getting the wound wet, and remember to rest early. I will contact Nurse Darby to change your dressings daily, though you may do it yourself if you prefer." After tossing the used cotton swab into the trash, Ilyxia closed the medical kit with a snap and handed Jack a tube of ointment wrapped in pure white packaging. "Apply a bit before bed, and you'll be fine by tomorrow." Jack took it skeptically. "What is this ointment? Its efficacy seems remarkable." "It's a special blend, personally tested for results." Ilyxia pointed to a small patch of lighter skin on her cheek. This was the wound from Vince's attack. It healed within a day using this ointment. "Wow, I can't thank you enough." Jack, grasping the ointment, prepared to rise when he heard the roar of an engine behind him. Turning, he saw a yellow Chevrolet parked at the roadside, honking twice. Ilyxia raised an eyebrow. "Looks like someone is here to pick you up." "Is that your car? Nurse Darby didn't mention anything about you getting a new vehicle." No, it's Bumblebee's." Jack explained hurriedly, grabbing the ointment and sprinting towards Bumblebee, pulling open the passenger door and thanking Ilyxia before settling in. Ilyxia smiled and waved goodbye. In the back seat, Rafi leaned forward. "Jack, what happened to your face?" Jack covered his face with a sigh. "It's a long story. I just tripped at school, and Ilyxia helped me." "Beep?" Bumblebee inquired, and Rafi quickly repeated the question. "What is that thing in your hand?" "It's ointment Ilyxia gave me for my face." With that, Jack opened his hand to show Rafi. Rafi adjusted his glasses, not saying much, as it appeared to him to be an utterly ordinary ointment. "Beep!" Bumblebee exclaimed, causing Rafi to look at the ointment with a furrowed brow. "Energon? How could there be energon in this ointment?" "Energon." Jack's reaction was the most pronounced. "She just used this to treat my wound." Rafi turned to Bumblebee. "Bumblebee, is energon harmful to humans?" "Beep. Bumblebee says he is uncertain." Jack instinctively touched the cloth over his wound. "But I haven't experienced any adverse effects. In fact, it feels cool and soothing." Rafi adjusted his glasses. "It seems we should ask Ratchet about this. Let's hurry back to the base." Jack clutched the ointment, eager to return. Ilyxia watched Bumblebee drive Jack away, deep in thought. She gazed into the distance for a while, seemingly reminiscing, until her reverie was abruptly interrupted by the sudden ringing of her phone. Placing the phone to her ear, she heard a pleasant male voice on the other end. "Darling, how long will you keep staring at that outdated yellow car?" Ilyxia glanced at the roadside and indeed spotted a bright red Aston Martin. The car, noticing her gaze, moved forward slightly. "Isn't it timeless? This model is considered luxurious," Ilyxia replied into the phone. "Then why did you help that boy? Have you taken a liking to him?" "What nonsense are you talking about, Knockout?" While speaking, she walked in front of the car, hung up, and skillfully opened the back door, fastening her seatbelt. If an outsider were to observe, they would surely be astonished to find the driver's seat empty, with only the steering wheel turning on its own. Ilyxia, however, appeared unperturbed as she addressed the vacant driver's seat. He is not my boyfriend, merely a schoolmate. All right, I truly cannot comprehend why human relationships are so complex. Knockout sighed. Ilyxia offered no reply. She merely gazed out at the scenery rushing by, contemplating a visit to the dumpster for treasures today. Dumpster. To Ilyxia, this term encompassed a wide array of definitions, from abandoned steel mills and vacant parking lots to any random trash bin by the roadside, all held a supreme status in her heart. She was deeply intrigued by these forsaken places, as her fortune seemed to bless her with unexpected finds each time she explored them. Like the Aston Martin, which had almost become her confidant, unearthed from a nearby deserted parking lot. Blast it all. Knockout transformed into vehicle mode. Parked in an abandoned lot, he typically refrained from expletives, priding himself on being an elegant machine, and aside from a few scratches in his paint and a dismantled engine, he rarely exhibited emotional fluctuations. On this occasion, during his journey home, he encountered a group of Autobots. Not only did he miss the opportunity to catch the retribution, but he also suffered damage to half of his stabilizer from a hefty green figure standing beside Optimus Prime. His exhaust pipe was filled with gravel and debris, and the paint on his exterior was marred with numerous dents, while the rear of his vehicle emitted black smoke. After inspecting his mechanical condition, he rolled his eyes, feeling utterly unfortunate. I truly hope this planet, dominated by carbon-based life forms, possesses something worthwhile. Wait, is that a human? As he contemplated searching this abandoned parking lot for some spare parts, his optical sensors caught sight of a particularly conspicuous figure. A carbon-based life form with black hair was approaching from the entrance. Ilyora's gaze swept across the array of abandoned vehicles, abruptly halting when her eyes fell upon a striking red car, illuminating her expression as if she had discovered a cherished toy. My goodness, the paintwork, those lines! Ilyora exclaimed, her admiration palpable. It's exquisite. He raised an eyebrow internally, noting that this human possessed a commendable sense of aesthetics. Ilyora circled around his damaged vehicle, stroking her chin as she assessed, stabilizer damaged by 58, and debris has infiltrated the exhaust pipe. My dear, would you mind visiting my humble abode? Ilyora did not expect the car to respond, however. Upon uttering those words, she opened the car door and slid into the driver's seat, pleasantly surprised to find it unlocked. The door swung open effortlessly, astonishing her momentarily. It appears you are quite welcoming, Ilyora murmured. Chapter 2. Interracial companions. Before encountering Ilyora, Knockout had always believed that his sole assistant, Dead End, was the only one capable of polishing, repairing, and maintaining his exquisite frame. His preconceived notions about carbon-based life forms were that they were diminutive and clumsy. Establishments claiming to offer maintenance merely subjected vehicles to rough treatment, superficially enhancing their appearance without consideration for the process. In Knockout's eyes, an aesthetically pleasing result was insufficient. The journey must also be enjoyable. However, Ilyora evidently satisfied both criteria. The rearview mirror reflected Ilyora's dedicated figure as she meticulously polished him, and Knockout found himself watching her with keen interest for quite some time. Internal communication. Knockout. Dead End. Do you wish to keep a pet? Dead End. Knockout. You're finally online. Where are you? The Nemesis can't track your coordinates or signal. Commander Tarantulas has been searching for you. Knockout. It's a long story, Dead End. I'm currently at a young girl's home getting polished. Dead End. Knockout. I thought carbon-based life forms lacked your level of craftsmanship. Knockout. Please inform Commander Tarantulas that I'll return later. Just tell him I'm injured and need time for self-repair. Dead End. All right, as long as you're okay. Knockout. So, do you want to keep a pet? Dead End. I hadn't considered it, but if you wish to, then by all means. Ilyora crouched down to replace the rearview mirror-esque glass. Noticing the engine hood was particularly worn, with the primer scratched in several places. As her gaze lingered on the damaged area, it momentarily halted at the emblem of the Decepticon insignia before she pretended not to see it and turned to retrieve her tools. What happened next was astonishing. Ilyora turned to find Knockout inching closer, his headlights flashing as he moved 2 wheels towards her. Startled, she stepped back, spilling paint across the ground. But her attention was now entirely captured by Knockout. Honey, your craftsmanship is remarkable. The car spoke? Ilyora exclaimed in astonishment. Knockout, no longer inclined to conceal his true nature, transformed with a series of clicks and whirs. The garage in Ilyora's home was ample enough for him to assume his upright human form, kneeling before her and gazing down with a smile. I am no ordinary vehicle. Ilyra furrowed her brow, quickly surveying him from head to toe, her heart racing, the thrill surging through her nearly causing her to tremble. What do you intend to do? Knockout waved his hand, signaling her to relax. Take it easy. Young lady, I harbor no ill will. I am merely a hapless extraterrestrial, fortuitously discovered in this desolate parking lot. His improvisational skill was on par with that of tarantulas, effortlessly crafting an image of a pitiable and peculiar alien in just a few sentences. Yet Ilyra remained vigilant, continuing to step back. Do as you wish. However, after my demise, please assist in erasing the browsing history on my computer and phone, Ilyra implored. All right, little girl. I have no interest in subjecting you to torment. Looking at Ilyora's exquisite polishing technique, he displayed remarkable patience, his words laced with an imperceptible indulgence. May I befriend you? That is how it is expressed in your human realm. Friend? Ilyra mulled over the word, lifting her gaze to the strikingly beautiful face of the one before her, complemented by the remarkable optical lenses. After all, they were indeed eyes. To be honest, even without the notion of friendship, I would consider you one of the most alluring beings among your extraterrestrial kin. This statement rang true. Ilyora's mind traversed countless automotive designs, and a beauty like his was indeed unparalleled. A beauty? You possess keen insight. Ilyora's compliment elicited a delighted reaction from him, rendering him more agreeable in her eyes. He leaned closer, stating, even a beauty has a name. I am called Kideo. And you? Ilyra. She enunciated her name clearly. Ilyra? A splendid name. Far more melodious than those mundane carbon-based names. Kideo's words exemplified the art of flattery. After a lengthy exchange that gradually dissolved her wariness, Ilyra produced her phone, waving it before Kideo. Shall we exchange contact information? In our human world, we must first add each other as online friends to converse privately. It must be similar in your realm, correct? Kideo nodded. Of course, we have our own internal communication system. I wonder if a human phone can receive a friend request from your Cybertronian kind. Ilyra displayed a string of numbers, prompting him to input them directly into the internal communication portal. It worked. I cannot believe this method is truly effective, Ilyra exclaimed, sending a flurry of ones in excitement. Departing the garage under his puzzled gaze. I'm off to find a gift for you. Making an extraterrestrial friend deserves a grand gesture. With that declaration, Kideo shrugged, transforming back into his vehicle form, as Ilyora's garage afforded him only enough space to stand, making it somewhat cramped. Internal communication. Deadfire. Kideo, I am unable to pinpoint your coordinates. Kideo, how is it possible that carbon-based technology can obscure the coordinates of a retribution signal? I have returned. The garage door swung open abruptly, and Ilyra joyfully entered, cradling an item. Observing her, Kideo promptly ended the internal communication with Deadfire, reverting to his humanoid form and accepting the gift she presented. What is this? You will discover once you unwrap it. I'm certain you will adore it. Kideo raised an eyebrow, not expecting a carbon-based being to bestow anything of significant value upon him. However, in the next moment, he regretted it. The Aggregated Energon. Chapter 3. Jack's Invitation in Summary. This is the situation, Lord Red Spider. He reported to Red Spider about the work achievements of the past few days and his encounter with Ilyra, during which she gifted him a piece of aggregated energon, now resting in Red Spider's palm for careful examination. Soundwave stood nearby, his mask displaying the composition of the aggregated energon he had just scanned. The composition consisted solely of densely folded high-concentration energon, a single piece equivalent to 8 energon ores. Knockout raised an eyebrow, noting its resemblance to a certain battery from the eastern realms of the human world. One is indeed stronger than 6. Red Spider glanced at the data displayed by Soundwave, astonished that such a level of refinement could be found in the hands of a carbon-based lifeform. He pinched the small piece of aggregated energon between his fingers and raised it beneath the overhead lights of the main control room. The blue crystal, illuminated by the light, revealed no impurities, allowing a clear view of the room's illumination through it. Clearly, such precision in processing is difficult to achieve for both the Decepticons and Autobots of the present day. Red Spider had seen such aggregated energon many years ago on Cybertron, where the blue glow still flowed. Knockout, I can't forgive your disobedience this time. Red Spider turned back to Knockout, but there are conditions. I command you to obtain the processing method of that aggregated energon from the carbon-based life form, by any means necessary. This is a low-concentration energon, which can serve as a catalyst when mixed with your human medications. Ratchet displayed the analytical information on the screen for Jack. Logically, energon is harmful to carbon-based life forms. But this low-concentration energon has been diluted to retain only its catalytic properties. So, does that mean this ointment is actually beneficial? Jack inquired. Precisely. Ratchet nodded, tapping a key to double the magnification of the low-concentration energon. The existence of energon on Earth is not surprising, and it is not uncommon for humans to possess it. But however what? Raph questioned. The ability to refine ordinary energon ore into liquid and then dilute it to such a precise concentration is indeed rare. Such precision machines existed in the past on Cybertron, but with current Earth technology, we Autobots cannot achieve it. Jack posed a question. Can't the Decepticons process it in the same way? Ratchet shook his head, indicating uncertainty. Michaela leaned over the railing, countering, I know Ilyxia. She's very kind and doesn't resemble those from the Decepticons at all. Yet, the Decepticons are known to employ extreme measures to achieve their goals. Suddenly, Optimus Prime's voice resonated, and all eyes turned to the leader emerging from the depths of the base, who then looked at Jack. It seems we must prepare for a new guest. Wait, is Ilyxia coming to the Autobot base too? Jack stepped forward, gazing up at Optimus Prime. She merely provided me with a potion infused with energon. Do you suspect her of any affiliation with the Decepticons? No, Jack, we are here to protect her, Optimus Prime replied, his gaze fixed on Jack. The Decepticons have been monitoring all energon signals across the globe. Should your friend be detected by them one day, the consequences would be dire. Optimus Prime's words rang true. If Ilyxia was able to gift you this potion, it undoubtedly indicated her knowledge of energon and prior exposure to it. Ratchet interjected, returning the small vial of potion to Jack. The fact that she can concoct a healing salve without having been harmed is remarkable. The average human would not know how to engage with energon safely. Jack proposed a hypothesis. Perhaps she wore protective gear and gloves? Those in the laboratory dressed that way. Mickey crossed her arms, glancing at Ratchet. Come on. Ilyxia has studied alongside Jack's mother for a time. She is a physician and has been in the lab, so she certainly knows how to safeguard herself. Ratchet gently reminded Mickey that Ilyxia could only be considered a half-trained medical student at this point. Mickey quickly amended her statement. All right then, she's a medical student. Ratchet raised an eyebrow. Your friend possesses not only an unwieldy name, but also a rather impressive title. Mickey, invigorated, exclaimed with exaggerated enthusiasm. Of course. Ilyxia is the belle of our school. She recounted how she had once confronted the ruffian Vince, who frequently troubled Jack at school and had even vandalized his car, which had been restored to pristine condition overnight. Ilyxia worked alongside Jack's mother, Nurse Darby, at the hospital and was a regular fixture in the school's infirmary. Most importantly, she excelled at rock music. As Mickey animatedly described Ilyxia, her excitement grew, almost as if she were depicting her idol, save for the absence of a real guitar for her to play. Just as Jack was about to urge Mickey to calm down, an abrupt ringtone shattered the moment. Jack, bewildered, fished his phone from his pocket and cast a pleading glance at Ratchet. Isn't there no signal here? Ratchet shrugged. In fact, I've been conducting signal tests recently, attempting to encrypt incoming signals. Now you can have brief conversations with your guardians or friends within the base. Mickey leaned forward. What's up, Jack? Is your mom urging you to come home? Jack shook his head. No, it's a call from Ilyxia. Perfect timing. You should invite Ilyxia to come play at the base tomorrow. Mickey suggested. All right, but I can't guarantee she'll be available every day. Jack replied with uncertainty as he answered the call. On the other end, Ilyxia was in the garage organizing equipment. Good evening, Jack. Remember to apply the potion I gave you today. I know, I've already applied it. Thank you so much, Ilyxia. I told you, there's no need for thanks. Ilyxia, having confirmed the equipment in the storeroom was intact, locked the door and exited. However, the garage door was suddenly yanked open, revealing an Aston Martin sports car within. Intent on disregarding the commotion, Ilyxia continued her conversation over the phone. I called to inquire about the healing of your wound. I am concerned it may become inflamed or festering. During Ilyxia's call, the noise from the commotion grew louder, catching Jack's attention on the other end. Ilyxia? What's happening over there? Ilyxia glanced at the source of the noise. It's nothing. My friend has returned and is looking for something in the garage. I see. Do you have time tomorrow evening? Jack, finally mustering the courage under the watchful eyes of Meichi and Laffy, posed the question. Tomorrow evening? Certainly, I'm free. What is on your mind? Jack instinctively tightened his grip on the phone, unaccustomed to deceit. I was hoping to introduce you to my friends, to make acquaintances. Observing the persistent gaze of the commotion, Ilyxia surmised he had something to express and decisively concluded the call. All right, let us meet at the school gate after class tomorrow. I have to go now. My friend needs me. After disconnecting, Ilyxia turned to inquire about the disturbance. What's wrong? You have no idea what that jerk did to me, he exclaimed, indignantly displaying the scratched paint on his car door. Carbon-based life forms are truly despicable. Not you, Ilyxia replied, averting her gaze. Chapter 4. The abduction by the commotion. Well, if it isn't Vince. Ilyxia spotted a former adversary, once soundly defeated by her. As she exited the school gates, she glanced at Jack standing behind Vince, then at Sierra and her friend beside her, and teasingly remarked, You aren't considering bullying someone else to elevate your status among the girls, are you? Upon seeing Ilyxia, Vince trembled, instinctively retracting his neck. Although intimidated, he retorted for the sake of pride, Not at all. Yet after uttering those words, he turned and fled, leaving behind the taunt, See you in an hour, coward. Sierra encouraged Jack, and Ilyxia noted her singular focus on speed. In contrast, Jack appeared dejected and somewhat guilty. Ilyxia approached him. Jack, what does Vince mean by see you in an hour? I agreed to race him in an underground racing club in an hour, he replied. Well done, Jack. Show him your manly spirit and make Vince weep. Ilyxia mimicked throwing punches playfully, then reassured him, Trust me, Jack, Vince's racing skills are abysmal. All his victories stem from that illegally modified muscle car of his. It's all technology, not talent. Jack felt somewhat comforted, mustering a faint smile of apology for Ilyxia. Thank you, Ilyxia. However, I may need to postpone the introductions. I want to meet my friends after the race. In recent days, how many times have I expressed my gratitude to you? Truly, it matters not. Being slightly older than you, it is only natural for me to look after you. Ilyxia waved her hand dismissively. In that case, I'll simply enjoy watching the race at the club, where I can witness you outpace Vince effortlessly. She coughed, adding I meant, surpass him in speed. Ilyxia exclaimed with enthusiasm. She was familiar with the racing club where Jack and Vince had arranged their competition, having once dealt a severe defeat to Vince there. Thus, when Ilyxia messaged Knockout to inform him that she would not need a ride home after school, having decided to return to her house first, she mounted her spare motorcycle and made her way to the race venue. Whenever she found herself in a rush, Ilyxia felt a tinge of nostalgia for her former self, though she acknowledged that her current self was quite satisfactory as well. Positioning herself at an elevated vantage point to observe the race between Jack and Vince, Ilyxia sent Jack a text to let him know she was watching, assuring him to drive with confidence, as she would be there to rescue him should he encounter any mishaps. Jack, with a hint of exasperation, urged Ilyxia not to curse him. The race soon commenced, and Ilyxia removed her helmet to survey the racetrack, spotting Jack's bright yellow car, Bumblebee, alongside Vince and his illegal muscle car. Suddenly, a familiar figure caught her eye. Knockout? What on earth is he doing here? Ilyxia exclaimed in surprise, hastily opening her internal communication with him. Ilyxia, why are you racing in the human world? Knockout. What's the matter, sweetheart? Are you here? Ilyxia, I certainly am in the thick of it. Knockout. Then watch as I leave those Autobots in my dust. Ilyxia, get back here, Knockout. After that, Knockout ceased all further communication. Watching the cars shoot off like arrows, Ilyxia attempted to contact Knockout through their internal channel. But the line was busy, most likely because he was purposefully ignoring her while handling Bumblebee. She messaged Jack, but he did not respond, clearly preoccupied with his own race against Knockout. Frustrated, Ilyxia pounded her fist against the motorcycle seat, nearly dismantling it in her anger. Quickly regaining her composure, she mounted her motorcycle and revved the engine, racing full throttle towards Bumblebee. She was grateful for the off-road tires she had previously installed, which allowed her to traverse various terrains with remarkable speed. Ultimately, Ilyxia spotted Bumblebee hiding beneath a bridge. Estimating that Knockout had just departed, she dismounted her motorcycle and sprinted towards Jack. At that moment, the obnoxious Vince emerged from the track, loudly calling for Jack. Without hesitation, Ilyxia rushed forward, covering Vince's mouth with her hand and forcefully pinning him to the ground, glaring fiercely as she warned, If you dare raise your voice again, I shall snap your neck. Vince dared not struggle any longer, leaving only a look of terror for Ilyxia. Ilyxia, without uttering a word, promptly delivered an elbow strike that rendered Vince unconscious. Jack, seated in the driver's seat, was left in a state of shock. B, I am uncertain as to what you are exclaiming, Bumblebee, but I surmise you two are astonished by Ilyxia's decisive action against Vince. It was only after dealing with Vince that Ilyxia stood up and turned her gaze towards Jack, who remained within Bumblebee. She had barely taken 2 steps forward when Jack exclaimed, Ilyxia, you wow. B. Unexpectedly, Ilyxia was seized by a large hand, lifted amidst the shocked cries of Jack and Bumblebee. Ilyxia looked up to see it was Knockout. Knockout, put me down, Ilyxia protested, pushing against his hand in an attempt to extricate herself. Jack rushed to the scene at his utmost speed, looking up at Ilyxia and shouting in distress, How do you know Knockout's name? Is this really the time for such questions? Ilyxia retorted. Knockout shook his head in resignation, transforming into his vehicle mode to allow Ilyxia to sit in the driver's seat, fastening her seatbelt with care. I didn't wish for this either, but for now, you must serve as my hostage and mission prize, sweetheart. Steady the steering wheel. With that, Knockout accelerated forward, not employing the tranquilizer gun typically used on carbon-based life forms. For this was Ilyxia, whose polishing skills surpassed even that of Deadlock. Moreover, with the directive from Arachnid, she might even serve as a pet upon reaching the Nemesis. Knockout, in high spirits, sent a communication to Deadlock. Deadlock, guess who I've brought? The exceptionally skilled human girl. You're in for a treat. She's exactly what Arachnid wanted. Haha, Deadlock indeed. But if Arachnid hears you still calling him Commander, he will surely correct you. Knockout departed with Ilyxia in tow. Meanwhile, Jack stood helplessly before Bumblebee, exclaiming, Bumblebee, he has gotten away. Jack, we really need to have a serious talk. Before Bumblebee could respond, RC and Sideswipe hurried over, transforming from vehicle to humanoid form. Jack, with no time for pleasantries, exclaimed, Wait, RC. We can't talk now. We must rescue Ilyxia. She has been taken by that Decepticon sports car. RC, taken aback, questioned, How did Ilyxia end up here? Why would the Decepticons want to abduct her? Sideswipe timidly added, Could it be a case of mistaken identity? Jack affirmed, No. I just heard that Decepticon referred to Ilyxia as his hostage and mission prize. RC furrowed her brow, stating seriously, This indicates that the Decepticons have targeted Ilyxia before us. After a brief contemplation, she swiftly transformed into motorcycle mode. Get on. Chapter 5. First encounter with the Autobots pursued by the Autobots. Knockout sped away, reaching his maximum velocity. As Decepticon Knockout was incapacitated, he called upon RC and her allies to intervene. However, considering that Ilyxia, one was still inside the vehicle, RC refrained from firing her weapon and instead engaged in a struggle with Knockout. This granted Knockout ample opportunity to escape. Just as he was about to activate his sonic wave to create a land bridge, a resounding horn echoed, and he was violently struck by Optimus Prime, causing his vehicle to tilt dangerously. The immense impact rendered him momentarily incapable of transforming into his humanoid form. This is dreadful, Knockout thought. Ilyxia, one, seated in the driver's position, felt dizzy from the disorientation. Yet fortunately, the safety belt secured by Knockout held her firmly in place, preventing her from colliding with the steering wheel. Optimus, there's a hostage. Understood. Upon receiving RC's message, Optimus Prime swiftly transformed, yanked open Knockout's door, and cradled Ilyxia, one in his hands. Knockout winced in pain and then transformed into his humanoid form, glaring at Optimus. Hey, my door is difficult to replace, and this human is equally hard to find. However, upon hearing the roar of RC's engine, he was seized by fear, displayed a shocked expression, and promptly fled the scene. Optimus did not pursue him, but instead focused on Ilyxia, one, ensuring she had not lost consciousnness. He gently activated his voice modulator, inquiring, Are you all right? Ilyxia, one, touched her head, feeling as though her brain had been shaken. I'm okay. Jack, seated in Bumblebee's car, rolled down the window and expressed his guilt. Optimus, Ilyxia, one, this is all my fault. RC stepped forward, acknowledging, I share in this responsibility as well. Optimus gazed at Ilyxia. One, we will discuss this later. For now, we must escort our new guest back to the base. Ilyxia One's arrival was akin to that of a rare species returning, as she was surrounded by numerous people and machines upon her return to the base. Looking up at the towering Cybertronians, Moreover, the Autobots had a plethora of inquiries. By the time the medic had exited with RC and her team, a list of questions had already been compiled. Elita, 1. The ointment you provided to Jack contained components of the energon. Are you aware that these substances can be harmful to the human body? I am aware. Medic, Elita, 1 replied, blinking at him. When I discovered this mineral, I understood that the high concentration of energon could be detrimental. However, when significantly diluted, it might actually benefit the human body. You may call me Medic, Elita, 1. How did you convert the energon from solid to liquid and then dilute it into those lower concentration solutions? That was not my doing, Elita, 1 lied without flinching. I don't know how to dilute it. She certainly knew the process, yet she was unwilling to divulge it, let alone reveal her true identity. The carbon-based organism had worn her disguise for several years, and she was reluctant to shed it now. The ambulance and Optimus Prime exchanged glances, and upon receiving mutual acknowledgement, the ambulance nodded in agreement. All right, one final question. What is your relationship with the Decepticon named Knockout? Ilyxia pondered for a moment, her gaze lowered. A few hours ago, they were friends. Now it seemed they were not. Her tone was somewhat melancholic, and those around her could discern that she had been deceived by the cunning Decepticon. Mickey, with one fist clenched and the other open, declared, "Humph. I will eventually smash that deceitful Decepticon along with the partition." Ilyxia smiled at Mickey, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Mickey. Mickey's eyes sparkled, nearly blinded by the radiance of her idol's smile. Ilyxia, you look absolutely stunning when you smile. The ambulance felt a twinge of sympathy for the deceived carbon-based human, yet he remained wary of Ilyxia, fearing a potential conspiracy between the Decepticon and the sly human. Optimus Prime seemed to sense his apprehension and placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, halting his thoughts. Ambulance. Ilyxia is not one of the Decepticons. If she were, then Starscream would have ensured that Knockout took her away at any cost. Reflecting on Starscream's methods, Optimus presented another argument. Furthermore, the only communication device Ilyxia possessed was damaged, rendering her incapable of carrying intelligence away. The ambulance gazed at Ilyxia, who was engaging amiably with Mickey and Jack, blinking his optical lens. Forgive me, Optimus. I cannot help but harbor doubts about unfamiliar carbon-based entities. That is not a flaw. Ambulance, Optimus comforted, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. Knockout, you have once again defied my orders and lost the mission target. Starscream rushed before Knockout, fists clenched, exuding an air of frustration. His crimson optics narrowed. You even allowed that carbon-based being to meet the Autobots. Now the Autobots will undoubtedly keep her under close surveillance. Knockout raised his hands defensively between himself and Starscream, taking a step back. My apologies, Commander Starscream, but I have learned my lesson and paid the price. As for that carbon-based organism, I still have my informant. Perhaps I can pinpoint her location in the future. It's Master. Knockout, you have misused the title again. Starscream leaned closer, this time extending his sharp fingers to etch a significant mark of punishment on Knockout. Only I determine the price you pay. Chapter 6. Ilyxia do Cybertronian's dream of encountering Cybertronian electronic sheep? Who knows? Cybertron does not have such creatures, yet Cybertronians do dream from time to time. Particularly since arriving on Earth, Optimus had found himself dreaming more frequently than ever before. Ilyxia, Ilyxia, Ilyxia. The Coliseum of Kaon reverberated with thunderous cheers. Surrounded by the elevated platform, the TFs fervently cheered for the contestants within the arena, with one competitor, known as Ilyxia, clearly the favorite. Each TF wished to contribute the utmost volume of their vocal emitters for this formidable female warrior. Ilyxia did not disappoint. She swiftly dispatched her opponent, gradually retreating amidst the roaring applause of the crowd. Her demeanor remained tranquil, devoid of the exhilaration typically associated with victory. Each time, she departed the arena with a stoic expression, leading many of her fans to question whether their idol had somehow severed her emotional circuitry. Only after completely exiting the spectator's view did Ilyxia cautiously glance around to ensure no other machines were nearby, allowing herself to exhale with relief as an uncontainable smile spread across her face. Oh my goodness, I just defeated the third-place contender. Now I am in third place. Ilyxia's steps became increasingly buoyant, reminiscent of a young life form rewarded with sweet energy blocks. She yearned to return home to wash away the condensation forming on her exterior. As her chest plating was also smeared with her opponent's energy fluid, necessitating a thorough cleansing. Hey, how about we celebrate with a drink afterward? The voice of the imposing Titan echoed from behind. Ilyxia blinked and turned to see Titan and Soundwave approaching her. With a hint of confusion, she inquired, "What is up, Titan?" Ilyxia was acquainted with both Titan and Soundwave. Titan was her friend, met at the Karen Arena, while Soundwave, as Titan's follower, had engaged in numerous internal communications with her. They were akin to online acquaintances. "You fought splendidly just now," Titan remarked, adeptly reaching forward to pat Ilyxia's head. He held a fondness for this machine, significantly shorter than himself, though he perceived his affection as a protective instinct akin to that of a guardian for a younger counterpart. Their initial encounter had occurred during Ilyxia's first visit to the arena, at a time when she had not yet reached her current height. That battle had ended in a draw, with both Ilyxia and Titan collapsing simultaneously. After the skirmish, still possessing a fragment of consciousness, Ilyxia had dragged Titan to the medical station, ensuring he received treatment first while she could endure a bit longer. Since then, Titan had come to regard Ilyxia as his younger counterpart, akin to a caretaker, despite the fact that their respective sparks bore no intrinsic connection. Unbeknownst to Titan, his feelings towards Ilyxia were gradually evolving into something more complex. "I wish to introduce you to a friend. Now, well, I hope I won't frighten him," Ilyxia mused, glancing down at her chest plating. Titan chuckled lightly. "You won't. Orlane is accustomed to seeing me like this." Ilyxia detected a peculiar, acrid scent of machine oil wafting through the air. Oren Pike, the archivist of the Iron Fortress Archive, is a gentle and refined civil servant. "Is this the warrior you speak of, Optimus Prime?" "Indeed, Oren, Ilyxia is my friend." Optimus gently patted Ilyxia on the shoulder. Oren looked at Ilyxia and smiled warmly, saying, "Greetings, Ilyxia. I am Oren Pike." Ilyxia responded with a bright smile. "Hello, I am Ilyxia. You may call me Sia, or Eli, or even my full name." Ilyxia was instantly captivated by Oren's optical glasses, which she saw for the first time today. They were the color of the skies over Cybertron, reminiscent of the light beneath the vast firmament, and strikingly similar to the cosmic auroras she adored. Merely gazing at those optical glasses made Ilyxia feel as if her very essence had been purified. Well, however, Ilyxia discreetly glanced at Optimus and Oren, then at Soundwave standing behind them. "Soundwave, do you think there is something between Optimus and Oren?" Soundwave remained silent, offering Ilyxia only a smile from his visor. However, on the same frequency, a distress signal from a Cybertronian emerged. Ratchet was fervently relaying the location of a Decepticon warship on the screen alongside a distress signal from a fellow Cybertronian. He turned to look at Optimus, who stood still, his optical lenses somewhat unfocused, seemingly lost in thought. Ratchet inquired, "Optimus, are you all right?" Optimus gathered his thoughts, refocused his optical lenses, and regained his usual vigor. "Apologies, Ratchet. I was reflecting on some past events. It was a dream I had last night, but I cannot afford to dwell on the past now." Optimus raised his gaze to the screen. "In that case, we shall not concern ourselves with the Decepticons for the moment. Gather the medical equipment. There may be Cybertronians in peril. I heard Optimus has contracted the plague. What is happening?" Ilyxia rushed in from the land bridge, having arrived after receiving a call from Mika. "Do you have an antidote?" Ratchet cast a deep glance at Optimus and explained, "This is a bioweapon developed by the Decepticons, a creation of Megatron. We do not possess an antidote. But the Decepticons do not speak, Optimus." Ratchet urgently interrupted. "You need to conserve your strength." Ilyxia asked, "Is there an antidote with the Decepticons?" Ratchet nodded. "Yes, this is the Decepticons' research, and their warship must possess the antidote." "Then I shall inquire with Knockout," Ilyxia declared, pulling out her phone. But in the next moment, her action was interrupted by Ratchet. "Ilyxia, Knockout will want to capture you. Approaching him carries great risk." "Then I shall trade myself for the antidote," Ilyxia retorted defiantly. "Knockout's target is me. Sacrificing myself to retrieve a leader is a bargain well worth the price." Optimus Prime struggled to turn his head, managing to utter, "It cannot be Ilyxia." His voice was barely audible, the frailty of his condition rendering the last few words nearly inaudible. The medic, Ratchet, resolutely shook his head, stating, "Ilyxia, this risk should not fall upon you. I have pinpointed the Decepticon warship, and I have dispatched RC and Bumblebee to seek the antidote." Chapter 7. Bumblebee and Megatron the cortical link is an exceedingly perilous medical procedure, fraught with risks and the potential for CPU disintegration. Within Megatron's mind lay the oppressive expanse of the Decepticon capital, Kaon, where he had triumphed over Optimus Prime time and again. In this realm of consciousness, aside from himself, there existed a silver-green mech. Ratchet, observing the transmission from the descending link, inquired, "Who is that?" The medic elucidated, "That is Ilyxia, Megatron's closest ally, and likewise a cherished friend of Optimus Prime. Prior to the war, she ranked just below Megatron and Soundwave in the Kaon gladiatorial arena, a formidable warrior indeed." Ilyxia gazed at the familiar figure on the screen, standing beside Mickey, rendered speechless. Mickey, however, was curious, asking, how could she be within Megatron's consciousness? Has she joined the Decepticons? No, Ratchet replied, shaking his head. Ilyxia did not align herself with any faction. She lost contact during that conflict and remains unaccounted for. The weight of the medic's words grew heavier, causing the atmosphere within the base to become stifling. Ilyxia had merely been ambushed and rendered unconscious. Hastily placed into an escape pod, Ilyxia silently mused. RC and Bumblebee's infiltration proceeded smoothly. Upon acquiring the formula, Ratchet promptly instructed them to sever the connection. Before departing from the land bridge, RC took the precaution of disabling Megatron's life support system. Upon their return to the base, a collective sigh of relief was heard. Ratchet immediately set to work crafting the antidote, while Ilyxia stood on the stairs, observing the formula displayed by Megatron to Bumblebee, her thoughts consumed by contemplation. Something felt amiss. Ilyxia, the fully recovered Optimus Prime, called out to her as she prepared to sit down. "I apologize. I did not know if you overheard, but in my weakened state, I mistook you for another." Optimus had perused various Earth entertainment and surfed the internet, aware that such behavior, mistaking someone for a beloved friend, was generally frowned upon by most humans. Ilyxia, surprised, waved her hand dismissively. "I did not hear you, and there is no need for apologies, Optimus. I was simply too impulsive, focused solely on retrieving the antidote. This was not Optimus's fault. Ilyxia had previously engaged in similar acts on Cybertron, trading her safety for vital intelligence. Though she had always managed to return, thanks to her formidable combat prowess, Orion had ultimately forbade her from continuing such reckless behavior. Fortunately, Optimus had not drawn parallels between himself and Ilyxia. Had he done so, his identity would have certainly been compromised. Ilyxia pondered. Optimus Prime felt relieved that she was not angry. "Thank you, Ilyxia," he expressed. Moments after Ilyxia settled down, the ambulance informed Optimus Prime of the misdeeds committed by Starscream in Antarctica, where he had dismantled the lenses of a telescope to melt the glaciers. This dire situation compelled Optimus Prime and his team to intervene and thwart Starscream's malevolence. Consequently, the base was left with only Raph, Ilyxia, the ambulance, and the deactivated Bumblebee. Presently, Ilyxia resided at the Autobot base, a suggestion from Optimus Prime, since the Decepticons had set their sights on her. Moreover, Ilyxia's home had been attacked several times, undoubtedly leaving her coordinates noted. Thus, her presence outside was exceedingly perilous, with the constant threat of being captured by the Decepticons. Until Agent Fowler could secure her a new residence, Ilyxia was to remain at the base. "Raph, please look after Bumblebee for a while. I need to rest," Ilyxia stated, clutching a pillow as she lay on the sofa, utterly exhausted. She had scarcely found a moment's respite in recent days. Raph observed her fatigue and offered a reassuring smile. "Sleep well, Ilyxia. I won't disturb you, nor will Bumblebee." Ilyxia chuckled, aware that Raph was jesting. As she reclined, she quickly succumbed to a deep slumber. Raph felt a pang of sympathy for Ilyxia. Enduring the Decepticon abduction while losing her home was no small burden for anyone. Ilyxia's sleep was profound, rendering her nearly impervious to disturbances. However, the fierce sounds of battle jolted her awake when Bumblebee, under Megatron's control, re-entered the base and struck the ambulance. Furrowing her brow, Ilyxia sat up. "What is happening?" Just moments after awakening from her slumber, she felt a tightening around her waist and arms, a familiar sensation of being restrained returning, this time by Bumblebee. Unlike Raph, Bumblebee did not set Ilyxia down. He held her firmly as he traversed the land bridge. Still in a state of confusion, Ilyxia exclaimed, "Bumblebee, what are you doing?" At the other end of the land bridge lay the Decepticon warship, where Bumblebee brought Ilyxia to Megatron's intensive care unit. He placed her on a nearby operating table while connecting himself to a cortical link. Ilyxia couldn't help but wonder if the Decepticons had a peculiar penchant for keeping humans as pets, fixating solely on her. Fortunately, the ambulance and RAF activated the land bridge. Hastening their arrival from base, Ilyxia urgently shouted, "Bumblebee wants to revive Megatron." Alas, it was too late. Megatron's consciousness had already awakened. The dark energy entity aided his resurgence to full power, and upon rising, his first action was to seek retribution against Starscream. As for the ambulance and RAF, Megatron opted to change tactics, sending his minions to confront them. Uncertain whether it is merely an illusion, Ilyxia has the distinct impression that Megatron cast multiple glances in her direction before his departure. Chapter 8. The plan to rescue a friend of a friend if Megatron were to exert just a bit more force. Starscream felt that the extinguishing of his spark would be inevitable. Ahem, Lord Megatron, I sincerely hope your fury dissipates swiftly. Starscream lay on the medical table, his voice sounding frail and weak. You may vent your frustrations upon me as you wish. However, I must convey some good news. I have discovered a human on Earth capable of creating a combined super-energy entity. Initially disinterested in Starscream's ramblings, Megatron's interest peaked when he heard the term combined super-energy entity, and he raised an eyebrow. Combined super-energy entity? Indeed, my lord. The discovery of the combined super-energy entity is entirely my achievement. Starscream was adept at taking credit, entirely excluding the fact that he had been defeated. The combined super-energy entity is an exceedingly rare resource, with the energy of just one comparable to that of 8 ordinary super-energy entities. That human has acquired this energy from some unknown source. But if we capture her, the Decepticons shall possess far more than the Autobots. Megatron narrowed his optics, interrupting Starscream with a harsh tone. The combined super-energy entity is her creation, a masterpiece of the Decepticons. What makes you think a mere human can replicate her success? Starscream recoiled slightly. What do you mean by her? Seeing Starscream's confusion, Megatron scoffed and left the room without further explanation. To him, Starscream was unworthy of understanding his close companion. Once Megatron exited, Starscream's demeanor shifted rapidly. He clenched his fists, swiftly removing the medical tubes and rising from the medical bed. His body had not fully recovered, and he felt a dull pain in his chest. Knockout, standing outside the door, quickly interjected. Hey, Starscream, are you out of your mind? You're not fully healed. This will leave lasting effects. Starscream impatiently waved him off. I know my own body. Ignoring Knockout's gaze, Starscream approached the corner where he concealed the dark super-energy fragment, a small shard radiating a purple glow in his grasp. He had intended to pursue one course of action, but Megatron's words altered his plans. Combined super-energy entity. I have found it. Starscream gazed upward at the data displayed in the warship's database, narrowing his optics as he meticulously scanned each word, ultimately pausing at a particular name. The inventor is Ilyxia? Days later, Ilyxia felt undeniably unfortunate lately. Despite her efforts to play the fool, she had become embroiled in the affairs of the Decepticons and Autobots. Had she known, she would never have brought Knockout back. What was wrong with simply admiring beautiful cars? This thought ignited her frustration, and she longed to escape it all, to leave Jasper and embark on a new life in New York or Washington, as long as it meant avoiding the conflicts of the Cybertronians. She was reluctant to be caught in the middle between Megatron and Optimus Prime, faced with the dilemma of choosing a faction, for she suffered from a severe case of indecision, often ruminating over a single question for an eternity. Yet, she longed for Cybertron, if its revival was to be realized. Aligning herself with one side was inevitable. With this thought, Ilyxia exhaled a sigh, surveying the scattered members of the mech's special operations team around her. Her gaze eventually drifting toward Deadlock. Silas had fled, and she felt no urge to pursue him. Indeed, she had been bewitched, her heart yearning to abstain from such trivial affairs while her body had, rather earnestly, come to the aid of Deadlock. Initially, she had merely followed the petition to investigate the nature of the Energon signal, but unexpectedly, a scuffle had ensued between Deadlock and the petition, ultimately allowing Silas to reap the benefits by taking the fallen Deadlock back with him. Ilyxia, who had covertly affixed a tracker to Deadlock in order to trace the Decepticon warship coordinates, found herself in a quandary. Should she save him or not? Watching the tracking signal move relentlessly, she ultimately resolved to rescue Deadlock. Bound to a bed, Deadlock lacked the strength to struggle, assuming that Ilyxia was in cahoots with Silas. Yet despite his immobility, his tone remained menacing. "You, lump of flesh, will suffer a gruesome fate once I am free." Ilyxia, feigning agreement while loosening his bindings, replied, "Your primary concern is to return and repair the damage, not to eliminate me." "Repair?" he retorted. "How do you know the name of my adversary? Details are best left for you to inquire with him. I have my own tasks at hand." Ilyxia leapt onto the operations platform of the mech's special operations team, squinting at the luminous green screen to decipher the medical procedures available. She removed the disassembly tools, replacing them with welding machines and various medical apparatuses, prompting Deadlock to gradually quiet down as she worked to reassemble his body. Throughout the process, he relaxed, though his optical sensors remained fixed on Ilyxia. "What is your intention?" Deadlock inquired. "I simply wish to prevent the biotechnology of Cybertron from falling into the hands of someone like Silas for nefarious purposes." Setting the medical procedures to automatic mode, Ilyxia descended from the operations platform and approached the prone Deadlock, gently caressing his dented exterior. "Your optical sensor is beyond repair for now. We lack the compatible model. You should have Knockout install a new one when you return. He is quite skilled." Deadlock remained curious about how Ilyxia knew Knockout. "How do you know him?" "Very well. Remember when Knockout disobeyed orders to race in the human world? The highly skilled human he intended to bring back was me. I overheard your internal communications while he had me restrained in the driver's seat. You are Deadlock, correct?" Ilyxia circled around Deadlock, her gaze sweeping over his disassembled exterior. "Aside from the optical sensor, I can tend to the rest. Just lie still. The organizations near your spark source are nearly dismantled, and your leg joints are similarly affected. Once they are reassembled, remember to refrain from combat for a while and consume ample energy to replenish yourself." Lying there, Deadfire turned his head, his remaining optical lens fixated intently on Ilyxia. "How come you understand the anatomy of our kind so well?" Ilyxia shook her head. "Don't confuse me with someone like Silas. His attempts to steal Cybertronian life technology have been ongoing for quite some time, and he was conducting experiments on the sly before capturing you. I merely saved you today out of pity. Please don't misunderstand. As for how I single-handedly defeated Silas's team, well, let us just say I was as effective as a ravenous Dinobot." Ilyxia jested with Deadfire, though she did not expect him to comprehend the humor. "Thank you." Deadfire silently returned to his resting position, leaving only those two words for Ilyxia. Ilyxia smiled, her eyes curving with warmth. "No need for thanks. I am Ilyxia. I hope you 1T reveal my act of saving you to others. Optimus and the others should be arriving soon, so I must take my leave. Until we meet again." Ilyxia swiftly exited through a small door left by Silas, and before Deadfire could utter another word, she vanished from the shelter. Moments later, a partition appeared within the chamber, and he was astonished by the serene atmosphere and the scattered remains of the mech's special forces. His small head produced a large question mark. Deadfire glanced at the partition, preparing to raise his hand to strike, but halted. "What are you doing here?" "These machines are healing me, not dismantling. Please refrain from causing any destruction." The partition was even more perplexed. "Who saved you? The Decepticons?" Deadfire turned his head, offering the partition a string of ellipses that signified silence. Chapter 9. Collapse. To be injured so severely is indeed quite unfortunate, Deadfire. Knockdown was repairing Deadfire's outer shell as he lay on the medical bed, while the pain was merely a tickling sensation for Deadfire. The most troubling aspect was that optical lens. Finding a compatible single piece was rather challenging. Knockdown, hands on hips, displayed a detailed image of the optical lens on a screen. "I have good news and bad news. The bad news is that locating a singular optical lens is quite difficult. Red Spider suggested I simply give you an eye patch. However, the good news is that our dear human friend has sent me a sample of the optical lens. If I replicate it according to the sample, I can install it for you. Is it Ilyxia?" Indeed, I didn't expect her to reach out proactively. Knockdown opened the optical lens sample. This sample has an astonishing compatibility with your chassis. It even notes areas that can undergo medical upgrades. Knockdown, hands still on his hips, remarked, "This is simply unbelievable. The sample does not resemble anything that could be produced by her Autobot friends. This young human girl behaves as if she were a true Cybertronian. Deadfire proposed a thought. What if she herself is a Cybertronian? Knockdown scanned her form and found her to be an exceedingly ordinary carbon-based organism. However, upon further reflection, he considered the possibility of transferring consciousness from the biological entity into a carbon-based shell of his own design. Regrettably, this research project was abruptly halted by the Red Spider shortly after its arrival on Earth. Yet, we are not here to dwell on Ilyxia. I must first equip you with optical lenses. Deadfire scrutinized the sample blueprint. Isn't she our target? Knockdown shrugged. Retrieving her was a command from the era of the Red Spider's usurpation. As it stands, Lord Megatron has not issued such an order. Therefore, I'm still on amicable terms with Ilyxia. Who cares whether she is human or machine? Knockdown pressed a button on the control panel. All right, Deadfire. I'm going to help you fit the optical lenses now. Bear with it. The hollowed-out mind is prone to collapse. Jack, RC advised, lowering her gaze. If we can ensure safety, it should be fine, right? Jack remarked, glancing at Ilyxia and RC. Like with you and Ilyxia around? Ilyxia attempted to shirk responsibility. Whoa. Jack, I'm not the one to keep you safe. RC smiled. You possess that capability. Come along, but remember not to let your mothers find out. Jack and Ilyxia followed RC into the depths of the mine. The cavern was vast. As RC had stated, the entire pit appeared to be completely excavated of its resources. At least on the surface, there were no visible veins of super-energy minerals, only variously colored stones scattered about. The further they ventured, the larger the mine became. Ilyxia surveyed the cavern, noting that while it seemed the super-energy minerals had been depleted, there were still considerable reserves hidden within the stones. What? A partition? RC received a fragment of communication from the partition, but the rest was drowned in static. She attempted to re-establish contact, yet the interference persisted. Damn it. The minerals here are disrupting the communication. Ilyxia pointed to the ground. The super-energy minerals have not been completely mined. There is still some beneath our feet. How do you know? Jack inquired. The detector indicates as much, Ilyxia replied, producing the device given to her by the ambulance. The readings indeed spiked in this area. Ilyxia touched the stones on the ground and continued to follow the detector's direction. For instance, if we proceed this way, there is a substantial space ahead. The detector suggests. Her words faltered as her gaze fell upon two uninvited guests within the mine. Jack and RC took a couple of steps forward to behold the expansive chamber, where the Red Spider and Megatron stood ominously. Megatron cast a fleeting glance at RC, breaking into an intrigued smile, and without a moment's hesitation, redirected his arm cannon away from the Red Spider and aimed it at RC, firing several shots. At that moment, the Red Spider hastily chose to abandon Megatron and flee, inciting Megatron's wrath as he fired several shots in the direction of the Red Spider. Alcee swiftly reacted, providing cover for Ilyxia and Jack to escape, while she seized the opportunity when Megatron turned his back to fire multiple shots at him. The trajectory of Megatron's cannon veered towards the cavern's ceiling. The power of those blasts was considerable. The main supporting pillar of the mine was obliterated. Witnessing this, Alcee immediately dashed outside as the entire mine trembled, debris and dust surging to fill the cavern. In the chaos, Ilyxia's grip on Jack slipped, and she stumbled, falling to the ground, the impact of falling stones propelling her several meters backward. The mine, as anticipated, collapsed. Chapter 10. The softest episode of the Iron Head. Upon opening her eyes again, Ilyxia found herself engulfed in darkness. Stunned, she lay on the ground, blinking repeatedly until the familiar scent of earth and stone jolted her memory. She had been knocked unconscious by falling rocks and was still within the mine. The stones had sealed off all light, leaving Ilyxia uncertain of her whereabouts. Tentatively, she coughed twice, wary of making any further noise as Megatron was likely nearby. Let me see, is that not the Autobot's little follower? Suddenly, a pair of crimson eyes illuminated the pitch-black space. Ilyxia took 2 anxious steps back, the proximity of Megatron's gaze palpable, and she could even hear the coarse vibrations of his vocal apparatus. What dreadful luck! How could I possibly be trapped with this iron-headed brute? Ilyxia clenched her fists in vigilance, her heels meeting the stone wall behind her. Realizing there was no further retreat, narrowing her eyes at Megatron, she spoke in a low voice. The Red Spider has already fled. Do not expect him to come to your rescue. Red Spider? Ha ha! I never relied on his loyalty. Megatron chuckled darkly, his crimson optical sensors shifting until they settled upon Ilyxia not far away. Autobots do not abandon their comrades, but you, my dear, are in peril. I believe this oxygen will suffice for a few more breaths. Megatron had always regarded insignificant humans with disdain. However, Ilyxia maintained an unexpected calmness. Once she confirmed that Megatron harbored no intent to kill her, she daringly focused her attention on the surrounding collapsed stones. Thank you for your concern, but I will not perish from lack of oxygen. The carbon-based body was all too fragile under Megatron's might, and even as an old acquaintance, Ilyxia dared not utter anything to him. Megatron did not recognize her, and she had no desire to be identified. It was prudent to keep her identity concealed. Ilyxia groped around the stones before lifting her gaze, illuminated by the faint light from Megatron's optical sensors, to observe the ceiling of the space above. It was entirely composed of piled stones. To escape, she would need to excavate Megatron alongside the debris. Ilyxia possessed the strength and means to extricate herself from this predicament. However, should Megatron witness her efforts, he would undoubtedly grow suspicious. Upon encountering Ilyxia, Megatron was taken aback by her apparent lack of discomfort. You might as well summon your Autobot companions to use their drill to expedite my end. Trust me, there is no better opportunity than now. You seem quite talkative for someone so unexpectedly surprised. Ilyxia pondered the best way to extract Megatron without arousing his suspicion. I possess no means of communication, and I certainly do not wish for your demise at this moment. If you were to perish, someone would feel sorrow. Sorrow? Who would feel sorrow? Upon hearing this, Megatron's CPU swiftly conjured several faces of past bodies, and a particular silver-green figure caused him to halt mid-sentence. Grinding his teeth, memories from centuries past collided with Ilyxia's words. His optics fixated intently on her. If you were to die, there would be a chance for sorrow. The echo of cheers from the Colosseum still lingered in the background as those words formed once more, now enveloped in fragmented memories and silence. Ilyxia, oblivious to Megatron's sudden stillness, heard the sound of the drill approaching, convinced it was Jack, and that it would soon unearth her. Thus, she crossed her legs and patiently awaited Jack's arrival. Megatron. For the first time, Ilyxia uttered his name with her carbon-based body, casting a glance at the drill that was about to break through the stone. Until we meet again. Boom! The tremendous sound of shattering stone accompanied a tremor. Yet Ilyxia did not see the drill's form. She quickly turned her head as Megatron's crimson optics rose higher and further, accompanied by the emergence of his towering body. Oh no, no need for a long-awaited reunion. Ilyxia's pupils dilated. She desperately wished for an ambulance to transport her away. She had been meaning to ask, if Red Spider had been seen, what of Ilyxia? Mickey burst from the mine, rushing towards Arsai. Pointing back at the cavern, we haven't seen her at all. Arsai frowned. What? I thought Ilyxia was with you. Jack was startled. We thought so too. I assumed Ilyxia had already been brought out by you. The panel rapidly shifted to reveal a hammer. Ilyxia must still be inside. Arsai quickly blocked the panel. No. Not only is Ilyxia inside, we have yet to see Megatron, correct? Arsai presented her theory. Jack stepped forward. I saw him before I met Mickey, but he didn't notice me. He was holding something and conversing with her. Jack's voice dwindled, and he realized the gravity of the situation. It's all my fault. I thought he was communicating with other Decepticons. At that moment, two piercing roars echoed overhead, causing Alcee and the others to glance up at the departing aircraft. Their hearts sinking. Ilyxia has been captured by the Decepticons, exclaimed Mechi in disbelief. Alcee pressed the communication button, requesting an ambulance to activate the land bridge. Her voice laced with exhaustion. Ilyxia has been taken by Megatron. The ambulance, listening to the transmission from a base, responded with shock. What? Standing silently beside them, Optimus Prime narrowed his optical sensors, his demeanor turning icy. Chapter 11. Welcome aboard the Nemesis. Ilyxia despised visiting unfamiliar places, especially as a carbon-based life form aboard the Nemesis, where even the slightest adversary could easily overpower her. However, she found a modicum of solace in the presence of a few familiar faces, well, familiar machines. Ilyxia, the crimson-painted knockout, exclaimed as he spotted her in the control room, his mouth agape in astonishment. What are you doing here? Confined within a transparent glass container, Ilyxia replied. It's a long story. Megatron raised an eyebrow, glancing down at her. Ah, It seems there's an old acquaintance of yours here. He emphasized the words, old acquaintance, prompting Ilyxia to swiftly shift her gaze between Knockout and Megatron, her mind racing. Yes, he is indeed my friend. We met not long ago. Megatron scoffed. In that case, this will save some effort. Knockout, from today onward, you shall oversee Ilyxia. She will make an excellent captive. A captive? Sir, aren't captives usually in interrogation rooms? Knockout replied, perplexed. Ilyxia shot him a disapproving glance. Are you really eager to see me imprisoned? Knockout quickly shook his head. I didn't say that. Staying in your medical bay will be far safer than being in an interrogation room, Ilyxia retorted. Megatron smirked. I trust the Autobots won't be so dull as to storm the office of an unarmed medic to rescue a hostage. Ilyxia muttered. Why does that bucket of bolts always speak in such long-winded sentences? I heard that. Megatron bellowed. The corridors of the Nemesis felt both expansive and daunting to Ilyxia. The vastness so overwhelming that she could barely see the base of the walls. I must say, Knockout, this battleship is enormous. How has such a hunk of metal been flying above Earth for so long without anyone noticing? Knockout slowed his pace, contemplating her question before responding. Ilyxia, are you trying to extract information from me? Who would want to extract information from you? Ilyxia tapped Knockout's stabilizer covering, producing a resonant thud. I'm simply passing the time. Megatron crushed my phone. Hey, be careful with my paint. Knockout retorted. But if you were trying to extract information, it wouldn't matter. As I'm merely a medic. The ship's stealth capabilities are not my domain, so all I can tell you is that it's marvelous Cybertronian technology. Thank you for your defeat, allowing me, this insignificant human, to witness the grandeur of Cybertronian technology, remarked Ilyxia with a hint of sarcasm. The Decepticon chuckled heartily, completely dismissing her tone. It is indeed my honor to welcome the most skilled human in polishing to my medical chamber. He paused with Ilyxia at a corner. As the massive iron doors slid open, with a gesture of invitation, he said, After you, milady, accustomed to the banter of various jests. Ilyxia appeared to have lost her will and means to resist. She stepped into the medical room, the door closing behind her. Ilyxia surveyed the facility, which was impressively equipped. Compared to the Autobot base, it felt almost primitive. A charging bed, a polishing machine, syringes, a microscope, a stabilizer, a calibrator. And you even have a separate laboratory. Ilyxia exclaimed in astonishment. Goodness, Decepticon, your office is quite expansive. Office? The Decepticon pondered, searching for the meaning of the human term within his CPU. Uh-huh. You mean a workplace, correct? Indeed. Lord Megatron is quite generous with resources. A medical officer like myself is indeed a rare commodity. He gestured towards Dead End, who had just emerged from the lab. Dead End and I are currently the only medical officers of the Decepticons. Ilyxia waved at Dead End. Good evening, Dead End. I've been abducted onto your warship. Dead End, visibly taken aback, blinked in disbelief, his optical sensors narrowing. Ilyxia. The Decepticon's reaction elicited laughter from his companion. Your response is strikingly similar to my earlier encounter with Lord Megatron. But why? What transpired? Dead End set aside the polishing machine and approached Ilyxia, leaning down to scan her form with his optical sensors. You seem to be covered in dust and sand. Ilyxia shrugged helplessly. We encountered an unexpected incident during a mission with the others. Who knew Megatron and Starscream would be in a mine? That iron-headed brute casually blasted a few times, causing the mine to collapse. I ended up buried under the rubble, and guess what? I was entombed alongside Megatron. Ilyxia clenched her teeth in frustration. Then he simply picked me up as if I were a collectible figure. A collectible figure. The Decepticon's laughter resonated loudly, prompting Ilyxia to cover her ears and deliver a playful punch to his stabilizer. What are you laughing at? If you keep this up, I'll make you present 2 episodes of My Little Pony before Megatron. Chapter 12. A game of words. I am so foolish, having committed a grave error. Starscream expressed his regrets in a manner that was both dramatic and uncharacteristic of his usually impassive demeanor, his brows arching to accentuate the vulnerability in his optical sensors. Soundwave stood before him, immobile, recording every word and gesture. Hey, Decepticon, how long do you think Starscream can remain subdued? Ilyxia leaned against the stabilizer of the fallen machine, captivated by the exaggerated performance of the Red Spider. How delightful it would be to have a bag of sunflower seeds, allowing her to munch while watching the spectacle. Knockout counted on his fingers, finally extending 3. I reckon it 1T exceed 3 days. Ilyxia chuckled softly. 3 days? More like 3 hours. You too. Do you not realize that conversing during another's penance is quite impolite? Enraged, the red spider's wings trembled as he strode over to Knockout, the sound of his high heels echoing dramatically against the ground. He shot a fierce glance at Knockout before leaning closer. And you a pitiable human. The moment he addressed her, Ilyxia stood at attention. It is a tremendous honor that Lord Megatron has allowed you to remain aboard the warship. Should you dare to cross my boundaries again, I shall crush you. Ilyxia listened calmly to the red spider's threats, blinking slowly before feigning fear and retreating behind the stabilizer. Peeking out cautiously, the red spider's fury intensified. You. Knockout intervened, blocking the red spider's gaze. Enough, Commander Red Spider. She is merely human. What does she understand? Do not retort with earthling phrases. Knockout. The red spider swatted Knockout's hand away, pointing at Ilyxia. Behave yourself. Do not entertain thoughts that your Autobot friends will come to your rescue. With that, the red spider stomped away in her high heels. Ilyxia looked up at Knockout. Why did he leave so abruptly? Perhaps Lord Megatron summoned him. As you know, he seldom dares to defy the Master's orders. Knockout replied. Initially, Knockout and Ilyxia had come to Soundwave to retrieve his laserbird, which required minor repairs due to some malfunctions. Soundwave was currently preoccupied with intelligence gathering, unable to divert his attention to the laserbird's repairs. As they watched the red spider depart, Soundwave finally turned his dark mask towards Knockout, extending his slender fingers to point at the laserbird lying on the ground nearby. Ilyxia understood that Soundwave was permitting them to take the laserbird. Subsequently, upon receiving a command from Megatron, Soundwave said nothing and strode toward the control room. Only Knockout and Ilyxia remained in the room. This is illogical. Soundwave would typically not neglect his laserbird. Ilyxia approached and picked up the laserbird. Its material was quite lightweight, albeit somewhat large. Yet a carbon-based being could manage to hold it with some effort. Knockout shook his head and shrugged. Soundwave is indeed a busy individual, aside from Lord Megatron. No one knows his next course of action. She examined the laserbird closely, finding no visible injuries, no external wounds. Could it be that the laserbird overindulged in energon and has entered a developmental phase? Knockout took the laserbird from Ilyxia. We shall take it to the medical bay and disassemble it to find out. You are absolutely right. A consensus was reached between one individual and one machine as they carried Ilyxia back to the medical room. As they passed the control room, they disregarded Megatron's piercingly loud inquiries that could shatter eardrums. Ilyxia, covering her ears, hurried ahead, while Knockout leisurely followed behind. I have grown accustomed to this. When Ilyxia inquired through her gaze why he remained unfazed by such sounds, Knockout replied. As Ilyxia observed Knockout placing the laserbird on the examination table, she climbed onto a small box tucked into the corner, asking, is Megatron always this irritable? This box, brought over by Dead End, was just the right height for Ilyxia to use as a stepping stool. Knockout, looking down as he connected a tube to the laserbird, responded, not exactly. One could say Lord Megatron is somewhat capricious, though the frequency of his temper is generally quite stable. Ilyxia cast a puzzled look in response. What a peculiar expression. Has the Cybertronian vernacular evolved after so many years? It meant that for the most part his emotions were stable, and Knockout flashed Ilyxia's smile. Don't you carbon-based life forms yearn to forge a bond with such individuals? From now on, I shall sever ties with carbon-based beings, Ilyxia retorted, rolling her eyes. You need to spend less time in internet cafes. Knockout feigned innocence as he diverted his gaze, refocusing on the examination of the laserbird. Oddly, all readings were stable, yet there were issues with energy absorption. After pondering for a moment, Knockout decided to abandon the thought, redirecting his mischief toward Ilyxia. Ilyxia was perched on the edge of the box, swinging her feet and staring blankly into space, when she was suddenly lifted by Knockout, who pinched her under her arms with 2 fingers. What are you doing? Little human scientist, the task of solving this conundrum now falls to you, Knockout said with a smile, tossing the problem to Ilyxia. She was so taken aback that she couldn't muster any curses. Her mouth opened in disbelief. But she ultimately surrendered. With a long sigh, the carbon-based individual with black hair chose to shield her extraterrestrial friend. As she turned to face the screen under Knockout's expectant gaze, she scanned it briefly and pointed to one of the values. The issue lies with the laser bird. It doesn't eat. Huh. Now, it was Knockout's turn to be perplexed. Ilyra explained earnestly. What I mean is that the laser bird is somewhat malnourished. A standard super energy entity would not suffice for its needs unless it consumes a type of aggregate super energy entity. Her voice dropped as she uttered the term aggregate super energy entity. As a thought struck her, and she turned to Knockout. Knockout, are you not going to press me for the formula to produce the aggregate super energy entity? Knockout immediately took a step back. That has nothing to do with me. Ilyra, I am merely following orders from Soundwave. Ilyra clenched her teeth. Isn't it abundantly clear that you're trying to extract my formula? She despised being compelled to relinquish her knowledge in such a manner. Yet, the thought of the reasons behind the invention of the aggregate super energy entity caused her resolve to waver. This was originally a gift intended for Lord Megatron, but due to the divergence of two timelines, this present has arrived centuries late. Inside the control room, Megatron observed the real-time surveillance footage transmitted from Soundwave's visor, feeling a rare sense of relief. Regardless of the identity of this carbon-based life form, acquiring the equation for the fusion of hyper-energy matter was imperative. Chapter 13. A tribute to the legendary equationist. Ilyra, the equation for the fusion of hyper-energy matter is exceedingly intricate. Should Ilyra relinquish it, Soundwave could download it into his database within half a second. Ilyra possessed unwavering faith in Soundwave's capabilities, having witnessed them firsthand. I cannot assist with this, Ilyra remarked coldly, directing her gaze away from Knockout. I have already provided you with a piece of hyper-energy matter. You should retrieve the solution to the equation from that. With that, Ilyra dismounted the medical platform and perched herself once more on the edge of small crate, lowering her head to avoid looking at Knockout. With a sigh, Knockout replied, Very well, darling. It seems this time I have truly put you in a difficult position. Do not call me darling, Ilyra retorted sharply. Oh, I assumed you liked that term. After all, you did not object when I used it before. Noticing Ilyora's sudden silence, Knockout glanced at the surveillance in the corner of the laboratory and chose to quietly carry the laser bird out of the lab. The laboratory was situated behind a door within the medical room. After exiting, Knockout sighed again, raising his optical lens to focus on the surveillance of the medical room. Lord Megatron, I told you this method would not work. In the control room, Megatron raised an eyebrow at Soundwave, who was observing everything through the footage. He instructed Soundwave to sever the connection to the surveillance feed. This implies that this human may indeed possess knowledge of the equation for the fusion of hyper-energy matter. Upon hearing Megatron's words, Soundwave promptly displayed photographs of the hyper-energy matter Ilyra had previously gifted to Knockout, alongside images of the hyper-energy matter housed in the Ilyxia laboratory on Cybertron. The similarity between the two pieces of hyper-energy matter was striking, with the one given to Knockout evidently exhibiting a higher degree of completion. After reviewing the images, Megatron nodded, saying, You are correct, Soundwave. Perhaps this diminutive carbon-based life form can assist us in locating our long-lost friend. In that case, continue to monitor this human. Document all her actions aboard the Decepticon warship. On the Decepticon warship, where the concept of day and night was non-existent, Ilyra found herself unable to discern whether it was day or night from any windows, and thus had no knowledge of how many days had passed since her abduction. Following the incident regarding the hyper-energy matter equation, Ilyra remained silent for a time. However, her friendship with Knockout proved resilient, and before long, they reconciled, as she understood that it had not been Knockout's decision, but Megatron's, when the day inevitably arrived for her to return to her drifting body in the cosmos. The first thing she would do is deliver 3 punches to Megatron. The battleship of the Decepticons was perpetually shrouded in shadows, adorned in dark hues, and the absence of a clear distinction between day and night had thoroughly disrupted Ilyora's biological clock. At times, she would slumber for merely 3 hours, while on other occasions, she found herself in a deep repose for over a dozen hours. Concern gnawed at her that her fragile corporeal form might unexpectedly succumb to some dire fate. Today was no different. Upon awakening from her small alcove, Ilyra felt a persistent ache in her head and a soreness in her throat, as if the onset of a cold loomed. She gently caressed her flat abdomen. Since her arrival aboard the Decepticon vessel, she had gone without sustenance for an extended period. Although she remained a Cybertronian, even one of her kind required the consumption of energon. The mere fact that her carbon-based shell had endured this long was a marvel in itself. Megatron would undoubtedly deny her any food, but perhaps Breakdown could discreetly venture out and procure something for her. With this thought in mind, Ilyxia ran her fingers through her hair, tossed aside the small blanket that Breakdown had lent her a few days prior, and leapt from her makeshift bed, striding towards the exit. The box contained not only the blanket, but also a miniature data pad crafted by Soundwave, allowing her to jot down notes with a storage capability and a communication function designated solely for internal Decepticon use. However, Ilyxia had made slight modifications, endowing it with some mysterious communication abilities, though its limited capacity rendered it nearly useless to her. Ah, the Sleeping Beauty awakens. Breakdown declared from his workstation. Preoccupied with some task, his gaze fixed downward. I just returned from a mission. Soundwave is currently briefing Lord Megatron, and I must depart shortly. True to form, Breakdown soon received a message from Megatron and promptly stepped out of the medical bay. Before leaving, he glanced back at Ilyxia and pointed to a small bag in the corner. I guess you hadn't eaten in days, so I took a moment to bring you something back. I must be on my way. With that, Breakdown left in haste. The Decepticons had been exceedingly busy, to the extent that Breakdown, as the medic, was frequently summoned to the command center. Ilyxia, however, was indifferent to their affairs. Her sole concern lay with the food Breakdown had brought her. Clutching her stomach, she opened the bag to find a familiar fast food meal of burgers and fries, a choice she would have never made in the past. Yet, now she had little alternative. Ilyxia eagerly devoured several fries and then voraciously consumed the hamburger, pausing only when her stomach felt satisfyingly full. Only then did her attention shift to Breakdown's workstation. Grateful for her dear friend, she considered him undoubtedly the finest Decepticon in the universe. Ordinarily, she would be the first to examine his workspace, as she held a keen interest in scientific pursuits, having previously collaborated with Shockwave before becoming a gladiator. Gazing at the screen displaying Cybertronian text, she read aloud each word. Synthesis of energon? The formula appeared incomplete. Was Breakdown researching this? Ilyxia pondered that perhaps this was the essence of the minor subject she wished to investigate. The Decepticon battleship required an immense quantity of energy sources, and considering the dwindling reserves of energy matter on Earth, it was quite understandable to seek the synthesis of such energy. Consequently, she wheeled a small box to the laboratory and climbed onto the workbench, tapping the keyboard with her feet. The sensitivity is quite commendable. I can even formulate equations with my toes. Recalling the previous endeavor of aggregating energy matter, as well as the food left in the corner, Ilyxia felt a twinge of guilt toward her friend. In light of this, as a companion, I shall assist him in completing this task. I must hasten to examine Raffi's components and critical metrics. Oh no, my tools are all wrong. The ambulance, in a state of frantic disarray due to Raffi being struck into unconsciousness by Megatron's dark energy matter, felt overwhelmed. Lacking understanding of humanity and technology, he was so exasperated that he discarded his medical instruments. If only Ilyxia were here. I shall contact my mother. Jack picked up his phone, ready to make the call. The ambulance interjected. Your mother is not familiar with energy matter. Jack immediately retorted. And how much do you know about the human body? The ambulance fell silent, its CPU flashing through various medical procedures, all tailored for Cybertronians, none applicable. Wait a moment. There's another way. The ambulance's core lit up with hope as it saw Jack finish his call with Nurse Darby. It quickly addressed him. Jack, do you still have Ilyxia's contact information? Jack hesitated for a moment. Yes, but isn't she on the Decepticon battleship now? Regardless, attempt to reach out. Ilyxia always finds a way to survive. Perhaps this time she has left us something, much like the ointment she provided last time. Chapter 14. The My Little Pony datapad. What use does this datapad have besides watching My Little Pony? This was Ilyxia's initial reaction upon receiving the datapad brought by Deadlock, having spent an indeterminate number of days aboard the Decepticon battleship. Facing either Deadlock or Deadfire while engaging in medical research, she finally succumbed to boredom, yearning to watch the complete My Little Pony series along with the Equestria Girls movie. She then fainted in Deadlock's laboratory, sleeping for 2 days and nights. Alarmed, Deadfire and Deadlock hastily applied for a datapad for Ilyxia. The application first reached Soundwave. After scrutinizing it for 3 seconds, unhesitatingly forwarded it to Megatron. No other machine knew what Megatron was thinking, but within a day, the request for a datapad for Ilyxia was approved. Megatron remarked, Good taste. After Soundwave conveyed these words to Ilyxia, he presented her with the datapad, which had been specially prepared with all episodes of My Little Pony prior to delivery. However, at present, the data panel has assumed to function beyond merely storing data and allowing for the viewing of the entire My Little Pony series. Ilyxia possesses a peculiar habit. She enjoys working while watching animations, even writing equations in this manner. In the past, during the battles at the Karen Coliseum, she would occasionally listen to music for added inspiration. The data panel was placed beside her keyboard, containing her favorite episode of My Little Pony. Ilyxia was diligently typing away, finding the formulation of the super energy entity a tad too simplistic compared to the composite super energy entity. She could comprehend this, as the composite super energy entity was born during the golden age of Cybertron, and the technology available on present-day Earth seemed somewhat avant-garde. Let me see. It appears I am only missing the final component. Ilyxia squinted at the screen, realizing that direct calculations could no longer suffice and that she required the assistance of the data panel. Thus, she set aside her keyboard and picked up the data panel, pausing the animation. However, upon glancing at the communication panel, she was met with an astonishing message. Ilyxia's heart raced as she instinctively flipped the data panel over to shield it with her body, glancing around to ensure no one else was present before carefully reading the message. Rafi has been struck by Megatron's dark, super energy entity. He is currently unconscious. The ambulance has sent me to inquire if you have any methods to assist Rafi. Although I know contacting you may be futile, if you see this, please find a way to respond. Oh my goodness. Ilyxia read the message repeatedly, her eyes nearly popping out. How on earth did Jack manage to send her this message? Oh, it seems she had previously aligned the frequencies of the data panel with her own phone during a moment of idleness. So, this communication was sent from Jack's phone. Ilyxia's grip on the edge of the data panel tightened unconsciously. She could not respond to Jack, as the communication function of the data panel was restricted to messaging only the Decepticon channel. Boom! At that moment, commotion erupted outside the medical room, accompanied by the sound of heavy objects scraping against the floor of the battleship. Ilyxia quickly lifted her gaze towards the door of the medical room. What on earth is happening? Suddenly, the noise ceased. Confused, Ilyxia set the data panel down and jumped off her workstation, intending to investigate. As she approached the door, a slender figure suddenly appeared before her. Ilyxia halted in her tracks. Hello? Soundwave? Soundwave looked down at Ilyxia, his dark visor obscuring any discernible expression. He turned his visor towards the workstation, where Ilyxia's unfinished super energy entity formula lay prominently displayed. Noticing Soundwave's gaze fixate on the workstation, Ilyxia felt a twinge of guilt. The communication message on the data panel was still open. However, Soundwave did not take any action. He redirected his attention to Ilyxia, pointing a finger at the incomplete equation. Ilyxia nodded vigorously. Yes, I will attend to it right away. With that, she wasted no time, sprinting back to the workstation, not daring to glance back at Soundwave. She could manage a few words in the presence of Megatron, but faced with Soundwave, she truly faltered. She was genuinely afraid that if she spoke any further, her secrets would be revealed. Fortunately, Soundwave had departed the medical bay, leaving just as Ilyxia was preparing to resume her duties. Meanwhile, a partition that had been transmitted to the Arctic by Soundwave sent a communication to the ambulance. Ambulance, please establish a land bridge. I've been deceived by Soundwave. Optimus Prime instructed me to locate Ilyxia, but I have failed. I no longer expect the communication panel to relay a message to Jack. Ilyxia paced within the medical bay, clutching the data pad. Currently, the only device capable of sending communications was the one in the medical bay. It was impossible for her to sneak out in search of another means of communication. The entire warship was teeming with Decepticon minions, and her carbon-based body could not fight its way through. If she utilized the communication function of the medical bay, she could only hope that Megatron was preoccupied and that Soundwave was not monitoring this location. Taking a deep breath, Ilyxia knew she could not guarantee the safety of this communication. All she could do was attempt to encrypt the frequency of her signal to make it more challenging for Soundwave to decipher. Though she was unsure of the coordinates of the Autobot base, she pinpointed Jack's mobile phone coordinates and sent him several audio messages. Jack, this is Ilyxia. There's no time for lengthy explanations. Have the ambulance use the energy form to neutralize the dark energy within Rafi. That should help him recover. I don't know how long I could transmit audio, so I've said all I can. If Rafi has external injuries, apply the ointment I previously gave you. Do not use it for internal injuries, as it is not meant for ingestion. Also, I'm currently confined in the back and can only hear a series of static noises. Damn it, Jack exclaimed, pressing his phone multiple times, yet the static remained unchanged. This phone needs replacing. The audio had been cut off. Soundwave was particularly adept at this. The ambulance was busy preparing a laboratory for Rafi on the floating screen, typing away and instructing, quickly, get Rafi into the lab. Hurry. Chapter 15. The unyielding Ilyxia. Uncertain if Jack had received her communication, Ilyxia stood distracted at the workstation, her fingers slowing significantly on the keyboard. She was unsure if she would receive any further messages from Jack. She had no idea if the audio she just sent would be received. Oh dear, this is troubling. I suspect that Megatron may be experiencing some neurological issues. The sound of footsteps approached, and a familiar voice greeted her. It seems the little scientist is hard at work. Ilyxia glanced down, typing the final letter. You've arrived. This equation still requires experimentation and testing. It cannot yet be deemed final. The familiar figure raised an eyebrow, and upon hearing Ilyxia's words, lifted his optics to the screen. The previously pristine display was now filled with equations, most of which he had never encountered before. Good heavens, you actually completed it. With a triumphant gait, he dashed towards the workbench, astonished as he confirmed that the equation had reached its final punctuation mark. He turned to Ilyxia, incredulous. Did you accomplish all of this by yourself? Indeed, it was solely my endeavor, though it is not yet the final version. The equation still requires refinement, Ilyxia replied, stifling a yawn as she leapt down from the workbench. The formula for synthesizing the hyper-energy entity is not particularly difficult. The experiment itself poses the true challenge. She looked up at him, hands on her hips, lamenting, you cannot fathom how terrifying it was just moments ago. Soundwave moves with such eerie silence. I was diligently crafting the equation when I suddenly heard a commotion in the corridor. Curious, I approached the door, only to find Soundwave standing there, utterly still. It nearly frightened the life out of me. Upon hearing Ilyxia's tale, he chuckled several times. Soundwave has always been this way. As an intelligence officer, he conducts himself with utmost stealth. At this rate, I shall surely suffer a cardiac arrest right here, Ilyxia muttered, clambering back onto the box to sit. Feeling fatigued, she lowered her voice. By the way, where have you been? Polishing Megatron, perhaps? No. Lord Megatron hardly has the luxury of time for such services. He secured and encrypted the equation Ilyxia had crafted. Lord Megatron has been relentlessly searching for the blood of a cosmic emperor, the essence of dark hyperenergy, only to discover that it lies beneath our very feet in the Earth's core. He shrugged. Now, Lord Megatron has decided to personally seek out the cosmic emperor. I'm merely a medic trying to steal a moment of respite. Ah, dark hyperenergy. No wonder you all have been so busy. Ilyxia sighed, her head drooping as she sat atop the box. I haven't quite occupied myself, so much so that I feel as though I'm seeing double. Her voice conveyed a palpable frailty. Ilyxia? He furrowed his brow, calling her name, but received no response. Noticing something was amiss with Ilyxia, he immediately crouched down and scanned her entire body with the device in his hand. Just as the instrument displayed its results, Ilyxia suddenly toppled forward. Hey. Startled, he caught her with his hands, feeling the unique warmth of a carbon-based lifeform. Seeing this, Deadlock swiftly approached to support Ilyxia. Deadlock, be careful. That surface is too large for her. Place her on the workbench. Deadlock halted his motion of laying Ilyxia on the recharging bed, quickly adjusting to gently place her on the workbench, ensuring to cushion her with a blanket. What is wrong with her? Deadlock inquired with concern. He showed Deadlock the results from the scanner. Her condition is not favorable. She is utterly exhausted. Fainting is her body's way of protecting itself. Since her arrival aboard the Decepticon warship, she has been experiencing mental fatigue, sleep deprivation due to her disrupted circadian rhythm, and malnutrition stemming from irregular meals, among a host of other issues. Any single symptom would be enough to torment an ordinary human to the brink of despair. It is indeed miraculous that Ilyxia has only now succumbed to unconsciousness. However, one must pivot the conversation. Her body seems to be undergoing a remarkable self-repair. And quite swiftly at that. What a perplexity. Is the human capacity for self-healing truly this rapid? Upon awakening, Ilyxia finds herself gazing at a familiar ceiling. The drab ceiling of a laboratory, adorned in its customary somber hues, illuminated by the cold glow of fluorescent lights. The only notable difference lies in the softness beneath her head and body. After staring at the ceiling for a period, she touches the mattress and pillow that have seemingly appeared beneath her, and it takes a while for her to muster the courage to lift the blanket and sit up. Did the Decepticons procure a mattress and pillow from the human realm, or could they have been outright seized? Though it seems unreasonable for them to raid a supermarket merely for bedding, that is merely a stereotype associated with the Decepticons. The laboratory is devoid of life. Neither Decepticon nor Deadlock is present. Ilyxia sniffs, feeling her throat less sore and her head no longer spinning. She approaches the medical room, only to find it still devoid of any machinery. How odd. Is Deadlock still in the command center? Typically, he spends his time in the medical room, and even when engaged with Megatron, his absence is seldom prolonged. Ilyxia glances at the workstation screen, noting that a considerable amount of time has elapsed since the last operation. A few steps forward leads her to the medical room's door. She vaguely recalls being denied permission to leave the medical quarters. With little hope, she passes through the door, intending to investigate the situation at the other workstation. To her surprise, the metallic door suddenly emits a sound and slowly swings open. Ilyxia blinks at the ajar entrance. Hesitantly, she takes a couple of steps forward, confirming that the door is not playing a juvenile trick of pretending to let you out while actually trying to crush you. Breathing in the fresh air of the corridor, she momentarily feels as though she is dreaming. Is it truly possible that she has been granted freedom? Chapter 16. The bashful man today. The Decepticon warship seems unusually quiet. Even the corridors are devoid of minions. As Ilyxia traverses the vast expanse of the warship, she realizes it has been so long since she last left the medical room that she has almost forgotten the sheer scale of the Decepticon vessel. The journey from the medical room has taken quite some time, and still, she has yet to encounter another machine, not even a patrolling minion. The entire corridor is eerily silent. How peculiar. The dark-haired human clutches the data pad she had requested, and Ilyxia thinks it unwise to roam aimlessly. She must first inquire about Deadlock's whereabouts. Ilyxia, where are you? Ilyxia, I have not seen you since I awoke. Knockout. Good morning, my dear. Knockout, I am still in the control room with Deadlock. Ilyxia, do not call me my dear. Knockout. Very well, my dear. Ilyxia, you had better not sleep on the charging bed tonight. Keep both your eyes on watch. Otherwise, I shall strip your paint. Knockout. Oh no, I'm sorry. Ilyxia, forget it. I shall head to the control room to find you now. Ilyxia, is anyone else in the control room? Knockout. Yes, Soundwave and Black Widow are here. If you arrive in time, you might witness their rare encounter. Knockout. The control room is not far from the medical bay. You should be able to find it after a few turns. Ilyxia, I must go then. Ilyxia wandered along the wall, navigating through a series of turns until she finally arrived at the fabled entrance of the control room. Flanking the large door stood a pair of Decepticon guards. Upon seeing Ilyxia approach, they made no move to hinder her entry, unlike the first day she had arrived on the warship. Ilyxia was not unfamiliar with the control room. She had observed it for a considerable time when she was first confined in a canister by Ironhide. This time, she felt much more at ease, scanning her surroundings and immediately spotting the striking transformer. She sprinted over to Knockout's side, her gaze fixated on Black Widow. Hey, Knockout, what is Black Widow doing? Knockout glanced down at the petite Ilyxia. She is futilely attempting to imitate tarantulas. Lord Megatron has just departed to seek the Cosmic Emperor, and she has begun her speech. Black Widow's voice was mellifluous, especially in contrast to her combat with RC. She was addressing the gathered minions below with an insurrectionist speech. At this juncture, Earth has become a failed experiment. Knockout, observing the familiar scene, could not refrain from speaking. Commander Black Widow, you cannot be suggesting we abandon Lord Megatron? Black Widow glanced at Soundwave, who was engrossed in his tasks. Soundwave has employed various methods, yet remains unable to detect Megatron's signal. He has either surrendered or perished. Both scenarios detrimental to the Decepticons' advancement. Therefore, I believe it prudent to seek alternative alliances, unless you possess a superior suggestion. Black Widow relinquished the floor to the minions below, who exchanged glances, none daring to step forward with a response. Ilyxia and Knockout exchanged a look, the latter shrugging. Ilyxia pondered for a moment before speaking. You sound remarkably like tarantulas, as though you intend to usurp and betray Megatron. She stepped forward, facing Black Widow alone. The inability to detect a signal does not imply that Megatron has returned to the All-Spark. Did he not venture to find the Cosmic Emperor? Is it not possible that the signals, they're simply too unstable? The Black Widow focused her optical lens on Ilyxia, letting out a soft chuckle. Is this not our little captive? I am aware of your skills in polishing. However, the current circumstances do not permit you to voice your thoughts. With a sly smile, the Black Widow summoned an arm from behind her, extending it menacingly towards Ilyxia's chest, threatening, I could extract your heart at any moment, should I wish to. At that moment, Soundwave, unable to bear the Black Widow's treachery, deliberately made loud footsteps. The Black Widow turned her head sharply, her tone icy. Do you have any objections? Soundwave? Soundwave merely responded with silence, his dark visor betraying nothing. The Black Widow, thoroughly provoked, contemplated using force to subdue Soundwave, yet underestimated his immense power. In just 2 moves, he had her pinned to the ground, his grip tightening around her neck until her head met the cold surface. And it was only then that she realized she was being decisively overpowered. With a sense of defeat, the Black Widow surrendered. I yield. Soundwave silently withdrew his hold and turned back to his task of searching for the signal of Megatron. Knockout, observing Ilyxia, remarked, be wary of such brooding types. Ilyxia nodded in agreement. Surely, the Black Widow does not think Soundwave would shy away from a fight? He was once. Knockout glanced at Ilyxia, eager for her to continue. Realizing her slip of tongue, Ilyxia quickly shut her mouth. No, it's nothing. Within the Autobot base, the medic, unable to detect any signals from Optimus Prime and his team, found a rare moment to converse privately with his human friends. Standing before the screen, he regaled them with tales from yesteryears. Miko displayed an evident curiosity regarding the past knowledge of the medic. What about Ilyxia? Wasn't she a friend of Optimus Prime and Megatron? Why does she seem to have so little involvement in this narrative? Indeed, Ilyxia, one was their friend, sharing a profound bond with Megatron, yet the early Orion packs had not yet met her. The medic began, before losing contact. Ilyxia, one was primarily active in the Kaon gladiatorial arena, rarely apart from Megatron. To outsiders, the name Ilyxia, one was almost always accompanied by his presence. Had Ilyxia, one remained, she would have likely joined the Decepticons, but Jack interjected with curiosity, but what? However, Ilyxia, one also shared Orion's perspective. The medic continued. She was not only a warrior, but also a highly skilled scientist, having invented the energy-absorbing technology on Cybertron. In the arena, Ilyxia, one was not merely a figure of brutal slaughter. Unlike Megatron, who sought to amplify his voice among the masses, she seemed to embody the balance between Megatron and Orion. Her sudden appearances in the arena appeared to be a quest for meaning in her existence and a desire for greater freedom in flight. The medic paused momentarily before adding, this is not merely her assertion, it is speculation from others. Rafi posed a question, was Ilyxia ever truly free? The ambulance shook its head. Before entering the arena, Ilyxia resembled more of a weapon. Her CPU contained nothing beyond combat capabilities and the scientific knowledge accumulated from the past. The reasons for her entrance into the arena remain shrouded in mystery. All I know is that she initially struggled with communication and was quite cold, only becoming more akin to a normal entity after encountering Lord Genteon. My knowledge of Ilyxia's past is limited. Orlane has only witnessed the latter half of her existence. Perhaps Lord Genteon has had the fortune to glimpse her earlier days. A hint of nostalgia flickered in the optical lens of the ambulance. I followed Optimus Prime and saw Ilyxia only a handful of times. After the war erupted, she vanished entirely. Optimus believed they would reunite, and I share that sentiment. Chapter 17. She chooses to indulge in Energon. You must admit, Soundwave exerts quite a force. After examining Black Widow's body with a scanner, he arrived at this conclusion. Most of the components in her upper body had slightly misaligned, and the bearings were in a similar state. Fortunately, he refrained from exerting further force, or else he would have injured her primal matter. Truth be told, Black Widow, do you really not require treatment? Black Widow stepped down from the recharge bed, casting a glance at Ilyxia, who stood at the workbench. No need. It's merely a minor injury. I am not as fragile as carbon-based life forms. Ilyxia, with her hands on her hips, turned around. Hey, can we avoid veiled insults, please? Black Widow chuckled lightly. I never specified which carbon-based life form I was referring to. Ilyxia shot her glare, resolving to affix an Autobot sticker on her arm the next time she lay on the recharge bed. It must be waterproof. Those are difficult to remove. Black Widow had no intention of lingering in the medical room. After a slight adjustment of her mechanisms, she stepped away. Ilyra watched her retreating figure, noting that one of Black Widow's arms had been misaligned by Soundwave and now hung askew behind her. To forego treatment like that. What a tough character, Ilyra mused. Indeed, Black Widow is quite a formidable machine, Dead End concurred, fully endorsing Ilya's remarks. Thankfully, such stubbornness regarding treatment is relatively common among the Decepticons. For instance, Starscream refuses to lie still for treatment 9 times out of 10. Soundwave placed the scanner prepared for Black Widow aside. Is there some kind of Cybertronian plague on the recharge bed? This group of machines refuses to lie down. Speaking of which, Ilyra. Soundwave recalled something. Shifting his attention to Ilyra, Lord Megatron has upgraded your permissions as a token of appreciation for your successful formulation of the synthetic energon. You are now free to come and go aboard the Decepticon warship. Ilyra widened her eyes in astonishment. What? Am I not a prisoner? Why does it feel as though I've been promoted? Soundwave shrugged. I cannot say for certain. This was conveyed by Lord Megatron before his departure. He also mentioned that this time, your communication with those human friends of yours will not be tolerated. What? He knew about that too. Is not Lord Megatron. But Soundwave. Knockout pointed at his own chest. Nothing aboard the warship escapes his notice, nor that of his laser beak. It is indeed miraculous that Lord Megatron has not done anything to you. Do you truly wish for him to take action against me? Elita, one glared at Knockout. Just how extensive are the privileges granted to Megatron? Elita, one was unsure. She only knew that she could freely enter and exit the command room, the medical bay, the storage, and the deck. Most rooms were accessible to her, even the energy chamber housing the super energy cores, which she could enter with a mere facial scan. Although she was puzzled as to how such a high-security area could recognize the face of a small human, she dismissed it, attributing it to the unique technology of Cybertron. It was nighttime, and the wind on the deck was frigid. Elita, one gazed out, spotting only the patrolling Decepticon minions. One of them strolled to the edge of the deck. Normally, a tall silver figure would be standing there, expressionless, surveying Earth. How long has Megatron been seeking the Cosmic Emperor? Why hasn't he returned yet? No. Why should I even care? Regaining her composure, Elita, one slapped her face, allowing the cold wind to awaken her senses before she re-entered the warship's cabin. When she emerged, Knockout was lying on a charging bed, in slumber after they had just extracted a small super energy core that morning. A bit of rest in the evening was well-deserved, which afforded Elita, one the opportunity to wander. The warship had 2 highly secure areas, the command room and the energy chamber, both of which she had access to. Standing before the entrance of the energy chamber, she exchanged glances with the 2 guards. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck her. 10 minutes later, the door to the energy chamber closed behind her. The guards stood scratching their heads in confusion, but that was no longer her concern. Sometimes, matters that cannot be resolved by brute force must be approached with intellect. Elita, one gazed at the towering piles of super energy cores before her and felt a twinge of thirst. Since Megatron had so many, using just a little wouldn't be an issue, would it? This was hardly a question. Meanwhile, Soundwave observed the human indulging in the super energy cores on the monitor, momentarily experiencing a rare glitch. Between preventing Elita, one from continued consumption that could lead to peril, and directly apprehending her for the command room, Soundwave chose to preserve the surveillance footage to show Lord Megatron later. At that moment, while indulging Elita, one felt as though countless eyes were upon her. Chapter 18. What exactly is similar? Knockout if you and Dead End had a child. I have a child with Knockout. Before Elita, one could finish her thought. Dead End, one of the subjects in question, abruptly dropped his work, exclaiming in shock, I do not have a child with Knockout. Elita, one immediately retorted. It's only a hypothetical. Do you understand what if means? Knock waved a hand to silence Deathfire, while the optical lens curiously focused on Ilyra. If Deathfire and I had a child, what then? Ahem, if you and Deathfire were to have a child born domestically, would they apply for a green card or a driver's license? Knock remained silent for a full minute. The entire medical room was enveloped in silence. Deathfire was deep in thought, Knock merely contemplative, while Ilyra awaited their responses. Knock was the first to restore the vocal buffer. Well, this is indeed a thought-provoking question. But Deathfire, and I do not have a child yet. Deathfire has yet to come around to that notion. This isn't about children. Deathfire, Nock exclaimed. This is about the green card and the driver's license. Haha, is the CPU burning out? Ilyra chuckled mischievously, raising a finger. Then, tell me, in Optimus Prime's eyes, does a human 4S shop equate to human trafficking? Hold on, Ilyra, Megatron is contacting us. Ilyra was taken aback. Megatron has returned? Before Ilyora's question could be answered, Nock gestured for silence towards her, as the screen displayed a communication channel for Megatron. He pressed the communication key and continued. Yes, Lord Megatron, I am here. You would like Ilyra to come to the command room now? Certainly, Lord Megatron, I shall bring her. You want her to come alone? Nock quickly agreed. Yes. Lord Megatron, I will ensure she comes. The communication ended, and Nock sighed towards Ilyra. All right, little scientist, the CPU conundrum discussion concludes here. You must now head to the command room to meet Lord Megatron. Please, I pondered that question for quite some time. Ilyra dejectedly jumped off the workbench, glancing back 3 times as she walked toward the door. By the way, what does Megatron want with me? Nock shook his head. Perhaps you will discover that upon reaching the command room, does Megatron typically command you all in this manner? More or less. We have grown accustomed to it. As Ilyra entered the command room, she sensed an unusual atmosphere today. Typically, the command room was bustling with activity, primarily occupied by Soundwave and a handful of minions, yet today, the presence of machines was notably sparse. Apart from Megatron, Black Widow, and Soundwave, the minions were conspicuously absent. Ilyra furrowed her brow, glancing around in confusion. Black Widow noticed Ilyra and, unusually, did not attempt to torment her. Instead, she respectfully stated, Lord Megatron, Ilyra has arrived. Is that so? Even more striking was Megatron's unexpectedly gentle tone. He turned to Ilyra, who stood not far off, and let out a low chuckle. Look, Orion. This is the native of this planet. Orion? Ilyora's heart skipped a beat. She suddenly felt hesitant to meet Megatron's gaze, yet she took a step closer. There seemed to be another machine in front of Megatron, its red and blue paint job strikingly familiar, sending a shock through Ilyora's heart. Could this be? In the next moment, the transformer known as Orion, summoned by Megatron, turned around. Megatron instinctively shifted aside to grant him a clear view. At the instant Ilyora's gaze met his, she was instantly taken aback. She stared into his cerulean optical lenses, her ears filled with a deafening roar, leaving only the sound of her own heartbeat. Orion? She was all too familiar with those optical lenses, yet they lacked the usual determination and resolve, replaced instead by an oceanic gentleness. The face was unmistakably that of Optimus Prime, yet adorned with a pair of lenses that belonged to Orion. Ilyra shut her eyes briefly, diverting her gaze to Megatron. Does he go by the name Orion? Megatron appeared to be in particularly high spirits as he nodded and introduced Ilyra to Orion. Orion, this is Ilyra. She is a human ally of the Decepticons on Earth and a symbol of our friendship with humanity. Ilyra nearly faltered in her composure upon hearing those words. Did you find that amusing when you said it? It seemed that this was Orion's first encounter with a human. He approached Ilyra, crouched down, and smiled with remarkable warmth. Hello, I am Orion Pax. Ilyra was momentarily dazzled by Orion's optical lenses. Why you? Hello. It's a pleasure to meet you. Orion stood up with a smile, jesting with Megatron. I think if Ilyxia were still here, she would surely take a liking to these humans. Megatron raised an eyebrow. His interest peaked as he fixed his gaze on Ilyra. Indeed, she certainly would. A cold sweat broke out on Ilyora's back. What kind of look was that for Megatron? Did he somehow know? No, given his demeanor. He should have confronted her by now, rather than letting her off the hook. Ilyra reassured herself internally. Is there a specific reason you sought me out? Ilyra finally recalled Megatron's orders. Surely, this introduction wasn't merely a pretext? Megatron chuckled softly. Of course not. From this day forth, Orion will be responsible for deciphering the secret files of the Iron Fortress, and you will be reassigned from the medical bay to assist Orion. Ilyra, are you satisfied with this adjustment? Well, now he was even being considerate. Ilyra couldn't help but admire Megatron's theatrical prowess. She had already internally critiqued him several times. Yet outwardly, she maintained a semblance of normalcy. I think it's quite good. After speaking, Ilyra turned her attention back to Orion, only to find him gazing at her as well. Upon catching her eye, Orion returned her gaze with a smile. Flustered, Ilyxia quickly averted her eyes. Orion continued to observe her, blinking his optical lenses, hesitantly speaking. Megatron, do you not think Ilyxia bears a resemblance to Ilyxia? What? Ilyxia immediately lifted her head, her eyes wide with disbelief. In what way do I resemble her? Chapter 19. I miss you. Olean, I am merely a human. The Ilyxia you speak of is someone I cannot claim to be. I am not her. Ilyxia attempted to elucidate. With a tone of regret, Olean replied, My apologies, Ilyxia. It was not my intention to mistake you for another. I understand that such a misidentification is rather impolite. However, you evoke a striking resemblance to her. Like Ilyxia, you possess a fondness for silver and green. Upon hearing Olean's words, Ilyxia froze in place. Indeed, she had failed to notice the colors of her attire until now. She resembled a marionette uncoated with oil, her movements stiff as she glanced down at her clothing. A light green t-shirt adorned with a silver jacket, complemented by pale trousers. She undeniably bore a resemblance to some silver-green-hued machine. Oh no, it truly is quite similar, Megatron scoffed with a derisive chuckle. Yes, she has yet to change her wardrobe, he remarked. Ilyxia blinked rapidly, swiftly conjuring a rebuttal in her mind. But you never provided me with any other garments. At her words, Olean turned his gaze towards Megatron, who, in an unusual display of silence, remained contemplative. Sensing an opportunity, Ilyxia thumped her chest, declaring, This is merely the default coloration of a human. What would a Cybertronian like you understand? Megatron clenched and then relaxed his fists, gritting his teeth as he replied, Defeating you will ensure I procure clothing for you. You had best change into it tonight. Olean's workshop resided within a moderately sized archive room. Surprisingly, Megatron had not stationed any guards in this area. However, upon a cursory glance, Ilyxia understood the rationale behind it. Adjacent to the archive was a heavily fortified energy repository, rendering this merely an illusion of a relaxed working environment for Olean. His task involved deciphering the secret documents of Fortress, and apart from that, there was little else. Ilyxia, as his assistant, was responsible for organizing the document catalog. After briefing Olean on the pertinent matters, Megatron departed the archive, leaving only Olean and Ilyxia behind. Ilyxia stood in a corner, observing Olean's silhouette. Half of his profile was illuminated by the purple glow emanating from the archive screens, while his azure optical lenses retained their deep blue hue, untouched by any other color. Every time Ilyxia returned from the arena, she would habitually seek out Olean in the Fortress archives. Prior to meeting Olean, her routine involved returning home for an energon bath or accompanying Megatron to a bar for a couple of high-purity drinks. A visit to an archive was unthinkable. Ilyxia would wipe away the energon fluid from her exoskeleton before entering the archives. Her footsteps softened as she approached, despite garnering attention from other machines upon entering. She felt no surprise and walked directly toward Olean. Good evening, Olean, the silver-green-hued Ilyxia greeted as she approached him, softly calling his name. Olean set down his datapad, lifted his gaze, and smiled at Ilyxia, replying, Good evening. Her gaze lingered for a moment on the energy liquid of her exosuit, and Olean continued. Have you just returned from the arena? Ilyxia nodded. Yes, today marks the day of rank adjustments. I faced Jin Tianzun in a match. After a prolonged struggle, we could not determine a victor, resulting in a draw, so my ranking remains unchanged. I am still in third place. Ilyxia shrugged in resignation. It seems my rank will not alter for quite some time. I suppose you won't witness my ascent to the top. Olean offered a comforting pat on her shoulder. Expressing concern, I am not particularly troubled by your rank. My primary concern lies with your well-being. Ilyxia chuckled lightly. I am unscathed. What harm could befall me? The energy liquid on my exosuit belongs to another machine. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Olean concluded their conversation. Ilyxia, wishing not to intrude on Olean's work, chose to stand quietly behind him, observing his endeavors. The archive screen of the Iron Fortress emanated a shade of blue, slightly lighter than Olean's optical lens, casting a hue upon his face that tinged his metallic visage with blue, though his optical lens retained its striking allure. Ilyxia watched him in silence. Ilyxia, are you well? Olean's voice drew near, yet the Olean before her remained silent. Puzzled, Ilyxia was startled when Olean's optical lens suddenly filled her entire field of vision. She blinked in surprise, rubbing her eyes. What's the matter, Olean? Kneeling on one knee, Olean gazed into Ilyxia his eyes, softly inquiring. You seemed lost in thought just now. Are you all right? I'm quite well. Ilyxia scratched her head. I apologize. I was merely reminiscing about an old friend, and it wasn't my intention to appear distracted. Do you require my assistance with anything? Olean smiled gently. Nothing of great importance. I simply noticed you seemed preoccupied and wanted to check on you. Regarding your old friend, I believe you and I share a resemblance. She bears a striking similarity to you. Ilyxia pondered this, feigning confusion. Is your old friend a Cybertronian? Olean nodded. Indeed, she adores silver and green. Her paint scheme closely resembles your attire. Moreover, she is a valiant warrior. Yet regrettably, we are unable to establish contact with her in this location. If she were here, I would dearly wish to tell her how much I miss her. Olean's voice was exceedingly tender, contrasting sharply with the praise of Optimus Prime. Yet the narrative perspective was strikingly similar. Were it not for their current setting aboard the Decepticon warship, Ilyxia might have believed herself to be dreaming. Olean's voice seemed to possess a certain enchantment, drawing Ilyxia's thoughts back to the past. She was transported to the golden age of Cybertron, to the Karen Arena, to the days when she could soar freely through the skies, memories brushing against her cheeks, slipping away beyond her grasp. She gazed at Olean's optical lens, silently reciting in her heart, I truly miss you as well, Orin. Chapter 20, Laser Bird. Megatron indeed kept his promise. That evening, Ilyxia donned a new outfit. Though it consisted merely of a fresh coat and trousers, the color remained unchanged, still green. Takedown deemed Ilyxia's ensemble quite appealing and found no fault with it. So he selected two similar pieces for himself. Coincidentally, Ilyxia genuinely adored green, and without hesitation, she changed into the attire. Upon seeing Ilyxia in her new clothes, Orin praised her profusely, rendering her shy. By the way, Orin, have you deciphered those files? Ilyxia did not forget her task. I cannot comprehend these documents, so I must inquire with you. This was the truth. Ilyxia lacked the skill to decode the Cybertronian codes. Her sole ability lay in categorizing the files according to the Cybertronian script, thereby facilitating Orin's organization of them. The files had not yet been fully decrypted. Orin retrieved the currently deciphered documents for Ilyxia's perusal. What could be established thus far was that these were a set of coordinates. I fear my skills may have dulled, as I have only managed to decode 2 clusters. The coordinates for the Iron Fortress comprise 3 clusters as a singular set. Judging by the progress displayed on the screen, Orin was nearing the completion of the 3rd cluster. You truly are remarkable. Ilyxia discreetly noted these coordinates. Though she was uncertain of their significance, Soundwave should have already transmitted the coordinates Orin had deciphered to Megatron. Orin seemed to discern Ilyxia's thoughts. He smiled and elucidated. These coordinates pertain to the relics of the Iron Fortress scattered across the Earth. Should Megatron acquire these relics, he could expedite the revival of Cybertron. Reviving Cybertron? The destruction of Earth seems more plausible. Ilyxia fixated on Orin's optical lens. Her lips parted as she grappled with how to articulate her thoughts. Should she reveal the true nature of Megatron to him? She was uncertain. She only recognized that she and Megatron shared a nostalgia for Orin. If there were ever a day when Orin transformed into Optimus Prime, why not allow the present Orin to remain a while longer? After all, she did not consider herself a leader or an individual of significance. She was merely Ilyxia, and permitting herself a touch of greed seemed harmless. Is that so? That sounds rather splendid. Ilyxia smiled. Perhaps she would confide in Orin another time. Orin was unable to leave the studio during work hours, as it was an order from Megatron, a directive he accepted with understanding. To Ilyxia, this felt akin to a subtle form of house arrest. However, Ilyxia was not bound by such constraints. She could still come and go freely aboard the warship. While Orin was engaged in his work, she would often meander about, seeking leisure in Takedown's company. Recently, my visits have become rather frequent, as Knockout crafted a short sword tailored to Ilyxia's size, which she has taken an immense liking to. Whenever she has a moment to spare, she rushes to Knockout to test the weapon. Today, after completing the final trial, Ilyxia was finally able to take the short sword home. This weapon poses little threat to a formidable foe like Megatron, which is why the Decepticon leader felt secure in allowing Knockout to create it. For an ordinary human like Ilyxia, it serves merely as a means of self-defense. Of course, that is assuming she remains an ordinary human. After accidentally skewering a laser bird in her excitement, she stood there, sword in hand, staring at the lifeless creature on the ground, her mind racing before emitting a sharp, shrill sound. 5 minutes earlier, Ilyxia had concluded her day's work, leaving the archives of Orion with her newly acquired short sword. Since becoming human, she had nearly forgotten the sensation of combat. The battles of the Cybertronians required no input from a carbon-based life form like herself. Even during her abduction to the Decepticon warship, she found no opportunity to engage in battle. The sword crafted by Knockout felt remarkably comfortable in her grip. A casual swing exuded power, with the hilt fitting her hand perfectly, allowing her to wield it with ease. She pondered when she might finally have the occasion to use it, twirling the sword in her hand like a child with a cherished toy. The Decepticon warship was usually quite tranquil, with patrolling soldiers maintaining a low profile. Megatron and Soundwave typically remained in the control room, leaving the corridors devoid of movement, except for Ilyxia. The only sounds were the faint rumble of the ship's engines. However, something felt different this time. Ilyxia paused as she began to perceive an unusual noise, reminiscent of small mechanical activity, gradually drawing closer. The black-haired human squinted, standing still to capture the source of the sound until it was nearly upon her. Ilyxia quickly pivoted, launching her attack without hesitation, but the newcomer was no easy target. It altered its flight path just before she could discern its form, evading her counterstrike. Her heart raced as she focused intently on its silhouette, slim, swift, accompanied by a high-pitched shriek. Yet it flew low, seemingly headed straight for her. Ilyxia furrowed her brow, tightening her grip on the sword. There was no time to analyze what this creature was. Her instincts urged her to win this confrontation. She propelled herself forward, feeling her legs grow lighter, her jumps soaring to just the right height as the air swept past her hair, leaving the moment behind. In an instant, it seemed as though the cheers from the Colosseum of Karen filled her ears. Ilyxia fixated intently on the wings of the laser bird, its purple metallic surface reflecting a chilling light. The bird's speed was astonishing, and her eyes could barely catch a glimpse of its radiance before it changed its direction of attack. Her heart raced, and her chest felt as if it were ablaze, a warmth spreading to her limbs, making them feel lighter. Ilyxia was familiar with this sensation. She chuckled softly, knowing that the laser bird was ultimately not a true avian creature. She had encountered the prowess of this mechanical entity long ago in Karen. Just as in the Colosseum, Ilyxia swiftly raised her hand. Her muscle memory outpaced her conscious thought. At that moment, her dagger became incredibly sharp. She struck down with precision, the blade making contact with a metallic object, creating a thunderous clang as metal met metal. The shock reverberated through her right hand, numbing it for several seconds. The laser bird, sensing the impending strike, defended itself, causing Ilyxia to be thrown off balance, stumbling back several steps as though she had misstepped on a stair. This human body had not yet experienced combat, and thus it fell short of Ilyxia's ideal state. Gasping, she looked up to see that she had severed one of the bird's wings, which lay on the ground, while the main body trembled, struggling to maintain flight. Ultimately, it succumbed to the force of her blow, crashing down with a resounding thud. Gripping her sword, Ilyxia approached the fallen laser bird, cautiously using the tip of her blade to flip it over and inspect its front. Only after confirming that the laser bird had lost its ability to move did she exhale in relief, the tension in her nerves finally easing. The fatigue in her right arm crept to her mind as she rotated her arm, attempting to stretch it. That startled me. What on earth attacked me? Ilyxia mumbled while stretching her arm, finally taking a moment to examine the creature before her. Returning to the present, Ilyxia's expression froze. She sheathed her weapon and hurriedly scooped up the laser bird along with its severed wing, racing towards the medical room for the incapacitated. You mustn't die, laser bird. I'll have the medic check your brain and body right away. Chapter 21. A familiar combat style. Did you do this? The medic incredulously pointed at the laser bird, which had been pierced through by Ilyxia, and at her severely worn dagger. Good heavens, did the laser bird provoke you? Don't blame me. The laser bird came straight at me. I was merely acting in self-defense. Ilyxia protested, feeling quite wronged. And while you're at it, check its brain too. I want to know why it suddenly attacked me. If I recall correctly, you intended to use the laser bird to test my energy convergence formula from the very beginning. So what was this about? Testing my combat prowess? The medic quickly waved his hands in denial. I had no such intention. I just returned from mission with Deadfire, and I haven't even had the chance to meet Lord Megatron yet. Ilyora crossed her arms, fuming, and cast a sidelong glance at the laser bird. I'm suddenly in the mood for roasted bird. The comatose laser bird. The fallen laser bird was scanned thoroughly. Its body had sustained evident severe injuries. However, its nervous system remained intact. It seemed that the sonic waves had slightly misaligned its programming, leading it to perceive you as an adversary. Indeed, roasting the bird appears to be the more prudent course of action, Ilyora remarked. The deactivated yet still auditory laser bird. Repairing the laser bird is no simple task, the fallen noted, pointing to its severed wing, feeling a headache coming on. By the way, is Soundwave aware of the situation? Ilyora shook her head. I am uncertain. Isn't the laser bird his second pair of eyes? He should have been informed. I still recommend reporting this matter to Lord Megatron. Deadlock interjected. The fallen nodded in agreement. Deadlock is right. Can we simply ask Soundwave directly? Soundwave seldom speaks. Do you think I would receive a prolonged silence or a jumbled recording in response if I inquired? The fallen gestured to mimic the shape of Soundwave's visor. Deadlock quipped. Perhaps it would be a compilation featuring Lord Megatron's voice. That does hold some merit, Ilyora whispered. Just as Ilyora intended to have the fallen initiate communication so she could speak directly with Megatron, unexpectedly, her own communicator buzzed in her pocket. Upon checking, she discovered it was a message from Orion. The fallen raised an eyebrow. Another late shift, is it? Orion has a query for me and requested my presence in the archives. Ilyora responded with a simple, all right, and stowed away her datapad. I shall take my leave now. Remember to repair the laser bird. Ilyora typically maintained a lenient attitude towards Orion. If it were anyone else requesting her to work overtime, she would undoubtedly radiate immense resentment and slink away in darkness. This time was different. When Orion asked her to meet after hours, it was merely a conversation between friends, not a chore. The archives were not far from the medical bay, and Ilyora arrived within minutes, sometimes feeling akin to a pinball, being bounced from one place to another. A regular person would surely go mad. Yet, ordinary individuals would not find themselves aboard a warship. Upon returning to the archives, Ilyora entered to find Orion engrossed in reviewing a file, which displayed the image of a mech that Ilyora recognized all too well. Is that not the Red Spider? Observing Orion's rapt attention, she broke the silence. What is the matter, Orion? Orion snapped back to reality, his optical visor widening in surprise as he turned to face Ilyora. With an apologetic tone, he said, I sincerely apologize for summoning you once more. It's quite all right. It's not too late. If need be, I can simply sleep here, Ilyora remarked, taking a few steps closer. So what is this all about? Orion turned to enlarge the photograph of the Red Spider for Ilyora. I discovered this individual in the warship's database. The file states his name is Red Spider, serving as Megatron's second-in-command. Yet, I have never seen him aboard the warship. Olean blinked with a pair of bewildered optical lenses. Ilyora, do you know who he is? I was kidnapped, invited? Ilyora scratched her head as she sought the right words. I haven't encountered Red Spider much since I was invited aboard the warship, so I'm not entirely certain, but I recall Knockout mentioning that he is indeed the deputy commander. Ilyora was not lying. She truly had only met Red Spider a handful of times. However, according to Megatron, Red Spider was, in fact, deceased. Ilyora fabricated a casual excuse, unexpectedly aligning with Megatron's assertion. Olean nodded, seemingly enlightened. So that's it. Megatron said the same. Ilyora sighed in relief, glad that Olean harbored no suspicions. Meanwhile, in the command room, Olean's multitude of questions posed a challenge for a data analyst. Megatron scrutinized the surveillance feed transmitted by Soundwave and remarked gravely, fortunately, Ilyora remains relatively compliant. Soundwave, have the battle data collected by Laserbeak been organized? Soundwave, standing nearby, nodded, and the screen instantly displayed footage of Ilyora's confrontation with Laserbeak. In the footage, Ilyora employed familiar techniques to subdue Laserbeak, whose left wing suffered severe damage, rendering it completely severed. In contrast, Ilyora merely endured a significant impact to her arm with no evident external injuries. The segment was brief, lasting less than 2 minutes, yet it sufficed. Megatron fixated on Ilyora, replaying the footage several times until, upon seeing her raise her hand to strike, a smile crept across his face. He chuckled softly. Ah, such a familiar fighting style, Ilyxia. Chapter 22. Sleep and dreams. Ilyora remained oblivious to the fact that her alias had been pierced by a certain individual with a metallic cranium. Having just relocated her bed from Knockout's quarters to Olean's archive room, Olean curiously approached, pointing at the mattress and blanket, struggling to comprehend their purpose. This is a mattress, akin to the charging beds you rest upon. This is a blanket, which we cover ourselves with. Unlike you Cybertronians, our human bodies require such coverings to retain warmth. Ilyxia explained to Olean. However, as times have evolved, blankets serve not only to preserve heat, but also to enhance comfort during sleep. Moreover, humans are rather complex. Some take a long time to fall asleep, while others can drift off instantaneously. As she spoke, Ilyxia pulled back the blanket and lay down. For instance, With that, Ilyxia promptly closed her eyes and fell into slumber. Olean was momentarily taken aback. Her speed of falling asleep surpassed even his quick shutdown. However, he quickly regained his composure, noting the archive room's commendable soundproofing. After a moment's thought, he adjusted the screen brightness to ensure it was not overly glaring. Olean smiled gently at Ilyxia's sleeping visage. "Good night," he uttered softly, his voice tender. Ilyxia was indeed correct. Some humans do fall asleep remarkably quickly. However, for the Cybertronians, aside from shutting down and forced hibernation, their organic sleep cycles vary considerably. Megatron seldom finds the leisure to recline upon a charging bed and rest for a moment, as he is the leader of the Decepticons, burdened with an overwhelming array of responsibilities. The 24 hours of Earth are utterly insufficient for his tasks. Fortunately, the joints and components of Cybertronians are remarkably resilient, capable of enduring continuous operation for hundreds or even thousands of years. The body is the essence of revolution, and Megatron understands this principle well. He lies on the charging bed, closing his optical sensors, and soon drifts into slumber. Unlike humans, Cybertronians dream more like a replay of data retrieved from their CPUs. Today, Megatron-S recollection brings forth a conversation with a silver-green painted mech, who blinked her light green optical sensors as she earnestly regarded him. She replied, "I have already mentioned that I was merely a weapon used to protect something. My CPU contains nothing but combat-related memories." Megatron recalled this dialogue took place after he and Ilyxia had become friends. By that time, Ilyxia had already garnered fame as a star in the gladiatorial arena, with numerous admirers drawn not only to her prowess, but also to her striking paintwork. Megatron opened his mouth, seemingly attempting to say something. His vocalizer vibrated for a moment, but the words eluded him. He merely felt his spark growing somewhat heated and his core restless. After contemplating Megatron-S words, Ilyxia responded, "No, I no longer remember what it was that I was meant to protect. That memory has vanished from my CPU. I tried asking Master Titanium, but he remained silent, urging me to seek the truth myself. I could not uncover what I was meant to safeguard, so I ultimately relinquished that pursuit. Rather than a memory discarded by my CPU, I yearned to discover the future of my existence." As Ilyxia spoke, the bar's lighting shifted colors, casting a vivid glow upon her profile, while the other half remained in shadow. Her light green optical sensors narrowed in the dim light as she leaned closer to Megatron. "Teasing, have you lost your wits? You haven't wiped away the high-purity residue from your mouth. It's nearly dripping onto your chin." The warmth of her touch grazed his face as Ilyxia helped him clean away the residue. She was so close that Megatron could almost discern the intricate joints beneath her optical sensors. His spark flared hotter, and he sensed that he might be slightly intoxicated by her presence. Ilyxia chuckled again. "The light makes your face appear quite flushed." At that moment, she was merely an uncomprehending protoform, having transitioned from a blank slate to her current state in a relatively short span. Megatron felt a fleeting sense of disorientation and instinctively distanced himself from her. Confronted by Ilyxia's puzzled gaze, he averted his eyes and uttered a few words. Ilyxia nodded in understanding and returned to her seat. Suddenly, his spark quickened and the heat surged. He felt compelled to consult a medic, fearing that her high purity might lead to complications in the days to come. Ilyxia pointed to her chest and remarked, "You should drink more low purity. My spark is quite healthy." She made a motion to open her spark chamber, but Shockwave promptly intervened to halt her action. "Huh, can I show it to others?" Ilyxia reluctantly closed her spark chamber once more. "Ah, Shockwave, your face has turned even redder." Megatron opened his eyes, feeling a slight warmth emanating from his spark. He glanced at the medical monitor connected to the charging bed, which indicated that his spark's pulsation rate was rather elevated. Frowning, Megatron descended from the charging bed. feeling a bit disoriented as he tried to rewrite his memories. He looked down at his hands, clenching and then opening them. What a peculiar dream. Meanwhile, Elora had also awakened from her slumber, rubbing her eyes as she got out of bed. Orion was still busy decrypting coordinates. Orion, how long have I been asleep? Elora's voice was still thick with sleep. Orion checked the time. Exactly 8 hours, which aligns with your planet's recommended sleep duration. Elora stifled a yawn. I slept quite well today. Chapter 23. One-on-one interrogation. Since the incident with the laser birds, Elora had not encountered any significant events, and the Decepticon warship had returned to a state of tranquility. Life aboard the Decepticon vessel was rather serene, at least for the time being, as a certain iron-headed individual had ceased to trouble Elora. She spent her days assisting Orion with paperwork, often feeling as if she had returned to the golden age of Cybertron. Yet, amidst this leisurely existence, she harbored worries with each passing day. The moment when Orion would revert to Optimus Prime drew ever closer. This transformation was inevitable. The Autobots needed Optimus Prime, and so did Cybertron. With a sigh, Elora took a datapad and opened the door to the archive room. However, as she stepped inside, she was taken aback by the sight before her. Starscream. Elora exclaimed in astonishment. What? Who? Starscream's expression shifted dramatically, and he swiftly turned, aiming one of the 2 missiles in his hand at Elora. Upon recognizing her, Starscream furrowed his brow in confusion. You are Elora? Weren't you kidnapped by Megatron aboard the warship? Orion caught the key phrase. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Elora immediately retorted, Orion, don't listen to his nonsense. Starscream, intrigued, lowered his weapon and teased, it seems our human friend is also in the dark. At that moment, the door to the archive room suddenly swung open, and a squad of Decepticon grunts rushed in, intent on capturing him. Starscream, surrender now. However, Starscream was not easily subdued. He quickly transformed into vehicle mode and charged down the corridor of the warship. Elora and Orion attempted to pursue him, but were blocked by the grunts. Elora, Orion, stay in the archive room. This is Lord Megatron's command. Having said that, the soldiers closed the door and went off to pursue the Red Spider. In the archive room, only Iliora and the Grand Optical Lens, Orin, remained, exchanging glances. After a considerable pause, Iliora hesitantly spoke. Orin, do you not have any questions? Orin lowered his gaze towards Iliora and gently shook his head. Your actions must be guided by a reason, and I do not wish to impose upon you. But I deceived you. Iliora felt a pang of guilt gnawing at her conscience. She closed her eyes and sighed. Your response makes me feel like a truly wicked person. Orin knelt down, his large mechanical hand brushing over Iliora's head, his voice as gentle as ever. Iliora, your deceit has not harmed me. It is merely a benign lie among friends. Besides, as a human, you should not be entangled in such matters. Iliora's heart skipped a beat. Indeed, Orin was inherently kind, perhaps excessively so. She gazed up at him for a while, before resolutely averting her eyes and pointing towards the screen. I cannot divulge much, Orin. I can only tell you that there are those among the Red Spider and Megatron who have not spoken the truth. The database will provide you with the answers. It is up to you to uncover them. Several hours later, the Red Spider did not say or do anything to you, did it? Megatron resumed his performance, showering Orin with pleasantries while simultaneously disparaging the Red Spider and the Autobots, only to elevate the Decepticon cause. Orin shook his head. No, that is splendid. I hope you can complete your Iron Fortress project post-haste, Megatron declared. He then scanned the surroundings, unable to locate the diminutive carbon-based life form. Where is Iliora? I am here. Iliora poked her head from around the corner. What is it? Megatron grunted. You come with me. Oh dear, this was indeed a precarious situation. Iliora instinctively glanced at Orin, who nodded reassuringly, encouraging her to comply. With a sigh, Iliora followed Megatron as he led her away. The atmosphere was palpably tense without Orin's presence. Megatron walked for quite some time until they reached an empty room, where he finally halted, his optical lens fixed intently upon Iliora. Iliora, why did you reveal the truth to Orin? Megatron discarded his previous tone of fury and reprimand, standing still and questioning her with an undeniable authority. What is your relationship with Orin? What is your true intent? True to his stature as the leader of the Decepticons, Megatron's inquiry sent a chill down Iliora's spine, and she felt an overwhelming pressure. Taking a small step back, It took her a considerable time to regain her voice. I do not side with the Autobots, nor am I a member of a Decepticon faction. Ilyxia met Megatron's gaze directly. Olean is Optimus Prime, and Optimus Prime is Olean. This is an evident truth. My acquaintance with Olean is recent, having only become friends in the past few days. I merely wish to prevent you from exploiting Olean's kindness. Furthermore, I am but a mere human. What ulterior motive could I possibly possess? Ilyxia interjected with this statement. However, Megatron was utterly unconvinced, scoffing coldly. Just a mere human? Can an ordinary human independently accomplish the equations for synthesizing and aggregating energy forms? Megatron continued, having been with the Decepticons for so long. I assumed you preferred this place over Earth, considering you appear to be quite content. Do you not? Content. Ilyxia was taken aback by the stark dissonance in Megatron's words, particularly the phrase, quite content. Content? How could I possibly be content? I am a captive aboard this warship. If I do not produce something to prove my worth, I cannot even ascertain whether I will survive. Were it not for the constraints, I would often wish to strike you a few times. Megatron raised an eyebrow. You are welcome to try. Perhaps it is best I refrain, Ilyxia replied, taking a deep breath. Do you have any further inquiries? Megatron did not respond immediately, instead gazing silently at Ilyxia, his optics emanating a crimson glow that made her eyes ache after a prolonged stare. Silence enveloped them like a fog. He scrutinized Ilyxia for an extended moment, yet ultimately chose not to pose any additional questions. Under Ilyaura's puzzled gaze, he turned and departed. Ilyxia was still trying to decipher Megatron's intentions when she heard a few notifications from her pocket. Upon retrieving her datapad, she discovered a notification for a communication method. Megatron had added her to the internal communications of her datapad. Chapter 24, Prelude to Rescue with a Heavy Heart. Ilyxia returned to the archives, a sense of foreboding lingering within her. She felt that Megatron must have unearthed something, for he would not be so lenient otherwise. The facade of her cover could not hold for long. Are you all right? Olean inquired, noticing Ilyxia's troubled demeanor as he set aside his work. What did Megatron say to you? Ilyxia sighed. Olean was undoubtedly unaware that he was speaking to an old friend. After all, he was blissfully naive. It's nothing. He merely asked me about work-related matters. Olean, concerned, replied, You seem quite unwell. Ilyxia forced a smile. I'm managing, really. I've been like this every day before you arrived. Life aboard the warship is rather dull, and with no sunlight, my sleep is often restless. Olean frowned. Does Megatron not allow you to return? Ilyxia was taken aback. Return where? To the place you live, your home. Ilyxia fell silent for a moment. I have no home. I merely have a place to reside. Olean blinked in surprise, seemingly taken aback by Ilyaura's words. I'm sorry, I did not realize. It's all right. I have long since grown accustomed to it. In a moment of fleeting sorrow, Ilyxia deftly shifted the conversation, inquiring, Olean, have you discovered anything in the archives? Olean nodded, revealing a pattern on the screen. I have unearthed an image of Optimus Prime, adorned with intricate encryption locks. Ilyxia squinted. Can be decrypted? Olean nodded once more. It will require some time. Meanwhile, he called the base to report their successful occupation of the space bridge. The sound of an ambulance echoed through the communication channel, and Meichi and the others exchanged silent cheers. It was now Jack's turn to make his entrance, donning a spacesuit as he stepped onto the land bridge amidst the eager gazes of the crowd. Meichi leaned over the railing, raising her phone. So, shall we contact Ilyxia next? The ambulance contemplated the communication panel, since Jack was able to reach Ilyxia last time. It indicates that the frequency of her communication device aligns with her phone. Meichi, I can tap into your phone signal and send her a message through my Decepticon communications. However, the ambulance paused. There's a possibility that Ilyxia may not receive the message, and having been on the warship for so long, she might be unaware of our current operation. I fear she may act unpredictably. How about I send a message first to check? Meichi suggested. The ambulance agreed. All right, I will connect to your phone signal. While waiting for Olean to decipher the screen, Ilyxia glanced at the data panel. To her astonishment, she was taken aback. Meichi, hey, can you receive messages? What's going on? Ilyaura's eyes widened, shocked that Meichi could also connect to her data panel. First Jack, now Meichi. Could it be that the ambulance will be next? What the Decepticons' sophisticated defense system? Ilyxia. Meichi? Wow. This communication can even send text directly. Are we about to chat under Megatron's watchful gaze? Ilyra, how did you connect to my communications? Meichi, it's a long story, but in short, the ambulance has taken over the Decepticon space bridge and is using their communications. Meichi, by the way, is Optimus Prime with you? Ilyra, yes. Both Optimus Prime and I are in the archives of the warship. Meichi, excellent. After sending this message, Meichi fell silent, leaving Ilyra in stunned disbelief. They have conquered the space bridge? What is the ambulance planning? Are they heading straight back to Cybertron? He has his reasons, after all. With Optimus Prime having lost his memory and become Olean, the ambulance is likely on a quest to reclaim Optimus's lost memories. Ilyra scratched her head, realizing that the Autobots were far bolder than she had anticipated. Utilizing Decepticon communications was indeed an impressive feat. The pattern of Orion has been deciphered, prominently displaying Orion himself. Ilyra felt that the situation could no longer be concealed. She set down the datapad and fixed her gaze upon the door of the archive room. She could hear the approach of Megatron. After a moment of contemplation, she left a message for Mickey. Ilyra, Mickey, the ambulance is at the space bridge, right? I will lead Optimus there shortly. However, she was uncertain about how she would manage to use her carbon-based body to confront Megatron and rescue Optimus. Chapter 25. The rescue in progress. Why does the historical archive suggest that I am allied with the Autobots? Why does Starscream refer to me as Optimus? I must uncover the truth of my identity. Orion confronted Megatron, who merely sought to dismiss him. You are here to serve me. Return to your post and continue with the Fortress project. Orion shook his head resolutely. I refuse to allow my research to be used for any dubious purposes. With that, he pressed the system's delete key. Ilyra felt a pang in her heart. Even knowing that Megatron would undoubtedly monitor Orion's research, the deletion seemed painfully significant. Indeed, in the next moment, Megatron restored the deleted documents, a triumphant smile gracing his features. At that moment, Soundwave entered, his visor displaying that a Sentinel of Cybertron had been activated. A Sentinel of Cybertron has been activated? What? But you informed me that Cybertron was annihilated. This is an entirely different matter. Megatron had no time to deal with Orion. He summoned guards to keep a close watch on him. Before I return, you must complete the Fortress project, or I shall extract your spark in front of Ilyra. Ilyra, observing the datapad, interjected, what does this have to do with me? Megatron left those words behind as he departed with Soundwave, leaving two guards standing idly before Orion. Ilyra stepped forward, tilting her head to address Orion. Orion, it seems Megatron will not be back anytime soon. Orion remained silent for a moment. If Megatron obtains these coordinates, he may do something against the Autobots. I must warn them. Orion attempted to move forward, but a guard kicked him down to the ground. Witnessing this, Ilyra immediately positioned herself between Orion and the guards. Hey, what are you doing? The guard paused momentarily at the sight of Ilyra. It is Lord Megatron's command. Orion must complete his Fortress project. With that, the guard resumed, kicking Orion. This time, another guard joined in the assault. Do you treat Orion as a football? Stop it at once. Ilyra desperately tried to intervene. Unfortunately, the guards deliberately avoided kicking in her direction, leaving Orion, who could not fight back, to curl up on the ground. Gritting her teeth, Ilyra drew her short sword from behind her waist. Newly repaired and sharpened, it should suffice to deal with the two guards. Ilyra lunged at one of the guards. Her sword aimed at his leg and deftly climbed the protruding mechanized structure, ultimately landing on his shoulder. With precision, she plunged her blade into his optical sensor, causing the guard to collapse to the ground, emitting a pained groan. Oblivious to the commotion, Orin looked up in confusion, only to be met with Ilyora's urgent shout. Orin, switch your weapon quickly. Another guard raised his firearm towards Ilyra, prompting her to roll away from the minion and scramble to her feet. Orin was entirely unaware that he was still armed, and upon activating his energy gun, he startled himself. Lacking knowledge of how to wield the weapon, he relied on muscle memory, wildly firing with his eyes closed. Miraculously, he accurately struck both guards, their ignitions extinguished under the barrage of his shots. Dazed, Orin glanced at the weapon in his hands. I still have a weapon? Ilyra kicked the guard's mechanized body, confirming that the ignition had indeed been snuffed out, before delivering a few more stabs. She then explained to Orin, of course you have a weapon. You are the leader of the Autobots, a great leader. Ilyra gazed firmly at Orin. We must hurry. There's still time to stop Megatron. Rising from the ground, Orin awkwardly retracted his weapon. Are you coming too? Of course. I refuse to remain here any longer. Yet Ilyxia sensed Orin's underlying concerns and chuckled softly. I possess the strength and means to find shelter. I have long grown weary of this wretched warship. She produced a datapad. I know the coordinates of the space bridge, Orin. You can operate the land bridge, right? True to his reputation as the champion of the arena, Megatron had effortlessly subdued all Autobots guarding the space bridge and now stood before the open portal, awaiting the arrival of RC and Jack. I cannot allow you to proceed, Megatron, Orin declared as he stepped out onto the land bridge, facing his formidable adversary. Megatron raised an eyebrow. Orin, what business do you have here? You are not the leader. Do not heed his nonsense, Orin. Ilyxia emerged from behind him, still clutching the datapad, which displayed an ongoing communication. RC, now is the time. In the next instant, RC burst forth from the space bridge, launching herself at Megatron and sending him several meters away before engaging him in fierce combat. Gritting his teeth, Megatron shot Ilyxia a venomous glare. You ultimately choose to side with the Autobots. As long as I'm not treated like a pet, I can endure anywhere. Ilyxia retorted fiercely. At that moment, Jack also emerged from the space bridge. Ilyxia patted Orin's stabilizer and pointed at Jack. Go, Orin, reclaim what is rightfully yours. Orin approached Jack, who held the key imbued with the wisdom of past leaders. Are you certain I am truly worthy? Jack replied with unwavering conviction. You are undoubtedly deserving. Chapter 26. If you cannot overcome, puncture the optical lens. RC stood no chance against Megatron. Within moments, he had seized her, demanding to know the whereabouts of the key. Ilyxia glanced at Optimus Prime, who was still undergoing memory restoration, her brow furrowing with unease. If Megatron were to intervene against Jack and Optimus now, it would undoubtedly be too late. She needed to devise a strategy to stall him. With a swift motion, Ilyaura's hand brushed against her short sword as she calculated the potential damage Megatron could inflict upon her. Broken bones and the time required for a Cybertronian to recuperate. Drawing her blade, she hastened towards Megatron. Preoccupied with interrogating RC, Megatron failed to notice the diminutive carbon-based lifeform. Utilizing her tactics against the Decepticon foot soldiers, Ilyxia ascended to his shoulder, only to be detected by Megatron in an instant. With a dismissive toss of RC, he thundered, Ilyxia, get down. You shall not utter such vulgarities, Cybertronian. Ilyxia evaded Megatron's colossal hand, but grazed her calf, causing blood to flow freely. Ignoring her injury, she ultimately leaped onto Megatron's head, plunging her sword into his left optical lens. Ilyxia's first rule of combat, when faced with an overwhelming opponent, strike the optical lens directly. As Megatron howled in pain, Ilyxia felt her legs growing numb. She struggled to withdraw her sword, only to be flung away by Megatron's immense strength. In his agony, he indiscriminately fired a blast in her direction. Ilyxia crashed heavily to the ground. Megatron's shot grazed her, striking the stone wall behind her while also impacting her body. The force of inertia sent her tumbling several times, rendering her upper body nearly immobile. Dark energy seeped into her being, and blood continued to flow from her wounded leg. Lying on the ground, her face pressed against the cold earth, she felt the grit and debris abrade her skin, leaving trails of blood. Her short sword remained clutched in her hand, yet she could barely lift it, overwhelmed by excruciating pain. Ilyxia, RC, racked with dull agony, swiftly scrambled to her feet, rushing towards Ilyxia. Ilyxia could only move her eyes as she watched RC approach, struggling to form words. The pain in her chest was unbearable, even preventing her from uttering RC's name completely. She felt grateful that this human shell she embodied was sufficiently resilient. Otherwise, she would likely have perished by now. Ilyxia grimaced, attempting to raise her arm, but a fracture forced tears from her eyes due to the intensity of the pain. RC knelt beside her, panic etched across her face. You mustn't move. Be cautious of further injury. Megatron, having witnessed Ilyxia's audacious attack, turned his gaze to the still-recovering Optimus Prime. Gritting his teeth, he cast a glance at the agonized Ilyxia sprawled on the ground before resolutely making his way towards Optimus and Jack. Alas, it was already too late. Optimus Prime delivered several powerful punches to Megatron, sending him crashing into the wall, to temporarily incapacitate Megatron's ability to thwart his return. Optimus fired several shots at his foe's frame. RC, the base has detected 5 Autobot signals. Is it Optimus? Fuller sent a communication. RC's voice trembled slightly, yes. And alongside him are Jack and Ilyra, but Ilyra's condition is dire. Before they could celebrate, Fuller's heart sank. He quickly inquired, what happened to Ilyra? Is she injured by Megatron? Seeing the arrival of Ratchet, RC immediately cleared the way for the medic to establish a connection. Ratchet conducted a brief scan of Ilyra's condition. His expression grave. Nurse Darby, Raph, please prepare the medical tools in the lab. Ilyra's situation is critical. Jack rushed over RC. Ratchet, Ilyra. Ratchet retracted the scanner and carefully cradled Ilyra, urging her, Ilyra, hold on. Stay awake. Ilyra blinked, leaning against Ratchet's hand, mustering her strength to remain conscious despite her overwhelming pain. The ground bridge opened behind them, and RC glanced back. It's ours. Optimus immediately commanded, Autobots, retreat at once. Ensure Ilyra's safety. With Ratchet carrying Ilyra, they leaped into the ground bridge, while Optimus covered their retreat. Megatron, in his frustration, could only watch as Ilyra and Optimus vanished, his anger resonating in a furious roar. The personnel at the base had not yet had the chance to rejoice in Optimus' return when Ratchet hurriedly placed Ilyra on the medical bed prepared by Nurse Darby. Darby quickly ripped open a segment of a tourniquet to staunch the bleeding from Ilyra's calf. Ratchet, how is she? She has severe fractures in her ribs, arms, and thigh, and a deep puncture wound in her calf. Worse yet, she has been struck by the Dark Energon. Ratchet's tone was serious, pausing momentarily. However, due to the Dark Energon, Ilyra was still alive, though it was slowly consuming her vitality. Nurse Darby looked up. What shall we do now? We must attempt to neutralize the Dark Energon within her. The bleeding has stopped. As long as she is away from the Dark Energon, her life force will not diminish rapidly. With the assistance of Raph and Nurse Darby, Ratchet wheeled Ilyra into the laboratory. The treatment would take an unusually long time, due to the direct hit from the projectile, as ordinary Energon required more time to take effect. Everyone waited anxiously outside the laboratory, hoping for a miracle to unfold. Chapter 27. Out of danger, Ilyra found herself lost in a multitude of dreams. For many years, she had grown accustomed to dreaming. When she closed her eyes, what unfolded before her were memories of the past. Unlike humans, her dreams were not surreal. She was, after all, a Cybertronian. Even though her body resembled that of a human and the scanner revealed no issues, the essence within was still rooted in Cybertronian technology. She dreamt of her initial encounter with Optimus Prime in the Coliseum, a chance meeting with Ultra Magnus at the Iron Fortress Archive, exploring the realm of energy entities in Shockwave's laboratory, and connecting with Soundwave online from the comfort of her home. Though she could have continued dreaming, the vision abruptly halted when Optimus Prime posed the question of which side she wished to join. From that moment onward, her CPU could no longer rewrite memories of Cybertron's golden age, and her dreams ceased to explore further realms. This was because her homeland had transformed into a lifeless star, taking with it the deceased core and the dreams of Ilyxia. Ilyra felt a profound sadness. Ilyra emerged from the brink of life-threatening peril. Only after Nurse Ratchet confirmed her stable vital signs did she leave the base, as she had numerous tasks awaiting her. The hospital schedule was quite flexible, preventing her from remaining on-site indefinitely. Agent Fowler also needed to return to address superiors and clarify the troubles instigated by the Decepticons. Mika crouched beside Ilyora's bed. Is Ilyra truly out of danger? Why hasn't she awakened? Ratchet tapped a button on the console. This dark energy entity was markedly different from the one that struck Raph. Megatron's assault directly impacted Ilyra. It is fortunate that she has not suffered any grievous injuries. Mika rubbed her arms. That sounds painful. Ratchet sighed. Ilyora's body was already frail. I cannot ascertain what she endured aboard the Decepticon warship, but it certainly was not a pleasant experience. Lack of sleep, mental fatigue, and malnutrition. He pointed to 3 indicators on the screen. Oh, and now there's excessive blood loss, though it has been staunched. How she managed to endure this is beyond comprehension. Optimus Prime stepped forward. This is nothing short of a miracle. When I lost my memory and became Orion Pax, Ilyra seemed to have been by my side, even assisting me in defeating a Decepticon guard. RC inquired, how do you know? Mika's focus shifted. You took down a Decepticon? That's incredibly cool. Optimus raised the datapad in his hand. This datapad, entrusted to me by Ilyra, was with me before my memory returned. It contains records of events that transpired with the Decepticons. Regrettably, The pad's capacity was limited, preventing it from duplicating the archives in the Iron Fortress database. So, there is no information regarding coordinates? Raph interjected. Optimus nodded. Indeed. Jack chimed in. Fortunately, Ilyxia has not lost her memory. When she awakens, she will have all the answers. Precisely. Who knows? She might even reveal some Decepticon secrets. Mika added. So, when do you think she will awaken? Jack turned to Ratchet. The ambulance shook its head, stating that it all depended on Ilyxia's own fate. It could take a few days, perhaps months, or even years. The damage inflicted by the dark energy entities on the human body is far more severe than that of ordinary viruses. In fact, Ilyxia still harbors a considerable amount of dark energy entities within her, with only a small portion having been neutralized. However, it is a fact that Ilyxia's life has stabilized, and it appears that these dark energy entities have also settled within her. RC pondered aloud. But isn't this thing harmful to the human body? While it is true that energy entities pose a threat, dark energy entities are markedly different from their ordinary counterparts. Ilyxia has managed to reclaim her life with the aid of this phenomenon. The temporary presence of dark energy entities within her is, in fact, advantageous. The ambulance's words provided a modicum of reassurance to those present, yet Optimus Prime continued to gaze at Ilyxia, unwilling to see her come to harm. He had already lost a cherished companion, and did not wish to endure the loss of another. After an entire day dedicated to Optimus's rescue plan, the other Autobots gradually relaxed their heightened nerves, retreating to their respective quarters for rest, leaving only the ambulance and Optimus in the base. The children had also returned home. The lights in the base dimmed slightly, a modification made by the ambulance specifically for Ilyxia's benefit, as Nurse Darby had advised. In response to Optimus's puzzled gaze, the ambulance explained this is beneficial for her. Noticing Optimus's optical sensors remained fixed on Ilyxia, the ambulance sighed and comforted him. I understand your concern for Ilyxia. These unforeseen events are ones we all wish to avoid. Optimus settled beside Ilyxia's bedside, making an effort to minimize the noise of his movements. Whenever I look at Ilyxia, I am reminded of an old friend I have lost. I do not wish to lose another human friend. Do not dwell on such thoughts, Optimus, the ambulance reassured him. Although it may not sound comforting, Ilyxia is merely unreachable, not returned to the Allspark. After all, we have yet to see her remains. The ambulance stepped away from the control panel and patted Optimus on the shoulder. Humans have a saying, alive, one must see the person, dead, one must see the corpse. Perhaps she has merely journeyed to a distant planet. Optimus slowly nodded, offering a faint smile in return. Thank you, my old friend. With that, he turned his attention back to the unconscious Ilyxia. Ambulance, you should rest. I will keep watch over her. Chapter 28. Exceptional compression technology. The first sensation was pain. An overwhelming ache pervaded her entire being. Ilyxia felt as though her muscles and nerves had been crushed and reassembled. She could sense that she was lying flat, on a bed that was neither too firm nor too soft, breathing easily, yet her eyes remained shut, shrouded in darkness. It resembles the symptoms of a state akin to a vegetative condition, yet it is not entirely so. At least in a vegetative state, consciousness remains awake. Hers, however, is in a state of hazy confusion, akin to driftwood floating on the water's surface, intermittently lucid and then obscured. What has transpired? It seems she sustained grave injuries while attempting to hold back Megatron. No wonder her entire body aches. She was also struck by a dark energy entity, and she wonders if her eyes will turn violet upon awakening. At this moment, Ilyxia yearns to smile, to indulge in self-deprecating humor, yet her body is beyond her control, rendering her unable to express even a smile. She can only lie there, dry and despondent on the bed. Cursed body, recover swiftly. Has it truly been a week with no sign of her awakening? Jack stood behind his mother, gazing down at the unconscious Ilyxia with concern. Is her body truly unharmed? Nurse Darby, after a meticulous examination, set down her stethoscope. There are no issues with her body. All indicators are remarkably healthy, and indeed, she seems to improve slightly each day. I understand your worries. I share them as well, she reassured Jack with a gentle pat on his head. I have attended to many patients, and it is not uncommon for severely injured individuals like Ilyxia to remain in a slumber for a month. Such cases are relatively brief. Awakening is entirely contingent upon the patient's own will. This is not something to rush, Jack. You cannot forcibly awaken Ilyxia, as that defies logic. I apologize, Mother. I realize I am too impatient, Jack replied with a twinge of guilt. After Ilyra returned to the Autobot base, an ambulance transported her to a secluded room deep within the facility. This was done both to shield her from view and to ensure a tranquil environment conducive to her recovery. Although Nurse Darby suggested transferring Ilyra to a hospital for observation, Agent Fuller deemed it unwise, fearing that the Decepticons might discover her presence there and launch an attack. It is far safer for Ilyra to remain at the Autobot base, especially since Earth hospitals cannot uncover the nature of her injuries. Nurse Darby packed away her medical kit, offering Jack a few parting words before departing the base. It was her shift, and the hospital was too busy for her to be away for long. After bidding farewell to his mother, Jack returned to Ilyra's bedside. He initially intended to confirm her continued stability before leaving, but in his peripheral vision, he caught sight of a data pad resting beside her bed. The pad was entirely purple, indicative of standard Decepticon technology. This tablet-like device was emitting a glow, specifically from its screen. Jack leaned closer to inspect it, only to discover it was the communication interface of the datapad. What greeted his eyes were several new messages. Knockout, Ilyra. Are you alright? Knockout. You haven't replied in days. You haven't discarded this datapad, have you? Knockout. Although I'm unsure if you can see this. Just know that both dead end, and I miss you quite a bit. Knockout. How about a street race next time you're free? Knockout. That red sports car Decepticon? Jack was suddenly reminded of the night when the Decepticon Knockout had abducted Ilyra. He quickly picked up the datapad and scrolled upwards on the screen. 5 days ago. Knockout. I heard that you were thrown out by Lord Megatron. Are you alright? 4 days ago. Knockout. Are you injured? Do you require medical assistance? With my skills as a medic, even a carbon-based life form like you can be saved. 3 days ago. Knockout. Lord Megatron was furious. He insists on capturing you alive. Knockout. But fret not. As a friend, I shall ensure you are the first to be delivered to him. 2 days ago. Knockout, just kidding. You aren't upset. Are you? These were all messages from Knockout, resembling a conversation among friends. It appeared that Ilyra shared a close bond with this Decepticon. Jack exited the chat with Knockout and verified the contact list, which included not only Knockout, but also Dead End, Black Widow, Soundwave, and Megatron. However, the latter three had not sent any messages. They were merely added to the list. Goodness, they were all high-ranking Decepticons. Jack admired Ilyra's social skills. She had not only brought back a piece of Decepticon technology, but had also befriended the Decepticon medic. As Jack contemplated returning the datapad, he heard footsteps approaching from behind. Turning around, he saw Optimus Prime gazing down at him. Good evening, Jack. Good evening, Optimus, Jack replied, still holding Ilyra's datapad, and greeted him. Optimus noticed the datapad in Jack's hands. Did you discover anything on Ilyra's datapad? It was then that Jack remembered he was still holding it. He hastily explained, I didn't mean to pry. The datapad was flashing, so I just took a quick look. Optimus spoke before Ilyra handed me the datapad. She specifically disabled all security settings. She does not consider this datapad to be a secret, and as her friend, you are certainly welcome to view it. Jack hoped Ilyra wouldn't hold it against him when she awoke. Lifting the datapad, Jack said, I found that Ilyra has a good relationship with that Decepticon named Knockout, and there are numerous Decepticon communication methods stored within this datapad. I was wondering if we could use it to locate the position of the Decepticon warship. After all, this is a product of Decepticon technology. Jack's proposition sparked significant inspiration in Optimus, who pondered for a moment before taking the datapad from Jack. As it came into contact with Optimus, the datapad gradually transformed to fit the size of his palm, startling Jack. What is the mechanism behind this? Jack inquired. Optimus replied, this datapad employs advanced Cybertronian compression technology. The medic should be able to analyze it effectively. Optimus steered the conversation in the right direction. Thank you, Jack. And my gratitude extends to you as well. Optimus Prime turned his gaze towards Ilyra, his voice softening considerably. Ilyra. Chapter 29. Megatron's childlike heart. I initially believed that this datapad contained nothing of value. The medic presented the analyzed results to Optimus Prime until I encountered this. The medic gestured towards the console, and a lengthy series of equations promptly appeared on his screen, meticulously arranged, gradually forming a cube, with Cybertronian characters flowing gently across its surface, reminiscent of the manner in which Megatron had presented the equations to Bumblebee. Is this an equation? Optimus Prime felt a sense of familiarity. Indeed, And even more astonishingly, the medic paused. This is the equation for synthesizing a super energy entity, a complete equation. With this equation and several subsequent experiments, the synthesis of the super energy entity could be realized. As the medic spoke, his voice momentarily faltered, articulating each word with care. To be honest, I cannot quite describe the current emotional state. Ilyora's datapad had too small memory, containing solely this equation. The medic opened another document. As the price for preserving the equation, Ilyora had deleted most of her diary, even erasing the only animated series that had once entertained her, though I'm uncertain how she had managed to download it. Optimus Prime pondered. Is it an animated series about a creature known on Earth as a horse? The medic inquired, puzzled. Yes, but how did you know? That was an animation favored by Megatron. It was likely pre-installed on the datapad. The medic fell silent for a moment. Megatron possesses quite a childlike spirit. He then redirected the conversation. Ilyora sacrificed so much to retrieve this equation. I cannot fathom what she endured aboard the Decepticon warship. The medic lowered his head. I cannot even heal her now. It is not your fault, medic. Optimus Prime patted the medic's shoulder armor. Ilyora is merely in a recovery phase. You rescued her from the brink of death. You have done your utmost. The medic slowly shook his head. I know I could have done better. Optimus Prime recognized that the medic was engulfed in self-reproach, a distress that had lingered since he had failed to repair Bumblebee's voice module, a knot in his core that would not easily untangle, leaving the medic to process it on his own. Fortunately, the medic managed to stabilize his emotions within the CPU, adjusting his demeanor as he opened another document on the datapad. There's also an encrypted folder here, which I've been unable to access despite numerous attempts. Clearly, Ilyora left something significant within. The fact that even the equation for synthesizing the super energy entity was not encrypted suggests that this contains something of great importance to Ilyora. Ultimately, Optimus Prime did not allow the medic to continue opening the folder. He sensed that its contents would prove useful in time. Once Ilyora awakens, she will understand everything. Consciousness shall no longer linger in a state of oblivion. Ilyora distinctly sensed that she was on the verge of awakening. Her heartbeat was steady, and control over her limbs gradually returned to her. Aside from occasionally perceiving a spark of energy in addition to her heartbeat, everything seemed in order. She was acutely aware of whose spark it was. Logically speaking, such a minuscule dark energon entity was insufficient to forge a connection between her and Megatron's bloodline, although that connection did not exist at present. Nevertheless, the mere sensation of the spark's frequency was not permissible. Yet, in her struggle for survival, Ilyora had absorbed nearly all the dark energon entities available, and the density of the blast delivered by Megatron was comparable to that of a small piece of raw ore. Being petite in stature, that concentration of dark energon was indeed substantial for someone like her, still a Cybertronian at heart. Ilyora harbored doubts about whether Megatron had secretly indulged in dark energon prior to their encounter. At times, she wished she could venture to the east to consult her fate, pondering why misfortunes seemed to gravitate toward her. Ultimately, she resolved that as long as she awoke with her limbs intact and could lead a normal life, she would not ask for more. She certainly did not want to fall prey to the old trope of amnesia that would leave her utterly exasperated. She contemplated her plans upon awakening. First and foremost, she yearned to indulge in all the delectable treats she had missed over the past few days. She had not savored a single meal aboard the Decepticon warship, nor had she enjoyed a restful sleep. She was determined to rush home for a blissfully hot shower, change outfits thrice in a single day for outings, and finally collapse in a bed for a deep, rejuvenating slumber. Just the thought of it filled her with delight. Surely, once she emerged from the infirmary, her dreams would materialize, wouldn't they? Chapter 30, Ilyora's Resurgence. Indeed, it happened just as she feared. The heavens had never favored her with kindness. As Ilyora struggled to prop herself up on the floor, she thought to herself, her palms pressed against the smooth, cold metal floor, and she weakly lifted her gaze, finding herself alone, save for the motes of dust dancing in the light. After a brief interval, she heard the sound of footsteps approaching. "Oh my goodness, Ilyora!" Jack exclaimed, rushing over only to find her sprawled on the ground. 5 minutes earlier, her eyelids felt heavy, as if a titan were performing sit-ups atop them. It took Ilyora considerable effort to open her eyes, perhaps due to an extended slumber. Even the act of awakening was a challenge. At long last, she managed to suppress her drowsiness, and upon opening her eyes, she was greeted by the cold, sterile lights of the base. Ilyra furrowed her brow, taking time to acclimate before fully opening her eyes. She reached up to touch her face. She had truly awakened. The warmth of her palm against her skin was reassuring, prompting her to test the sensation in her limbs. Her arms were mobile, yet she could not feel her legs. Oh no! Ilyra yearned to sit up and behold her legs, yet after lying down for an extended period, her body lacked the strength to comply. Even the simplest act of sitting drained her of all energy. She lay on the bed, gasping for breath, before gritting her teeth and shifting her body to lean against the pillow in a sitting position. Upon lifting the covers, she observed that her legs appeared entirely unscathed, devoid of even a single wound. Ilyra pinched her thigh, but felt nothing. A wave of despair washed over her as her hand trembled. She leaned forward to pinch her calf, only to encounter the same utter lack of sensation. Not even a hint of pain registered. What was happening? Panic surged within Ilyra. Her understanding of the human body was limited, and despite having spent over a decade as a carbon-based life form and acquiring knowledge of medicine, this was the first time her body had betrayed her expectations. Could the dark energy entity have inflicted harm upon her legs? In her alarm, she contemplated calling an ambulance for a scan, only to remember that her legs were devoid of feeling. The motion to rise caused her to lean forward, and she slipped off the bed, resulting in the scene that Jack now witnessed. "Oh, Jack, it's you," Ilyra rasped, her voice hoarse. "I apologize for presenting myself in such a manner." Jack rushed forward, eager to assist her. "How did you wake up so suddenly? Are you all right?" "Not particularly," Ilyra replied, looking up at Jack. My legs 1T move. Do you have a wheelchair here?" Jack paused, taken aback. "Your legs 1T move? Are they numb?" Ilyra glanced at her legs. "I fear it is more than that." She then managed to smile. "It seems I can no longer feel my legs." "Oh, my spark." The ambulance personnel gasped as they observed the scanner and the X-ray films handed to them by Nurse Darby. Ilyra's legs were not merely immobile. The dark energy entity had severely damaged the very protoplasm of her legs. "What?" Arcee exclaimed, her eyes wide. Mykyra and Jack exchanged worried glances. Nurse Darby quickly clarified. "This means that the muscles and various nerves in Ilyra's legs have been injured." Mykyra's eyes widened in shock. "What does that mean?" Nurse Darby nodded gravely. "Yes, Ilyra is currently unable to stand." Jack stammered. "Is there any possibility of recovery?" Darby remained silent, leaving only the weight of her unspoken words. The atmosphere became thick with tension. Just when everyone thought there was little hope, the ambulance spoke up. "There's a way to recover, but it is challenging and carries risks. We cannot guarantee a complete return to her former state." As it spoke, the ambulance retracted the scanner and addressed Ilyra earnestly. "Your body's self-repair capabilities are rapid, yet it cannot mend these injuries solely on its own. Although the damage inflicted by the dark energy entity is extensive, its regenerative capacity remains within you, granting your protoplasm a glimmer of hope." Ilyra tentatively spoke. "So what am I supposed to do?" "You must engage in extensive rehabilitation training to restore your legs to their former capabilities," replied the ambulance. "However, this process is far from easy, and there are no guarantees of complete recovery." The ambulance reiterated the risks involved in rehabilitation. Ilyra remained silent, her gaze fixed vacantly upon the blanket draped over her legs. She found herself at a loss for words, unable to articulate her feelings. Was she saddened by her injury? Yet, she felt no sorrow. Her emotions were devoid of turbulence. Was she regretful for her temporary inability to walk? Yet, she felt no remorse. In her days as a gladiator, she had endured numerous injuries, the most severe of which nearly required the reconstruction of her legs. During that time, she was unable to walk for an extended period, and it was the ambulance that assisted her through the rehabilitation process. She should have grown accustomed to such circumstances. Now, she simply felt an emptiness within her. Within the base, only the ambulance and Arcee remained. Optimus Prime and Bumblebee had ventured out in search of Energon. These two Autobots were acutely aware of Ilyra's discomfort, and Jack and the other humans empathized deeply with her plight. They exchanged glances, and ultimately, Nurse Darby stepped forward. "Ilyra, do you need some time alone?" The dark-haired human, addressed by name, merely stared vacantly at her before lowering her gaze to her legs. "Time alone? Not particularly." Ilyra then touched her insensate legs and continued after a pause. "Ambulance, When can rehabilitation training commence? The ambulance's core leaped in surprise. What? If possible, I would like to begin rehabilitation training immediately, Ilyra stated with resolve. Nurse Darby quickly approached and held Iliora's hand firmly. No, you have just awakened and still require rest. Your bodily functions, apart from your legs, have not fully recovered. You cannot undergo rehabilitation training. Ilyra looked at Nurse Darby with an expression of distress. Is it truly impossible? The nurse softened under her gaze, biting her lip before reluctantly releasing Iliora's hand with a sigh. Your pleading gaze will not change my decision. Ilyra then turned her pleading eyes toward the ambulance. The ambulance adjusted its optics, saying, You will need at least a week before you can begin rehabilitation training. Ilyra lowered her head in disappointment. Then what am I to do during this week? The ambulance gestured toward Mickey. During this time, Mickey will be responsible for your care, and Rafi and Jack will visit frequently. Ilyra was taken aback. Do I not need to go to the hospital? Staying at the Autobot base is currently the safest option for you, the ambulance assured. The Decepticons may learn of your whereabouts from various unexpected sources. Mickey placed her hands on her hips. Don't worry, Ilyra. I will take good care of you. Ilyra smiled at Mickey before once again directing her attention to her legs. Injuries are such a bother. Chapter 31. Wheelchair-bound Ilyra. On the first day of adapting to the wheelchair, she found herself yearning for her legs. Rest assured, this is currently the most efficient automatic wheelchair, capable of both manual and electric operation. Most importantly, one can sit for extended periods without discomfort. Agent Fuller observed Ilyra maneuvering the wheelchair and remarked with a smile, You needn't worry about damaging it. I specifically requested 100 units for our usage. 100? Ilyra pushed the wheelchair forward. I could easily treat this wheelchair as disposable. Agent Fuller chuckled heartily. In theory, yes. However, I would not recommend such a practice, as the higher-ups might question whether I am assembling an army with these wheelchairs. Ilyra adapted swiftly. The wheelchair responded seamlessly to her commands, gliding smoothly in manual mode and executing electric turns and movements without delay. At the very least, it sufficed for her daily needs. After imparting a few more reminders to Ilyra about not racing or drifting with the wheelchair, Agent Fuller took his leave. In truth, Ilyra had not even considered such reckless endeavors until he mentioned them. She resolved to experiment with those ideas on her next opportunity. As Ilyra navigated the wheelchair, the base's land bridge illuminated and Optimus Prime and his companions emerged, laden with concentrated energy core minerals. Originally, this outing was intended to herald good news. Upon hearing the commotion, Ilyra lifted her gaze towards Optimus Prime, who was busy unloading the energy core blocks. This marked her first sight of him since awakening, and in his transformed state, he exuded a greater sense of resolve and vigor compared to Orion, though the warmth that subtly radiated from his optical sensors remained unchanged. Damn it, she found herself missing Orion again. Noticing Iliora's gaze, Optimus Prime set down the energy minerals and straightened his form to look at her. Ilyra smiled in response. Is that Orion or Optimus Prime? She inquired, shifting her wheelchair a few steps closer to the ambulance for clarity. Without a doubt, it is Optimus Prime. The ambulance replied with a grin. Optimus Prime surveyed Ilyra from head to toe, blinking his optical sensors hesitantly before asking, Are you well? What? Ilyra quickly realized the nature of his inquiry. I'm quite all right, just a leg injury that requires rehabilitation before I can stand again. The ambulance interjected, correcting Ilyra. She is not well at all. Her body is still quite weak, and she cannot engage in strenuous activities or accompany you on outings. As for her leg, Optimus, you should already be aware. Ilyra, feeling a twinge of guilt, retorted, I only said that to avoid worrying him. Despite having been informed of Iliora's condition via communications, Optimus Prime crouched down to examine her wheelchair and the blanket draped over her legs closely. He spoke softly, I'm truly sorry. My momentary lapse has caused you distress. It's not your fault, Optimus. It was Megatron's doing, Ilyra insisted, unable to bear his apology, shaking her head vigorously. Besides, my leg isn't completely ruined. I will be able to stand again in the future. The ambulance intended to reiterate the risks of recovery to Ilyra, but ultimately swallowed the words before they could escape the speaker. Transforming into Orion was an accident, not a choice, and it was Megatron who exploited you first. Your kindness has not harmed anyone or any machine. Ilyra attempted to console Optimus Prime, stating that, to put another way, it was her desire to thwart Megatron that led to her injuries. The panel echoed her sentiment. Ilyxia is right. Optimus Prime slowly rose, offering a faint smile. Thank you all. So, Ilyxia, could you share with us what Optimus Prime experienced during his time aboard the Decepticon warship? The panel inquired. That time? Ilyxia paused, realizing that since leaving the warship, she had been unconscious due to her injuries and had lost track of time, unaware of how long she had been there. Ilyxia asked, Panel, may I first inquire how long it has been since I was captured aboard the warship? The green-painted machine scratched its head. Well, counting today, it has been nearly 2 months. Upon hearing this, Ilyxia shut her eyes in despair. The panel remarked, that indeed constitutes a considerable span of time for you humans. This implies that it is autumn outside. Ilyxia rubbed her arms, lamenting that her computer had been left at home for so long without being powered on, likely nearing the point of being irreparable. The ambulance clearly did not grasp human technology. 2 months without being powered on would lead to it being irreparable? Normally, that wouldn't be the case. It's just that my computer is a bit old. Oh, never mind that. Ilyxia redirected the conversation. Optimus Prime served as a decoder aboard the Decepticon warship for quite some time, and Megatron took advantage of Optimus's amnesia to have him decipher the coordinates of the fortress. How many coordinates did he manage to decode? The ambulance asked. Ilyxia narrowed her eyes in thought. I could barely understand some Cybertronian script that Orion taught me on the warship. The coordinates consist of 3 clusters, representing Orion, meaning Optimus Prime, who seems to have decoded around 11 clusters of coordinates. 3, 4, 42, Ilyxia counted on her fingers. He should have decoded 3 coordinates, while the 4th remains unfinished. As these words left her lips, the internal circuits of all present Autobots jolted in alarm. RC was the first to speak. Megatron must have already begun his operations. Ilyxia shook her head. I am uncertain, but those coordinates pertain to relics, which should possess some form of locating device, correct? If so, the ambulance should be able to detect it. No sooner had she spoken than a peculiar energy frequency appeared on the ambulance's control panel, prompting immediate investigation. Optimus Prime stepped behind him to examine it. There's indeed a signal frequency from an ancient Autobot. What a coincidence, remarked the panel. RC crossed her arms. It seems Megatron has unearthed the relics. There is no time for hesitation. Bumblebee, ambulance, to ensure this signal frequency is indeed a relic. You must accompany me to the coordinates. Optimus Prime lowered his battle mask and spoke resolutely. RC had assisted them in setting the coordinates for the land bridge. As Optimus and the others vanished into the land bridge, she finally turned her gaze toward Ilyxia. RC inquired, how did you know those coordinates were associated with the relic? Ilyxia replied, I have been with Orion on the warship. I can see everything he decrypts. Orion stated that these coordinates pertain to the relic of the Iron Fortress. RC nodded, choosing not to pursue the question further. As it was time for Mickey to finish school, the partition was set to pick her up. Ilyxia wished to accompany them, but was regrettably halted by RC. You are still a patient. You must rest well, RC insisted. Ilyxia, feeling dejected, slowly settled into her wheelchair, even giving her leg a fierce pinch. You useless limb. Heal quickly. Chapter 32. Megatron, the king of trash talk. I feel like I'm spinning a web. Ilyxia adjusted her wheelchair backrest to a reclining angle, lying back as she blankly exclaimed, I am so bored. Mickey, akin to a wilting flower, leaned against the wall, responding, Indeed. Rafi and Jack are in remedial classes, and everyone else has gone out. RC, undoubtedly 1T permit you to leave. What about the partition? Ilyxia asked. Mickey pointed to her chest. It went to have RC's system checked. Ilyxia sighed, her leg still bearing the Decepticon datapad. She lifted the datapad before her. The synthesized energy equations had already been extracted, freeing up a significant amount of memory. She had downloaded numerous books and animations from the human world with the assistance of the ambulance, and Rafi had also contributed greatly. The datapad required format conversions for downloads, which were entirely different from human technology. Opening the communication panel within the datapad, Ilyxia scrolled through, finding an array of messages from Knockout, arriving almost daily, along with a couple of greetings from Deadlock. Black Widow had sent only a few messages, questioning her decision to place waterproof stickers on her leg, which resulted in a severe reprimand for Megatron. Soundwave had 0 messages, as anticipated. To her astonishment, Megatron had sent 1 message, quite unexpected. Ilyxia perked up, clicking into the conversation with Megatron to scrutinize the content. Megatron, Knockout mentioned you were injured. What happened? Her spark surged. Megatron actually expressed concern for her. After confirming it was indeed his message, she noted the timestamp, sent approximately 2 hours ago. Ilyxia, thank you. Thanks to you, I sustained severe injuries. Ilyxia, my upper body has healed, but my leg has not, as your dark energy body struck me. Ilyxia, I'm unable to stand now and must undergo rehabilitation training. Upon sending that message, Ilyxia intended to exit the communication interface and indulge in some animation. She had no expectations of receiving an instantaneous reply from Megatron, the leader of the Decepticons, who was either in a foul mood or preoccupied with his ambitions for world domination. However, she was mistaken. Just as she transitioned to the animation interface, a new message notification appeared. Startled, she opened it to reveal a message from none other than Megatron himself. Megatron, after all this time, the Autobots have failed to restore you. It seems their technological prowess is rather lacking. Ilyxia, as if you Decepticons could remedy my condition. Ilyxia, your silence does not convince anyone that your vocal apparatus has been severed. Megatron, Ilyxia, what I mean is there must be a malfunction in your circuitry. Perhaps you should consult Soundwave to check if your CPU was short-circuited when I poked your optical sensor. Megatron, you clever little imp. I can sense the dark energon coursing through your veins. Megatron, the mere thought of your contributions to the Decepticon cause makes me believe that the Autobots' failure to heal you is a form of medical neglect. Megatron, you ought to affix a Decepticon emblem on yourself, much like how Black Widow adorns her stickers. Ilyxia, what on earth are you rambling about? Is this your first time communicating with a human? Your words are all over the place. Ilyxia, moreover, Megatron. Megatron, where's the rest of your message? Ilyxia, I did that on purpose. Are you a machine, Megatron? Hold on, I'm copying the text. Ilyxia, it's already the end of the month. This year is nearly over. Time is indeed a relentless guest. We must seize the present and contemplate what remains undone, such as treating me to KFC on Crazy Thursday. Megatron, unseemly. Megatron, at times, I ponder whether anyone truly appreciates the genuine me. Online, I excel at masquerading, appearing carefree and untroubled, living a seemingly simple life devoid of the glitz and glamour that many desire. I am quite reclusive, fond of gaming. The reality of my existence is far less captivating than my online persona. In such a monotonous life, would anyone genuinely invite me to indulge in KFC on Crazy Thursday? I find myself perplexed. Ilyxia, Ilyxia, have you lost your mind? Or did you seek assistance from Soundwave? Megatron, your mind appears to be functioning rather swiftly. These human expressions are quite peculiar. Megatron, it took Soundwave several moments to locate me. Ilyxia, huh? Really? Ilyxia, you are indeed a machine, resorting to a proxy for conversation. Megatron, I offer you a chance. If you return, I can have Soundwave mend your leg. Ilyxia, the topic shifts rather swiftly. Ilyxia, thank you, but I think I'll pass. I find being in a wheelchair quite agreeable. Megatron, a predictable response. You remind me of someone who was injured during a duel and still expected my assistance with their rehabilitation training. Ilyxia, wow, that's a tough one to guess. Who could it be? Megatron, you certainly have a way with words. Megatron, I hope your Autobot friends have successfully detected the frequency of our beloved Iron Fortress relic. Ilyxia, you need not worry about that. They have already set off. Megatron, is that so? Megatron, I sincerely appreciate your intelligence. I have indeed spotted them. Megatron, Optimus Prime is approaching with his medic in tow. Ilyxia, hey. Megatron ceased to respond to Ilyxia's messages. Regretfully, she covered her face, vowing not to be drawn into conversation next time. Setting down the data pad, Ilyxia observed Meggy hopping around the control panel, where a familiar coordinate had appeared. Ilyxia, maneuvering her wheelchair, inquired as Meggy entered the coordinate. Meggy, where you up to? Raffi just taught me how to use the land bridge. I can now teleport directly to your home. Meggy proudly showcased her achievement. The screen indeed displayed the location of Ilyxia's former residence. The new address that Agent Fuller had arranged for her remained untouched, as she had yet to move. Are we heading to my house? But might be quite messy. Ilyxia envisioned the state of her home and pondered why they suddenly wished to visit. However, it was quite normal for friends to drop by, especially when boredom loomed. She imagined dust covering every surface, and besides, weren't Jack and Raffi busy with their studies? Meggie confidently reassured her. No worries. Jack and Raffi have already finished their classes. We can simply teleport over. This was unsurprising, as Ilyxia had long since shared her address with the trio. Still, she glanced back at the depths of the base. Surely, RC wouldn't he find out, would she? Meggie firmly activated the land bridge. Don't worry. As long as we return within the stipulated time, it will be fine. I'll push you over. Ilyxia gazed at the glowing land bridge, feeling a slight yearning for that house. Chapter 33. The extraordinary basement, Ilyora's home, was a rather typical two-story detached villa, a common layout in Jasper. Situated in a tranquil neighborhood where the surrounding residents were primarily elderly individuals who cherished peace. My home, including the basement, comprises 3 levels. Ilyxia propelled her wheelchair forward. It had been quite a while since her last visit. It was likely a bit disheveled, so she hoped for their understanding. Jack, feeling a tad embarrassed, scratched his head. We should be the ones apologizing. It'd rather impolite to visit your home unannounced. Ilyxia shook her head. It's no trouble at all. I was just planning to retrieve my computer, and besides, you're my friends. Visiting my home is not an offense at all. The garden at the entrance of the house had become overrun with weeds. Ilyxia calculated the time and felt relieved that her neighbors did not seem to mind. A complaint would have caused quite a stir. She instructed Laffy to retrieve the house key from beneath the mat at the door, expressed her gratitude, and took a deep breath before stepping inside. Upon entering, she was greeted by a scent distinct from the outside world, a fragrance that embodied the essence of home. Ilyxia had lit a particular type of incense within the house, exuding a rich aroma of wood that lingered, even after 2 months of absence and the incense having burned out. As Ilyxia switched on the lights, Mechi exclaimed, "Your living room is so spacious." "And what are all these?" "These are some instruments I enjoy tinkering with," Ilyxia replied. "Since I live alone, I've repurposed the living room entirely for storage. There's no dining room, only the kitchen." The hallway of Ilyxia's home was quite expansive, allowing her wheelchair to pass through comfortably. She noticed Laffy was captivated by the instruments. "Laffy, feel free to explore these instruments, but remember to connect them to the power supply, which is located beside the television," she advised. Laffy expressed her astonishment with gratitude, while Mechi and Jack, accustomed to such scenes, followed closely behind Ilyxia, seemingly concerned for her well-being. Ilyxia reassured them. "Make yourselves at home. There are no hidden secrets in my house." Mechi declared, "I must accompany you to fetch your computer. The ambulance has entrusted me with the responsibility of caring for you, and I intend to fulfill it." With that, she proudly patted her chest. Jack nodded in agreement. "With the 2 of us, it's certainly better than just one." Ilyxia widened her eyes in surprise. "Well, all right then. However, my computer is in the basement. Are you willing to come along?" She pointed towards a door beside the staircase. "Of course." Mechi responded enthusiastically. Ilyxia approached the door, pushed it open, revealing an elevator shaft illuminated by cold glow. Ignoring the astonished gazes of her companions, she pressed a button on the wall, and a transparent elevator ascended. Turning back, Ilyxia cautioned, "Once we descend, please do not be shocked, and whatever you see, I kindly ask you not to disclose." "What's down there?" Jack inquired. Ilyxia nudged her wheelchair into the elevator, gesturing for them to follow. "My computer, along with many more computers." The elevator doors closed behind them, and the transparent lift swiftly descended. Moments later, a vast, metallic underground space revealed itself, a setting that could scarcely be called a basement. Underground city would be a more fitting description. This subterranean area was lofty, and even at a rapid pace, the elevator took several seconds to reach the bottom. Mechi pressed her face against the glass, her eyes wide with wonder. Inside the basement, numerous instruments were meticulously arranged, though their lights remained dim, obscuring their purpose. As the elevator reached the ground floor, Jack finally grasped the true enormity of the instruments. Ilyxia promptly clarified, "These are considered small. I have significantly scaled them down to make them usable for humans." In the corner of the basement lay a considerable accumulation of super-energy or super-energy blocks, emanating a soft blue glow. Mechi pointed at them and inquired, "Are those super-energy bodies?" Areola nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, I primarily use them as fuel for these machines." As Areola maneuvered her wheelchair forward, she elaborated, "These are the machines I use for processing super-energy or compressing super-energy and creating aggregated super-energy. However, this particular machine is beyond repair, and I have yet to fix it." Meichi stared in awe. Jack could not restrain his curiosity and asked, Areola, I'm genuinely intrigued about their origin. Surely, you did not create all of them yourself? Moreover, did the Decepticons not detect any energy frequencies from these super energy bodies? Areola pondered for a moment. Not entirely created by me. Some have been modified using Earth technology. My garage and basement are shielded from signals. So the Decepticons cannot detect these super energy signals. Meichi exclaimed, Goodness, Areola, you aren't a Cybertronian stranded on Earth, are you? Areola chuckled softly, shaking her head without uttering a word. Her laptop rested on a table deep within the basement, covered in a layer of dust. Areola brushed off the dust, disconnected the data cable, and powered it on to check its functionality. Fortunately, the computer was still operational, and she placed it into her backpack. At that moment, her phone rang. Areola opened it to find it was a call from Rafi. What does Rafi want? Meichi asked. Areola shrugged and answered the call. Hello, Rafi? Areola. Rafi's voice trembled. It seems there's a Decepticon in your garage. Areola was taken aback. What? It's a red sports car. It just asked me to call you. It wants to see you. Areola paused. Was this not a summons? She immediately propelled her wheelchair back, exclaiming, I'm on my way. Chapter 34. The revelation of the alter ego aside from scaring Rafi. Do you possess any other tricks? Areola advised Jack and the others to remain inside the house before closing the garage door. She gazed at the vividly colored Aston Martin before her, exasperated. If you wanted to find me, you could have just sent a message. Why threaten Rafi into calling? She sighed. If you had merely messaged me, you certainly would not have come. The Decepticon, Soundwave, transformed into his humanoid form, crouching down to scrutinize Areola, his optical sensors ultimately fixing upon her injured leg. Why do you disregard my expertise as a Decepticon medic by not seeking my assistance for such an injury? I can manage my recovery without burdening you, Areola retorted, pointing to the Decepticon insignia on Soundwave. Besides, it seems rather inappropriate to consult a Decepticon medic while I am among Autobots. Although I'm a Decepticon, what harm is there in assisting a friend? Soundwave flashed a grin, raising his hands in a gesture of goodwill. However, this visit was actually orchestrated by Lord Megatron for me to seek you out. Areola questioned her comprehension. It is Lord Megatron. Unexpected. Isn't it? He poked the temple of the head sculpture with his index finger. Recently, Lord Megatron has been rather perplexing. Just the day before, he declared his intent to capture you alive. Yet the following day, he insisted on bringing you back to the Decepticons, calling you an indispensable part of their ranks. Then, the next day, he deemed you a spy sent by the Autobots to disrupt his CPU's cognition. He sighed and shrugged. Consequently, today, upon learning of your injury, Lord Megatron became utterly distressed, incessantly exclaiming how foolish you are, and subsequently dispatched me to check on you, and by extension, to heal you. Clearly, Megatron is having CPU issues. You should let him take a look. I do not require your treatment, but I appreciate your concern. Knockout. I knew you would refuse. But I must scan your leg first. Knockout retrieved a scanner from his fourth-dimensional pocket, and, without further ado, swept it across Ilyxia. He raised an eyebrow in expectation. As anticipated, if one were to rely on your human self-repair speed, it would indeed take quite a while for recovery. No need for you to fret. My self-repair capabilities are quite robust, Ilyxia replied. Knockout retracted the scanner. I am aware. Your repair abilities resemble those of a living Cybertronian. However, he said, his red optical lens focusing on Ilyxia's face. You are indeed a Cybertronian, are you not? This is not a question. Ilyxia froze momentarily. Yet she remained composed, gazing up at Knockout with a slight smile. Does anyone else know about this matter aside from you? Knockout chuckled lightly, then exaggeratedly shrugged. Lord Megatron has certainly sent something. As for Soundwave, I cannot say, and Black Widow is too occupied tearing off the stickers you applied. It seems I may be the only one aware. Ilyxia frowned. What about Deadlock? Knockout shook his head. I have no intention of letting him in on this. Honestly, I am quite curious about how you managed to confine your consciousness within this carbon-based shell. Knockout initially thought to poke Ilyxia's head, but withdrew his hand upon remembering she was still an injured party. Ilyxia adjusted her wheelchair and took a step back. Isn't there a record of this research in your Worship's database? Why inquire with me? That endeavor was long halted by Arachnid. Mature technology was lost amidst the chaos of war. Knockout paused at this juncture. You're not suggesting that you brought a machine from Cybertron, are you? Have you transformed yourself from Cybertronian into a carbon-based human? Even if I were to assemble 300 escape pods together, I couldn't transport that machine to Earth, you know? Ilyora found Knockout's line of thought rather absurd. That defies any explanation that Cybertronian compression technology could provide. Knockout was taken aback. Then how did you? As you presumed, I merely transferred my consciousness into this human body. My original form remains within the escape pod. Ilyora gestured with her hand, tracing a circular motion. Now, this consciousness resides within the confines of my brain, allowing me to govern this corporeal form. Should my human body perish, my consciousness will return to the escape pod. As for how I transported my consciousness from such a distance, my escape pod is situated near Earth. It would take too long for the pod itself to descend. Thus, I preemptively created a smaller escape pod, encapsulating my consciousness and sending it down to Earth. Wow, what a clever decision. I shudder to think how the circuitry would fare after prolonged exposure in the pod. Knockout remarked. Can you leave now? Ilyora glanced at the time on her phone. You've scanned my leg. You should be able to return now. Knockout appeared somewhat wounded. Why must you rush me to leave? Ilyora rolled her eyes. My friend is still waiting outside. If you choose not to depart, I wouldn't mind letting Optimus Prime give you a good thrashing, not to mention scratching your paint. All right, I'll go. Knockout immediately recoiled at the mention of paint damage. Ilyora raised an eyebrow and, using her remote, opened the garage door. Knockout promptly transformed into vehicle mode, rev his engine, and sped away, not forgetting to whistle at Ilyora as he left. Who is coming back to see you? Ilyora muttered to herself as she watched Knockout's retreating form, sighed, and then closed the garage door with her remote. After turning off the garage lights and cutting the power to prevent any fire hazards, she opened the door leading into the house. Mickey and the others were seated on the floor of the living room, which was covered in a thick carpet, huddled around Mickey's phone, chattering animatedly. Ilyora peered over and noticed it was Mickey's phone. We just came to Ilyora's house for a visit. Mickey exclaimed into the phone. Jack took the phone, yes? The four of us are safe now. Ravage quietly added from the side. Ilyora has arrived. Ilyora wheeled herself closer. What is going on? Mickey handed the phone to Ilyora. It's RC. Ilyora took the call. What is up, RC? The outcome was a reprimand upon returning to the base. Ilyora shrank back, feeling the optical glare from the partition. It was merely the partition observing her intently. I promise it won't happen again, Ilyora murmured. RC shook her head, exasperated. You're injured. What if you venture out and encounter danger? The Decepticons are a cunning bunch. A moment's carelessness could lead you into their trap. Ilyora recalled Knockout's near depression from being unable to polish himself due to his dead engine, and Megatron's insistence on playing his favorite songs. Perhaps you should watch less My Little Pony, Megatron, she thought, almost laughing out loud. No, she had received professional training, no matter how amusing it was. She wouldn't laugh, unless she couldn't help it. Chapter 35. The Spark Extractor upon his return. Optimus Prime was greeted by the sight of RC speaking to Ilyora in a maternal manner, while Ilyora appeared guilty, nestled in her wheelchair. RC, hands on her hips and shaking her head, remarked that Ilyora had sneaked out with Jack and the others, utilizing the land bridge. With no time to present the newly acquired relics, Optimus turned his gaze to Ilyora and gently suggested that perhaps allowing her some time outside for relaxation would be a wise choice. To Ilyora's surprise, who had anticipated a reprimand, her eyes brightened. Really? RC, taken aback by Optimus's response, hesitated, her gaze oscillating between Ilyora and Optimus, before swallowing her words and merely stating, just don't go racing in that wheelchair and incur speeding fines. Optimus nodded in agreement, and drifting in the wheelchair is also off limits. Confused, Ilyora questioned, do I truly seem like someone who would engage in such antics? RC responded affirmatively, indeed. Mickey, leaning on the railing, chimed in, it certainly seems that way. Jack and Raph exchanged glances, affirming her statement with a nod. Bumblebee joined the conversation with a cheerful beep. Ilyora, disheartened, lowered her head. Fine. Silently, she maneuvered her wheelchair away. RC raised an eyebrow, observing Ilyora's retreating figure, and remarked, don't you think Ilyora has become much more lively since returning from the Decepticon warship? Mickey was the first to respond. I know this. Ilyora made a Decepticon friend aboard the ship, and that friend has been so chatty that she has become more talkative herself. A Decepticon friend? Optimus inquired, puzzled. Instantly, all the Autobots turned their attention to Mickey. She shrank back slightly, What are you all staring at me for? That Decepticon is quite nice. He even scanned Iliora's legs and offered to help her with her health. Though she declined. No, no, no. Iliora's voice echoed from a distance as she swiftly returned to the base's main hall in her wheelchair, coming to an abrupt stop, her momentum causing her to lurch forward slightly. You may have misunderstood. While I am friends with Megatron, it's merely a matter of camaraderie, such as our mutual interest in discussing polishing techniques. I have never divulged any Autobot secrets to him, although I have persistently tried to extract information to no avail. We're aware of that. RC suddenly smiled. However, Ilyora, wasn't your wheelchair moving a bit too fast just now? Ilyora quickly retorted, that does not constitute racing. Speaking of racing, Optimus took the spark extractor from Bumblebee. Bumblebee and I have just intercepted this sacred relic from Megatron. Once again, the group's attention shifted to Optimus, the topic transitioning from Ilyora to the spark extractor. Ilyora sighed in relief, thankful that no one would pursue her wheelchair escapade any further. Splendid. Tomorrow, I shall seek an uninhabited locale to ascertain the velocity my wheelchair can attain. Bumblebee animatedly recounted how he snatched the all-spark extractor from Megatron's grasp, prompting RC to chuckle. You must have tumbled quite a bit. Optimus Prime entrusted the all-spark extractor to Ratchet, who placed it upon the analysis platform. Within mere moments, the signal frequency of this sacred relic was extracted. This is the ancient Autobot signal frequency I detected, Ratchet proclaimed. Moreover, it is a Fortress Maximus return beacon, Optimus added. RC approached, inquiring, then why is there an Autobot locator installed? During the war, the most advanced Decepticon weaponry was stored within the vault beneath Fortress Maximus. Optimus began to narrate the history of these weapons. While Ilyora was not particularly curious, Mikey and others listened with rapt attention. These weapons were launched into outer space to prevent them from falling into Decepticon hands. As Ilyora listened to Optimus' historical lecture, she stifled a yawn. The expanse of outer space felt rather small, with all sacred relics having descended upon Earth, leading one to wonder if there existed a kinship between Earth and Cybertron. Oh, but wait. Ilyora recalled a certain tyrant with purple blood. Perhaps the cosmic overlord was simply famished, yearning to consume some relics to satiate his hunger. Is this the only intelligence you leaked to the Decepticons? RC asked with concern. Optimus replied methodically, that is an astute question. Aside from this singular coordinate, I must confess that I cannot clearly recall the remaining two. Ratchet interjected reassuringly. Megatron has evidently exploited your amnesia to the fullest. However, at least we are aware of two coordinates, so we are not entirely in the dark. At that moment, Ilyora spoke up. In truth, there are 4 coordinates in total. All eyes turned toward her. Ratchet quickly probed. Are you certain? Ilyora blinked before shaking her head. I'm not entirely sure. I only noticed that when Orion, that is, Optimus, decrypted the information, the screen displayed 4 distinct lines of coordinates. Furthermore, there are many more that remain undeciphered, and I doubt there are merely 4 sets. Knockout dared not glance at Megatron's expression, for it was ominously dark. Enraged, Megatron slammed his fist upon the control panel. Knockout. You haven't even healed Ilyora's leg. My lord, I can explain. Ilyora herself insisted I need not treat her. Knockout hastily defended. Moreover, to fully heal Ilyora, she must be taken aboard the warship. Megatron was about to retort when Soundwave emerged, his visor displaying 2 coordinate locations. This reminded Megatron that he still had 2 coordinates yet to explore. He commanded Knockout to step back, continuing to devise a means to heal Ilyora's leg without bringing her aboard the warship. Knockout now truly believed that Megatron's circuitry was malfunctioning. He now truly hopes more than anyone else that Ilyora's legs will recover soon, for otherwise he would be incessantly tormented by Megatron. Chapter 36. Infuriating. They actually extracted the kidney. Overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness and the void of pain, Ilyora fell back into her wheelchair, wiping the sweat from her forehead. She attempted once more to stand by gripping the armrests, but Nurse Darby intervened just in time. That's enough, Ilyora. Today's rehabilitation session is nearly concluded. Nurse Darby, with a serious expression, adjusted the seat of Ilyora's wheelchair. It is quite remarkable that you managed to stand a little on your first day. You mustn't push yourself too hard. Ilyora assessed her legs. Aside from the superficial pain in her muscles, she felt nothing else, which left her feeling somewhat disheartened. I wish to recover more quickly. Even the swiftest recovery requires time. Many things cannot be accomplished in an instant. Nurse Darby gently patted Ilyora's shoulder. I must take my leave now. Jack should be finishing school soon. If you experience any discomfort, feel free to contact me directly or reach out to Jack. After a few more words of caution, Nurse Darby departed. Once she saw Nurse Darby leave, Ilyora stubbornly gripped the armrests, attempting to rise once again, but ultimately succumbed to weakness and fell back into the wheelchair. Ilyora stared blankly at her legs. Her thighs had thinned noticeably. She reached down to touch her leg, feeling its soft texture, yet there was no corresponding response from her thigh. It felt as though her hands and legs existed in entirely different dimensions. With a sigh, Ilyora retrieved her datapad from the small pouch on the side of the wheelchair. The pad displayed numerous unread messages, predominantly consisting of the incessant chatter from Knockout, along with a terse communication from Megatron, exuding his domineering CEO demeanor. After responding casually to Knockout, Ilyora chose not to reply immediately to Megatron's message, instead pushing her wheelchair toward the base's main hall. The base was relatively empty. Bumblebee and the barriers were outside, and the task of picking up the students was left to RC and Landmine. Optimus Prime stood vigil at the control console. Just as Ilyora was about to inquire about RC's whereabouts, she opened her mouth but had not yet spoken when Landmine's door swung open. Ilyora turned her gaze toward Landmine as RC and Jack emerged from within, and as soon as Mickey spotted Ilyora, she rushed over. Hey, Ilyora, how did your rehabilitation training go today? It was all right. I could stand a little bit. Ilyora replied. I want to practice a bit longer. But Nurse Darby said not to rush it. Today's training intensity was already sufficient. Mickey reassured her. Indeed, one must not be overly impatient. If one could complete most of the rehabilitation training in a single day, then no one in the world would be disabled. Ilyora nodded. You're right. I miss the days when, as a hefty piece of metal, my rehabilitation training took hardly any time, unlike this agonizing experience now. Just as Jack and Raph were about to push Ilyora's wheelchair to play games, the sound of Landmine's door opening once again echoed through the hall. The three individuals turned their heads in confusion as the figures of Ironhide and Bumblebee rushed out from the land bridge, both appearing to be in a state of urgency. Observing their flustered expressions, Optimus Prime inquired, What has transpired? Ironhide spoke first, his tone urgent. Where is Ratchet? Bumblebee needs him. A sense of foreboding washed over Optimus Prime as he swiftly contacted Ratchet, then glanced at Bumblebee, who stood behind Ironhide. He appeared uninjured, at least externally. What is wrong with Bumblebee? Elita. One examined him closely, noting his lack of visible wounds. Ironhide shook his head. I am not certain. Bumblebee claims he cannot transform. Cannot transform? Ratchet's concern for Bumblebee heightened. Could a component be jammed? Ratchet emerged from the depths of the base, his hands still smeared with the residue of energon. I was just inspecting the energon reserves, but what is the matter that necessitates such urgency? Is Bumblebee hurt? Ironhide reiterated, Our acrobatic little racer cannot transform. Ratchet paused in disbelief. What? Bumblebee, with a look of distress, recounted the events. He and Ironhide had received a signal, but upon investigation, found nothing. Before he could send a communication, he was struck by a disorienting beam and collapsed. Upon regaining consciousness, he discovered he was unable to transform. Ratchet flicked the energon residue from his hands. Then you require a full diagnostic. Ratchet noticed the worry etched on Elita, 1's face. There are numerous reasons one might be unable to transform. Perhaps some components are misaligned from battle, or the transformation gears are jammed. Guided by Ratchet, Bumblebee reclined on a metal stretcher, offering a comforting word to Elita, 1, who clutched her hoodie's drawstring, her heart racing. Ratchet approached the examination with utmost seriousness, furrowing his brow as he meticulously scanned Bumblebee's frame. All other components appear intact. It is possible the disorienting beam damaged the transformation gears. Before he could finish, the scan revealed an empty compartment where Bumblebee's transformation gears should have been. Ratchet exclaimed in astonishment, his voice rising. Oh no, my Matrix! Bumblebee's transformation gears were not merely damaged, they were missing. The tension in Ratchet's heart finally plummeted. What? Chapter 37. Elita. Wait, what does that mean? Me, Kvestson. Perplexed. Are the transformation gears a component? Like, a gear shift? Ratchet shook his head. No, the transformation gears are the pinnacle of Cybertronian biotechnology. An organ of Bumblebee's used for scanning vehicles and enabling transformation. So, it is as though Bumblebee has had an organ removed? Elita, one exclaimed in astonishment. Ratchet solemnly nodded, indeed. At this revelation, the surrounding Autobots displayed expressions of profound shock. Jack pondered for a moment, but the Decepticons could transform. What would they want with that? Ambulance. The act of organ theft does not seem like something Megatron would undertake. Ilyxia nodded. Indeed, he does not appear to possess the same predilections as Hannibal. It is unlikely he would have any interest in a transformation cog. Jack exclaimed, to liken him to Hannibal is rather frightening. RC inquired, who is Hannibal? A fictional character from the human world, a cannibal, Jack explained. Rafi continued, expressing his concern. If it is not Megatron, then who could it be? The partition exchanged glances with RC. Those who dismantled the Deadfire? RC concurred. They even allied with Black Widow to attempt to cut me open. Ambulance agreed. Indeed, it seems the mech special operations team has advanced their understanding of our biotechnologies. But why do they seek Bumblebee's components? Rafi queried. No sooner had Rafi spoken than Bumblebee began to angrily seek out Silas for retribution. Others may not comprehend Bumblebee's words, but Ilyxia understood quite clearly. Bumblebee's language was somewhat vulgar. Optimus timely intervened. Calm down, Bumblebee. You lack the appropriate equipment to handle this matter. Bumblebee, distressed, beeped several times. And Optimus continued to comfort him. You are mistaken, my friend. I fully empathize with the loss of your vital components. And I recognize how invaluable it is to place your trust in your comrades. I swear we shall do everything within our power to restore you. They proposed, at worst, we could have Ambulance create a new transformation cog for you. Bumblebee let out a wail and slumped back onto the stretcher, the doors hanging limply behind him. May was instantly startled. Did I say something wrong? Ambulance corrected May. May, the transformation cog is a biotechnological device, not merely a spare part. It is akin to Ilyxa's leg. Ilyxia, being mentioned, retorted, can we please refrain from discussing my leg in this context? Ambulance promptly apologized. My apologies. It was merely a metaphor. In any case, May, the transformation cog is a crucial organ. Otherwise, do you think I would not provide Bumblebee with a new vocalizer? Bumblebee was entirely dejected, and Rafi's attempts at consolation fell short. The petition suggested, I propose that until Bumblebee's transformation cog is returned, we refrain from transforming. RC was not entirely agreeable. I know your intentions are good, partition, but now is not the time to bind our hands and feet. Optimus spoke solemnly. Megatron is likely searching for the next immensely destructive Iron Fortress artifact. And I fear the mech special operations team is utilizing Bumblebee's transformation cog to achieve their nefarious ends. Ilyxia sighed. Now we have a non-mobile individual in the base. May patted Ilyxia on the shoulder. In fact, there are two of us in the base. Ilyxia was taken aback. She glanced at her own legs and immediately realized whom May was referring to. Hey, inside the mech special operations team's experimental warehouse. The elite task force that has stolen the transformation gears of the Bumblebee is tirelessly conducting experiments. They have installed the transformation gear onto a self-crafted basic model, which is mounted on the wall of the warehouse, resembling nothing more than a shell filled with vital organs. It hardly qualifies as a humanoid form. As the transformation gear is inserted into the model, a command from Silas prompts the model's eyes to emit a scanning beam, which thoroughly scans the helicopter in the center of the warehouse, while data is simultaneously recorded on the control console screen beside the experimenters. Everything is in place, awaiting transformation. Yet, regardless of the experimenters' efforts, the model remains inert, unable to transform for reasons unknown. After several attempts, the only result is the extinguishing of its energy. Accompanying the fading energy is the sound of laughter from outside the warehouse. The red spider casually pushes open the warehouse door, finding the defenses of these carbon-based life forms as flimsy as paper. Is this what you've turned the poor Deadfire into, a subject of scientific experimentation? The red spider approaches Silas with measured steps. It seems you haven't learned your lesson. As soon as he finishes speaking, the armed personnel around them quickly raise their weapons, red dots instantly targeting the red spider's frame. Unfazed, the red spider raises an eyebrow. Surely you don't believe that bullets crafted from human technology can inflict any harm upon me? Silas stands with his hands behind his back, his expression slightly tense as he furrows his brow. At least we now know your weakness, Decepticon. Decepticon? Oh, spare mis choses from Europe de jest. I have no ties with those fellows anymore. Besides, if I were here for revenge, You would have been wailing by now, the Red Spider chuckles. Silas remains vigilant. Then why are you here? The Red Spider raises an eyebrow to discuss collaboration. He proceeds to outline the myriad advantages of working together. After a moment of contemplation, Silas instructs the armed personnel to lower their weapons, and the Red Spider strides slowly towards the model. Energon is not only a source of energy, but also ammunition and life itself. Both Decepticons and Autobots require it. The Red Spider appropriates some of his own energon and places it at the model's chest. Currently, the energon deposits on Earth are dwindling. The Decepticons are engaged in research on synthesizing energon, and fortuitously, I happen to know a unique method of synthesizing a special type of energon. Silas furrows his brow. What is it? The Red Spider removes his optical visor, mimicking Silas's pose with hands behind his back. Aggregated energon, a processed product that is several times more effective than standard energon. The energy from a piece of aggregated energon surpasses that of 8 pieces of standard energon. Through a rather unique synthesis method, one piece of energon can yield half a piece of aggregated energon. Unfortunately, neither the Decepticons nor the Autobots possess this technology on Earth, except the Red Spider deliberately pauses. Silas raises an eyebrow. Except what? Do you recall the human girl from whom we rescued the extinguished fire last time? The Red Spider posed this inquiry. Silas's expression darkened. You mean Ilyxia? Ah, indeed. She is a most extraordinary human. The Red Spider gestured toward his own head sculpture. Within her mind resides not only a conglomerate of superenergy, but also the specific equations for synthesizing superenergy. Silas narrowed his eyes, a plan rapidly forming in his mind. Chapter 38. In truth, Ilyxia is Tang Sung Jasper's autumn was refreshingly cool, yet the mornings could be somewhat chilly. Ilyxia wiped the sweat from her cheek and, leaning against the wall, took 2 tentative steps forward. However, merely 2 steps were enough to send her tumbling back in her wheelchair. She lifted her gaze to the slate-gray sky. The sun had yet to fully rise, and no lights illuminated the neighboring houses. The surroundings were eerily quiet, save for the occasional chirp of a bird and the whisper of the breeze. Surrounding Ilyxia's home was a dense forest, situated rather off the beaten path, among the most secluded houses in the community. She had deliberately chosen this residence to ensure her research in the basement went unnoticed. Indeed, she had returned home, opting not to relocate, but instead hiring someone to clean the house. She was unconcerned about whether the Decepticons might unexpectedly visit. However, given Megatron's current attitude toward her, it was likely he would merely send a minion to suddenly appear in her garage and startle her. Ilyxia instinctively touched her legs, now able to vaguely sense some feeling. During her recovery, the dark superenergy had been assisting her in repairing her limbs, and within just a week, she could stand and take a few steps. There had been no joint exercises. She could move fluidly, much to Nurse Darby's astonishment, who exclaimed that divine intervention was at play. The price she paid, however, was a relentless torrent of dreams, often waking her throughout the night as visions of her past experiences on Cybertron replayed in her mind. From a moment her mechanical eyes opened to the instant she closed them to enter the escape pod. In these dreams, Ilyxia sensed that she had forgotten something, a fragment of memory from before she entered the arena. It seemed she had been guarding something, perhaps a magical orb? The term slipped from her lips. She froze, attempting to search her mind for memories associated with a magical orb, yet found nothing. Impossible. How could she possibly be connected to a magical orb? If that were the case, then Ilyxia found herself unable to comprehend the sudden influx of information that had sprung forth in her mind. Rubbing her temples in frustration, she resolved to abandon such thoughts. Perhaps it was merely a dream. She did not wish to dwell on these matters any longer. All she had desired was to live a quiet life as a carbon-based being on Earth, yet she found herself entangled in abductions and injuries, leaving her utterly exhausted. Having glanced at the time, Ilyxia resolved to return for a shower. It was the weekend, and Meichi and Jack had invited her to the base for supplementary lessons. She had fallen behind in her studies during this period, and being human, she could not afford to neglect her education. Originally, Jack had intended to work while Meichi planned to remain at school. However, they decided to address Ilyxia's situation first. This display of camaraderie was truly touching. Jasper would undoubtedly be pleased as one of Ilyxia's closest friends. Rafi remained at school over the weekend, participating in a competition. In a few hours, the petition should bring the 2 little ones to fetch her. Initially, this task was meant for Bumblebee. Not far away in the woods, Red Spider gleefully observed Ilyxia, who sat in a wheelchair. Silas, at his feet, used binoculars to survey Ilyxia's home. His original plan was to infiltrate her house and abduct her directly. But to avoid raising alarms, he opted to observe from a distance. According to my intelligence, Ilyxia had not become disabled. Silas frowned at Red Spider. What is going on? Red Spider shrugged. I wouldn't know. I severed ties with the Decepticons long ago. Perhaps Megatron employed some interrogation method after capturing Ilyxia aboard the warship, resulting in this aftermath. Silas, however, was unconcerned as long as her head was intact. With a wave of his hand, a group of masked armed personnel crouched low and infiltrated Ilyxia's yard. Something felt amiss. Meiji held her phone, the screen displaying a message she had sent to Ilyxia 5 minutes prior. Ilyxia had not replied, and the message was marked unread. What's wrong? Jack inquired. Peering out from the passenger seat, Meiji observed for a while. Not only has Ilyxia not responded, but it also appears that no one is home. Jack suggested, could she have overslept? Unlikely. I called her, and she wouldn't have her phone on silent. After pondering for a moment, Meiji decided to open the car door. I'll go knock and see. Ilyxia's yard was devoid of any plants, the lawn meticulously trimmed. Following the path to the front door, Meiji knocked while calling out Ilyxia's name, but received no response. How strange. Surely Ilyxia hasn't truly fallen asleep, she murmured, tiptoeing and placing her hand flat above her brow in an attempt to see through the glass of the door. The living room was shrouded in darkness, and through the glass, she could only discern that the door leading to the backyard was ajar, revealing an empty wheelchair tipped over at the threshold. Oh my goodness! Meiji gasped in shock, quickly lowering her hand and racing to the backyard. Fortunately, the front and backyards were connected, allowing her to access the rear of the house. As her gaze fell upon the backyard, the sight before her rendered her motionless. Ilyxia's wheelchair lay overturned on the ground, and there were clear signs of a struggle, with 3 bullet holes visible in the doorframe. As she surveyed her surroundings, the only notable object was a familiar data pad lying on the ground before the wheelchair. Meiji stepped forward and picked up the data pad. A familiar face appeared on the screen, and Meiji stood frozen for 3 seconds before swiftly sprinting away with the device. The partition. Ilyxia has been kidnapped again. Chapter 39. Deception is the true art of manipulation indeed. Revealing too many identities invites a myriad of troubles, Ilyxia thought coldly. This marked the 3rd time she had been abducted. The first time, she was overpowered and captured. The second time, she found herself aboard the Decepticon warship. And now, what awaited her was yet another encounter with the Mecha Special Forces. What do they possibly want with me? Ilyxia raised her gaze to meet the eyes of Silas, casting a sideways glance at the Red Spider standing behind him. How is it that you're collaborating with the Red Spider? At that moment, Ilyxia was bound to a chair, her hands restrained behind her back with what seemed to be high-strength binding straps, rendering someone of her caliber utterly incapable of any struggle. As she shifted her wrists, she noted that the quality of the restraints was commendable. At least she would require some time to create sufficient space for movement. However, the more pressing concern lay with her legs. Even if she managed to free her hands, escaping would still pose a challenge. The Red Spider chuckled triumphantly. Did you ever imagine I would join forces with a human? What surprises me even more is your transformation into a pitiful cripple. Ilyxia rolled her eyes unabashedly. I think you require a full head decapitation treatment, starting from the neck, to disconnect that CPU circuit of yours. The Red Spider was momentarily at a loss for words. You, silver-tongued. Silas raised his hand to interrupt the exchange between Ilyxia and the Red Spider. The atmosphere, with only a table separating them, felt akin to an interrogation. He commanded someone to bring a lamp, and upon pressing a switch, an intensely blinding light was directed towards Ilyxia's face. Instinctively, she recoiled, furrowing her brows and blinking in discomfort. The light was unbearable, causing her eyes to ache. Seemingly satisfied with Ilyxia's reaction, Silas allowed a wicked smile to grace his lips. Tell me the synthesis formula for the composite super-energy body. She had changed her mind. This was not merely an interrogation. It was indeed an interrogation. Ilyxia chuckled lightly. I have no knowledge of any composite super-energy body. Where did you hear that? It wouldn't happen to be the Red Spider who told you, would it? Her gaze playfully shifted to the Red Spider before returning to Silas's eyes. Might I remind you that the Red Spider has attempted to usurp Megatron's position more than once, and is known for his fabrications. Silas narrowed his eyes at the red spider, who immediately grew flustered, hastily organizing his words. I believe this has nothing to do with the composite super-energy body. The already tenuous alliance was further strained by Iliora's remarks. She observed the confrontation between the two, her hands still subtly moving behind her back. Taking advantage of the armed personnel's line of sight, she relished the spectacle of dogs fighting among themselves. Silas deliberately left behind Ilora's datapad. This time, he recorded merely a video, eschewing the bidirectional communicator used during the previous abduction of Deathfire. In the video, Silas asserted that his intention in taking Ilora was solely to pursue collaboration, devoid of malice. However, he could not guarantee her return, nor could he assure her complete safety. Upon viewing the video, Ambulance slammed a fist against the control panel in frustration, exclaiming, "Who knows if his claims of collaboration and lack of ill intent are credible?" I relayed this message to Agent Fuller, who responded that he was diligently searching for her. Meiji raised her phone to show Ambulance proof that she had indeed sent it. Bumblebee, anxious, buzzed incessantly nearby. Optimus Prime replied, "I understand, Bumblebee, but we must not rush. Ilora's physiology differs from ours. Should the mech special operations team harm her to achieve their aims, she would lose far more than just her legs. So what shall we do now? Are we to wait idly?" Meiji inquired. "Surely there must be some clues," said Raffi. Jack, holding the data pad, interjected, "Raffi is correct. There are some leads, albeit vague. It appears to be photographs taken shortly before Ilora was taken." Jack handed the data pad to Ambulance, who projected the images onto the large screen. The photographs were indeed quite blurry, seemingly captured in the midst of a struggle, rendering only the vague outlines of massed armed personnel discernible. Ambulance inquired of Jack, "Where did you find this image? Within the data pad storage?" Jack shook his head. "I spotted this image on her communication interface with the defeated foes. It seems Ilora inadvertently sent it to her Decepticon allies. We cannot possibly rely on the Decepticons to rescue her, can we?" Meiji remarked. Just then, a powerful energon signal flickered on the screen, prompting Optimus Prime to furrow his brow as he swiftly identified it as a signal from an energon deposit. RC instantly understood Optimus's intentions. Their current energon reserves were indeed insufficient. Optimus nodded. "RC, accompany me. Divider, you and Ambulance stay here to monitor Bumblebee." Upon hearing that he would be left behind once more, Bumblebee's demeanor soured, his doors drooping dismally as he emitted a series of disgruntled beeps. "Agent Fuller will notify us the moment he has news," Optimus reassured Bumblebee. "By then, both the transformation gears and Ilora will return unscathed." Meiji nudged Jack and whispered, "Don't you think the frequency of Ilora's abductions is rather alarming?" Jack shrugged. "If others knew you were friends with these towering Autobots, you'd surely find yourself summoned for tea by Agent Fuller as superiors. It's hardly different from abduction." "Ah, you make a valid point," Meiji conceded. Chapter 40. The shield generator. The base felt rather desolate without Optimus Prime and RC. Bumblebee sat in a corner, while Ratchet had gone to fetch Raph, leaving only Bulkhead and himself on duty. Bumblebee gazed at Bulkhead's silhouette, emitting a few beeps. Bulkhead turned and reassured him, "Don't blame yourself, buddy. It's not your fault that Elita 1 was captured by the Decepticon Special Operations Team." Bumblebee shook his head, expressing his confusion with a series of beeps. Bulkhead continued, "The data pad containing the synthetic energy entity equation has already been extracted by Ratchet. The Special Operations Team likely captured her for that reason. If the data pad held any value, they would have taken it as well." Hearing this, Bumblebee nodded and beeped once more. Bulkhead elaborated, "The Decepticon Special Operations Team has been attempting to study our biotechnology. They probably wish to experiment with the energy entity now." Bumblebee beeped again, but this time Bulkhead did not respond, as a familiar signal echoed through the air once more. Bulkhead glanced at the coordinates displayed on the screen, prompting Bumblebee to excitedly move several steps forward. Bulkhead nodded. "It's possible. I'll notify them." However, Bumblebee intercepted Bulkhead. He emitted a series of beeps. Bulkhead hesitated. "What do you wish to prove?" Bumblebee fixed his determined gaze on Bulkhead. He sought to validate his own worth. Meanwhile, Knockout had been too preoccupied to check communications. He was busy excavating artifacts for Lord Megatron. Their current mission took place within a cave, where the artifact was a particularly useful paint protector, a shield generator that could alter its shape and size at will. Knockout thought this device would be ideal for safeguarding his base coat. All right, Scrap Heap, stop hammering. I fear the cave may collapse, Knockout admonished. Observing Scrap Heap, still attempting to break the rocks surrounding the artifact. Let us just take the paint protector and leave before the Autobots emerge and snatch it away. Scrap Heap obediently halted his efforts and looked at the slender shield generator with curiosity. What is this thing for? This is a shield generator, Knockout replied, shaking it slightly to demonstrate to Scrap Heap. Red Alert mentioned it to me once. The shield can transform into various forms, but I'm unsure how to activate it. Perhaps we can take it back to show Lord Megatron. That makes sense. Let us go, Scrap Heap responded. After transforming, Knockout placed the shield generator on the back seat, with Scrap Heap following closely behind in vehicle mode. The two sped away at a brisk pace, but perhaps due to the artifact being buried too deeply, they would need to run for several minutes to exit the cave. During this time, Knockout finally found an opportunity to check communications. He read a morning greeting from Scrap Heap, acknowledged it, and noted Black Widow's message from the previous day inquiring about polishing. He decided to reply casually, as he would soon be aboard the warship and could find her in person. There was no message from Soundwave. The photograph sent by Ilyxia, depicting her abduction, was so blurred that it provoked a hearty laugh. What? The vehicle, having been knocked over, suddenly slammed to a halt, and Deadlock, noticing the situation, ceased his pursuit as well. His focus had been solely on the fallen vehicle, thus avoiding a collision. He came to a stop at just the right moment. Deadlock quickly inquired what happened. The voice of the fallen one sounded somewhat frantic. This may sound absurd, but it appears that Ilyxia has been kidnapped. Deadlock was taken aback. Ilyxia has been kidnapped? Didn't Lord Megatron order the Decepticons to steer clear of her? They're not one of ours. It's that repulsive group that previously sought to dismantle you. The fallen one gritted his teeth. Ilyxia sent me a very blurry photo, revealing the faces of those carbon-based beings. We must return at once to report this to Lord Megatron. The fallen one was indeed furious. He had always been displeased with those fleshy beings for their inappropriate advances towards Deadlock, and now they had audaciously reached for Ilyxia. What would happen to his polish if anything befell her? There was no other carbon-based creature that could match Ilyxia's compatibility as a friend. His anger affected his engine, causing it to nearly overload, and, as a result, his speed exceeded his usual pace. The tires rolled over the uneven stones without a sound. Deadlock, trailing behind, discerned that the fallen one was in a particularly foul mood and chose not to speak further at that moment. Instead, he contacted Soundwave to initiate the land bridge. Meanwhile, outside the cave, Ironhide was reluctantly escorting Bumblebee through the land bridge, holding a signal detector. He turned to Bumblebee and said, "Fortunately, not every mission involves a high-speed chase. Wait, this signal is getting closer." Ironhide observed the approaching signal and glanced up at the cave entrance, where a bright red sports car burst forth. The fallen one sped out of the cave, circling around Ironhide, then raced onto the road behind the two machines, leaving behind a single taunt. "Catch me if you can." Immediately, the entire form of Deadlock followed suit, emerging in his humanoid shape. He swung a hammer at Ironhide, who quickly blocked it and shouted to Bumblebee, "You go after him." Bumblebee nodded and dashed after the fallen one. However, he was unable to transform or wield any weapons, relying solely on his legs to chase. He watched helplessly as Deadlock maintained a delicate distance. Feeling anxious, Bumblebee realized that he could not catch up like this. Gradually, he slowed his pace. Noticing this, Deadlock glanced into his rearview mirror. "Bumblebee, where's that horsepower you pride yourself on? Show it. But I might not have time to indulge you in a race." The Bumblebee, frustrated by the provocateur's escape, swiftly scanned his surroundings. He spotted a rusty vehicle parked by the roadside and impulsively mounted it in an attempt to pursue the fleeing figure. Alas, the vehicle proved incapable of bearing Bumblebee's weight, and after a mere kilometer of thrust, a wheel succumbed to the strain and rolled away. The car failed to navigate even a simple turn and consequently tumbled down the slope. Where'd he rent such a dilapidated vehicle? The provocateur, intrigued by Bumblebee's antics, had no time to ponder further as he had more pressing matters at hand. He transmitted a message to Soundwave, requesting the activation of the land bridge. The shield generator was in his possession, and he had another significant matter to report to Lord Megatron regarding his beloved Ilyxia. 1. Chapter 41. Suspected Prime Partner Humanity has a remarkable talent for tormenting itself. Silas's biotechnological research did not necessarily require the aggregation of energon. Noticing Ilyxia, one's reluctance to speak. He resolved not to relent, taking her hostage and binding her within the confines of the experimental warehouse. Ilyxia, one had long since grown accustomed to such treatment. Her initial experiences aboard the Decepticon warship had been far less tolerable than her current plight. However, Silas was not inclined to allow Ilyxia any semblance of peace. Aware of her extensive knowledge regarding Energon, he sought to test the veracity of the information provided by the Insecticon, specifically by fashioning a piece of substandard or that bore no resemblance to pure Energon, and proceeded to process it before her eyes. The processing machines stood in the corner of the warehouse, perilously close to Ilyxia. She cast a glance at the crude ore and frowned. The low purity of the ore would yield no viable liquid, and the machinery's power was set too high. Attempting to process this ore could easily result in an overload and subsequent explosion. She had little faith that Silas's hastily assembled technology possessed the self-protection capabilities found on Cybertron. Calculating the distance, she realized that any explosion would undoubtedly affect her as well. She had no desire to die in such an inexplicable manner. After much deliberation, Ilyxia resolved to speak up. She directed her gaze toward the ore, stating, "Do not attempt to process that ore. Its purity is far too low, and doing so may very well lead to your demise." Silas raised an eyebrow at her words and followed her gaze toward the ore, confirming that it was indeed the substandard piece he had deliberately placed there. He gestured for the machines to cease their operation and turned to face Ilyxia. His eyes locking onto the scars on her right arm. "What is this? You were previously unwilling to speak, yet now you wish to play the role of the savior?" Silas approached her slowly, remarking, "I had thought the injuries on your face rendered you incapable of speech." Ilyxia averted her gaze in revulsion, unwilling to meet Silas's eyes. During this period, Silas employed every conceivable interrogation method to extract information from her. The most extreme tactic involved striking Ilyxia across the face. One of Silas's subordinates had initially intended to use electrodes to inflict pain, but miscalculated the power, resulting in a grayish-white oval wound on Ilyxia's face. Ilyxia displayed little reaction. She gritted her teeth and endured the pain, honestly believing that the current was not particularly strong, simply that her human form was too frail. Silas's subordinate was taken aback by this unexpected outcome. "I just don't want to be blown to bits," Ilyxia remarked coldly. Silas raised an eyebrow, not wishing to waste words with Ilyxia, and turned away to oversee the progress of the experiments. However, Red Spider was not as aloof as Silas. He approached Ilyxia with a gleeful smirk, bending down to taunt. "Look at you, so pitiable. Isn't it unpleasant to be kidnapped like this? Well, here I am, the Red Spider." Yet, Ilyxia found herself more inclined to engage in banter with Red Spider than with Silas. Taking a deep breath, she replied, "Red Spider, I have no intention of arguing with you, but don't you think it is rather inappropriate to share Cybertron's biotechnology with this heartless executioner? I expected you to quarrel with me." Red Spider shrugged in response to Ilyora's words. "Those who wish to understand this biotechnology will do so regardless. I do not believe that stopping Silas will prevent other carbon-based beings from researching it." His tone remained irreverent, yet his words carried a more serious undertone. "These humans will always rush to study it, huh? But what does it matter to me?" Red Spider resumed his irritating demeanor, poking Ilyora's leg with a pointed finger. "Is your leg truly unable to stand?" Ilyxia felt a surge of anger rising within her. "Red Spider." The control room was eerily silent. After handing over the shield generator to Megatron, Knockout hesitated on how to broach a subject he had been contemplating. He exchanged glances with Deadlock several times, teetering on the brink of speech. Megatron, noticing that Knockout had not yet left, took the initiative to speak. "What exactly did you say about Ilyxia?" Knockout, startled, stepped forward, his carefully organized thoughts faltering at the vocalizer. I'm not quite sure how to say this, Lord Megatron." Megatron frowned. "What is it?" Gathering his resolve, Knockout finally spoke. "Lord Megatron, Ilyxia. She has been abducted by those disgusting carbon-based beings who dismantled Deadlock." Upon uttering this, Knockout felt as if his receiver had momentarily ceased functioning. The control room, so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. The anticipated roar of Megatron's fury did not follow. Summoning his courage, Knockout raised his optics to meet Megatron's gaze. "This is bad. It's even darker than last time." Noticing Megatron's continued silence, Knockout hesitantly called out. And Megatron? After a while, Megatron revealed a cold smile and said, "It seems our Ilyxia is indeed in high demand. Soundwave, locate the human base of operations." Upon receiving the command, Soundwave quietly nodded, his visor displaying his initiation of satellite data retrieval across Earth. The efficiency of the processing was remarkable. It wouldn't be long before he pinpointed the coordinates. At this moment, Knockout stepped forward, placing his hand over his spark and declared, "Lord Megatron, allow me to rescue Ilyxia. I swear by my spark that I shall not let a single one of those fleshy beings escape. No, Knockout. Your task is to continue excavating the relics of the Iron Fortress." Megatron denied Knockout as plea for action, his gaze sweeping around the control room before finally resting on Black Widow's frame. Seeing her superior's optics focus on her, Black Widow resignedly approached. "What is your command, Lord Megatron?" Megatron stated, "Your Autobot stickers should have been removed, correct?" "Yes, but please do not bring that up again." For the first time, Black Widow felt a sense of helplessness regarding a matter. Megatron nodded in satisfaction. "Very well, you shall be the one to find Ilyxia this time." As always, Megatron conveyed his orders by emphasizing the outcome, indifferent to the means. Black Widow felt a headache coming on at the thought of having to rescue a human child, especially one who had managed to stick 16 waterproof Autobot stickers on her 8 legs. She couldn't fathom Megatron's whims. Did he truly regard the human as his spark partner? Black Widow internally scoffed. Chapter 42. The Super Energy Body Swimming Competition. There could be no worse idea. Ratchet exclaimed angrily at the petition. "You know he has lost his transformation gears, yet you still want to drag him into a super racing game with the Decepticons." The petition replied somewhat defensively. He improvised it himself. "Bumblebee has awakened," Raph shouted. Bumblebee, rubbing his head, sat up from the metallic stretcher, mumbling a few syllables, appearing as if he had just risen from slumber. Despite his fall from the cliff, Bumblebee was uninjured. Only a few components had shifted slightly, which was not a significant issue. Rest would suffice for recovery. "You have now lost your transformation gears and vocalizer. Do you truly wish to risk your spark as well?" Ratchet, not intending to blame Bumblebee. After all, he had already suffered enough from losing his transformation gears, was most disheartened to see Bumblebee not valuing his own frame. Bumblebee sorrowfully uttered a few syllables, while Raph's attempts to console him proved futile. At that moment, RC stepped forward. "Listen, I do not wish to seem unfeeling, but the Decepticons have just acquired a second mysterious weapon from the Iron Fortress, and Agent Fuller has yet to provide any updates regarding Ilyxia. But surely the mech's special operations team wouldn't be so deranged as to dissect Ilyxia for research, would they?" The petition pondered. RC crossed her arms. "Who knows? Anything is possible. Regardless of whether it is praise or reprimand, or even the current conjectures, none can alter the past that has already transpired." Optimus Prime emerged from behind the multitude of machines, his demeanor grave. "We can no longer afford any unnecessary risks, Bumblebee. You're not to leave the base until we retrieve your stolen biomechanical device." With that, Optimus turned to depart, unable to bear the sight of Bumblebee's enforced impairment. Ratchet observed Optimus's retreating figure and hastened forward. "Bumblebee may have lost hope, yet both you and I are aware that there exists a method to restore him to wholeness," Ratchet urged. Optimus halted. "Are you suggesting a transplant?" Ratchet nodded. "In the past, when Megatron was grievously injured in the arena, Alita, one transplanted her support axle to him. I believe we can do the same, using my transformation gears for Bumblebee." Optimus disapproved of Ratchet's proposition. "Alita, one possesses a unique physiology, her regenerative abilities far surpassing those of ordinary Cybertronians. She could transplant her support axle to Megatron because she was endowed with the life granted by the Matrix, allowing her to recover. You, however, do not possess such vitality. Your transformation gears are equally vital to you. But to me, maintaining that transformation capability is a waste. I remain in the base daily, rarely venturing out. My true worth lies in my CPU and scientific acumen, not in weaponry or wheels," Ratchet replied, casting a glance back at the other Autobots who were comforting Bumblebee. "Our team can no longer afford to lose even one more warrior." Optimus pondered for a moment. "Your words hold merit, yet we shall locate Bumblebee's transformation gears." Ratchet, growing anxious, countered Optimus. "You know all too well that the Special Operations Unit is a cadre of lunatics. Who knows what condition they have left the transformation gears in? Ratchet glanced down at his hands. I am uncertain if I can repair it. Optimus placed a reassuring hand on Ratchet's shoulder. You have already fulfilled your duty. Ratchet, however, held a different perspective, reminiscing about past events. Come now, do you think my motivation stemmed from my failure to repair Bumblebee's voice module back then? His voice dwindled. I merely wish to do what is right, for Bumblebee, for everyone. As night approached, Elita, one successfully freed her wrist. Seizing the opportunity, while Silas's attention was diverted by the experiment's progress, she stretched out her hand to move it briefly before retracting it and readying the restraints, ensuring they appeared intact. Silas's research had progressed to the transformation phase. Black Arachnia had led them to numerous energon deposits, which Silas refined into a liquid energy source for his research, leaving a substantial portion unused. The empty shell was scanning for transformation into a vehicle form, and seeing the experiment advancing steadily, Silas smiled with satisfaction. Of course, he had not forgotten Elita. He summoned 2 subordinates and instructed them to throw Irylla into the vessel filled with hyper-energetic liquid. Naturally, Irylla overheard Silas's words, and she abruptly lifted her head to gaze at him in shock. What are you planning to do? The Red Spider, clearly taken aback by Silas's intentions, stammered, Are you really going to do that? Such a concentrated hyper-energy liquid could cause irreversible harm to a human. Silas raised an eyebrow nonchalantly. Irylla has outlived her usefulness to me. It is better to dispose of her to eliminate future risks. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 masked individuals approached, ready to cast Irylla, chair and all, into the vessel. The container was tall, and the liquid inside was deep, possibly enough to submerge 2 Iryllas. Even if Irylla attempted to swim, escape would be nearly impossible. Rapidly, she devised a strategy. Should she break free, she would undoubtedly be riddled with bullets. She furrowed her brow at the imposing vessel. A normal human tossed inside would likely suffer excruciating burns from the hyperenergy, leading to a painful demise. But what about her? A Cybertronian? At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from the warehouse entrance, and a familiar blue optical lens came into view, prompting Silas and his cohorts to turn around. It was Bumblebee. Upon seeing this, Silas shouted, Quick, throw her in. Irylla was incredulous that he truly intended to silence her. At this juncture, you still want to discard me? As Bumblebee entered, he immediately noticed Irylla, emitting a series of beeps in her direction. Meanwhile, Silas directed another team to retreat. Bumblebee's optical lens flickered between the transforming gears and Irylla, his internal conflict palpable, yet his thoughts were interrupted by the Red Spider's voice. Without the transforming gears. He is unarmed, she exclaimed, and scarcely had she spoken when a hail of bullets rained towards Bumblebee. He raised his hands to shield himself, but alas, these bullets were far less effective than stunning rays, merely tickling his exterior. Just as Irylla was on the brink of being tossed into the hyperenergy vessel, Bumblebee instinctively uttered several phrases towards her. Ignoring the fact that she could not comprehend his words, Irylla responded directly, I'm fine. Go retrieve your transforming gears. Damn it. In the next moment, Silas's subordinate hurled Irylla into the energy vessel, causing a tremendous splash as she plunged into the liquid, sinking uncontrollably. Surprisingly, she felt no burning sensation. Holding her breath, Irylla swiftly untied her wrist bindings beneath the surface. She shook her head at the worried Bumblebee outside the vessel and pointed toward a nearby model, then attempted to swim upwards. Seeing that Irylla seemed unharmed, Bumblebee charged towards his transforming gears, bullets still flying around him. Silas looked up at the Red Spider and commanded, Guard the transforming gears. We will regroup at the meeting point shortly. Upon finishing his words, he withdrew, leaving Red Spider alone. Seething with impotent fury, I am not your subordinate. I am your advisor. Chapter 43. The hammer of the celestial hero. During the exchange between the two, Bumblebee had already approached the model. With deft precision, he extracted his transformation gear from the model, scrutinizing the biological mechanical apparatus in his hand, anxious that Silas might have tampered with it. At that moment, Red Spider unleashed a stunning beam toward Bumblebee, incapacitating him momentarily and causing him to collapse to the ground, his transformation gear rolling away. Ilyora struggled mightily to lift her head above the liquid surface, clutching the rim of the container as she gasped for fresh air. Goodness, I nearly suffocated. Though her legs were immobile and she could not swim, Ilyora's extraordinary arm strength, combined with the jelly-like texture of the super-energetic fluid, allowed her to grasp at survival. This viscous substance was thicker than ordinary water, reminiscent of jelly, sticky and cumbersome. Now, propped against the edge of the container, Ilyora could only describe herself as a fish out of water. Soaked through, her hair clung to her neck and back, while her legs dangled helplessly in the liquid, resembling a fish on the verge of drowning from a distance. Turning her head, she spotted Red Spider threatening Bumblebee with his transformation gear, and her heart raced. Hastily, she clambered out of the container, relieved to find a retractable platform ladder that Silas had thoughtfully placed nearby. Otherwise, had she recklessly thrown herself out at that height, she feared she would have landed painfully on the ground. "Oh, what a pitiful little human," a somewhat familiar voice chimed from above. Startled, Ilyora looked up to see Black Widow curiously perched at the edge of a hole in the warehouse roof, her 8 legs allowing her to stand in the middle of the opening, gazing down. "What has happened to you? Have you taken a super energy bath, Black Widow?" Ilyora blinked in confusion, unable to fathom why Black Widow was present there. "What are you doing here?" With a sigh, Black Widow replied, "Lord Megatron sent me to find you, the poor little carbon-based life form. He's quite taken with you." Ilyora was even more bewildered. "Huh?" Black Widow casually glanced at the standoff between Red Spider and Bumblebee. "I never imagined Red Spider would stoop to collaborating with Silas." Meeting Ilyora's puzzled gaze, she clarified, All right, do not look at me like that. I'm not here to take you away. It is a relief to see you unharmed. Lord Megatron has not issued the order to retrieve you." Black Widow leisurely retracted her legs and returned to the rooftop. "I will report to Lord Megatron that you merely indulged in a super energy bath. Oh, and that disgusting Silas as well." With that, Black Widow transformed and ascended into the sky. Truth be told, this was perhaps the easiest mission she had ever undertaken. Though Ilyora could not comprehend whether Megatron had recently lost his mind by sending Black Widow merely to observe her, she had no time to ponder further. The pressing matter at hand was Bumblebee. Just as Starscream threatened Bumblebee with the transformation gear, Bumblebee seized the opportunity to deliver a swift punch, so rapid that Starscream barely had time to defend himself, causing the transformation gear to fly from his grasp. Bumblebee immediately set his sights on the gear and lunged towards it. Starscream was determined not to allow something he could not possess to be taken by another, despite it originally belonging to someone else. Adhering to the philosophy that if he could not have it, he would destroy it, he aimed directly at Bumblebee's transformation gear and fired. The shot went astray. The bullet grazed the gear, leaving only a mark from the half-destroyed shell. "Not if I can help it." Ilyora, having picked up a weapon discarded by a subordinate of Silas, hurled it towards Starscream's arm, causing him to misfire. Enraged, Starscream contemplated retaliating against Ilyora, but upon witnessing Bumblebee secure the transformation gear, he felt no confidence in confronting Bumblebee directly. He merely uttered a parting phrase and made his escape. "No further engagement. Until we meet again." Bumblebee cradled the damaged transformation gear in his hands, uncertain of its condition, yet reassured by the flickering light that suggested it could be repaired by Ratchet. Approaching Ilyora, who was still on the lift, he carefully placed her in his palm and inquired after her well-being. "I was merely thrown into the super energy core by Silas. It's nothing serious," Ilyora replied, glancing at Bumblebee's transformation gear. "Is your gear all right?" Bumblebee was unsure, letting out a couple of beeps and shaking his head. "I see," Ilyora responded. "You need not blame yourself. I was not a burden to you. Let us return and take your gear to Ratchet." "I don't understand. I toiled for so long merely to procure a larger hammer for Lord Megatron," Deadlock lamented, gazing at the resplendent hammer lying amidst the rubble. "Don't say that," Knockout reassured, patting Deadlock's armored chest. "This hammer appears to be extraordinary. Perhaps it is a relic of the Iron Fortress." "How can you be so certain?" Deadlock inquired as he continued to work. "I recall Ilyora complaining about it while on the warship," Knockout reminisced, stroking his chin. "She mentioned that deciphering the coordinates of the Iron Fortress artifacts was as tedious as completing her math homework." Deadlock displayed commendable skill as he liberated the hammer of the Celestial Champion from the debris. "It seems we can retrieve it now." To be fair, the hammer was indeed quite heavy. Even a transformer of Deadlock's caliber found it somewhat arduous to lift with both hands. "That hammer is a relic of the 13 Apostles," Optimus Prime stated, leaning over the edge of the cliff. Beside him lay both Bulkhead and RC. RC was perplexed. Was it not said that these were the destructive weapons of the Decepticons? It is not inconceivable that these sacred artifacts were launched to Earth alongside those Decepticon weapons. Optimus Prime fixed his gaze upon the hammer. This was the hammer of the Ascendant, endowed with an extraordinary power that could forge raw materials into various active mechanical devices and upgrade all manner of metallic substances. The panel instantly became intrigued. So, we can use it to create a new transformation gear for Bumblebee. Optimus squinted through his optical lens. Indeed, nothing is more important than this. Just as Megatron was about to grasp the hammer, Optimus had no intention of allowing them that opportunity. They seized the moment. As Megatron was about to lift the hammer of the Ascendant, they transformed and charged forward. The panel rushed ahead to grapple with Megatron, while RC and Optimus engaged in long-range gunfire. The Decepticon, seeing the situation unfold, swiftly activated his shield generator, which expanded under his command, gradually taking the form of a convex barrier that pressed towards Optimus. With a smug demeanor, he advanced. The shield generator used in this creative contest was designed by none other than me. Chapter 44. Just awash in Energon, the Decepticon was having considerable success in repelling the enemy. However, the situation for Megatron was far from optimistic. The panel found himself evenly matched with Megatron, but had learned wisely. He seized the hammer of the Ascendant from the ground and swung it at Megatron. Even unactivated, the hammer of the Ascendant was a formidable weapon, sending Megatron's entire form flying, crashing down upon the Decepticon. With a cry of anguish, the shield generator slipped from his grasp. My paint protector. The Decepticon rolled and scrambled to retrieve the shield generator. The panel had no intention of allowing him respite. He swung the hammer directly at the shield generator, instantly shattering the weapon into two halves. Yet before the panel could execute his next move, a land bridge unfolded behind him, and Megatron's missile emerged from within, striking the panel in an instant. The event transpired so swiftly that neither Optimus nor RC could react. They merely witnessed the panel fall, followed by Megatron's imposing figure emerging from a land bridge. RC panicked. Panel. He raised his hand cannon, aiming at the panel's head, while clutching the hammer of the Ascendant. Megatron taunted, "Don't move now." Megatron and the Decepticon perked up upon the arrival of their leader, quickly scrambling to his side as Megatron retreated, hammer in hand, towards the land bridge. Before departing, he casually remarked, "The artifacts of the 13 Apostles are on Earth. Thanks to the generous support of Orion Pax and Elita One for the Decepticon cause." This statement only added fuel to the fire. As Megatron entered the land bridge, RC and Optimus immediately opened fire on the Decepticon, but alas, the land bridge closed too swiftly, rendering their shots ineffective. At that moment, Optimus suddenly received a communication from Ratchet. "Optimus, we have received the coordinates of a command base for the Mecha Special Operations Team, and Bumblebee has already departed. Ilyxia is drenched. The volatile essence of the super energy substance has not evaporated well, and the liquid clinging to her hair remains wet." Thus, the sight that greeted the others was Bumblebee with a transformation gear in his left hand and Ilyxia in his right, droplets of liquid still cascading down her form. Upon recognizing Optimus Prime, Bumblebee hastily approached. He emitted several beeps. "Has Ilyxia been thrown into the super energy liquid?" RC inquired, looking at Ilyxia. "Are you all right? Are you injured?" Ilyxia shook her head. "I'm fine, but it seems Bumblebee's transformation gear is partially damaged." Optimus Prime, observing the gear in Bumblebee's grasp, promptly sent a communication to Ratchet. "Ratchet, reopen the ground bridge and prepare for surgery immediately." "Goodness, Ilyxia, you look like a fish," was the first exclamation from Mickey upon seeing Ilyxia. Ilyxia glanced at her attire and conceded, "I suppose you are right." Mickey, puzzled by the situation, asked, "What did Silas pour on you? What happened to the wound on your face?" Ilyxia instinctively touched the mark on her cheek left by the electric shock. "Nothing. I was merely tossed into a large vat of super energy liquid by Silas. This wound is inconsequential. It will heal on its own in a few days." Currently, Ilyxia is seated in a wheelchair, a new one specially brought by Agent Fuller. It seems his request for 100 wheelchairs was indeed warranted. She ran her fingers through her still damp hair. "I think I ought to return home for a shower." "Isn't the super energy substance harmful to the human body?" RC queried, gazing down at Ilyxia. "Do you genuinely feel no discomfort?" Ilyxia shook her head. "Not at all. The only discomfort is the stickiness of the super energy substance." After completing Bumblebee's surgery, Ratchet exhaled deeply. Bumblebee remained under anesthesia, and Ratchet allowed him to rest, giving the transformation gear time to adjust. He approached Ilyxia, holding a scanner. It's not unusual. The super energy substance isn't entirely harmful to humans. Only the refined liquid can cause skin burns. The extraction technology of the Mecha's Special Operations Team is rather subpar, and the purity of the extracted liquid is likely low. As he spoke, Ratchet conducted a full-body scan of Ilyxia with the scanner. After 2 seconds of data processing, Ratchet appeared momentarily stunned, his vocalizer seemingly jammed. As the optical sensors incessantly scanned between the device and Ilyxia, the CPU of Ratchet began to heat up as he struggled to compose his words. Ilyxia, are you certain you fell entirely into the liquid? Ilyxia nodded vigorously. Yes, why? Ratchet muttered in disbelief. You tumbled into high-concentration super energy liquid, which should have reacted with your skin, potentially burning you to death. Yet, you are completely unscathed. The ambulance directed its gaze towards Ilyxia, who felt a twinge of guilt. How could she confess that she was, in fact, a Cybertronian and a familiar transformer to them? It was akin to exposing her true self. Feigning a puzzled expression, she replied, I'm unaware, but I assure you, I am perfectly fine. RC, standing nearby, offered a suggestion. Could it be that the time spent in there was rather brief? The ambulance raised an eyebrow and nodded. That is indeed a possibility. The reaction between the energy matter and the human body requires some time. Seizing this opportunity, Ilyxia promptly interjected, I got up immediately after falling in. It couldn't have been more than a minute. This was a blatant lie. It had taken her nearly 10 minutes to extricate herself. Ilyxia glanced down at her attire. But these fluids on me shouldn't pose any issues, right? I recommend we wash them off as soon as possible. The ambulance replied earnestly. While the residual energy matter on you will not cause any harm, for your safety, it would be prudent to take a shower first. Ilyxia nodded enthusiastically. I've been wanting to take a bath for ages. May she expertly position herself behind Ilyaola's wheelchair. Allow me to take Ilyxia home. Jack promptly intervened. Isn't Ilyaola's home rather unsafe? Meichi immediately grasped Jack's concern. I almost forgot. Silas knows where Ilyxia lives. She won't be subject to any malicious retribution from him. Will she? Ilyxia reassured them. I believe there is no need for concern. Silas is likely preoccupied with dismantling the gear of the Red Spider. After all, with Bumblebee's transformation gear gone, he must turn to someone else's. Chapter 45. Optimus Prime takes me to school. Respectfully, Megatron. Ilyxia is unscathed. Silas merely tossed her into the energy liquid. Black Widow reported the details of this mission to Megatron and appropriately showcased the photographs she had taken, one of which depicted Ilyxia drenched and seated on a ladder. Standing beside Black Widow was Knockout, who scrutinized the photo with interest. Ilyxia looks quite pitiable like this. Megatron frowned at the image sent by Black Widow. You let that detestable carbon-based life form escape? And what of the Red Spider? Black Widow was taken aback, struggling to comprehend Megatron's meaning. But, Lord Megatron, you issued but a single command. Indeed, Black Widow, I did issue a singular command, yet you failed to demonstrate any adaptability. Megatron's voice amplified slightly, revealing his dissatisfaction with the outcome of Black Widow's mission. The Red Spider is a traitor. He has forsaken the Decepticons, and his fate is sealed. Black Widow sought help from Knockout, who returned her a look of innocence. With a heavy heart, she lowered her head and said, Yes, Lord Megatron. I shall take action the next time I encounter the Red Spider. Megatron grunted in acknowledgement, having nothing further to say, and waved his hand, dismissing Black Widow. The control room fell into an instant silence as Knockout escorted Black Widow out. He sensed that Megatron was not in a particularly good mood, and lingering any longer would surely provoke his ire. Black Widow struggled to comprehend Megatron's emotional state. Knockout shook his head, stating, I am uncertain. But do not dwell on it. Lord Megatron has always been sensitive about matters concerning Ilyxia. 1. Pondering for a moment, Black Widow turned to Knockout and inquired, Why is Megatron so benevolent towards a human? At this, Knockout raised an eyebrow, his optics swirling thoughtfully. Perhaps Ilyxia. One reminds Lord Megatron of a dear friend. Having followed Megatron for quite some time, Black Widow scoured her memories within the CPU. There were few Transformers whom Megatron considered true friends, perhaps only 2. Her recollection fixated on the silver-green Gladiator. Ilyxia. 1. Knockout emitted a soft hum of agreement, perhaps. The escape pod featured a small circular window, its internal space quite limited. Ilyxia. 1 could only curl up within, her optics still shut due to the pod's built-in hibernation function, leaving her in a state of enforced slumber. The only sounds that could be heard were the mechanical whirs and clicks emanating from within the pod. Beep, 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 beep. Ilyxia, 1 awoke, her eyes fluttering open to the familiar sight of her home's ceiling. She blinked in confusion before glancing out at the dimly lit sky. Vivid scenes from her dream of the escape pod flooded her mind. She understood that it was not merely a dream. It was her reality adrift in the cosmos. Her consciousness had directly detached from her mechanical form into that of a human. Only when her body was in hibernation could her awareness fully merge with the carbon-based shell. When her body awoke, her consciousness would return in tandem. It was akin to flying a kite. The human Ilyxia, 1 was the kite, while Ilyxia, 1, the transformer, was the one controlling it. The kite would only soar when a latter was in hibernation. Currently, the connection between them was not as stable as before, likely due to the gradual awakening from hibernation. However, it posed no significant concern. Ilyxia, 1 was aware that her mechanical form had yet to fully awaken. For now, she was only partially conscious, spending most of her time in slumber. Rising from her bed, Ilyxia, 1 grasped the water cup from her bedside table and took a sip. It had been 2 weeks since Celas had abducted her, and she had been unable to cleanse herself upon being submerged in the super-energy liquid, resulting in a slight cold that still lingered, causing her throat to ache. The cool water revived her somewhat. Bracing herself against the wall, Ilyxia, 1 skillfully maneuvered herself into a wheelchair. She had made significant progress and could now walk short distances, her legs gaining strength, yet she still relied on a cane and the wheelchair for daily activities. However, she anticipated that within a month, she would be free from the wheelchair entirely. Ilyxia, 1 retrieved her phone, noticing several messages from Mickey. She diligently responded to each one before checking the time. As dawn approaches, it is nearly 7 o'clock, and time to head to school. Ilyxia has recently applied to return. With merely half a semester remaining until graduation, she must quickly accumulate the necessary credits, lest her years of study be in vain. Yet, the thought of confronting an insurmountable load of assignments, extracurricular activities, and the vexing mathematics problems makes her reluctant to return. She proceeds with her morning routine of washing up and having breakfast, contemplating whether to wheel herself directly to school or to speed there in her wheelchair when her phone buzzes. Hello. It is a communication signal from Optimus Prime, a contact she has saved. Confused, she wonders why Optimus would call her. Good morning, Ilyxia. His gentle voice emanates from the device. I will arrive at your doorstep in 5 minutes. Stunned by his words, Ilyxia frantically recalls whether she has ever offended him or assisted the Decepticons in any way. What? Why are you coming to my house? Have I done something wrong? Her voice trembles, and had Optimus been able to see her, she would have sent him a crying emoji. Optimus explains, I apologize for not informing you sooner, Ilyxia. An ambulance has assigned me to transport you to and from school. Considering the distance from your home to the school, I will be escorting you from today onward. Optimus Prime? Escorting me to school? Is this for real? Ilyxia's mind races. I apologize, but my CPU might be overloaded. Are you saying that from today onwards, you will allocate your precious time solely to escort me to school? Indeed, he affirms. Ensuring your safety is paramount. All right. That's impressive. Ilyxia muses inwardly, repeating the word impressive countless times. After confirming the address with Optimus, she ends the communication, a sense of resignation washing over her as she rubs her forehead. She can only imagine how many eyes will be fixated on Optimus's vehicle mode at the school entrance. As she wheels herself outside, she indeed spots that familiar red and blue paint scheme of Optimus Prime. It seems she has yet to experience riding in his vehicle form. Chapter 46. The Sky. The Road. In her optical lens, Ilyxia, have your parents not visited you during your recovery? Optimus inquires as she sits in the passenger seat, fiddling with her phone. At his question, she merely diverts her gaze from her device to the window. School has just let out, and Ilyxia, being several grades above Jack and his friends, finishes later. In autumn, Jasper darkens early, and by the time Ilyxia emerges, night has fully descended. I have no parents, nor any other relatives, she replies calmly, gazing at the retreating night scenery outside. Furthermore, I'm not a local of Jasper. I immigrated from another country. Ilyora's fabricated identity is precisely that. She is a newcomer to Jasper from a mysterious eastern land, a ruse that proves convenient, as few would suspect or question her past experiences. The voice modulator of Optimus Prime momentarily faltered. "I apologize, Ilyora, I am uncertain." Ilyora replied nonchalantly, "It's all right. Being alone is quite pleasant." After uttering these words, she leaned against the car window, continuing to fiddle with her phone. Optimus Prime chose not to pursue the conversation further, and the cabin fell into a serene silence, interrupted only by the hum of the engine and the tires rolling over the asphalt. After quite some time, long enough for Ilyora to contemplate closing her phone for a brief nap, Optimus Prime unexpectedly spoke. "Ilyora, do you have a fondness for the color green?" Ilyora glanced down at her coat, then nodded affirmatively. "Yes, I absolutely adore green. It is such a vibrant color." She appeared somewhat puzzled. "What is the matter, Optimus Prime? Why the sudden inquiry?" "I have a dear friend who shares a similar affinity for green," Optimus Prime replied in a low, magnetic tone. "Your attire bears a striking resemblance to her taste." Ilyora's interest piqued. She was eager to hear Optimus Prime's assessment of her style. She promptly set aside her phone and sat up straight. "Who is this dear friend? Please do tell." Optimus Prime was willing to share his past experiences. Yet he cautioned Ilyora, "This occurred long ago. Are you truly interested in hearing about it?" Ilyora nodded vigorously. Of course, of course." "Well, her story begins on the distant planet of Cybertron." Optimus Prime's voice flowed smoothly as he recounted. "In the Coliseum of Kaon on Cybertron, I encountered Ilyxia, a gladiator ranked third in the arena, and one of the few female combatants. During Cybertron's golden age, when wars had yet to unfold, I was still Orion Pax. The same version of myself you encountered aboard the Decepticon warship. It was through Megatron's introduction that I came to know Ilyxia. Like you, she had a profound love for green, her entire exterior adorned in a silver-green hue. She resembled a naive protoform, astonishingly innocent, with many skills taught to her by Megatron and myself. Apart from her mastery of combat, she was nearly oblivious to everything else." Ilyora feigned confusion. "How did she manage to survive?" Optimus Prime responded. "Her first opponent in the arena was none other than Megatron, who was previously known as the Fallen. After their battle, she chose to transplant her support axle to the injured Megatron. From that moment on, he regarded her as a dear friend, and they became inseparable." "What? A support axle transplant? That sounds excruciating," Ilyora exclaimed. Even now, the thought of such a painful procedure made her uneasy. "The support axle is a crucial skeletal organ for us Cybertronians, akin to Bumblebee's transformation gears," Optimus Prime explained. "After Ilyxia's generous act, Megatron quickly recovered, and, I must admit, I was equally astonished." Ilyora added, "Isn't that an essential organ? The regenerative ability is indeed astonishing." "I share the same sentiment." Later, I inquired with my mentor, Master Tai, who informed me that Ilyxia possesses a unique physiology. Her regenerative capacity is several times that of an ordinary TF, and she can even regenerate vital biological organs. Optimus Prime deliberately concealed the matter of the magic sphere, believing that Illyora, as a human, should remain unaware of it. Currently, only he and Ratchet are privy to Ilyxia's connection with the magic sphere. Upon hearing Optimus Prime's final words, Illyora fell into silence, unaware of her own extraordinary nature. Although she had suspected her regenerative abilities, she had previously consulted Master Tai, whose responses had never been as clear as Optimus Prime's. Noticing Illyra's silence, Optimus Prime gently called her name. "Illyora?" Instantly, she returned to consciousness, blinking as if awakening from a dream. "Ah, I am listening. We will arrive at the base in 25 minutes, Optimus Prime stated. Illyora nodded in acknowledgement. She glanced at her phone again. Meiji had sent several messages indicating she was waiting for her at the base to play games and that they could go to the car rally together tomorrow, since it was the weekend. However, Illyora was not in the mood to respond to Meiji. She put her phone away and turned her gaze towards Optimus Prime's steering wheel. "What about Ilyxia? Is she not on Earth?" Optimus Prime fell silent for a moment, perhaps lost in memories. "Ilyxia went missing when the war broke out. I have been unable to contact her, but Ratchet believes she is still alive. She has simply left Cybertron for some special reason." The emblem in the center of Optimus Prime's steering wheel flickered with his voice. "The war has taken so much. Cybertron has become a dead planet. I am uncertain if Ilyxia witnessed her homeland's transformation. I hope she has escaped and is not involved in this conflict." Ilyxia once expressed her fondness for the skies of Cybertron and its shimmering blue-hued terrain. If she were to see Cybertron in its current state, it would surely bring her sorrow. Elora murmured softly, "I see." The scenery outside receded rapidly as raindrops struck the car window. A cold drop hit Elora's cheek. Optimus Prime fully rolled up the window, instantly isolating them from the cacophony of the outside world. Suddenly, it began to rain. Elora gazed outside as the downpour intensified. Mist rising from the road, and the headlights of other vehicles blurred into a kaleidoscope of colors on the pavement, creating a vibrant tapestry of neon hues. In truth, Ilyxia also adored the skies of Earth and the darkened roads, as both had once been traversed by her dearest friends. Chapter 47. The Jack Optimus Prime. What on earth are your subordinates up to? Shortly after arriving at the base, Fuller's voice, laced with anger, resonated through the communication channel. His backdrop was set within a fighter jet, and his expression conveyed palpable frustration. "We had a prior arrangement. We cannot incite trouble on Earth." Optimus Prime, somewhat bewildered, interjected, "I sincerely apologize, Agent Fuller, but all Autobots are present and accounted for." Fuller furrowed his brow in hesitation. "If that is the case, then why have I received reports indicating that two colossal beings are engaged in combat 20 kilometers outside Omaha?" Ratchet promptly affirmed, "It is the Decepticons." RC added, "The Decepticons have been prone to internal strife lately. Megatron seems unable to manage his subordinates. I have just arrived at the scene. You can assess the specifics for yourselves." Fuller stated, turning the communication camera to reveal the battlefield. The night sky over Jasper was pitch black, prompting Fuller to activate night vision mode for clarity. "Something is amiss. The paint doesn't seem right," he muttered, feeling a sense of familiarity with the sight. "It can't be Thundercracker," he continued, glancing at Bumblebee. "You and Optimus need to take him down." RC interjected. Later, Starscream managed to revive him, turning him into a Decepticon zombie. "But there's another question," she said, hands on her hips. "Who's he fighting?" Fuller's fighter jet circled above, swiftly bringing the camera's focus to the opposite side of the battlefield. There lay a smoking spaceship, behind which cautiously maneuvered a transformer clad in striking red and white hues. Ratchet instantly recognized the figure, exclaiming, "Goodness, is indeed one of ours." The sight sent Scrapper nearly leaping with joy, causing a near collision with RC, Bumblebee, and Ratchet. "It's Jolt. Old Jack is back. Even if the Supreme Old Man returns, we must regain control of this situation before it hits the evening news," Agent Fuller declared angrily, concluding the call and sending the coordinates to Optimus Prime. "Who is Jolt?" Ilyxia inquired of Meki, nudging her elbow. She realized she had never encountered this Autobot. Meki pulled out her phone to show Ilyxia a picture of Jolt she had captured previously. "This is him, a comrade of Scrapper in the Thunder Rescue Team." Ilyxia gazed at the photo of Jolt and exclaimed, "Ah, comrade. Yet why Haven T? I seen him at the base." Meki tucked away her phone. "That's quite normal. Jolt prefers to operate independently and seldom joins Optimus and the others." Ilyxia nodded in understanding. Upon receiving the coordinates, Optimus Prime led the Autobots to the battlefield, fully aware of the formidable Decepticon threat. "Ilyxia, considering your injuries, you cannot accompany us this time." Faced with Ilya's eager gaze, Optimus resolutely declined. "The enemy may be a powerful Decepticon. You are too fragile." Ilyxia averted her gaze, feigning indifference. I was that eager to go anyway." Optimus Prime nodded with satisfaction. "That's good." With that, he led Bumblebee and the others across the land bridge, leaving Ilyxia watching them depart with a mix of resentment and frustration, muttering to Meggy, "Indeed, throwing flirtations at fools. I truly wish to join." Upon reaching the battlefield, to ensure safety, Fuller established communication with Ratchet, providing a live broadcast of the combat while Ilyxia followed closely behind, observing intently. "Who is that Decepticon?" Ilyxia inquired. Ratchet, fixated on the battlefield, replied, "My CPU cannot recall every enemy's name, but judging by the model and its resemblance to the fallen Thundercracker, albeit with different markings, is likely a brother connected through the Allspark." Ilyxia scratched her head, genuinely unaware of this Decepticon's identity, assuming he was a warrior who had chosen to follow Megatron during her period of dormancy. Jack and the Decepticon exchanged blows evenly at first, but upon the arrival of Optimus and his team, the tide began to turn against them. The Decepticon was struck multiple times by Optimus, his chassis emitting smoke from the damage. Just as the onlookers thought they could capture the Decepticon, he scanned Agent Fuller's vehicle form, preparing to transform and escape. Jack, unwilling to accept defeat, fired several shots in the Decepticon's direction, inadvertently igniting several gas stations. In an instant, flames erupted skyward. Confused by the sudden explosions, Jack questioned, "Did Hightower plant bombs here?" As he approached Jack, the Divider responded, "His name is Hightower." RC, exasperated by Jack's recklessness, remarked, "Actually, you dug your own grave." The Divider clarified that is a gas station akin to a super energon depot and should not be fired upon indiscriminately. Jack huffed in frustration. Let that Decepticon escape. He turned to leave, but Optimus stepped in front of him, lowering his head with a serious demeanor. "Jack, this planet is teeming with life. All your actions must adhere to my command." After taking a deep breath, Jack exhaled reluctantly, his face a portrait of compliance. "Understood, Commander." Jack had sustained considerable injuries, and Ratchet could not simply ignore the wounded, even if he was a stubborn one. Under Ratchet's firm insistence, Jack begrudgingly sat down to receive treatment. As he rotated his optical sensors around the base, his gaze eventually landed on Ilyxia, who was wheeling past. Noticing Jack's attention, the Divider promptly introduced, "This is Ilyxia. You may not have met her last time. She is Meggy's friend and our strongest human ally." Ilyxia looked up at Jack and greeted him, "Hello." Jack returned the greeting, "Hello." He then turned to the Divider. "But what do you mean by saying she is the most formidable human here?" Upon hearing this, the Divider beamed with pride. "Hey, you wouldn't believe it, old Jack. Ilyxia once faced Megatron single-handedly and nearly blinded him with a strike to his optical array. Indeed, there is nothing extraordinary about me. I merely acted in accordance with my convictions," Ilyxia humbly remarked. Jack raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Ilyxia with a discerning gaze. One wouldn't have guessed. His attention lingered on a particular angle, Ilyxia's legs. Ilyxia glanced down at her legs. "Ah, it was during that time that I sustained my injury. The dark energy entity nearly rendered my legs useless. Yet I shall recover swiftly, perhaps within a month." Jack now regarded Ilyxia with newfound respect. Those who could confront their wounds with such composure were certainly not ordinary individuals, especially considering the potential for lasting disability from such an injury. Chapter 48. The garage is a mysterious wild point. I apologize for my reckless firing in that location. Commander, it shall not happen again. Jack conceded to Optimus Prime. However, I did chase after Wingblade for 100 light years to arrive here. The Partition interjected, "I assumed you were off on an interstellar journey, seeking refuge with fellow comrades." Jack replied, "Indeed, I have located an old teammate." The Partition's eyes brightened with curiosity. "Who?" "Splash," Jack responded. "Wow, how is that old troublemaker?" "Not well, Partition." Splash was obliterated. "What? No." The Partition staggered back in shock, a reaction that Jack anticipated. Optimus Prime speculated, was it Wingblade? Jack cast a glance at Optimus, implicitly affirming his words. "My ship, the Jackhammer, received a signal from Splash several light years away." He recounted his journey to Earth, while Ilyxia remained disinterested, slowly ascending the staircase with her cane. She casually chose a step to sit upon, just as Agent Fuller hurriedly approached. "Agent Fuller? What brings you here?" Ilyxia inquired, lifting her gaze. Agent Fuller would not appear at the base without cause. He rubbed his forehead in frustration. The enormous contraption under Optimus' command was halted and interrogated for quite some time after downing that ship. "It has been a headache." As he spoke, Fuller hastened to the railing, looking up at Jack. "Hey, you reckless fool. Your indiscretions nearly exposed us." Jack was taken aback. "Exposed?" The Partition stepped forward. "We must conceal our identities, old Jack. You need to transform into a terrestrial vehicle form to venture outside." Fuller, fuming, exclaimed, "The ship you shot down took considerable effort for me to remove. You must discipline your subordinates." "Optimus? Discipline?" Jack loathed such terminology. He turned to glance at Optimus before striding toward Fuller. The Partition, concerned about Jack's temperament, warned, "Old Jack." Jack leaned toward Fuller, his voice menacing. "Let me make this clear, lad. I am not one of Optimus' subordinates." With that, he stormed off in a huff. The Partition anxiously observed Jack's retreating figure, then turned to Optimus. "I must speak with him, if you permit." Optimus Prime could sense the sentiments of the Partition. Of course. Agent Fuller, arms crossed, complained, "It seems this newcomer is somewhat defiant." Optimus replied, "They both once served in the Thunder Rescue Team. a unit that operated independently from the conventional command structure. Agent Fuller immediately made a connection. The men in black? They undertook tasks that ordinary individuals dared not approach, with many never to return. Optimus continued. Ilyra returned to Meichi's side. As soon as she sat on the sofa, she noticed Meichi sprawled out, snoring with her mouth agape, glancing at the time. It was nearly midnight. Meichi was to spend the night at the base, but Ilyra couldn't afford to do the same. She needed to return home to repair the obsolete machines in her basement, as the research progress could not remain stagnant. Seeing Optimus Prime approaching, Ilyra hesitated before speaking. Optimus. It's already past midnight. Optimus looked at Ilyra, aware of her desire to return home. I apologize for losing track of time. I can take you back. Ilyra was taken aback by Optimus's insistence on personally escorting her. It's really not necessary for you to drive me. A land bridge will suffice. At this hour, no one will notice if I drive into my yard. Weighing the pros and cons, Optimus acquiesced to Ilyora's suggestion. Ilyra pushed her wheelchair away from the base via the land bridge, taking a moment to kindly cover Meichi with a blanket before leaving. Ilyora's home was exceptionally tranquil. Given the late hour and the fact that her neighbors were mostly elderly, everyone had long since succumbed to slumber. Upon entering her home, Ilyra inhaled deeply, the familiar aroma enveloping her senses, her favorite scent of essential oils, delightful and soothing. She closed the door and, leaning on her cane, made her way to the garage to store her wheelchair, which was too cumbersome to leave in the hallway. Upon opening the garage door, Ilyra deftly switched on the lights. After placing the wheelchair inside, she planned to head down to the basement to work on her machines, as it was still early. Suddenly, she gasped as she spotted an astonishing sight. Ilyora's eyes widened, her blinking rate increasing dramatically, her hand frozen in midair from switching on the light. Her mouth racing ahead of her thoughts. Are you the one who just fought with the Decepticon, known as Devastator? The entity, referred to as Devastator, had assumed its vehicle form, quietly resting in Ilyora's garage, not immediately transforming back into its humanoid shape upon noticing Ilyra. It maintained its vehicle guise. Lord Megatron instructed me to seek you out, Devastator explained in a monotonous tone. Though I do not know you, there must be a significant reason behind Lord Megatron's directive. Ilyora's silence was deafening. She felt an overwhelming urge to strike Megatron. Megatron's CPU must be malfunctioning, she thought to herself. Finally regaining her composure, she approached Devastator with her cane, step by step. What brings you here? Let me clarify. I will not return to the Decepticons, so I'll let Megatron abandon that notion. Devastator merely rotated its body, revealing its injured wing. Lord Megatron has mentioned that there exists a human skilled in medicine, and I believe that must be you, said Skyfire, his tone courteous yet measured, devoid of any hostility, which softened Ilyora's demeanor slightly. Ilyra hesitated before agreeing to treat Skyfire. As I now belong to the Autobots, are you not concerned that I might inform Optimus Prime of your presence? Skyfire fell silent for a moment before responding. I trust that Lord Megatron would not deceive me. It is rare for the Decepticons to have a warrior as loyal as you. Ilyra sighed. Her stance remained neutral. As long as she faced no threat, she would offer her assistance. After all, Skyfire's attitude was rather amiable, and why should a Cybertronian trouble another of their kind? Ilyra slowly approached the wall of the garage, where she discovered a conceal button. You stay there. I shall tend to your wounds shortly. She pressed the button, and the floor shook in response as the entire garage descended. Ilyra maintained her composure as she surveyed her surroundings. It had been a long time since she had used this mechanism, and she was pleasantly surprised by its smooth operation. Chapter 49. The Honorable Medical Officer Ilyra. Beneath the garage lay Ilyora's expansive underground laboratory. Once the platform had reached the ground, she leaned on her cane and made her way into the subterranean chamber, glancing back at Skyfire. There is ample space here. You may transform now, she suggested. Skyfire complied, reverting to his humanoid form. As he surveyed the laboratory, he realized that this human's underground space was filled with technology reminiscent of Cybertron. In his memory, Earth's technology paled in comparison to that of Cybertron, yet the machines here evoked a sense of nostalgia. Ilyra rummaged through the corners of her laboratory, uncovering an array of medical equipment that she had painstakingly accumulated during her time on Earth. Skyfire observed the apparatus for extracting energon and the stacks of energon cubes in the corner, inquiring, Is this your laboratory alone? Ilyxia nodded. I purchased this property specifically for the ample height and space of the basement for you to sit here. She gestured toward a raised platform beside her, prompting Skyfire to comply and take a seat. Ilyxia, limping slightly, made her way to Skyfire's back and connected the welding gun to a power source, testing it briefly before proceeding. She had propped a ladder with armrests nearby. Her legs still ached, but she could endure it. As Ilyxia began her treatment, the underground chamber fell into a profound silence, broken only by the crackling of the welding gun. Thank you. Skyfire finally broke the stillness, addressing the human before him with a lack of animosity. I did not expect you to assist me. It is nothing. We are compatriots. Well, I mean, you are a compatriot, my friend. Ilyora's hand paused as she assessed the severity of the injury. You've sustained quite a significant wound. Energy fluid is leaking. Be cautious not to injure this area again, or you may jeopardize your wings. Hades nodded in acknowledgement. Ilyxia completed the final touches of her medical procedure, setting aside her mask and gloves, instinctively reaching for the tools nearby. The ladder was somewhat narrow, and as Ilyora's right foot missed its footing, she stumbled forward, nearly losing her balance. Whoa! A pair of metallic hands firmly caught Ilyxia. It was Hades. She quickly expressed her gratitude. Thank you. Your reflexes are quite impressive. Hades gently returned Ilyxia to the ladder and glanced at her leg, inquiring, what happened to your leg? Injured during battle, Ilyxia replied succinctly. I was struck by a dark energy entity, but I shall recover swiftly. She couldn't very well disclose that it was her dear Lord Megatron who had caused her injury. Patting Hades' wing, she said, all right, you may leave now. Just remember to avoid further injuries. Hades stood, looking down at Ilyxia. What is your name? Ilyxia smiled. Ilyxia. After parting ways with Ilyxia, Hades sought a desolate cliff, activating his communicator to emit a signal specifically for the Decepticons. Before long, the Decepticon warship homed in on the frequency, and Hades transformed into his vehicle mode, ascending to the ship. Lord Megatron, I pledge my unwavering loyalty to you. Hades knelt before Megatron, expressing his fealty. Megatron, hands clasped behind his back, commanded, rise, Hades. Loyal subjects like you are invaluable. His gaze fell upon the wings behind Hades. You have already engaged with the Autobots. Hades bowed his head. Yes, Lord Megatron, but I merely inflicted severe damage. I did not defeat him. Hades, the Autobots are not so easily vanquished, Megatron remarked, dismissing Hades' minor oversight. I presume you have encountered Ilyxia. How is her leg? Hades was taken aback by Megatron's concern for the human, realizing she must hold some significance in the Decepticon leader's regard. Otherwise, he would not be aware of her injury. Ilyxia possesses exceptional medical skills. She treated my wounds. According to her, her leg will heal swiftly, though her mobility is currently limited. After conveying this, Hades lifted his gaze to Megatron. If I may inquire, Lord Megatron, is Ilyxia a Decepticon or an Autobot? She will inevitably become a Decepticon, Megatron replied. However, she has yet to realize her true potential. Understanding this, Hades lowered his head once more, steering the conversation back. My loyalty to you is as vast as the heavens. Yet my reasons for coming here extend beyond mere allegiance. Megatron raised an eyebrow. Oh, Hades continued. I have come to ascertain whether my brother has perished. How did you learn of his demise? I am intricately connected to my twin brother, sharing the same essence of life. Despite the vast distance between us, I can sense his awakening from slumber and the extinguishing of his spark. Megatron tilted his head, and Soundwave promptly began to replay the tragic demise of Thundercracker on his visor. Thundercracker had fallen at the hands of the Autobots, though I was not the one in charge at that time. The fury of Starscream ignited instantaneously. I vowed upon my spark that every Autobot on this planet would pay for this transgression. The Autobots are guilty of innumerable crimes and will inevitably face retribution. But the specifics of the time and manner will be determined by me. However, my master, if the plans conflict, it will only lead to chaos and failure. You must be wise. Remember, you are now under my command, and thus, you must obey my orders. Megatron's words brooked no dissent, and Starscream clenched his jaw in acceptance, consumed by his desire for vengeance on behalf of his brother. Ilyxia tidied the garage, and upon returning to her wheelchair, her first act was to produce the datapad and confront Megatron with fervor. Ilyxia, have your circuits short-circuited? Ilyxia, How is it that my garage has become a mysterious spawn point? Your subordinates keep showing up here. Megatron, have you encountered Starscream? Ilyxia, yes. Ilyxia, do you have any idea how terrifying it is to open the door at night and find a massive aircraft? I believe you owe me overtime and compensation for emotional distress. Megatron, I suspect you may not wish to hear what I am about to say. Ilyxia, if you're suggesting I join the Decepticons, I must politely decline. Ilyxia, I will only be playing the My Little Pony theme song on your warship at a high volume for 24 hours straight. Megatron, that is acceptable. Ilyxia, I'm done. Ilyxia, next time, do not send your minions to my home unannounced. It is quite frightening, and I am not a Decepticon, so I am under no obligation to tend to your injured subordinates. Ilyxia, do not delegate the defeated to me. Chapter 50. Wheelchair Racing. Are you implying that my package was struck by lightning while at the port, causing one of the containers to explode? Ilyxia, incredulous, argued with the courier service on the phone. This excuse is more ludicrous than pirates robbing my package. I apologize, Miss Ilyxia, but regardless of your disbelief, your parcel is irretrievable. The operator on the other end was exceptionally courteous, likely due to the recent surge in destroyed packages. His script was quite polished, and the compensation offered soon placated Ilyxia. Tenfold, that will suffice. Just ensure the compensation is deposited promptly. Ilyxia hung up the phone in annoyance, feeling that this world had truly gone mad. What kind of reasoning is there for a package being struck by lightning? Frustrated, Ilyxia texted Mechi. Ilyxia, my package was struck by lightning. Mechi, what? What on earth is happening? Ilyxia, I have no idea. The courier company said that the container carrying my package exploded because lightning struck the fuel tank inside the same container. Mechi, how could a fuel tank be stored with those items? This is utterly absurd. Ilyxia, exactly. I will never allow my packages to be stored at G-Port again. Mechi, G-Port? Mechi, oh no. Ilyxia, what's wrong? Ilyxia, is your package also at G-Port? Meiki, no. Mechi, your package should not have been struck by lightning and exploded. Mechi, a few days ago, there was a fight between the panels and the Skywing at G-Port. Skywing had planted numerous bombs on the container. Ilyxia, my konjac snacks. Oh no. TT, the thought of her entire box of konjac snacks being reduced to ashes overwhelmed Ilyxia with despair. She collapsed onto the table, tears welling up inside her. Her longing for konjac snacks reached its peak at that moment. The loss of her beloved treats rendered her unable to focus during the afternoon classes. Ilya's seat was the second to last by the window, a perfect spot for daydreaming and idling during lessons, and indeed, she did just that. Throughout the entire afternoon mathematics class, she drifted into a reverie, utterly bewildered by the mathematics of Earth anthropology. What was this and that? And why were English problems referred to as mathematical questions? She would rather spend 3 days and nights studying the super-energy bodies of Cybertron than endure one afternoon of mathematics. The afternoon comprised 4 classes, 3 of which were mathematics, and the final class coincided with the time for club activities. Ilyxia did not participate in any clubs since she was already a regular at the school infirmary, thus exempt from club obligations. However, at that moment, she was a patient herself, as her leg had yet to fully recover, allowing her to leave school early. No need to elaborate on how delightful that was. Like most high school students, Ilyxia had an aversion to school. She pushed her wheelchair away from the school, clutching the chocolate biscuits she had borrowed from Vince. Really? Don't come and pick me up. I want to go home by myself, Ilyxia said to Optimus Prime on the other end of the line. Optimus Prime expressed concern. If anything happens, please be sure to contact me. Ilyxia chuckled lightly. I won tea. I'll send you a message once I get home. After finishing her call with Optimus Prime, Ilyxia felt a sense of freedom as she glided along the roadside in her wheelchair. The electric wheelchair was a blessing. It required no effort from her hands. To the left of the school was a cafe, her favorite, resembling the fast food restaurant where Jack worked. It was a drive-in establishment with a window for direct service, sparing customers the need to enter the premises to place their orders. As per her usual habit, Ilyxia ordered a sugar-free Americano, extra iced, the kind that bore an intensely bitter, ash-like taste, which she relished. As it was still before the usual school dismissal time, there was no queue at the cafe when Ilyxia arrived. Recognizing her as a familiar patron, the staff member skillfully engaged her in conversation. Ah, long time no see. Where have you been? I see you've got a wheelchair now. Ilyxia quite liked this staff member, a lovely woman with sun-kissed skin. I had an injury recently. My leg was hurt, so now I have to use a wheelchair to get around. The staff member replied, "Oh dear, that must make recovery quite challenging. If you need anything, just let me know, and I will do my utmost to assist you." As she spoke, she handed Ilyora her order. "Here, Esriliora brand bitter as hell, Americano, the sweet enough to give your ancestors diabetes donut." What a ridiculous name. After a brief chuckle at the title, Ilyora took her coffee and donut, the latter pleasantly warm. She secured the bag tightly on her wheelchair while carefully cradling the Americano in her hands to avoid spills. Ilyora's home was not particularly close to the school. If she drove, she would have to traverse a desolate stretch of road flanked by mountains, where only primitive dwellers would reside. The wheelchair had initially moved at a leisurely pace, glancing at the sky painted crimson by the setting sun, and then at the deserted road. She thought, "All right, Agent Fuller, I hope this wheelchair can reach a speed that satisfies me." Ilyora tied the donut bag in a tight knot and fastened the safety belt on her wheelchair. She adjusted the speed to its maximum. Taking a deep breath, she exclaimed, "This is precisely what the safety belt is for." Ilyora's shriek elongated in an instant, and if anyone had been on the road at that moment, they would have seen a black-haired girl racing at high speed in her wheelchair. The two wheels of the chair seemed to generate sparks against the pavement. The exhilarating ride ended abruptly when one of the wheels got stuck, rendering her immobile. When Ilyora called Agent Fuller, she struggled to articulate her explanation. "It seems a stone got lodged in the wheel," she ventured. "This wheelchair has measures to prevent foreign objects from getting stuck." "Now, Ilyora, be honest with me. Did you race in the wheelchair?" "No, Agent Fuller. Perhaps it was just because—" "Ilyora, did you race in the wheelchair?" "I didn't, Agent Fuller. Well, actually, I may have gone a short distance, and there was no one on the road." Sighing, Ilyora could already envision Agent Fuller's exasperated expression. "I'll deliver a new wheelchair to your home tomorrow. You're not allowed to race in it anymore. I'm going to lower the speed limit on that chair right now." Ilyora attempted to plead, "Agent Fuller, please don't. What if you go too fast and get thrown out? You were just lucky this time. What about next time? This is non-negotiable." Agent Fuller, indignant, hung up the phone. Ilyora felt as though half the joy had been drained from her life. Chapter 51. The leg is finally healed. Ilyora stood at the school entrance, marking the third day since she had liberated herself from the confines of her wheelchair and crutches. Her legs had at long last regained their strength, allowing her to run and leap once more, though not with the same fervor as before when she would soar high enough to poke at the optics of the Decepticons. Nevertheless, she remained optimistic, believing that with diligent practice, she could return to her former prowess. She was waiting alongside Rafi for Bumblebee to transport them back to the base. Jack had gone off to work, while Meichi was attending her drumming class, having been enrolled by her guardian in yet another extracurricular activity. Fortunately, this particular pursuit brought her joy. Otherwise, she would have long since abandoned it altogether. "How is your leg healing?" Rafi inquired, seated on the steps. Ilyora settled beside Rafi, responding, "It's quite well, though I still need more training." But before she could finish her thought, her words vanished abruptly. The voice modulator fell silent, and a familiar mechanical whirring filled the air. Beep, beep, beep. Ilyora's right hand brushed against the wall of the escape pod. "Ilyora! Ilyora!" Rafi's voice sliced through the metallic barrier like a knife, and Ilyora's awareness snapped back into focus. She glanced around in confusion, realizing that Rafi was supporting her, prompting her to sit upright once more. Ilyora furrowed her brow. "What happened?" Rafi, visibly concerned, replied, "Are you all right? You just fainted and nearly collapsed." Ilyora shook her head. "I'm fine. I must be worn out from studying lately." The escape pod's systems just stirred for a moment, and the consciousness within this human vessel was momentarily withdrawn. A flicker of worry crossed Ilyora's mind. She was uncertain when the next abrupt awakening would occur. She feared that if her consciousness were to be drawn away at a critical moment, the consequences would be dire. Lost in her thoughts, Ilyora raised her gaze to the heavens, requesting that the escape pod descend within 3 seconds to cancel the mathematics tutorial on the school playground. A signal from an unknown energy source? Ambulance murmured in front of the command console at the base. The signal frequency appears irregular and somewhat peculiar. Noticing Optimus Prime approaching from behind, Ambulance queried, "What is the matter?" "Optimus, I've detected a signal from an energy entity," Ambulance replied, stepping aside to grant Optimus room. The screen above the console displayed a coordinate in a remote, undeveloped forest. The signal frequency lacks stability. Thus, it can only be temporarily classified as an unverified energy entity signal. Optimus understood Ambulance's concerns. This could potentially be a Decepticon trap. However, our base's supply of energy entities is critically low. Even an unverified energy vein warrants investigation. What energy entity? Ilyxia exclaimed, her enthusiasm ignited. She tossed aside her game controller and rushed to the railing, casting her gaze upon Optimus. Is there a new mission? The ambulance let out a resigned sigh. Ilyxia, I understand your eagerness to run now that your leg has healed, but this is an unverified energon deposit. If it turns out to be a trap set by the Decepticons, you may find yourself needing a wheelchair once again. Ilyxia vigorously shook her head. This time it won't happen. I promise to stay by your side and not poke at the Decepticons' optical sensors. Optimus Prime leaned down to look at Ilyxia. How is your leg recovering? In an effort to prove her words, Ilyxia jumped in place. It's healed splendidly. I can run and jump. Standing upright again. Optimus turned to the ambulance. I believe Ilyxia can participate in this mission, as long as she stays close to me. The ambulance's optical sensors nearly turned skyward. All right. You call the shots. Hooray! Ilyxia exclaimed, nearly lifting off the ground in joy. Given the unique nature of this mission, Optimus summoned Bumblebee and RC to join them. While Ilyxia grabbed her beloved waterproof Autobot stickers, she could place one upon encountering the Decepticons, effectively marking a location. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the mission site, Black Widow led the way, followed by the signal detector-wielding Shatter and Dropkick. Upon spotting their target and mission companions, she immediately understood Megatron's intentions. Don't you think Lord Megatron is rather overqualified for this task? Black Widow insinuated ominously. I mean, dispatching two of the most formidable warriors merely to seek an unverified energon signal? Dropkick scoffed. Lord Megatron knows that Shatter and I will get the job done. Black Widow tilted her head slightly. Actually, I was referring to Shatter and myself. Dropkick, with his notorious temper, clenched his fists, an unnamed fury igniting his spark. Shatter, perceptive of Dropkick's mood, quickly interjected, Dropkick, calm down. Our priority is the mission, not personal grievances. Shatter was well aware that this mission was merely a facade. Their true objective was to eliminate Black Widow, not the so-called energon deposit. If they were to play a part, they must do so completely. However, Dropkick's rage was genuine, not an act. Fortunately, he heeded Shatter's words, loosening his clenched fists and redirecting his gaze toward a corner of stickers behind Black Widow. Even the mightiest warriors can bear unremovable stickers, can't they? At this, Black Widow turned to glare at Dropkick. This is waterproof. You should know how difficult it is to remove. Unfortunately for her, Dropkick's words flowed like a dam bursting. As he stepped closer, you can't even remove a waterproof sticker. Can you? Before he could finish his taunts, Black Widow shot a web at his face, instantly blinding him and causing him to scream in agony. The Cybertronian's optical sensors are as sensitive as those of humans, and compounded with the toxic nature of Black Widow's web, Dropkick swiftly lost his combat capability. As the formidable Hai found himself at a disadvantage, he immediately raised his weapon and fired at the Black Widow. In a swift motion, she transformed into her spider form, leaping from the ground onto the surrounding withered trees. This tactic was inspired by Ilyxia, the Black Widow remarked while evading Hai's onslaught. Her combat prowess was indeed commendable among the Decepticons. Yet Hai clearly held the upper hand, demonstrating a more astute application of the terrain than the Black Widow. Scattered projectiles struck the trees beneath her, and sensing the precariousness of her situation, she hastily descended. However, she was a moment too late, and her entire frame crashed to the ground alongside the tree, fracturing one of her spider legs. Recognizing that her strategic position atop the tree was no longer viable, she resorted to using her webbing for a ranged assault against Hai. With a flourish of her hands, she ensnared him firmly against the tree. At that moment, dead fire tore away the covering from his head, consumed by a surge of rage that rendered him oblivious to the concept of teamwork, forgetting that freeing Hai would have significantly enhanced their chances of victory. Chapter 52. Merely a passing carbon-based life form. The signal indicates that the super energy entity's mineral deposit lies within this cave, Optimus Prime announced, holding the signal detector aloft. He surveyed the vast, semi-exposed cavern before him, then glanced at the eager Ilyxia. Ilyxia, you shall remain at the cave entrance and await further instructions. Ilyxia, visibly disappointed, replied, But But that sounds dreadfully boring. Elsie also deemed this arrangement unwise, albeit not due to the potential tedium. It wouldn't be safe for Ilyxia to be alone outside. What if Decepticons were to appear? Optimus Prime appeared to anticipate this concern. He retrieved a small locator device from his fourth-dimensional pocket and knelt to present it to Ilyxia. This locator has been specially crafted for you by the medic. Should you find yourself in danger, press the button in the center, and I will come to your aid immediately. Ilyxia accepted the device with both hands. It was no larger than half of her palm, fitting snugly into her pocket. All right. I will remain here and stay vigilant, she said, finding a smooth rock pile to sit upon. I absolutely won't wander off. With that reassurance, Optimus Prime and the others ventured into the cave. Ilyxia truly yearned for her splendid form at that moment. Had she been in Cybertron, she could have easily dispatched 10 Decepticon grunts with a single blow. Perhaps she could even deliver a couple of punches to Megatron's ironclad head. A chuckle escaped her lips at the thought of Megatron's dismay. Being alone outside was indeed quite dull. Fortunately, Ilyxia had brought her datapad along. As she opened it to finish reading a book she had downloaded previously, she noticed that the communications channel was incessantly flashing. What is happening? Did I not respond to the messages? Upon opening the communications interface, she discovered a multitude of messages had indeed been sent. Knockout. Ilyxia, knockout, Ilyxia, knockout, Ilyxia. Dead Fire is in trouble. Ilyxia, what is going on? Knockdown. I have sent you a coordinate location. Knockdown, it is the position of Firebrand, who was dispatched by Lord Megatron to eliminate Black Widow alongside Skystrike. Just now, Skystrike communicated with me, indicating that Firebrand's condition is precarious. Ilyxia, what do you want from me? Surely you do not expect me to aid in rescuing Firebrand? I am merely a carbon-based human. Ilyxia, the most I could do is affix a sticker on a Black Widow's optical lens. Ilyxia, however, there's some good news. Firebrand is quite close to me. I can only assist you by going to check on him. Knockdown, my spark source. Knockdown, you are undoubtedly the most beautiful human girl I have ever encountered. Thank you. Ilyxia, flattery is futile. Let me make it clear, I do not guarantee that I can save him. Ilyxia felt exasperated. It seemed she oscillated daily between the Autobots and Decepticons. She opened the coordinates for Firebrand, discovering that he was merely 12 kilometers away, an easily traversable distance. Only a 10-minute run. Ilyxia stood up, dusting off her pants, and, clutching the datapad, hurried toward Firebrand's location. Firebrand was relentlessly pursuing Black Widow, who had just been struck by him with a hammer, causing her to leak energy fluid. The shimmering blue liquid dripped from her frame, marking the path of her escape. Eventually, Firebrand cornered Black Widow in a dead end. She appeared significantly weakened, lying on the ground, a pool of energy fluid accumulating beneath her. Firebrand scoffed derisively, refraining from further dialogue as he raised his hammer to strike Black Widow. This, however, aligned perfectly with Black Widow's intentions, seizing the opportunity while Firebrand was poised to strike. She raised her own hand, and the prepared web traps ensnared his elevated hammer. Black Widow leisurely rose from the ground, shedding her earlier facade of weakness. Her hands moved swiftly, and with her 8 legs, she effortlessly severed Firebrand's arm, which had been transformed into a hammer, heedless of his anguished cries. When Ilyxia arrived, she was met with this alarming scene. In a moment of desperation, she shouted, "Black Widow, cease at once." Black Widow turned slowly, unconcerned about Firebrand's ability to escape her bindings, for he had already lost one arm and his combat capability. She lifted her optical lens to gaze at the source of the voice. "Ilyxia, it is you." Accompanying Ilyxia was Skystrike. Black Widow's gaze shifted to Skystrike behind Ilyxia. "You actually assisted him in freeing my web?" "A trivial task," Ilyxia replied. "I thought no one wanted it, so I planned to take it back to knit a sweater." Black Widow gritted her teeth. "You." Skystrike immediately recognized Firebrand's dire situation, although not particularly close to him. As the former leader of the Decepticon search team, he could not bear to witness the harm of his comrades. "Black Widow, do not be foolish. Spare Firebrand. Otherwise, you will become an enemy of the Decepticons." Black Widow let out a dismissive snort. "Decepticons' enemy? Who cares?" She weighed her combat prowess against that of the Wingblade and ultimately chose to escape underground in the presence of the 2 machines and 1 person. Wingblade rushed forward, attempting to intercept her, but Black Widow was evidently skilled in her subterranean retreat, vanishing without a trace in mere seconds, leaving only a hole behind. Wingblade squinted through his optical lens. Instead of pursuing her, he promptly reported the situation to Megatron via the communication channel. Deadlock. At that moment, Ilyra finally faced no obstacles and sprinted to Deadlock's side. She gazed at the kind-hearted Decepticon with concern, gently touching the exposed area where his arm had been severed. Just hang in there. Once we return to the ship, they'll help you recover. Wingblade approached the fallen Deadlock, supporting him so that he could lean against the nearby mountainside. He then assessed Deadlock's injuries, confirming that Black Widow had not dealt a fatal blow. Otherwise, Deadlock's arm would have been utterly ruined. While Wingblade examined Deadlock's condition, Ilyra climbed a tree and managed to sever Deadlock's shattered arm. Black Widow's webbing was remarkably resilient, but not overly rigid. With her small knife, Ilyra was able to cut through it in no time. She felt fortunate for having asked Jack for the Swiss Army knife he had used during his last encounter with Black Widow alongside RC before embarking on this mission. Cradling Deadlock's severed arm, Ilyra approached Wingblade, who accepted the heavy limb. By this point, Deadlock had closed his optical lenses, leaving only the sound of his ragged breathing. At that moment, a terrestrial bridge opened beside Wingblade. He cast a glance at it, pondering for a moment before addressing Ilyra. You have once again aided the Decepticons. Who exactly are you? Ilyra blinked and shrugged, replying, I am merely a passerby, a carbon-based life form. Chapter 53. Perhaps a banquet of fate. Ilyra watched as Wingblade supported Deadlock into the terrestrial bridge, to an observer unaware of the context. Their posture might suggest they were the best of friends. Ilyra. A sudden voice called from behind. It was RC. Ilyora's heart raced. Oh no. She had forgotten that she was on a mission and still carried a locator. Ilyra swallowed hard, turning stiffly, resembling a wooden figure that had not been oiled. Sure enough, she found Optimus Prime and the others. Ilyra managed a strained smile, looking at the leading RC. RC. RC hurried to Ilyora's side, hands on her hips, admonishing, why are you running off again? I'm sure Mika has led you astray. Ilyra averted her gaze, quickly concocting an excuse. I wasn't running off. Her eyes fell upon the webbing and energy fluid on the ground. Pointing at them, she added, I came because I heard fighting. RC followed Ilyora's gesture, recognizing the familiar webbing. She gasped, you encountered Black Widow. Ilyra shook her head, stating, no, she had already fled by the time I arrived. Optimus Prime stepped forward and inquired, what did you witness? Ilyra deftly wove a tale of deception. The Decepticons were embroiled in infighting. I saw Scourge battling Black Widow. Scourge lost an arm, and Black Widow managed to escape. Beyond that, I am unaware. RC raised an eyebrow. It is not surprising that Black Widow fled. But Scourge certainly has had his fair share of misfortune, being dismantled by Silas, and now losing an arm to Black Widow. Optimus Prime sighed, Ilyra, your leg has only just healed. Even if you sense trouble, do not venture forth alone. Ilyra nodded fervently. Understood. So, have you located the energon deposits? She attempted to divert the conversation. The reserves are not abundant, yet they suffice for our needs for quite some time, Optimus Prime replied. Bumblebee has already transported the energon back. Ilyra, you must not act independently again. Otherwise, I shall reassess the frequency of your missions. Ilyra pouted, all right, Commander. Thank you, Ilyra. I cannot fathom what I would have done without you. How sentimental, truly. This is the most genuine expression of gratitude I have ever heard from you. I sincerely appreciate your assistance. Thanks to you, Scourge's condition has stabilized. Fortunately, you had Scourge retrieve the severed arm. Otherwise, I would have struggled to find a compatible model. As long as it is recovered, Ilyra replied. Consider it my way of repaying you both for your constant protection aboard the warship. By the way, when Scourge reported the mission, he did not expose my involvement, did he? Scourge awakened before the surgery. He wished for Scourge to conceal your actions, though I am uncertain if he complied. However, Scourge visited Scourge earlier. I inquired, and he did not respond directly. Judging by his expression, he likely did not inform Lord Megatron of your participation. That is satisfactory, Ilyra remarked. Remember to ensure Scourge receives proper care, especially regarding the arm. Of course. Ilyra, I have another question for you. What is it? Whose side are you truly on? Autobots or Decepticons? If you're with the Autobots, that is acceptable. I shall treat you as if I do not see you. I have never declared allegiance to either faction. I belong solely to myself. Ilyra and Knockout established a communication link. It has only been a day since the defeat, yet the hands and feet of the medic were remarkably swift. having already revived the extinguished spark. Truly, he is the sole medical officer of the Decepticons, capable of bringing back to life with merely a head and a spark. This was Knockout speaking to Alita. Wait, you healed him just to let him go? RC expressed her confusion regarding Ambulance's decision to spare the Red Spider for the sake of intelligence. Just moments ago, Ambulance and the barricade received a signal from the Red Spider, who offered vital information in exchange for treatment. The barricade shrugged. So what now, bring him here? RC shuddered at the mention of Black Widow. That's not out of the question. I would welcome the chance to eliminate her. But there are others besides her who could harm my partner. The intelligence regarding the mechanical insects holds significant tactical value. RC. The information previously provided by the Red Spider has proven to be accurate, and he was on the brink of losing his energy fluid at the time, Ambulance explained. Without our medical assistance, remaining there would be akin to awaiting his demise. Alita, one, curious, inquired, so what information did the Red Spider provide? Ambulance replied, a coordinate. If we time our approach correctly, we could eliminate Black Widow and her mechanical insect minions in one fell swoop. Mechanical insects? Alita, one questioned. Aren't they the creatures used in the Colosseum at Carlin to battle the warriors? I've personally dispatched many of them. They're quite bothersome when flying about. I wouldn't want to engage unless absolutely necessary. Optimus Prime addressed RC. Our base does not condone the detention of prisoners, and I am also opposed to inflicting harm upon life, forms that are unable to defend themselves. Alita, one turned to Optimus Prime. So, are you planning to investigate that coordinate? Optimus Prime nodded. We must ascertain the truth. What if it's a trap? Alita, one expressed her concern. You know how the Red Spider often strikes from behind. Optimus Prime blinked. Though I am unfamiliar with the term trap you mentioned, we must exercise caution regarding the mechanical insects. We cannot allow Megatron's forces to grow any stronger. A trap? Well, never mind that. I just worry that the Red Spider and Black Widow may conspire to deceive you. Alita, one felt an unsettling anxiety within her, the cause of which eluded her. Another spark frequency pulsated within her chest, seemingly amplifying her unease. Optimus Prime reassured her, we will be cautious. I will activate visual transmission to project everything we see onto the base S screens. If any unforeseen circumstances arise, Ambulance will manage our communication and land bridge. Alita, one pressed her lips together, ultimately choosing silence. How strange. Why was she feeling so anxious? Chapter 54. Spark resonance. The frequency of the spark within her chest pulsed vigorously. What could Megatron be doing? The spark raced so swiftly. Was he forging iron aboard the Nemesis with the hammer of the sky? Alita, one had to hold her chest to steady herself, contemplating the necessity of bombarding him with messages later. She furrowed her brow as she gazed at the large screen in the base. The coordinates provided by the Red Spider lead to a desolate Decepticon mine, where the vast majority of the energon has long been extracted, leaving only traces embedded within the walls. Optimus Prime and his companions observe within the cavern, and as he gazes downward, he is startled to witness Megatron engaged in a fierce duel with a colossal mechanical insect, while a languid Black Widow lounges upon a nearby rock. Ilyxia, having been on Earth for an extensive period, is witnessing Megatron in combat for the first time through Optimus Prime's visual transmission. Megatron exhibit remarquable combat awareness, and his skills honed within the Karen gladiatorial arena allow him to hold his own against the formidable mechanical insect. Ilyxia fixates on the screen, perplexed by Megatron's apparent weakness. Even if the Black Widow has cunningly sealed his fusion cannon, Megatron's martial prowess should, in theory, enable him to dominate such an opponent. As Ilyxia meticulously observes Megatron's battle, she anticipates his forthcoming maneuvers, a retreat, a hook punch, a blow from the mechanical insect, followed by counterattack. While Megatron's punches are commendable, his footwork lacks stability. In that instant, Ilyxia comprehends the situation. Let loose, old friend. Yet, with every strike Megatron endures from the mechanical insect, the spark resonating within Ilyxia pulsates vehemently, igniting an inexplicable fervor within her. Megatron, do not hold back. Megatron is also present, as the Divider stands beside Optimus Prime, proclaiming. It appears the Red Spider orchestrated this encounter with the intent to ensnare his adversaries. The Divider concurs. Indeed, this is fortuitous. RC's gaze remains fixated on the Black Widow, her suppressed fury transforming into action as she shifts in a motorcycle form and charges at the Black Widow, exclaiming, Dispose of Megatron as you will. But the spark of the Black Widow is mine. Optimus Prime attempts to intervene, but it is too late. RC no. Without hesitation, RC delivers a fierce assault upon the Black Widow, toppling her to the ground. The Black Widow glares up, seething, "It's you." RC swiftly deploys the blades from her forearm, engaging in a fierce struggle with the Black Widow. The commotion draws Megatron's attention, compelling him to glance upward. He forcefully slams the mechanical insect against the wall and turns to Optimus and the others, remarking, "Today has certainly brought forth an abundance of surprises." In the next moment, Megatron spins to strike the mechanical insect, this action seemingly draining his last reserves of strength. He cleaves the insect's head from its body, which rolls away to the corner. And with arms outstretched, he declares in an exceedingly dramatic fashion, "Any who dare to challenge a Karen gladiator will meet such a fate, be it Decepticons or Autobots." Optimus Prime leads the descent, landing before Megatron. Autobot, the Divider, and Bumblebee follow suit, weapons raised, poised to confront Megatron. Megatron appeared to be hollowed out entirely. He took 2 feeble steps towards Optimus Prime, only to have his legs tremble and collapse beneath him, falling to the ground in a notably weakened posture. With only his head and mouth still exhibiting any semblance of agility, Ilyxia found amusement in the scene. There was no need for such grand gestures. Megatron's voice emitted a hoarse rasp, akin to having swallowed half a ton of sand. "I can no longer resist and can only submit to your slaughter." Optimus Prime gazed intently at Megatron. The latter glanced around, querying, "Where is Ilyxia? I thought you always brought her along on your missions." Optimus furrowed his brow, unwilling to respond to Megatron. However, Megatron did not expect a reply. He chuckled softly twice and continued, "Tell me, Optimus, do you intend to capture me alive? Or will you bring about my end right here?" Ilyxia leaned against the railing, sharply critiquing, "Such splendid acting deserves an Oscar statuette." Ratchet nearly flipped his optics skyward. With Megatron's performance, he pales in comparison to the Iron Eater's obedient facade in Starscream's grasp. Ilyxia seemed to have heard something astonishing. "Are there still Iron Eaters at the base?" Ratchet casually replied, "That was all in the past." Optimus was acutely aware that Megatron had no intention of meekly allowing himself to be executed. His weapon was aimed directly at Megatron's head, energy coalescing gradually. With a mere thought, he could pierce through Megatron's head. Just then, Starscream burst in with a squad of Decepticons from the cave entrance. A torrent of red-lit munitions raining down and crashing to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. Megatron looked up, exasperated, truly an endless stream of surprises. Optimus was compelled to divert one of his weapons towards the remaining Decepticons, his expression grave as he narrowed his optics, uncertain of Starscream's intentions. Starscream brandished his colossal cannon, declaring, "Surrender Megatron to us, and I shall let you go." A voice immediately shouted, "We cannot hand Megatron over to him. Do not trust them." Optimus glanced at Megatron, then turned to Starscream. "Starscream, can you assure me?" As soon as Optimus spoke, silence enveloped the scene. Starscream hesitated, his gaze oscillating between Megatron and Optimus, ultimately lowering his weapon. "I assure you." Upon hearing this, Optimus too lowered his weapon, and Starscream promptly stepped forward to support his superior. "My lord, are you all right?" Megatron stumbled momentarily, then instantly regained his footing, entirely shedding the earlier weakness, pointing at Optimus and issuing commands. "Starscream has given you his assurance." "I have not." "Eliminate them." "What?" Starscream was taken aback. Following the command, the foot soldiers immediately commenced firing, and Megatron transformed, soaring out of the cave. Despite his shock, Starscream knew he had to follow. He transformed and flew alongside Megatron on his left side. "How dare you defy orders and sneak along?" Megatron barked. Starscream replied, "My lord, I merely wish for your safe passage." Megatron would not blame Shockwave. On the contrary, he acknowledged Shockwave's potential, stating, "You shall be a competent second-in-command, Shockwave." After witnessing this exchange, Ilyxia was unfazed. Rather, she now understood the source of her unease. It was indeed due to Megatron's distress caused by the mechanical insects. Ilyxia, filled with frustration, struck her chest lightly. "Megatron, do not let your spark waver." Chapter 55. The Census. Where is Ilyxia? Upon arriving at the base, Agent Fuller began his search for the girl with the black hair. The ambulance pointed towards the sofa, indicating she is playing with a toy car alongside Raph. Hearing the sound, Ilyxia looked up. What is it, Agent Fuller? Agent Fuller approached Ilyra, retrieving a document bag marked top secret from his coat and presenting it to her. The bothersome elders wish to see you. Ilyra was taken aback. What? Agent Fuller sighed. I understand your shock, but there is little I can do. The matters concerning the Autobots are classified, and Jack and the others registered their information before you. Yours is the only one that remains unaccounted for. I had already submitted your information once, but for some reason, they wish to meet with you personally. You are considered unique among humans. Ilyra was aware of what this uniqueness entailed. Having struck Megatron and kicked the troops of Silas, it was hard to believe she was merely a schoolgirl. She took the document bag, asking, when will this happen? Tomorrow? The day after? Agent Fuller placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Right now. Right now. Raph set down the car model in his hands. It will be too late for Ilyra to get home by curfew. Agent Fuller replied, do not worry. I will escort Ilyra home. Ilyra was not concerned about the time. Her only worry was whether her identity would remain undisclosed. So, who wishes to meet me? It cannot possibly be a crowd surrounding me. Rest assured, it is merely my superior, General Bryce, who wishes to see you. It will not be like a courtroom. Fuller assured as he led Ilyra towards the elevator. Ambulance. I will take Ilyra now. Please inform Optimus. The ambulance affirmed with a sound of acknowledgement. Ilyra felt a twinge of anxiety as she exited the Autobot base in the elevator, guided by Agent Fuller to his vehicle. She settled into the back seat, glancing at the document bag in her hands. May I open this to take a look? Ilyra inquired. Fuller fastened his seatbelt, replying, of course. It contains your file and is not sealed yet. Through the rearview mirror, he noticed Ilyra's unease, empathizing with her. After all, facing high-ranking officials at such a young age would cause trepidation for anyone her age. Do not worry, Ilyra. Fuller reassured her as he started the car and maneuvered it onto the main road. General Bryce will merely pose a few straightforward questions, akin to the inquiries of your former ILTS speaking examiner, and will not put you in a difficult position. Ilyra paused as she rummaged through the file bag and pulled out her ILTS speaking score report from several years ago. How is this still here? In those days, to secure a visa for immigration, she diligently practiced until her Cyberton accent was indistinguishable from that of Earthlings, enduring numerous attempts at the ILTS before finally surpassing the passing mark. Agent Fuller chuckled. You are an immigrant. Those in higher authority will pay special attention to individuals like you. Ilyra, slightly disheartened, closed the file bag. What difference does this make compared to seeing my elementary school math test? Perhaps there are also your elementary school papers in this bag. What? The location for Ilyra's private meeting with General Bryce was a heavily fortified military base. After Fuller presented his credentials, it took several minutes before they were granted access. Ilyra followed him into an equally secure building, where even the elevator required a badge swipe. Upon reaching the 15th floor, Fuller guided Ilyra to a room. He patted her shoulder. Go on in, child. General Bryce awaits you inside. Ilyra swallowed hard, taking several deep breaths. It had been quite some time since she felt this anxious. The last occasion was during the Supreme Council, when Jun Tianzuan and Orion attempted to persuade the legislators. Ilyra opened the door and entered the room, immediately spotting a chair with a backrest. She quickly glanced around. To her right was a blank wall, while to her left stood an office desk, behind which sat an elderly-looking man. This must be General Bryce, she thought. General Bryce nodded at Ilyra. Hello, child. Please take a seat. With trepidation, Ilyra settled into the chair at the center of the room as the door behind her closed. Do not be nervous. I have merely called you here to ask a few questions. General Bryce surprisingly adopted a friendly demeanor, making an effort to appear less intimidating. Ilyra noticed numerous cameras throughout the room, both on the bookshelves behind General Bryce and on the desk beside him, as well as in the corners of the ceiling, with both discreet and prominent devices everywhere. It seemed that any slight movement on her part would be instantly observed. Ilyra refocused her attention on the general before her. All right, sir, but what exactly do you wish to inquire about? It pertains to your identity. General Bryce glanced at a file on his desk. Could you tell me about your schooling in your previous country? Ilyra appeared momentarily perplexed. Do you mean to ask for the specifics of my schooling, such as the times I attended and left school? He nodded. Indeed. I attended elementary school for 6 years, followed by 3 years of middle school and 1 year of high school in Country C. During my second year of high school, I immigrated here. In middle school, my daily routine began at 5:30 a.m. concluding with evening classes that ended at 7:30 p.m. And if there were evening study sessions, I would finish at 9:30 p.m. Elementary school was somewhat more relaxed, with a start time of 6 o'clock a.m. and a dismissal at 4 o'clock p.m. General Blythe paused momentarily. Is your school legitimate? Of course it is, Ilyora replied. It is the second best middle school in our city. She continued. High school was similar, starting at 5 o'clock a.m. and ending at 8 o'clock p.m., with evening study sessions lasting until 10 o'clock p.m. General Bruce's gaze suddenly filled with compassion. You've endured quite a lot, my child. It's no wonder you wish to immigrate here. Ilyora scratched her head. Actually, it's not solely due to the pressure. General Blythe proceeded to inquire numerous questions of Ilyora, ranging from her former country to her current family situation. Though she had none, he still asked, and delved into her personal circumstances, almost like an interrogation. When Ilyora finally emerged from the room, she felt as though she had transformed into a heartless machine for answering questions. Fuller empathized with Ilyora, as General Blythe had a penchant for relentless inquiry. I'll take you home now, Agent Fuller stated as they entered the vehicle. Adjusting the rearview mirror, he swiftly started the car. Ilyora watched as Fuller's vehicle gradually merged onto the main road. But it wasn't long before a large truck with its headlights blaring approached from behind. Fuller impatiently gestured for the truck to pass, yet it stubbornly remained behind him. Curiosity piqued, Ilyora glanced back and recognized the familiar emblem of a vehicle, adorned in the distinctive red and blue livery, albeit appearing somewhat rusted. Isn't that Optimus Prime? Ilyora exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 56. The True and False Optimus Prime What? Wow. Fuller, still bewildered by Ilyora's reference to Optimus Prime, suddenly felt the car jolt violently as the Optimus Prime truck mercilessly collided with the rear of Fuller's vehicle. The force of the impact was immense. A single strike sent their car spiraling off its intended path, eventually stalling on the roadside. This was no mere accident. Fuller felt his head spin. Someone is plotting against us. Ilyora quickly glanced out the window. The surroundings were eerily quiet, devoid of any passers-by, given their proximity to a military base. They found themselves beside a bridge, where the guardrail had been smashed open. If this Optimus Prime were to strike again, Fuller's vehicle would undoubtedly plunge off the bridge. Agent Fuller found the situation utterly perplexing. Optimus Prime, have you lost your mind? Ilyora sensed something amiss and promptly activated her phone to contact the base. Optimus, are you at the base? Ilyora, Optimus is not at the base right now, came the reply from the ambulance. At that moment, Agent Fuller's voice interjected, exactly, because Optimus is trying to ram Ilyora and me off the road. The ambulance raised its volume slightly. Agent Fuller, that seems rather implausible, doesn't it? If you don't believe me, come and see for yourself. Fuller, however, had no time to respond, as he was preoccupied with maneuvering his vehicle away from the impending collision with Optimus. Ilyora quickly chimed in, ambulance, please lock onto my position and activate the land bridge. If you don't hurry, Optimus is going to send us flying. The ambulance blinked its optical sensors in confusion. Although it struggled to comprehend how the name Optimus could correlate with the idea of trying to ram Agent Fuller off the road, it endeavored to locate Ilyora's coordinates. Given the urgency in their voices, it seemed the situation was indeed dire. Activating the land bridge required time, and Ilyora severed the communication momentarily to confirm whether that truck was indeed Optimus. A violent jolt struck again, causing Fuller's vehicle to teeter perilously at the edge of the bridge. Ilyora squinted through the rear window, but the backlight made it nearly impossible to discern anything clearly. The only thing she could ascertain was that the Autobot emblem on the front resembled Optimus. Yet, from her knowledge of Optimus, he would never ram Agent Fuller. He wouldn't even crush a flower by the roadside. This was surely not the real Optimus. Boom! Another collision sent Ilyora's face crashing against the front seat due to inertia. Stars danced before her eyes, and her face pressed uncomfortably against the leather seat, causing her pain. Quickly, she propped herself up and touched her face. It had taken her considerable effort to maintain her appearance, and she could not afford to be disfigured. Fuller's vehicle was nearly entirely off the road, swaying precariously in mid-air on the brink of plummeting off the bridge and shattering into pieces. Ilyora dared not imagine the consequences of such a fall. Fuller was frantically reversing. Come on, move, you stubborn vehicle. Finally, as the vehicle neared the edge, The land bridge materialized at the left end of the bridge. The reassuring forms of Barricade RC and Bumblebee shot forth like arrows, with Bumblebee arriving first to grasp the rear of Fuller's vehicle. However, the weight of the vehicle was too great. Bumblebee could only grip the rear, and the vehicle itself continued to descend. Seeing this, the Barricade leaped down to catch Fuller's vehicle beneath the bridge. "Are you all right?" The Barricade inquired through the car window. Breathing heavily, Fuller was still shaken. He had narrowly avoided a fatal encounter. Ilyra leaned against the front seat, her voice weak. "Fortunately, I hadn't had dinner." This vehicle was no longer suitable for use. The partition returned Fuller and Ilyra to the roadway. Ilyra glanced at the deserted bridge. What about that fellow who resembled Optimus Prime? Bumblebee beeped a few times. The partition gestured towards the bridge ahead. RC went after him. Agent Fuller was exasperated. Has Optimus lost his mind? That may not necessarily be Optimus, despite the resemblance, Ilyra replied. Agent Fuller clearly disagreed. If it's not Optimus, who could it possibly be? Ilyra pondered, stroking her chin. Perhaps it was a Decepticon in disguise? RC had been ambushed by the Optimus Prime at an abandoned gas station. It was evident something was amiss when the partition could no longer establish contact with RC. They eventually located her unconscious on the ground by tracking her coordinates. RC was brought back to the base and took quite some time to regain consciousness. "RC, are you all right?" Jack inquired anxiously. RC shook her head. "I'm fine, but I can't believe Optimus actually ambushed me. See, I told you I was right." Agent Fuller was still fuming about the recent events. The medic could hardly believe that Optimus would attack his own. How could that possibly be? RC appeared somewhat disheartened. She, too, seemed reluctant to accept that Optimus could behave in such a manner. "This is what I saw with my own eyes." Ilyra stood firmly in Optimus's corner, refusing to believe he would assault his own. "Are you all really suspecting Optimus? There is clearly something strange about this. Perhaps someone is impersonating him?" Jack contemplated this. Ilyra has a point. After all, your vehicle forms are all based on Earth, so disguise is indeed feasible. Raffi was uncertain about the plausibility of this situation, but what if Optimus has truly gone rogue? Or perhaps he has reverted to being a Decepticon? Mickey speculated. Ilyra looked at Mickey with exasperation, causing Mickey to feel uneasy under her gaze. What is wrong? Didn't Optimus once become a Decepticon? That was because he lost his memory in an effort to save the Earth. You cannot compare those two circumstances. Ilyra retorted. This is utterly absurd. The medic dismissed their conjectures as nonsense and approached the control panel. I will check Optimus's signal location right now. He surely isn't anywhere near the incident site. Ah, look, he is already back, the medic announced. Indeed, Optimus returned from outside the base, but upon transforming, he sensed an unusual atmosphere within. Only Ilyra greeted him. Good evening, Optimus. He nodded in acknowledgement. Good evening. As Optimus took a few steps into the base, he was taken aback when Bumblebee instinctively recoiled, observing the expressions of those present. He inquired, "Is something amiss?" RC hesitated before speaking. Where exactly did you just go?" The partition remarked, "We have been unable to reach you." Indeed, I was beyond our communication range. Optimus Prime, as he spoke, was about to retrieve something from behind him. Upon noticing this, RC promptly raised her weapon, and Bumblebee followed suit, while Agent Fowler shielded the children behind him. Ilyra was taken aback by the actions of the Autobots. Optimus gestured in an attempt to reassure everyone, revealing a fragment of an energon substance from behind him. "I've just been at an energon mine." Ilyra could no longer contain herself. "Enough. Can't you see he is one of us?" With her exclamation, RC and the others, albeit belatedly, lowered their weapons. Feeling a twinge of guilt, she stepped forward. "We apologize. Please do not blame them, Optimus." Fowler added, "Ilyra and I were attacked tonight by someone who bore a striking resemblance to you. He tried to force us off the highway." Chapter 57, An Accidental Identity Crisis. Ilyra nodded. Yes, even the Autobot emblem on his vehicle was nearly identical. It was indeed perplexing. Who could possibly impersonate Optimus Prime and pose a threat to humanity using his form? Ratchet inquired. Ilyra pondered, perhaps it is Silas? But how could Silas achieve such a feat? RC was equally deep in thought. Has human technology advanced to such a degree? Jack shrugged. What can we say? Those in research seem to enjoy employing the latest technology against their own kind. He dismantled the transformation gears of Starscream. and the remaining technology must have been thoroughly studied during the initial abduction of Ironhide. Ilyra recalled the model drone she had seen tied up in the warehouse. When I was abducted by Silas, I encountered a prototype. Its skeletal structure was remarkably similar to yours, albeit without the outer shell. As the discussion unfolded, Agent Fowler's phone rang. He answered it with precision. "This is Fowler." "What? This is impossible. I would stake my honor on the fact that is not Optimus Prime." Fowler glanced at Optimus, then hung up, his tone tinged with resignation. "The Odin military base has come under attack, and they claim it was Optimus." Jack asked, "The truck?" Fowler shook his head. "No, the real one." By the time Optimus and the others arrived at the military base, the version of Optimus controlled by Silas had already spotted them from a distance and retreated ahead of time. However, the human military personnel on site could not discern the difference between the two Optimus Primes, and they relentlessly targeted the real Optimus as their shooting practice, mistaking RC and the others for reinforcements. With no other choice, Optimus had to announce a retreat back to the base, as he could not inflict harm upon humanity. Fowler understood that the assailant at the military base was not the genuine Optimus Prime, yet he found himself unable to articulate this to the higher-ups on the phone, who were adamant that it was indeed Optimus' doing. No matter how much he explained, it would be of no avail. "This is truly a disaster," Ilyra remarked, exasperated. "It is not overly dire. At the very least, they have only acquired our biotechnology and not other technologies." The ambulance pressed a button on the console, marking a specific coordinate. RC glanced at the coordinate. "Thus, it is highly likely that the base of the mech special operations team is located near the incident site. What are we waiting for? I shall proceed to dismantle their stronghold," Agent Fuller declared, eager for action. However, Optimus Prime believed that Fuller should not partake further in this matter. "Agent Fuller, I deem it unwise for you to confront them head-on again. You are currently wanted by the military. Venturing out to search is not a prudent idea," Fuller retorted, somewhat exasperated. Ilyra tentatively proposed a suggestion. "Why not alter your appearance when you go out? Unless absolutely necessary, we shall not easily change our vehicular forms," Optimus replied, looking at Ilyra. "The task of searching for the mech special operations team's base will be entrusted to us. Ambulance, return the children home, and we shall handle this matter." Ilyra looked around, feeling somewhat lost. "Why are you all looking at me?" After Optimus's statement, the ambulance proceeded to return each child to their respective homes, and when it was Ilyora's turn, Optimus appeared slightly concerned, reminding her to stay safe at home. Ilyra pointed to herself. "While I would love to accompany you on this mission, do I appear to be the sort who would recklessly wander off?" Optimus nodded earnestly. "In any case, you must remain at home," Ilyra replied. "I assure you, I will complete the task, Commander." With that, Ilyra stepped onto the land bridge. Rarely did she display any signs of reluctance or regret. RC approached from the side. "I do not believe Ilyra will obediently stay at home. Ever since her leg healed, she has taken to running about." Optimus pondered for a moment and said, "Ilyora's locator is still operational. I believe she will not remove it," implicitly suggesting that should an unfortunate event arise, we would still be able to locate her. Optimus was correct. Ilyra indeed would not remain at home and had not removed her locator. As soon as she exited the land bridge, she rushed to the basement to bring her computer upstairs. Under the directive of the ambulance, the datapad was left at the base, and now she could only contact the high-ranking Decepticons through her computer. During her idle moments, she had managed to replicate the functions of the datapad onto her computer. However, it had been quite some time since she last logged into the communication channel, and she needed to synchronize the signal frequency of her phone to connect with the datapad channel. Fortunately, the phone's frequency matched that of the datapad. Otherwise, Ilyra would have been at a loss for alternatives. "What channel have I logged into?" Ilyra squinted at the unfamiliar communication list, her mind momentarily stalling. Black Widow, Shockwave, Soundwave, Orion Pax, and Galvatron. Oh my, a veritable renaissance. It seems I have stumbled upon an old channel. This is bad. The secondary account has outdone the primary. Ilyra hastily exited the communication channel that belonged to Ilyxia. This channel was designed to notify friends when they were online, and she certainly did not wish to be bombarded by Megatron's messages the moment she logged in. Yet, despite Ilyora's swift fingers, they were no match for Megatron's speed. Just as she was about to log off, a message from the formidable Megatron arrived. She only caught a brief question mark before she disconnected. Startled, Ilyra remained frozen for a while, before logging back into her own communication channel. The first thing she did was check if Megatron had sent her a message. To her relief, there was none. Ilyra exhaled a sigh of relief. Her earlier anxiety had left her limbs feeling cold, and it took a considerable amount of time for warmth to return to her hands. She had narrowly escaped a barrage of inquiries from Megatron. Her hands trembled slightly as she searched for the communication window for Knockout. Ilyra, good evening. Ilyra, are you free to come out now? Ilyra, Optimus and the others are searching for the base of those who previously attempted to dismantle Deadlock. Knockout, what? Who? Ilyra, it's the Special Ops team. Ilyra, Optimus hasn't let me out, and I don't have a ground bridge. Do you want to come over and take a look? Knockout, you want me to bring you over? Sure, but I can't be gone for too long. Knockout, Lord Megatron just became suddenly agitated, as if he had reverted to a juvenile state, flailing about in the control room. Knockout, Soundwave is quite concerned about Lord Megatron and was just about to call me away. Ilyra, don't mind that tin can. He probably just saw his deceased friend come back to life. It's nothing serious. Knockout, Chapter 58. Good sisters. Although Knockout did not understand what Ilyra meant by old friends coming back to life, he still activated the ground bridge to find her. It was worth mentioning that the last time he occupied the front seat was during her abduction. Ilyra sat in the passenger seat of Knockout's vehicle, joking. I never expected that this time we would be friends. You know, I usually judge by actions rather than people. That time was simply me following orders. As Knockout spoke, the steering wheel flickered continuously. By the way, I brought the weapon you left behind last time. Make sure to use it to take down the Special Ops team decisively. Ilyora's gaze fell upon the dark purple short sword in the driver's seat, her eyes brightening. Good sister, you understand me. What a peculiar title, she thought, quickly grasping the short sword, as if she had reunited with a long-lost friend. Ever since she left the Decepticon warship, she had not seen it again, and it was a delightful surprise that Knockout had crafted an identical one. A gentle reminder, this is not new. I am merely tasked with restoring the original. Knockdown observed Ilyora's fondness for this small weapon and remarked with a smile, be cautious. The blade is exceedingly sharp this time. Do not injure yourself. The base of the Mecha Special Operations Team resided within an abandoned industrial district where towering oil tank-like structures loomed. Upon Ilyora's arrival, she noted that Optimus Prime and his companions had already located the site. From a distance, she spied two Optimus Primes engaging in combat atop the rooftop. After ensuring her arrival, Knockdown departed, preoccupied with examining Megatron's circuitry. Taking a deep breath, Ilyra, having not undertaken a stealth mission for quite some time, confirmed that Silas was indeed within the building beneath the false Optimus Prime. Each time the false Prime attacked, he deliberately avoided striking the area beneath him, as if wary of causing the roof to collapse. Ilyra sprinted to the vicinity of the building, circling it until she finally discovered the inconspicuous entrance. She ascended a ladder. Where the two Optimus Primes continued their skirmish, the sound of metal clashing resonating like flesh meeting flesh. Peering cautiously, she observed that neither of the machines had noticed her presence, allowing her to quietly push open a hatch. Beneath the hatch lay the interior of the building, and Ilyra peered down the ladder, confirming that Silas was indeed at the center, operating the false Optimus Prime. Crouching down, she leaped onto a small platform beneath the ladder to observe Silas and his subordinates, only to hear a familiar voice. Ilyra. Agent Fuller stared at her in disbelief, his voice lowered to a whisper. How did you get here? Surprised by Fuller's presence, Ilyra quickly fabricated an excuse. I took the stairs? Fuller, exasperated, covered his face and whispered, now is not the time to question your arrival. Since you are here, do be careful. Our task is to buy time for Optimus Prime. I will handle Silas's subordinates and draw Silas away from that chair. You must do nothing. Ilyra nodded obediently, understood. With that, Fuller clambered down the edge of the platform, using a nearby pillar to slide down. Ilyra longed to inform him about the ladder, but Fuller descended with such speed that she could not catch his attention in time. Scratching her head, Ilyra chose to respect the actions of this professional. Upon reaching the ground, Fuller swiftly neutralized the mass special forces surrounding the area, efficiently incapacitating them before advancing towards Silas. Meanwhile, Ilyra descended the ladder, glancing at the fallen members of the Mecha Special Operations team, and then at the short sword in her hand. Well, although I have shared a commonality with you for over a decade, I do not wish to regard you as allies at this moment, Ilyra muttered to herself. She raised the short sword in her hand. With swift precision, Ilyxia struck down, her actions devoid of any hesitation, a product of her training as a gladiator, until the blood of the last minion splattered upon her face, prompting her to cease. She wiped the blood from her visage indiscriminately, indifferent to whether this act rendered her appearance more fearsome. Ilyxia then lifted her gaze toward Agent Fuller. It was evident that Fuller's diversionary tactics had been remarkably effective. Celes had missed the optimal moment to strike Optimus Prime due to Fuller's interference, ultimately failing to prevent Optimus from subduing the counterfeit version he had created. The structure above could not withstand the weight of the two colossal, heavy metal robots, leading to the roof collapsing, with the false Optimus crashing down upon Celes, while the debris revealed Optimus clutching his abdomen. Glancing below, Optimus inquired, "Agent Fuller? And Ilyxia?" Fuller stepped forward a few paces, stating, "Ilyxia came on her own." Optimus blinked his optical sensors and turned his attention to Ilyxia, asking, "What happened to your face?" Ilyxia hastily concealed her short sword, replying, "I'm fine. None of this blood is mine." Fuller, taken aback by the sight before him, exclaimed, "Ilyxia, what have you done?" At that moment, Ilyxia was splattered with crimson liquid. Her hands and sleeves stained, particularly her left cheek, smeared with a large patch of blood. With a hint of guilt, Ilyxia murmured it was self-defense. Fuller, exasperated, responded, "You're just a child. Do you even comprehend your actions?" Thankfully, the Mech Special Forces is an illegal organization. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to protect you. Ilyxia retorted, "I'm not a child. I'm millions of years old." Fuller sighed deeply, just as he was about to say more. The whirring sound of helicopter blades overhead diverted his attention. Optimus also glanced upward. Fuller explained, "Those are our people. Optimus, I'll handle this." Optimus smiled at Fuller. Ilyxia, eager to inspect Celes's corpse, was abruptly interrupted as Fuller turned his gaze back to her, stating, "Child, I believe it is time for you to leave." His expression was grave. "I will deal with those above. You must return to base and clean yourself up. I will assert that the deaths of these special forces were due to internal discord within the Mech Special Forces." Ilyxia opened her mouth, as if to protest, but ultimately swallowed her words, casting a lingering glance at the fallen counterfeit Optimus. Had Celes truly met his demise? Chapter 59, Math Class is Torture. Lately, I've been contemplating whether to finalize the paperwork and take Ilyxia on a journey through alternate universes. Yet the thought of unfinished elements in my other works leaves me somewhat exhausted. Perhaps the first destination will be the origin world. The adversary is just too formidable, and the design is maddeningly beautiful. Ilyxia, what on earth have you been doing? Mechi gazed in astonishment at Ilyxia, exclaiming, "You returned last time resembling a fish. But this time, you look as if you've bathed in a pot of tomato pasta." Jack, lost in thought, mused it's somewhat akin to a leaf pickled like a cabbage. Ilyxia glanced down at her attire, acknowledging it does bear a resemblance. "Oh dear, Ilyxia, didn't T. Optimus instruct you to refrain from running about recklessly?" Ratchet remarked, instantly deducing that Ilyxia had likely meddled with the Mech Special Operations team. "I confiscated your data pad, and yet you still managed to venture into perilous mission zones. I truly am at a loss for words." Ilyxia, filled with remorse, lowered her gaze, murmuring, "All right, I won't dare again." Ratchet sighed and shook his head. "Ilyxia, I believe I must impose a consequence for your repeated infractions." Optimus, reclining on a stretcher in the base while receiving Ratchet's welding treatment, looked at Ilyxia and said, "For the coming week, you shall diligently attend school, and I shall continue to escort you, but you must cease all engagement with base affairs." Hearing this, Ilyxia felt as though the sky had fallen. Yet, she could only acquiesce, responding softly, "Understood, Commander." After uttering those words, she dejectedly headed towards the elevator leading out of the base. However, midway, she recalled that exiting would not permit her to return home, prompting her to retrace her steps and request the activation of a land bridge. Mechi, observing from the side, felt a twinge of sympathy and remarked, "She appears so sorrowful. Is this truly necessary?" Optimus remained resolute. Ilyxia must adhere to the rules. She, like you, is human and exceedingly vulnerable to the Cybertronian threats. The battlefield is merciless, and she could easily be harmed. Alcee agreed. Ilyxia has indeed been overly exuberant for a human. Mechi and Jack exchanged glances, realizing they ought to maintain more contact with Ilyxia via text. Thus, they resolved to reach out more frequently. Feeling dejected by her prohibition from base matters, Ilyxia returned home, took a shower, and discarded her soiled clothing, replacing it entirely with a fresh outfit. Once again, it was green. Ilyxia's wardrobe was a kaleidoscope of various shades of green. Indeed, her entire bedroom was adorned with green decor. It was a space pleasing to the eyes, where one might feel that nearsightedness would be a distant concern. After changing, Ilyxia made her way to the garage, retrieving the motorcycle she had previously used for commuting. Before encountering the Autobots, this motorcycle had been her mode of transportation to school, and now it found renewed purpose. She sent Optimus a message, stating she would not require his escort, and disregarding whether he acknowledged it. She turned off her phone and set it aside, dedicating herself to thoroughly cleaning the motorcycle inside and out. Sighing heavily, Ilyxia's voice echoed through the vast garage. She tossed the washing hose aside, turned off the faucet, and left the motorcycle in place, slightly opening the garage door, allowing the cool night breeze to rush in. After completing her tasks, Ilyxia turned off the lights and returned to her room. Lying on her bed, she glanced at her messages. Optimus Prime had granted her request to attend school alone. Mechi had sent her a comforting little essay, and Ilyxia's eyes welled with tears. Now, that was a true best friend. Eventually, Ilyxia fell asleep with her phone in hand, perhaps too fatigued to even switch it off. When she awoke the following day, it took her a moment to realize it was Monday, a day destined for that wretched school. She completed her morning routine in 5 minutes, dressed swiftly, and descended the stairs. Stuffing 3 protein bars and a bottle of soda into her backpack, Ilyxia grabbed her bag and set off on her motorcycle. The speed of the motorcycle far surpassed that of a wheelchair. At this hour, the roads were nearly deserted, allowing Ilyxia to accelerate freely. After all, no one was there to monitor her speed. She could simply enjoy the thrill. She often resorted to racing when she was in a foul mood, much like her days on Cybertron, where a bad day would lead her to transform into vehicle mode and soar through the skies. Sometimes she would even seek out Megatron, ostensibly to spar, but in reality, she would unleash her frustrations upon him. However, this time, she could not engage Megatron in a duel. Before she could even initiate a spar, she would be cut to pieces. The sparring would involve Ilyxia, and the cutting would also be of Ilyxia. Thus, she had no choice but to race. She managed to compress a 30-minute journey into just 15. Upon arriving at the school entrance, she removed her helmet and spotted Vince, boasting and flirting with girls by his vehicle. Rolling her eyes, she deliberately walked past him, shoving his hand, which rested casually outside, away. Vince could only seethe in silence, retaliating with a couple of middle fingers as she walked by, fuming quietly. Ilyxia's mood lifted slightly. The corners of her mouth curled up by 3 pixels as she shouldered her backpack and entered the classroom. Glancing at her schedule, she soon wore an expression of utter dismay. Her mouth opened in disbelief, as if her very soul had escaped. 4 consecutive math classes in the morning? Was there truly no difference from torture? Ilyxia felt a pang of guilt as she surveyed her math homework. Luckily, she had utilized the miraculous Shia app to complete it. Otherwise, she wouldn't have even had time to copy from her peers. After a few minutes, the class bell rang, and Ilyxia observed a colossal figure, her math teacher, entering the room. The teacher was diligent, and the sound of chalk against the board resonated in her ears like a lullaby, while the explanations formed a white noise that lulled Ilyxia into a light slumber. She jolted awake after 3 seconds, startled. A half-minute later, she began to nod off again. 2 minutes later, her hand began to scrawl aimlessly across her notebook. Half a minute later, she awoke once more, this time lifting her head. Excellent. A minute later, Ilyxia's eyes finally closed completely. Her hand continued to move on its own. 2 minutes later, she blinked awake in a daze, examining the neatly pinned notes she had unconsciously written. Oh no! Ilyxia hadn't actually opened her eyes. She had merely dreamt of waking up, and in reality, she had started to drool. Poor Ilyxia, tormented by mathematics to such an extent. After an indeterminate passage of time, Ilyxia succumbed entirely, relinquishing her resistance. She fell into a deep slumber, impervious to the teacher's multiple attempts to rouse her by raising his voice. Ilyxia. It was only when the teacher called her name with notable volume that she awakened with a start. Blinking in confusion, she looked up and replied, "Yes, teacher?" "Stand up and collect yourself," commanded the instructor. Ilyxia blinked again and quietly stood up. Oh, poor Ilyxia. Chapter 60. Vince is such a loser. The one who invented mathematics classes must indeed be a malevolent figure. Not that it is particularly evil, but certainly not benevolent. Ilyora endured a marathon of mathematics in the morning, and by the afternoon as club time, she felt considerably more at ease. She was just about to dash to the playground to sit beneath a tree and indulge in some leisure when a student, urgently shouting, "Ilyora, something serious has happened in the infirmary," seized her and whisked her away. Ilyora didn't even have the chance to inquire what had transpired before she found herself standing before the infirmary. The student who had dragged her there quickly departed. Upon entering, she was met with two familiar faces. "Jack, Vince?" Ilyora exclaimed, astonished. "What on earth happened to you two?" Vince's cheeks were flushed, his left eye swollen, and his hand was wrapped in bandages, with a large tear in the sleeve of his shirt. In contrast, Jack, though bearing some scrapes on his face and hands, at least had intact clothing. Jack scratched his head awkwardly, gesturing toward the curtain on the other side. "Actually, Meichi is here too." "What?" Ilyora pulled aside the blue curtain, revealing Meichi, who chuckled softly as she stood and walked over to Jack. Ilyora then noticed that Meichi also bore several injuries, though they appeared to be in better condition than Vince. "Did you three get into a brawl?" Ilyora inquired, turning her gaze to Vince. "You weren't beaten up by them, were you?" Vince huffed indignantly, turning his head to retort. "They merely triumphed by a narrow margin. Let us not exaggerate." Vince provoked Jack first. Meichi interjected, hands on her hips. During lunch, Vince challenged Jack to a race, and when Jack declined, Vince claimed that his motorcycle was actually a piece of junk, and that his previous victory was merely luck. This was indeed something Vince would say. Ilyora regarded him. "You're still holding a grudge over a single defeat? That is quite petty." Vince did not object this time. "So what? The truth is Jack is just afraid, a coward." Ilyora raised an eyebrow. "All right then, who threw the first punch?" Jack and Meichi simultaneously pointed at Vince. "It was him. It was him. It was me," Vince huffed in annoyance. "I merely intended to teach Jack a small lesson." Jack chose to disregard Vince, turning to Ilyora and stating, "Ilyora, my actions alongside Meichi were in self-defense. Vince struck my shoulder first, and he had his friends ready to join in, which is why Meichi came to assist." Ilyora sighed. "Vince had friends? Yet they all fled. A band of cowards, leaving Vince standing alone." Meichi raised her fist, exclaiming, "I was the one who scared them off." Ilyora covered her face. "You two should sit down. This matter will likely require your parents' involvement." Aware of the gravity of the situation, Jack and Meichi complied and found chairs, while Vince stubbornly refused to sit, claiming Ilyora's spot at the teacher's desk in the infirmary. "Umph, you're a coward too, defending Jack's pathetic motorcycle." Vince sneered at Ilyora, who immediately darkened in expression. Jack noticed Ilyora's clenched fists and quickly intervened. "Ilyora, don't. I've changed my mind. This situation now involves me as well." Ilyora stretched her limbs, asserting, "Unlike you, I am unafraid of involving parents." With that, she boldly approached Vince, grasping his collar and delivering a physical lesson in memory correction. Meichi discreetly locked the infirmary door to prevent any onlookers from witnessing the scene. For goodness sake, don't slap me." "Ilyora, stop it." Vince pleaded. Ultimately, Ilyora tossed Vince, whose cheeks were bruised, into a chair and dusted off her hands. She glanced at him, stating, "Just send him to the hospital. These are serious injuries beyond my capability to treat." With that, Ilyora turned her attention to the supplies in the infirmary, retrieving bandages and iodine to tend to Jack and Meichi's wounds. Ilyora, Jack and Meichi exchanged glances. Jack, witnessing Ilyora's fierce demeanor for the first time, stammered, "Shouldn't we check on Vince first?" Given that many students had witnessed the altercation, Nurse Darby arrived at the school that day, accompanied by Meichi's guardian. Ilyora faced no consequences since no one had seen her confront Vince. Vince spent 4 days in the hospital due to Ilyora's intervention, returning to school on Friday. With revenge on his mind, he invited me to a race that evening. Ilyora, while packing her bag, replied, "I've agreed, and I am certain I can win." Jack was astonished. "But your motorcycle isn't TLC. How do you plan to outrun a four-wheeled vehicle on 2 wheels? Who said I'd be using 2 wheels?" Ilyora responded with a mysterious smile, "I'll be using 4. Ilyora then implored Jack to keep this matter confidential, fearing that Optimus Prime would lecture them yet again. "Are we to surpass him?" Vince glanced at the figure beside him, perplexed. "Is it him again? What is this human's problem? Wasn't he sufficiently battered the last time we met?" Ilyxia, seated in the driver's seat, remarked, Vince is nothing but a rogue, spending his days racing and chasing after women. Utterly devoid of any seriousness. She indicated the bandage on his face, saying, that S from our last encounter a few days ago. Perhaps it was due to the fear instilled by Ilyxia's previous confrontation, but during the preparatory phase, Vince dared not face her directly. Nor did he cast a glance in her direction. The windows were firmly shut, leaving only the bulging white bandage on his face visible. Ilyxia chuckled derisively. Look at Vince. So pathetic that he won't even look at me. The vehicle form of the protagonist had previously raced against Vince. A fateful encounter that had seen Vince sent careening off the track, resulting in a loss of memory. Otherwise, he surely would recognize such a vividly colored sports car. As expected of you, Ilyxia. So, what is our objective today? The protagonist inquired. With a mischievous smile, Ilyxia responded, to decisively surpass Vince. Let us teach him a lesson. She retrieved a newly purchased acrylic marker from her bag in the passenger seat, adding, I believe Vince will appreciate the car maintenance I'm gifting him. Chapter 61. The Mighty Optimus, have you eaten? Haha, you have no idea just how amusing Vince is. Upon returning to the base, Jack burst into laughter with Meichi, vowing that it was the most joyful he had felt in weeks. Vince's car had been adorned with an enormous green bow. It even bore the inscription, Ilyxia was here. Meichi, upon seeing the photo, erupted into laughter as well, both of them collapsing onto the sofa, clutching their stomachs in mirth until they finally succumbed to exhaustion. Archie, observing from the side, sighed in resignation. It seems Ilyxia has done another good deed. Jack gasped for breath. I can't take it anymore, my stomach hurts. I need a moment. Meichi lay sprawled on the sofa. Me too. By the way, has Ilyxia not yet arrived at the base? Optimus went to fetch her, and the ambulance gestured towards the entrance of the base vehicles. Coincidentally, they were nearing arrival. Accompanying the sound of the ambulance was the arrival of Optimus in his vehicle form. Ilyxia leaped from the passenger seat and waved at Jack and Meichi. Good morning, Jack. Meichi, our grade is on break starting today. ISNT'd a bit too early. We still have 3 weeks of classes left, Meichi complained. Ilyxia dashed up the stairs. At least you don't have to write the end-of-term practical report. I've spent days just copying mine. Optimus transformed back into his humanoid form. Having missed Ilyxia during the week they had been apart. Ilyxia, while you were away, there have been some minor changes around the base. Ilyxia perked up, intrigued. What kind of changes? Have you discovered something? No, it's a new collection. Upon mentioning this, Arcei's tone lightened with a hint of amusement. Ilyxia had never witnessed Arcei speak of a collection in such a manner. So what is it? The esteemed guide Jack arose, exclaiming, Come, allow me to show you something that will undoubtedly astonish you. Ilyxia followed Jack deep into the base, where they housed the artifacts they had unearthed from Iron Fortress. As Ilyxia surveyed the collection, she found nothing new until they reached the final chamber. It was then that she grasped the significance of the new artifact Optimus Prime had mentioned. Jack opened the door to reveal Black Widow was ensnared within a stasis pod, now able to enjoy a well-deserved slumber. So, she has become yet another collectible? Ilyxia found the notion somewhat amusing. What kind of effect does this artifact possess? Does it enhance the attack speed of all Autobots to 8 and RCs to 40? Jack, puzzled, inquired, What? Ilyxia then realized she had inadvertently spoken aloud. My apologies. I've been playing tower defense games too much lately. Optimus Prime, I have detected a powerful energy pulse at the coordinates of the Decepticon warship's crash site. It appears to be emanating from a dark energy entity. The sound of Ratchet echoed from the hall, prompting Ilyxia and Jack to hastily exit. What? Since when did you have the coordinates of the Decepticon warship's crash site? Ilyxia was bewildered by this information. Wait, when did the Decepticon warship crash? Ratchet interjected, a few hours ago. Ilyxia clutched her head in disbelief. What? Why was I not informed of such critical intelligence? Optimus Prime deemed this an opportune moment to strike. He retrieved the long-prepared Allspark extractor and swiftly organized the Autobots. Autobots. Transform and roll out. Agent Furler also participated in this operation. As the ground bridge opened, Ilyxia watched in astonishment as Optimus and the others departed, taking a moment to collect herself. Ilyxia blinked several times. Wait just a moment. What was that device Optimus was holding? Oh, indeed, as you suspected, Optimus is taking the Allspark extractor on this mission, Ratchet elucidated. I had hoped he would refrain from doing so. Ilyra felt a sense of loss for all the events she had missed during her brief week at the base. So, what happened with the Decepticon warship? Did you bring it down? It was the barrier that struck it down. Mickey proudly boasted about her partner's accomplishment. The barrier slammed into that warship with such force that it left it in shambles. Huh? Ilyra remained perplexed. So, is Optimus planning a direct assault on the Decepticon warship? She inquired. With the visual transmission disabled, Ilyra was unaware of the battlefield's happenings. Ratchet confirmed yes. Optimus took the Allspark extractor to launch an immediate offensive on the warship. Hence, we merely need to await their favorable news. 30 minutes later. Is this what you call good news? Ilyra raised her gaze to the few Cybertronian figurines in the hall. What has happened to them? The ambulance, having just rescued these comrades from the battlefield, was fixated on the screen. I have never witnessed such a phenomenon. They're all alive. Yet I have never encountered this state of hibernation lock. Agent Fuller, who had witnessed everything on the battlefield, quickly remarked, the Decepticons are traversing the Atlantic, heading towards North America. Wait, can we track the battleship's location? Jack inquired. Ilyra rushed to another screen to check. Yes. This time the Decepticon battleship has deactivated its cloaking mechanism. Rafi also expressed confusion. Why are they not utilizing cloaking this time? It seems illogical, Agent Fuller stated. At that moment on the battlefield, the Decepticon battleship had already targeted us, yet it suddenly flew away. Mickey interjected, hands on her hips. They aren't even taking that. What was it called, the spark extractor? Ilyra pondered. Perhaps they have their communications open this time, since they haven't deactivated cloaking. Jack also considered this. Exactly. We could simply ask them. The ambulance was taken aback by this absurd suggestion. Are you implying that I should call Megatron and inquire about what transpired on his beloved battleship? Ilyra nodded, her gaze resolute. I believe this is a splendid idea. The ambulance looked at Jack, Rafi, and Mickey, who clearly had no other suggestions. And thus the three raised their hands in surrender. The ambulance then turned to Agent Fuller, who, typically reliable, could only shrug at this moment. The ambulance, filled with a sense of hopelessness, glanced at Ilyra. Her eyes sparkled with trust as she nodded confidently at the ambulance. Go ahead, call ambulance. Quickly, Ilyra urged. Ask Megatron if he had a good breakfast. If he didn't, we could go to his base for a meal. Jack covered Ilyra's mouth and pulled him away. Chapter 62. The battleship achieves sentience Autobot Omega-1 outpost. Calling Decepticon battleship, Megatron, please respond. After sending a communication request to the Decepticon battleship, the ambulance was met with silence, causing him to feel momentarily disoriented. This was his first attempt to communicate with Decepticon technology. If not for the absence of errors in a CPU, he might have thought himself mad, eagerly awaiting Megatron's reply. After a considerable wait, with no response from the battleship, the ambulance was compelled to call again. However, this time, an unexpected and unfamiliar voice emerged. Megatron's command has been relinquished. The voice bore no resemblance to any Autobot or Decepticon. The ambulance furrowed his brow. Who are you? Who are you? The voice retorted. The ambulance had no time to explain his identity. Have you taken control of the Decepticon battleship? Ilyra exclaimed. It seems we have a hacker. I'm the battleship. The voice asserted its identity, simultaneously showcasing the current state of the battleship's interior to the ambulance. Any Cybertronian who dares to interfere with my mission shall be subdued. The ambulance's screen abruptly displayed the grim interior of the battleship, as if showcasing its own achievements. The ambulance inquired, what is the mission? To everyone's surprise, the battleship responded without hesitation. The primary objective is to decrypt the Iron Fortress database and recover all Decepticon technological products. The ambulance narrowed its optical lens, asking, for what purpose? This time, the battleship chose silence, decisively severing the communication link. Huh, just like that? How rude, Mei-Chi exclaimed in indignation. What courtesy could one expect from a colossal vessel designed for the collection of weapons of mass destruction? Agent Fuller remarked. Jack suddenly had a revelation. There is still a large group of subdued Decepticons on board. I believe this presents an excellent opportunity to infiltrate and download the Iron Fortress database. This information could be brought back for Optimus Prime to decipher, Rafi added. Quite astute. The ambulance concurred. I could board the battleship to download it. That's not wise. Did you not see the fate that befell those Decepticons? Jack pondered, stroking his chin. Considering the circumstances of Megatron and Optimus Prime, and the fact that the battleship spared Agent Fuller, I deduce that it cannot perceive humans, only recognizing Cybertronian life forms. As soon as he finished speaking, a moment of silence enveloped the group, followed by a collective gaze directed at Ilyra. Startled by their attention, she asked, "Why are you all looking at me?" The ambulance contemplated for a moment before saying, "Ilyra, you spent a significant amount of time aboard the Decepticon battleship. I believe you possess a thorough understanding of its internal workings." Ilyra hesitantly nodded. "I do know quite a bit, and if you wish, I can even play the My Little Pony theme song throughout the ship." "Perhaps let's skip that," Jack suggested. "To download the Iron Fortress database, you will need a compatible mobile drive." The ambulance produced a drive, handing it to Ilyra. "At the first sign of danger, I will bring you back." "This resembles an oversized USB drive," Ilyra remarked, clutching the device. "Am I to go alone? Isn't that a bit perilous?" "I believe Ilyra is right. She requires a dependable adult male to escort her," Agent Fuller stated. Raffi concurred. "She also needs technical support and backup." Thus, 5 humans found themselves aboard the battleship. As Ilyra stepped off the land bridge, she instantly recognized her surroundings. Surveying the area, she declared, "We can access the data center from any control panel." The ambulance maintained communication with Agent Fuller. "Ilyra is correct. Find a port to plug in the drive, and you'll be able to download it." Ilyra led the way, guiding the group around a corner. Before them lay the comical sight of a Decepticon sprawled unconscious before the control panel. "Puffed." Ilyra couldn't contain her laughter, swiftly covering her mouth to stifle the sound, while Meichi rushed forward to tap on the fallen stabilizer's exterior. Taking advantage of the moment, Ilyra snapped a photograph. Observing that the Fallen was utterly unresponsive, she indulged in a pun. "Hey, the Fallen has indeed fallen." Fortunately, Raffi was focused on the task at hand. He pointed at the screen, urgency lacing his voice. "We have decrypted the 3rd set of codes. We must hurry." Upon hearing this, Jack and Agent Fuller immediately climbed onto the back of the Fallen, using it as a bridge to ascend to the control panel, with Meichi and Ilyra following closely behind. Ilyra inserted the drive into the interface, prompting the Iron Fortress database to commence a sluggish download. Glancing at the progress, Ilyra remarked, "This is far too slow. Can't the Iron Fortress database compress itself a little?" Fixating on a large screen, she noticed Jack observing another display. He pointed out the coordinates of the battleship's destination in the upper left corner. "Is that Manhattan?" Jack inquired. "Why is the battleship heading towards Manhattan?" Raffi also turned his gaze to the screen. "Perhaps that is the location of the first set of coordinates?" Agent Fuller frowned. "How did an artifact from Cybertron find its way to New York?" The ambulance responded over the communication line. "The Iron Fortress artifact descended to Earth long before this city was even constructed, Agent Fuller." Jack interjected, "So, to obtain it, we must first clear the buildings above it." Ilyra quipped, "Looks like the Decepticons are about to take on the role of a demolition crew. This complicates our mission," Agent Fuller remarked into the communicator. "How we stop it?" The ambulance suggested, "I recommend you disable its navigation module. You can locate it in the main navigation menu." Raffi quickly spotted a button on the console, pointing it out. "It's that one." Agent Fuller halted Raffi, saying, "Step aside, kid. This is a task for adults." With that, Agent Fuller strode forward, crouching down to touch the button. Yet, the moment his palm made contact, a surge of electricity coursed through him, rendering him unconscious as he collapsed against the control panel. Simultaneously, the battleship's voice resonated from the ceiling. "System access detected. No interference permitted." Raffi looked up at the surveillance camera embedded in the ceiling. There, the battleship's camera swiveled back and forth, scanning for targets. As everyone nervously kept their eyes fixed on it, fearing it might detect carbon-based life forms. Cybertron life forms detected. Initiating indiscriminate incapacitation attack. Accompanying this announcement was a dizzying ray. Ilyra reacted swiftly, leaping aside just as the console was penetrated by a small hole. Startled, she jumped down from the console, only to find the ray aimed at her once more. "Are you out of your mind?" Ilyra shouted while evading. "Did the circuit board fry? Or did Megatron feed you the wrong medication?" Chapter 63. Returning to the battleship feels like coming home. The ambulance, listening to the communication, inquired, "What is happening over there with Ilyra?" Jack observed Ilyra deftly evading the beams emitted by the warship, hesitatingly exclaiming, "Ilyra has been identified as a Cybertronian entity by the warship, and it is now relentlessly pursuing her." This is infuriating. Can anyone stop it? In the midst of her dodging, Ilyra managed to connect with the ambulance's communication system. Help me, Mr. Ambulance, she pleaded. And this wretched warship has clearly been repaired using dark energon by Megatron. The interior is awash with ghastly purple lights. Ilyra gasped for breath. Is there any way to detach the dark energon? Jack quickly interjected. Ilyra is right. Moreover, with millions of lives in New York City hanging by a thread, the warship will undoubtedly go to any lengths to unearth the artifact once it reaches its destination. We're the only ones who can intervene. The ambulance pondered for a moment. Well, to restore normalcy to the warship, reversing the energon injector should suffice. Upon hearing this, Ilyra instantly knew what to do. She turned to Jack and the others, declaring, "You stay here and monitor the USB download. I will locate the warship's energy core." Maki, astonished, asked, "Do you know where it is?" Ilyra, running in the opposite direction, shouted back, "I previously borrowed some energon from that location." As Ilyra sprinted further away, Jack and the others refused to remain idle. The three of them followed the ambulance's guidance, racing toward the energy core by tracing the energy conduits overhead. Ilyra was feeling increasingly frantic. She truly wished that the ambulance would not overthink things, as she had no idea how to explain her identification as a Cybertronian being. She was relentlessly pursued by the warship, which escalated its tactics from merely firing disorienting beams to employing various weapons in attempts to hinder her. The warship continuously switched its armaments, and each time Ilyra narrowly avoided its attacks. She felt compelled to curse the warship's lineage. "Are you Aphelios? Stop switching weapons. It's exceedingly difficult to evade. And do you even realize the power of these weapons Megatron possesses?" With gritted teeth, Ilyra surged forward, disregarding all else, and finally reached the energy core, only to discover that the door was ajar. With no time to ponder why, she dashed inside and concealed herself behind various blocks of energon. The warship, unable to locate her, switched to its claws, methodically clearing away the energon blocks one by one. As Ilyra stealthily navigated through the area, she soon discovered Megatron himself was present, albeit immobilized, his hand resting upon the switch for the reverse dark energon. "Ambulance, I've arrived," Ilyra panted. "I see the switch. How should I proceed?" The ambulance promptly responded. "The energon injection valve can only be operated manually. You may need to exert considerable effort." Ilyra clicked her tongue. Understood. Contemplating how to bypass the warship surveillance to reach the switch, she suddenly heard Maki's voice calling. "Ilyra?" Ilyra turned her head, and indeed, the three little ones came running over. She glanced at the immobilized Megatron and quickly pointed at him, saying, "The switch is in Megatron's hand. I will distract the warship. You all go and activate the switch." Jack nodded, understood. Seizing the moment, Ilyra leaped onto a block of energy, calling out to the warship above, "Hey, I'm over here." The warship's claws immediately focused on Ilyra, diving down and crashing through a multitude of energy blocks. Seeing this, Ilyra bent down to evade the attack, jumping off the energy block and rolling towards Megatron's direction. She wasn't quite sure why she rolled. Perhaps she thought it would look impressive. Jack climbed onto the control panel, attempting to push Megatron's hand. But the weight of the hand was overwhelming. Despite his utmost effort, he couldn't budge it. "Megatron's hand won't move." Jack shouted. Ilyra understood instantly. "Got it. I'll bring the claws." Ilyra dodged another assault from the claws, seizing the opportunity to dash to Megatron's feet. Mimicking her previous actions, she swiftly climbed up, and Jack made space for her. Ilyra taunted the claws once again. The foolish claws fell for the bait, charging towards Ilyra without hesitation. She stepped back, and the claws brushed against her body, crashing into Megatron's hand. The collision yanked the switch down, causing Megatron to gradually topple backward, his massive form crashing to the ground with a thunderous roar. The ordinary energy infused into the warship granted it self-awareness, and it finally came to a halt. Ilyra glanced at Megatron, who was slowly regaining his normal state, feeling a surge of dread. "Run," Jack declared, leading the way as he hurriedly pulled Mika and Raffi to flee. Ilyra initially sprinted a couple of steps, but suddenly had a thought, turning back to deliver 4 resounding slaps on Megatron's shoulder. Only then did she dash outside. Raffi, perplexed, questioned, "Why did you slap Megatron's shoulder?" Ilyra wore a proud smile, replying, "Those weren't slaps, they were my waterproof stickers." As they ran, Jack communicated, "Ambulance, requesting the land bridge to be activated again, with the warship regaining its composure. The Decepticons within began to stir as well. The four of them managed to return to the control panel unscathed, only to discover that less than half of the Iron Fortress database had been downloaded. Jack exclaimed in astonishment, "Why is there only this little downloaded?" Ilyxia explained, "The Iron Fortress database is quite extensive." She glanced at the land bridge activating behind them and the slowly awakening Agent Fullerton. "You all go ahead. I'll remove the USB drive." Ilyxia climbed onto the fallen figure and jumped onto the control panel, exerting both hands to pull the device out. This cursed port, even with her strength, Ilyxia could only extract it bit by bit, using every ounce of her might. The grip was akin to Megatron's formidable jaws. "Why is it only halfway out?" Ilyxia paused, having exhausted much of her energy in the recent skirmish, and now felt utterly drained. Just then, Knockout regained consciousness. "Ilyxia? What are you doing, Woe?" Initially recognizing her, he then noticed the screen behind her. "What are you doing on the warship?" Seeing Knockout awaken, Ilyxia had no time to respond as she continued to extract her USB drive. "Mind your own business." At that moment, Ambulance emerged from the land bridge behind them. From his vantage point, he could only see Knockout attempting to confront Ilyxia, prompting him to deliver a swift blow to the back of Knockout's head. Ilyxia was taken aback. "Ambulance?" He seized the drive from her hands, chuckling softly, "Don't worry, we're heading home." Ilyxia glanced back at Knockout, feeling a twinge of sympathy for him. She promised herself she would make it up to him with a polish later. Chapter 64. The disguise falls away. Ambulance returned to the base with Ilyxia and the drive. As soon as they arrived, Ilyxia collapsed onto the sofa, her body having exerted itself to its limits during the recent ordeal. It was the most strenuous activity she had engaged in since recovering, and only now, in the relaxed atmosphere of the base, did she feel the weight of her fatigue. Although the Iron Fortress database we downloaded was incomplete, we now possessed 4 sets of coordinates decrypted from the warship. Ambulance projected the downloaded coordinates onto the large screen, and upon returning to his normal form, Optimus Prime exuded a sense of security. "We must act swiftly." For Megatron also has these 4 sets of coordinates, and is likely to dispatch multiple teams to search them simultaneously. At Optimus's words, a veil of tension enveloped everyone present. He continued, "We must secure these weapons before the Decepticons do. This is a race we cannot afford to lose as Autobots, and thus, we must split into teams." Ambulance hesitated, "But Optimus, we are already at a numerical disadvantage." "In such circumstances, speed is of the essence," Optimus replied firmly. Before long, he organized the first team assignment. Bumblebee and RC would team up with Jack and Mickey, 2 humans and 2 machines, to search the subway tunnels in New York for the relics. They quickly departed via the land bridge, leaving Ilyxia and Raph as the only 2 human children remaining at the base. Before determining the next team configuration, Optimus needed to locate the coordinates. He approached the console, poised to search for their locations. After a moment's contemplation, Ambulance called out to Optimus, glancing towards Ilyxia. "Optimus, could you come with me for a moment?" Following Ambulance's gaze, Optimus turned and walked with him to a corner of the base. "What is it, my old friend?" Ambulance organized his thoughts within the CPU, preparing to share something that might be hard to believe. Earlier, aboard the Decepticon warship, Ilyxia was identified as a Cybertronian lifeform. Ratchet took this matter very seriously. "Optimus, though it may not be politically correct to say, Ilyxia appears indistinguishable from an ordinary human. Even my advanced diagnostic equipment fails to reveal anything unusual. However, the technology of the Decepticons surpasses ours. Could it be that? I can anticipate your thoughts, old friend," Optimus interjected, perceiving Ratchet's underlying concerns. "Clearly, our old companion is concealing something from us." Ratchet lowered his gaze, contemplating for a moment. "Old friend? Are you implying my Allspark?" "It seems my CPU's deductions were not erroneous," he murmured. He swiftly turned to observe Ilyxia, who was preoccupied with taking unflattering photographs of Fowler, her optics wide with incredulity as she met Optimus's gaze. "Optimus, when did you discover this?" Optimus smiled softly. Ilyxia has never been adept at disguising or suppressing her thoughts. She was the same when she first arrived at the base. "So it is truly her," Ratchet pondered aloud. "In that case, do you intend for her to partake in this mission?" He continued, "During her time on Cybertron, Ilyxia was an exceptionally formidable warrior. However, here on Earth, she is merely human. I fear I cannot allow her to venture into areas with extreme conditions." Optimus's optics fixed steadily upon Ratchet. I wish for you to oversee her. What? Me? But Optimus, you have stated that Ilyxia is now merely human. Given my combat capabilities, I fear I may not be suited for this task. Ratchet protested earnestly. Optimus replied, in fact, there is another Autobot available for deployment on Earth. I would like him to accompany you on this mission. Ratchet immediately thought of Jolt. You cannot be serious. Jolt is insubordinate and a rebel. Optimus countered, yet Jolt is also a highly skilled warrior. Accepting this temporary assistance is a prudent choice. Without affording Ratchet a moment to decline, Optimus turned to arrange the personnel allocations for the other coordinates. With a resigned sigh, Ratchet waved his hand. Very well, I shall comply with your arrangements. At that moment, Ilyxia was still seated on the couch, perusing photos sent by Mika. She assumed that her involvement in the upcoming mission was unlikely, especially after the tumult she had caused on the Decepticon warship earlier that day. To her surprise, Optimus gestured grandly, assigning her alongside Ratchet and Jolt. Hearing the grouping decision, Ilyxia nearly toppled off the couch and quickly rose. I can manage being with Ratchet, but why is Jolt included? Ratchet was equally inclined to voice his discontent. One rebel is already challenging enough. Now we have another? Huh. The last exclamation was devoid of any genuine amusement. Ilyxia stepped down from the platform, glancing nervously at Optimus. I have never interacted with Jolt before, and I fear I may hinder your efforts. Optimus Prime bestowed a gentle expression upon Ilyxia, wishing to reassure her. Do not fret, Ilyxia. Jolt is a seasoned warrior among the Autobots, and you will learn much from him, provided that your lessons do not revolve around the clever defiance of orders. Meanwhile, Ratchet interjected with his characteristic sarcasm. Optimus had grown accustomed to Ratchet's occasional sharp tongue, as had Ilyxia. They both effortlessly filtered out Ratchet's quips. After a brief pause, Optimus continued, I shall escort you and Ratchet to Jolt's location. The future of Cybertron rests upon your shoulders. For a fleeting moment, Ilyxia was lost in thought upon hearing Optimus's latter words. The future of Cybertron. She recalled the skies of Cybertron, once her most cherished sight. She longed to return home. With newfound determination in her gaze, Ilyxia declared, I will accomplish the mission, Commander. Optimus did not miss the resolve reflected in her eyes. A smile of satisfaction graced his face as he turned to activate the land bridge. Ratchet shook his head in exasperation, slowly making his way toward the bridge, deliberately matching Ilyxia's pace. Ilyxia, he began, this is our first mission together. I have little to say, except please refrain from placing stickers on my stabilizer. It took me ages to remove the last ones Optimus had on my back. Ilyxia, who had just retrieved a dazzling laser sticker from her pocket, retracted her hand. All right. Chapter 65, Another Escape Pod. Ilyxia had only seen Jolt once before at the base. Their interactions had been minimal, and during her time on Cybertron, she had perceived Jolt merely as a free-spirited, nonconformist member, a comrade in arms with the partition. As Ilyxia and Ratchet stepped onto the land bridge, a mixture of anxiety and anticipation welled within her. Since Jolt had never met Ilyxia, she could be herself. However, the dilemma lay in the fact that Ratchet had encountered her before. Taking a few deep breaths, Ilyxia resolved to act as she usually would. Upon exiting the land bridge, she beheld Jolt, casually leaning against a jackhammer, playing with a grenade. Upon noticing Ratchet and Ilyxia's arrival, Jolt stowed the grenade and greeted them with a casual remark. The boss thinks you might need some assistance, right? Ratchet's optics nearly rolled skyward. He was not particularly fond of this impudent character. Don't flatter yourself. It's Optimus who believes someone should keep an eye on you. Jolt chuckled. And what about this little one? Is she also a supervisor? You both are the ones I need to supervise, Ratchet said, rubbing his forehead in frustration. Despite his disdain for Jolt's brash demeanor, Ratchet introduced Ilyxia. This is Ilyxia. You had better behave, and don't lead her into reckless actions. Humans are quite fragile. Ilyxia politely greeted Jolt. Hello. Do you remember, Ilyxia? The Jack asked. I recall you, child, the partition remarked. You pierced Megatron's optical lens right through. Ilyxia was compelled to reflect on her impulsive past. Oh, that was merely luck. I truly know nothing about combat. Upon hearing those 4 words, a common Cybertronian saying nearly escaped the medic's vocalizer, his expression momentarily frozen as if choked, only regaining composure after several seconds. Knowing nothing about combat refers to ranking third in the Kaon gladiatorial arena, doesn't it? The medic cast a penetrating gaze at Ilyxia. Noticing the medic's scrutiny, Ilyra looked back in confusion. The medic quickly averted his eyes, shaking his head as he approached the Jack spacecraft. My jackhammer possesses a small escape pod. The Jack explained to Ilyra, Optimus instructed me to place you inside should any unusual circumstances arise. Ilyra was taken aback. What do you mean by unusual circumstances? The Jack shrugged. A spacecraft crash, an enemy ambush, or perhaps if the jackhammer were to explode mid-air. Ilyra opened her mouth. And what about you all? The Jack replied nonchalantly, You are human. In such scenarios, survival is unlikely for you, whereas we Cybertronians may have better odds. So, your intention is to launch me away when danger strikes? Ilyra thought the Jack was quite mad. The Jack walked ahead of Ilyra, opening the spacecraft's hatch as he operated the controls, stating, The boss has tasked me with your protection. I must adhere to orders, child. Ilyra muttered, I haven't seen you follow orders much in the past. Once aboard the spacecraft, the medic took a seat beside the Jack and cautioned him against reckless behavior. The Jack's receiver nearly ached from the medic's insistence. I will endeavor to be compliant, Doctor. Do not call me Doctor. The medic corrected. The Jack raised an eyebrow. Very well then, sunshine old boy. The medic sighed deeply, deciding not to engage further with the Jack's antics. Upon boarding the spacecraft, Ilyra immediately sought out the escape pod's location. It was indeed quite small, suitable only for a frame like RC's, likely a hasty addition by the Jack. The Jack's spacecraft flew smoothly, allowing Ilyra, a mere human, to roam freely within. She explored her surroundings, nostalgia filling her eyes. The interior was adorned with the familiar trappings of Cybertronian technology. Ilyora's thoughts drifted back to Cybertron. She refrained from dwelling further, fearing that her longing for home would bring tears to her eyes, a feeling she found unbearable. Not long after, the medic urgently called Ilyra over Ilyra. She hurried to him, asking, What is it? The medic cradled her in his hands. We have encountered Soundwave. Ilyra was incredulous. Soundwave? That recluse is actually on a mission? The Jack found this designation amusing. Recluse? I had no idea Soundwave possessed such an attribute. As the ambulance attempted to reassure the two individuals, a sudden jolt shook the spacecraft. Ilyra glanced at the control panel and realized that sonic bullets had struck the rear of the vessel. In an instant, a fierce aerial chase ensued. Despite being cradled in the ambulance's grasp, Ilyra felt a wave of nausea wash over her, compelling her to cling tightly to the ambulance's fingers in a desperate bid to suppress her discomfort. What sort of extraordinary circumstance was this? Unable to contain herself any longer, Ilyra exclaimed, I feel like I'm going to be sick. The Jack, pursuing with fervor, retorted, Oh, this hardly qualifies as an extraordinary situation. Unfortunately, the combination of laser birds and sonic waves proved too formidable, and it wasn't long before the ambulance concluded that Ilyra needed to be placed in the escape pod. The Jack believed that the hammer could still attempt a controlled descent, but the ambulance doubted that Ilyra could withstand such a vertical landing. Thus, the ambulance firmly secured Ilyra and ushered her into the escape pod. Her face a mask of terror reminiscent of her own experience being thrust into an escape pod on Cybertron. She quickly protested, This contraption 1T put me into stasis. Will it? The ambulance swiftly configured the pod settings, assuring her, No, this is just a short-range escape. It's merely to get you away from the ship. With that, the door of the escape pod sealed shut. Ilyra pressed against the pod's glass, firmly restrained within. She watched helplessly as the pod detached from the ship, plunging into darkness. Am I destined to have a lifelong feud with escape pods? She lamented within the confines of her capsule. Chapter 66. Descent. Ilyra harbored a profound aversion to escape pods and stasis chambers. She was on the brink of developing a psychological aversion to such enclosed spaces. Ever since she had been confined to a stasis chamber on Cybertron, she had developed a strong distaste for such claustrophobic environments, which invariably reminded her of the prolonged, solitary period of forced stasis she had endured. It had been an interminable stretch of isolation, during which she lost track of when she would once again succumb to sleep. Yet, at least during that time, she had managed to project her consciousness back to Earth. Uncertain of where the Jack would transport her in this escape pod, Ilyra dared not gaze out of the pod's window. Instead, she retrieved her datapad from her pocket and mindlessly navigated through the communication interface. Scrolling through messages one by one, in moments of anxiety, she often resorted to such habitual actions. Meanwhile, on the other side, The escape pod's positioning feature remained operational, and Ilyora's locator device was functioning correctly, ensuring that her whereabouts could be pinpointed using the coordinates. The ambulance, observing the instruments in hand, inquired, "What is the status of your ship?" The Jack assessed the overall condition of the hammer and replied, "It's not looking good. The right thruster is inoperative, and I require some metal sealing fluid." The ambulance felt that the Jack should have heeded his advice earlier, retorting, "If you had followed my suggestion to pursue the sonic waves, we might have avoided this predicament altogether." The Jack continued the conversation. The ambulance, unwilling to engage in a dispute with the Jack, declared, "Very well. We must hasten to locate Elora and the relic, lest we be outpaced by Soundwave and his minions." The Jack, feeling helpless, stepped aside. The ambulance, nonchalant, inquired, "Have you made up your mind? Shall we proceed on foot or by vehicle?" "We cannot leave just yet, Doctor." The Jack replied, closing his battle mask. He drew his twin blades and cautiously approached the laser bird that had fallen nearby, lifeless and still as a corpse. "Jack, do not get too close. The laser bird serves as Soundwave's ears and eyes." Ignoring the warning, Jack pried the laser bird open, flipping it onto its back. It remained motionless despite his bold actions. With a triumphant grin, he proclaimed, "Not anymore." The ambulance hurried to his side, urging, "Do not act recklessly." "Fear not, Doctor. I was once a scientist," Jack retorted as he crouched to inspect the laser bird. "Do not call me Doctor." Meanwhile, Elora Pride opened the escape pod's door and struggled to extricate herself from the entrapment of the hatch. "Ugh, this is disorienting," she groaned, retching rainbows beside the escape pod, the remnants of her breakfast, now a formless mess upon the ground. Once she had cleared her stomach, Elora steadied herself against the pod, feeling a burning sensation rising in her throat. She coughed several times to ensure her voice was clear. Surveying her surroundings, Elora was met with utter confusion. "Where am I?" The escape pod had landed at a considerable height, yet as she gazed into the distance, all she could see was a vast expanse of yellow stones, with sporadic tufts of grass dotting the rocky landscape and birds soaring far above. This was peculiar. Hastily, she retrieved her datapad, perhaps due to the tumultuous landing. The communication function was rendered inoperative and messages could not be sent. She attempted her phone, only to find no signal. How odd. Is Decepticon technology truly this subpar? Elora pondered, her faith in Decepticon technology wavering for the first time. Nevertheless, she did not lose sight of her mission. Her datapad contained the coordinates for the task. Yet nearby was another signal frequency, causing her to pause in bewilderment. What is this, a double yoke? She quickly compared her position with the coordinates. It was not far. Even on foot, she was determined to retrieve both items. With unwavering resolve, Elora set forth, her heart set on reclaiming what was lost and returning home. Thus, she embarked on her journey. In the moments following Ilyora's departure from the escape pod, Soundwave stealthily approached the open capsule. After confirming that no one was inside, a moving coordinate appeared on his visor, accompanied by communication. Was Ilyora approaching her target? Well done, Soundwave. Activate the land bridge. I believe she will welcome me. Chapter 67. It was akin to a confession. What? Ilyora, holding the datapad, had arrived at a location near the coordinates, where the signal frequency bore a striking resemblance to that of the relic. However, upon reaching the site, she discovered nothing. This location was situated within a desolate rocky canyon. Ilyora descended with considerable effort. The canyon was not particularly deep, unlike the bottomless peril she had encountered before, and when she reached the base, she could still see vast rays of sunlight illuminating her path. Could it be a mistake? Ilyora repeatedly compared her position, and after confirming she had not erred, she furrowed her brow. Attempting her phone again, she found it still devoid of signal. The communications sent by the datapad continued to circulate, with no indication whether the ambulance had received it. Just as Ilyora prepared to climb back up, a burst of bluish-green light ignited at the canyon's base. It was the land bridge. A glimmer of hope ignited within Ilyora. Was it the ambulance? She fervently focused on the center of the land bridge, hoping to see the familiar red and white paint of the TF. However, as her gaze fell upon the figure approaching, Ilyora instinctively stepped back, her pupils dilating in shock. "Long time no see, Ilyora," Megatron said with a smirk, stepping slowly from the land bridge. He surveyed the surroundings before shifting his optical sensors to Ilyora. It seems there is no one to hinder me this time. Ilyora retreated another half-step. Run. She had to run. But how could she escape? A wave of despair washed over Ilyora as she realized the signal frequency was a trap. She wished she could slap her former self from half an hour ago for being so overconfident to explore such unfamiliar coordinates alone. Ilyora could feel her heart racing, the frequency of the other spark within her burning ominously, and she instinctively pressed her hand to her chest. Megatron caught her subtle gesture, a slight smile gracing his features as he spoke. It appears you are not accustomed to my spark frequency. Ilyora gasped for breath. Why you need to stay away from me? The dark energy entity binds us together. We can sense each other at any time and place, Megatron remarked, observing Ilyora's discomfort. However, the dominion lies with me. I shall decide where our connection leads. He extended his right hand to rest over his own chest. Your heartbeat is so vigorous. It seems resonating with my spark frequency is indeed the right choice. Ilyora's chest had never felt so fervent. Her racing heart quickened her breath. She had believed that only her own anxiety could provoke such a rapid heartbeat. Yet now she discovered that standing face to face with Megatron could stir her emotions just as profoundly. It was peculiar. Megatron seemed to possess an uncanny ability to manipulate her feelings. He appeared to relish the expression on Ilyora's face, chuckling softly as he stepped closer, inquiring, "What troubles you? Do you not appreciate my spark frequency, Ilyora?" "Ah, no. I suspect I shall soon find myself calling you Ilyxia." With a mere parting of his lips, Megatron stripped away Ilyora's defenses, his tone laced with mockery as if he had awaited this moment. "Ilyxia, do you truly intend to remain a mere human? So frail that even my hand could not be halted by you? Your palm pales in comparison to mine, unable to wield even a sword." Ilyora retreated several paces until her back met something solid. Turning, she found herself confronted solely by the yellowed earth and stone. Realizing she could retreat no further, she raised her gaze to meet Megatron's optical sensors. "This is my choice, Megatron. You cannot fathom the solitude I endured in the stasis pod, nor can you comprehend my desire to embrace humanity." She closed her eyes and exhaled. "Enough. I do not wish to argue with you. I simply wish to return home." "Home?" Megatron scoffed. "What enchantment does the Autobot base possess that would compel you to forsake the Decepticons so recklessly?" Ilyora's voice involuntarily escalated. "My home is Cybertron." Her words echoed faintly throughout the canyon. "That is my home, and yours, Megatron." Her tone carried an edge of anger. "I have no desire to partake in this war. I came to Earth to escape those issues. My encounter with defeat was merely an accident." For a rare few seconds, Megatron fell silent. But it was only a fleeting pause before he advanced towards Ilyora. Standing still, she felt the intensifying spark frequency, and, as she lifted her gaze, she watched Megatron draw nearer. He ensnared Ilyora in his hand, cradling her in his palm, and raised his hand so that his optical sensors met her eyes. "Ilyxia, I know you long to return home." Ilyxia was a name that evoked memories of the past. Megatron had occasionally referred to her as Sia. It was an endearing moniker bestowed upon her one evening when he, known then as Lord Megatron, had shared drinks with her at an oil bar, a name that belonged solely to their bond. It was the name he uttered hoarsely as she guided the intoxicated Lord Megatron away. "Sia, I wish to call you that," he said. "Very well," Ilyora replied softly. As memories flooded back, Ilyora blinked, momentarily lost in reverie. "Do not call me that. I am Ilyora now." Ilyora momentarily lost herself in thought, her tone softening. Megatron understood Ilyxia all too well. Observing Ilyora's expression, he continued, "I too yearn for our home planet. However, Cybertron is not whole without you by my side. Only together can we restore Cybertron, Ilyxia." Ilyora felt a pang in her nostrils. She recalled the day Megatron had reached out to her, illuminated by the light, inviting her to the arena. At that time, he ruled the Colosseum, a champion seated upon the highest throne. Yet, he had deliberately left a position parallel to his own for her. She vividly remembered how he delighted in having the crowd chant Ilyxia's name in celebration of his victories, rather than his own. He gazed at Ilyxia, enunciating each word. "Everyone will chant your name. They will know you are always by my side." Ilyora's heart skipped a beat. Chapter 68. A gentle touch. This was the first time Ilyora, in her human form, found herself so close to Megatron. Her heart raced so rapidly that she could scarcely discern whether it was her own or his. Perhaps his spark was equally aflame. Ilyra hesitated, her lips trembling as she whispered, I do not know. I wish to restore Cybertron, but the burden of this task is immense. I can only ponder it. Should it fall upon me, I fear I would falter. Her voice quivered, her gaze lowered, avoiding his penetrating stare. I can at most offer some assistance. Faced with Megatron's scrutiny and inquiries, Ilyra felt a wave of guilt wash over her. Having always preferred to evade confrontation, her first thought upon arriving on Earth was how to remain uninvolved in the conflicts of the two factions. She had previously feared that should Megatron find her, he might strike her down in fury. However, it seemed now that he had no intention of doing so. The Decepticons indeed require your assistance. Ilyxia, Megatron spoke slowly, his tone gentle. The formula for the synthetic energy source you developed has been invaluable to us. Though it remains incomplete, I am confident that with your involvement, we can expedite the restoration of Cybertron. It was rare for him to speak in such a manner, yet he found pleasure in addressing Ilyra this way. Ilyra lowered her head in silence for a considerable time. Just as Megatron believed she would end the conversation with her silence, she executed an action he had never anticipated. It was a motion he had simulated countless times in his CPU, occasionally calculating it in dreams. Megatron leaned in closely, allowing Ilyra to reach out and touch his face. The sensation was familiar, yet peculiar when experienced through human hands. Ilyra's palm brushed against Megatron's face, gently caressing it. She offered him a faint smile, her eyes curving softly, the smile itself delicate and subtle. This question has yet to be resolved, but do remember to wash your face next time. It appears rather unkempt. Ilyra felt an unsettling heat smoldering within her chest. Now, it was the turn of Megatron's CPU to become overloaded. How peculiar it was. It seemed there was an issue with communications on Ilyra's end, rendering her unreachable. The ambulance furrowed its brow and called out for Ilyra once more. Her coordinates remained stationary, and I believe we must hasten to find her. Prior to our departure, I thought we could engage in a simple act of resourcefulness. The Jack produced a grenade from his waist. Eventually, Soundwave would come seeking his little pet, and we would facilitate their reunion, returning to our lair with this grenade. Once Soundwave inadvertently triggered the pull ring upon dismantling his pet, there would be a resounding boom. The ambulance was instantly intrigued by this proposition. I believe a single bomb would not suffice. We should deploy a more formidable viral bomb. The ambulance took a few steps forward, crouched down, and retrieved its tools. I have an idea to transmit a specially designed virus to Soundwave. It opened the core area of the Laserbird and planned to relay the information to the Decepticon warship, covertly transferring all stored data from the Iron Fortress database to us. It sounded rather intricate. Are we not pressed for time? Queried the Jack. No, it cannot be accomplished solely by me. Once the ambulance had conceptualized the plan, it immediately activated the communications. After briefly outlining the virus to Ratchet, the latter commenced its creation, while the ambulance connected to the Laserbird-S transmission system. Observing that there was no way he could assist, the Jack prepared to leave to buy Ratchet some time. The ambulance was acutely aware of the Jack's intentions, and, noticing him transform, promptly inquired, "Where are you going?" "I am buying you some time. Perhaps I might also procure a relic in the process." With that parting remark, the Jack transformed and departed at great speed, racing towards the coordinates of the relic, swiftly reaching his destination. Indeed, he spotted Soundwave excavating the artifact. Upon witnessing this, he transformed, leaped from the cliff, and unsheathed his twin blades in a fierce strike toward Soundwave. The sound of metal clashing erupted across the wilderness. Ilyra was instantly drawn to the noise. Quickly raising her gaze, it emanated from above the canyon. Megatron also heard the sounds of battle. He arched an eyebrow. Glancing at Ilyra, "Are you planning to assist the Autobots?" By the sound of it, it seems the Jack is engaged in combat with Soundwave. Ilyra surveyed her surroundings, noting that Megatron's grip allowed her to leap onto the adjacent cliff face, where she quickly scrambled upward, clutching the stones. She glanced back at Megatron. "Will you merely stand there and watch?" Megatron slowly rose, his eyes fixated on the battle above the canyon. He was indeed uninterested in watching the Autobots seize the relic, yet he was even less inclined to interfere with his subordinate's mission. "I await your response, Ilyra." After delivering his statement, Megatron departed from the land bridge, leaving Ilyra momentarily taken aback. Soundwave was currently engaged in battle. Who had summoned the land bridge from Megatron? Was it Shockwave? Ilyra felt a twinge of envy from Megatron's ability to summon the land bridge at will, yet this was not the time for envy. Ilyora's climbing prowess was exceptional, as she swiftly conquered the modest canyon, cautiously peering over the edge to survey the ground below. Indeed, she spotted Jolt and Soundwave, and it appeared that Jolt had the upper hand, pinning Soundwave to the ground. However, Ilyra squinted, noticing a dark object lying not far from the two machines. It appeared to be a meticulously crafted weapon. It looked so familiar. Ilyra strained to recall the name of the weapon. Was it called the Resonance Sonic Blaster? Chapter 69. Resonance Sonic Blaster. So this was the target of their mission. Ilyra recognized this weapon as the creation of the Decepticon scientists. Capable of emitting sonic blasts at various frequencies, a terrifying weapon for the Cybertronians. She instinctively touched her ears, sensing that her eardrums were already beginning to ache. She initially believed Jolt would soon defeat Soundwave, but unexpectedly, Soundwave's tendrils seized the opportunity to grasp the sonic blaster from the shadows while Jolt was distracted. Ilyora's heart raced, and she quickly rolled and leaped onto the ground. "Jolt, watch your back." At her warning, Jolt turned to look behind him, but it was too late. The sonic blaster emitted a low-frequency pulse, knocking Jolt to the ground. The attack overloaded Jolt's receiver, and he fell, howling in distress, his optical sensors momentarily blurred. Ilyra hesitated in her advance, instinctively covering her ears. "Damn it!" Soundwave elegantly rose, silently delivering another strike with the sonic blaster to ensure Jolt had no consciousness left to retaliate before dusting off his exterior. He retracted the sonic blaster and turned toward Ilyra with a cracked, spiderweb-like visor from his collision with Jolt. Ilyra was not unfamiliar with Soundwave. On the contrary, she was quite well acquainted with him. Uncertain of Soundwave's intentions, she cautiously took a half-step back and tentatively inquired, good afternoon? Have you eaten?" Whether in disbelief or contemplation, Soundwave remained silent for several seconds before the dark visor illuminated. "Ilyxia, long time no see." The first half of this sentence was articulated in Megatron's dialect, while the latter half was a composite of various sounds. "What on earth?" Ilyra was oblivious to the expression hidden beneath his visor, but she could sense her own composure fraying. She exhaled in frustration. "You know about this too?" Soundwave slowly nodded. The disguise was terribly flawed. It was evident at first glance. This statement was a blend of Megatron's language, stitched together from 4 distinct phrases. Ilyra, in a state of despair, closed her eyes and said, "All right, Soundwave, I understand. No need for reproach." She was weary of donning her disguise, noticing Ilyora's lack of resistance. Soundwave retracted his tendrils and deactivated the Soundwave gun, the visor displaying the model and location of the laserbird. He glanced in that direction before swiftly transforming and soaring away. Ilyra watched as Soundwave departed, and in the next moment, she dashed towards Jack. Although she had only encountered Jack a few times, it would be a lie to say she wasn't concerned. She wished for no machine to be harmed, especially one as commendable as Jack. The recoil from a Soundwave gun was immense. Even a seasoned warrior like Jack was rendered unconscious for a considerable time before rebooting. Ilyra couldn't discern any severe external injuries on Jack. At least there was no visible leakage of energy fluid. She sighed in relief, meeting Jack's bewildered gaze. "You're awake." Ilyra quickly activated her communicator, attempting to contact an ambulance. "I'm trying to reach for an ambulance. Soundwave is heading in his direction, but it seems my communication is down." Upon hearing this, Jack immediately contacted the ambulance, his voice hoarse. "Doctor, can you hear me? I believe time is of the essence." The ambulance operator, sensing the gravity of the situation from Jack's tone, wasted no time correcting his address. "Jack, are you all right?" "I'm managing. Ilyra is beside me, but her communication is malfunctioning." Jack responded, "Soundwave is en route to your location." The ambulance operator, undeterred, replied with urgency, "Understood." Shortly thereafter, the communication was abruptly severed. Such disjointed exchanges were commonplace on the battlefield. Ilyra, filled with concern, inquired, "Is everything all right on the ambulance's end?" Jack struggled to his feet, his receiver still aching. "As long as he can implant the virus before Soundwave arrives, we should be fine." "Virus?" Ilyra blinked in confusion. "The laserbird was shot down by us. The doctor suggested implanting a virus to download the Iron Fortress database. Jack explained while attempting to transform, the resonating attack from the Soundwave gun causing misalignment in his components, making even the simplest transformation difficult. Observing his struggle, Ilyra quickly stepped forward. Don't rush to transform. The Soundwave gun will cause a temporary misalignment in your parts. Transforming now, isn't advisable. The battle had drained Jack of much energy, and he leaned against a nearby rock, looking at Ilyra. Thank you, child. Please, rest for a moment. Ilyra glanced at the dimming sky. Night was approaching, and Soundwave would require some time to reach his destination. His visor lacked sophisticated night vision capabilities, and being away from the laser bird would significantly reduce his perception range, likely slowing him down. Jack raised an eyebrow. You seem to know quite a bit. Ilyra innocently blinked. I suppose. I was once kidnapped aboard a Decepticon warship for a while, and I picked up quite a bit of information during that time. This is something that Ilyora's online acquaintances, as Soundwave, have long been aware of. Chapter 70. Personally removing the disguise. However, it took some time for the ambulance to locate Jack and Ilyra. By the time he reached their side, Ilyra had already dozed off against Jack. Dust covered both her body and face, and from a distance, the ambulance mistakenly assumed she had been in an accident. He quickly transformed into his humanoid form and rushed to Ilyora's side. Are you both all right? What happened to you? The ambulance's first concern was for Ilyra. Ilyra shook her head. I'm fine. Jack, standing nearby, jested, oh, but doctor, I've sustained a few minor injuries as well. The ambulance exhaled deeply, then shot a disgruntled look at Jack. I have no desire to bicker with you. Now, sit still while I conduct a thorough scan. In truth, the ambulance was genuinely concerned for Jack, but his pride prevented him from showing it. Ilyra shifted to the side, finding a clean pile of stones to sit on, intrigued as she observed the bickering duo. However, it wasn't too long before her phone rang. She took it out and saw it was a call from Mechi. How was there suddenly a signal? Ilyra answered, hello? What's up, Mechi? I finally managed to reach you. I've been trying to call you all morning without success. I was on a mission with the ambulance and Jack. I hadn't received any signals until now. Ilyra paused and continued. By the way, how is your mission going? Quite well. We retrieved that phase shifter, but it ended up scratching the whole surface. Ilyra burst into laughter upon hearing this. Huh, that must be driving them crazy. It seemed something was amiss on Mechi's end, as a noise crackled through the line. Ilyra called out a couple of times in confusion before the call stabilized again. Mechi? What happened on your end? Oh, it's nothing. The call is back to normal. Mechi's voice was clear. Rafi was just calibrating the land bridge. It was supposed to be the partition going on a mission, but for some reason, the land bridge malfunctioned for a while. By the time you all return, the partition will be ready to depart. Ilyra glanced at the ambulance, who was administering basic treatment to Jack. Aren't we in a hurry? The partition needs to head to the equator. There's a volcano there, and even if the Decepticons are searching for the relic, it will take them ages. They can simply seize it once the Decepticons find it. After exchanging a few more words with Mechi, Ilyra noticed the ambulance, and Jack had completed their rudimentary repairs and were preparing to head back to Jack's vicinity. Realizing this, Ilyra promptly ended the call. Are we heading back to the base? Ilyra asked as she settled into the passenger seat of the ambulance. The ambulance began its journey back. We are heading back near Jack. When Ilyra returned to the base, it was already late at night. However, since Laffy and the others had informed their parents, it was acceptable for them not to return home. Upon her arrival, Ilyra found Mechi and Jack engrossed in the television news. Curious, she approached from behind the sofa. What are you two watching so intently? Jack pointed to the news broadcast. A large meteorite fell to Earth this afternoon, which is why our land bridge malfunctioned. Additionally, our mobile phones have been out of signal for quite some time, Mechi added. Ilyra suddenly understood. No wonder my communications failed this afternoon. Ilyra had little interest in the meteorite incident, having studied various meteorites extensively on Cybertron. She turned, leaning against the railing, and observed the partition, which had finally come to life with a mission. As she gazed at the silhouette of the partition, a certain silver body began to emerge in her thoughts. Yet, just moments later, she snapped back to reality. Wait, what was I thinking? Ilyra scolded herself for her inexplicable daydreaming. Despite her internal reprimand, she recalled her recent private conversation with Megatron. Why did Megatron suddenly choose to speak to her today? Why did he call her Sia? It was all so perplexing. Ilyra could not fathom Megatron's intentions. If he knew her true identity, why not simply take her away? Confounded, she tightened her grip on the railing and fell into deep contemplation. At that moment, Optimus Prime approached her. Ilyxia, could you come here for a moment? I have something to discuss with you. He invited her for a private conversation. Snapping back to the present, Ilyxia responded eagerly, oh, sure. She had no idea what Optimus wanted to discuss, but she would trust him unconditionally. Following Optimus to a secluded corner of the base, she noted his preference for such private settings for their talks. She looked at him and inquired, what is it, Optimus? After hesitating for a moment and ensuring that no one else was around, Optimus finally spoke, Ilyxia. The receiver was met with a profound silence. As her consciousness was drawn away, a low humming sound resonated. Ilyxia blinked her optical sensors in confusion. Before her lay complete darkness, with only a few small lights flickering from the few operational mechanisms inside the stasis pod. It seemed she had been pulled away from reality once again. Wasn't she just in the base? The next chapter is an epilogue. Please do not mistake it for the main text, as the timeline of the epilogue does not align with that of the main story. Recently, I have been quite busy and unable to write much. Yet I shall endeavor to pen a few words. Epilogue. One day, upon awakening, Ilyxia discovered that she had returned to her mechanized form. These two chapters are supplementary and can be skipped as they are not particularly well written. Please note that the timeline of this epilogue diverges from the main narrative, so it should be regarded separately. It essentially represents an if scenario, albeit brief. I have long wished to express this, so I have chosen to present it as an epilogue. Skipping it will not detract from the overall experience. The communication functions are operational, the optical sensors are functioning, and the receiver is working. Ilyxia glanced at her metallic hand, clenched her fist, and then opened her palm. It was only upon realizing that her consciousness had abruptly returned to her mechanized form and would not revert back to her human body for a time that she looked up at the sky. This is Earth, not another planet, but the Earth that Ilyxia knows so well, albeit in the stillness of night. It seems her consciousness returned to the mechanized form while she was asleep. Reflecting on this, she cast a glance back at the dormant pod she had emerged from, which was largely buried in the soil, with energy residue scattered around. The local fauna were indeed fortunate. Ilyxia moved her mechanized limbs, estimating that she would be able to remain in this state for an extended period. She gazed at the sky, longing for the sensation of flight, which she had not experienced in quite some time. Surely, flying in such a desolate area would pose no issue. Although Ilyxia had not allied with any faction, she prudently concealed her signal frequency before taking to the air, wary of being traced by others through her signals. Ever since Megatron constructed his ominous dark fortress, he had been monitoring Autobot signals globally, sparing none, including those of her allies. Thankfully, this precaution allowed her to evade Megatron's watchful gaze. Now, even ambulances could not reach her, Ilyxia mused as she soared above. Ever since her departure from the base, she had been wandering without a permanent residence. Each day, she survived by adopting a human guise, making do with the fact that she still possessed her mechanized form. Fortunately, returning to her mechanized self enabled her to search for potential allies. Perhaps, by chance, she might encounter a few Autobots. She hoped to avoid the Decepticons, as she had no desire to be captured and brought before Megatron. However, fate had other plans. After flying a short distance, Ilyxia spotted a figure on the ground, a human dressed in gray with dark hair. Bringing her optical sensors into focus, she recognized Jack. A surge of joy filled her core, and she intended to observe him from above when suddenly a flying Decepticon appeared from another direction, unleashing a barrage of fire upon Jack below. Where did it come from? Ilyxia was momentarily stunned as she watched the Decepticon relentlessly pursue Jack. Jack, lacking combat prowess and experience compared to Ilyxia, found himself quickly seeking cover, unable to escape. Ilyxia searched her surroundings for RC, only to discover that she was not by Jack's side. What could be happening? As Jack found himself cornered, even the laser beak had arrived. Ilyxia sensed that something was amiss. The laser beak did not fire projectiles, it merely buzzed, directing its head towards Jack as if transmitting images through sound waves. The Decepticon was incessantly firing, prompting Ilyxia to swiftly dive toward Jack's location. This could not continue. Jack would surely be taken away. Suddenly, a silver-green vehicle form appeared in the Laserbeak's imagery. Ilyxia quickly transformed into her humanoid form, assuming a combat stance. under the watchful gaze of the Laserbeak's live feed. She donned her mask and unleashed a powerful blast at the airborne Decepticon. With a single shot, she brought the Decepticon crashing down, positioning herself protectively in front of Jack. "Jack, you must run," she shouted. Jack looked up at Ilyxia, unsure of who she was, but recognizing the urgency of the situation. He had to flee or face certain doom. So he yelled a grateful thank you and dashed toward a nearby gas station. Ilyxia narrowed her optical lens, readying her hand cannon to target the laser beak. Should it attack, she was prepared to deliver a fiery retribution. Jack, nearly collapsing from exhaustion, fled in a frantic manner. When RC arrived, she found Jack in a state of utter disarray. Her immediate reaction was one of concern. Had he been injured? "Are you all right? Where's the Decepticon?" she asked urgently. Jack pointed toward Ilyxia. "I'm fine. She helped me, but I don't know who she is." RC instinctively shielded Jack, glancing up at Ilyxia, who was dispatching the approaching Decepticons with remarkable efficiency. Her fighting style appeared ferocious. Without a sword, she relied on her hand cannon and brute strength, delivering a powerful punch to one foe's chest, then tearing off the other's left arm to wield it as a weapon against another. Ilyxia was splattered with the foe's energon, but she casually wiped it away. Once she had dispatched the Decepticons, she turned her attention back to the Laserbeak. The imagery transmitted was crystal clear. Megatron in the control room could see Ilyxia's entire form, and he reacted as if witnessing something extraordinary, shoving aside Starscream to get a better view. Despite the optical lens confirming her identity, his vocalizer still resisted acceptance. Ilyxia held Megatron's gaze, her silver-green form unmistakable. Not only did she share the same appearance, but her combat techniques mirrored those of a traditional Cybertronian warrior, reminiscent of the brutal methods from the Kaon gladiatorial arena. Starscream, observing beside Megatron, was uncertain if she was indeed the individual he speculated. "Lord Megatron, do you wish to bring her back?" he inquired. Without hesitation, Megatron commanded, "Soundwave. Initiate the coordinates and activate the ground bridge. It is time for me to formally meet her." Extra. One day, upon waking, Ilyxia found herself back in her mechanized form. The end. This extra is merely for enjoyment, brief and lacking in logic. Connected to the timeline of the first episode of the third season, the disarray is a reflection of a dream. Ilyxia was acutely aware that Megatron was undoubtedly using the Laserbird to pinpoint their coordinates. She was not oblivious to his intentions. Casting a glance towards RC and Jack, she realized that the Autobots on Earth had dispersed, making it exceedingly difficult to confront the numerous Decepticons alone. If Megatron were to track them down, it could endanger RC. Thus, she resolved to swiftly escort RC away before Megatron arrived. Without hesitation, Ilyxia opened fire on the Laserbird, her aim remarkably precise from her training in the gladiatorial arena, bringing the Laserbird down with a few well-placed shots. The demise of the Laserbird was accompanied by the transmission of its recorded imagery. However, Soundwave had already documented the coordinates and promptly initiated the land bridge. Albeit such long distance, targeting required a moment to establish. Noticing that the land bridge had yet to activate, Ilyxia hurriedly approached RC, exclaiming, "We must leave at once. That old tin can is likely on his way." As Ilyxia drew near, RC instinctively brandished her weapon, frowning as she shielded Jack behind her. "Why should I trust you?" It took a few moments for Ilyxia's CPU to register that RC was unfamiliar with her mechanized form. Glancing down at herself, she remarked, "Indeed, I bear neither the Decepticon nor Autobot insignia, but you may find it hard to believe. I am Ilyxia." RC exchanged glances with Jack. "Are you jesting with me?" "Your weapon remains unlowered," she replied. "Ilyxia is not even of the same species as you." Ilyxia facepalmed. That is indeed a complex matter to elucidate. As she attempted to further convince RC of her identity, a cyan-green burst of energy erupted not far behind her. The sound of the land bridge activating immediately capturing her attention. Turning around, Ilyxia did not need to ponder who would emerge from within. She readied her right-hand cannon. Positioning herself protectively in front of RC, "You both must flee." Although RC wished to inquire further, Jack gestured for her to depart. Despite his unfamiliarity with this Cybertronian, he felt an inexplicable trust in her. Ultimately, RC led Jack away. Ilyxia did not anticipate being able to confront Megatron one-on-one. Her mechanized form had not engaged in battle for some time and had experienced slight degradation. Facing Megatron under such conditions would surely lead to her demise. She remained focused on the land bridge. As Megatron emerged, the first sight to greet him was Ilyxia, armed with her cannon aimed directly at him. Only when his stabilizers touched the ground did he feel the palpable reality of finally encountering a long-lost love. However, it could not be termed a former love, for he remained enamored. It should be regarded as an unacknowledged spark of companionship. Ilyxia had already devised an escape route within the confines of the CPU, yet she was not yet in a position to flee directly. She silently shifted a step to the right and asked, "What of your grand, dark pinnacle? You dare to emerge alone?" Megatron chuckled softly, advancing a few steps closer to Ilyxia. "Ilyxia, I must commend you for being a competent Decepticon. Even now, you remain concerned about the Decepticon cause. Surely, there is something amiss with your neural circuitry." Ilyxia was taken aback by Megatron's audacity. "Don't come any closer. If you do, I shall be forced to act." Yet Megatron appeared unperturbed, continuing his approach. "I would relish reminiscing about our time in the arena, Shia." He halted just 2 steps away from Ilyxia, within arm's reach, ready to seize her wrist. Indeed, he did just that. Megatron grasped Alicia's slightly trembling right hand, deliberately disregarding the weapon attached to it. He guided her hand to rest upon his chest, precisely at a spot adjacent to the dark purple Decepticon emblem, where his spark resided, a searing, pulsating ember. Ilyxia was bewildered by his intentions, her optical sensors darting between her hand and Megatron's face. "What are you doing? Aren't you afraid I might suddenly strike you?" She attempted to retract her hand, but failed, Megatron's grip proving too strong. Instead, he smiled wider. "Very well." Ilyxia could no longer contain her frustration and resolved to confront Megatron with sincerity. In the next moment, her right fist collided forcefully with Megatron's chest, causing him to stagger back slightly, though he still wore a smile. "Ah, the familiar sting, yet it pales in comparison to what you delivered in the arena." Megatron touched the scratch on his chest armor that Ilyxia's blow had left. Her strike had been no trifling matter, and it stung considerably. Yet he seemed to revel in it, his grin broadening. "Your actions might lead me to believe you are flirting with me." Ilyxia could not suppress a scornful retort, especially after hearing his words. She swiftly discharged a blast at Megatron's shoulder. The attack was not particularly powerful, yet was sufficient to elicit a pained response from him. Ilyxia felt her own visor heating up. "Try uttering such words again. What nonsense is this, given your stature?" Megatron remained unfazed, enduring her assaults with stoic resolve. "I believe I speak the truth. You are reluctant to harm me, Shia. I can sense the frequency of your spark. We remain connected." Ilyxia furrowed her brow, perplexed. "This is becoming increasingly bizarre. What are you truly trying to convey?" Megatron's words were disjointed, and she could not fathom that he had come here merely to engage in idle chatter. Upon hearing these words, Megatron chuckled softly. "Sia, return to the Decepticons with me. The throne of darkness is in need of another master." My words abruptly ceased. A familiar sensation washed over me. Yet this time, it felt somewhat different. There was no peculiar feeling of consciousness being extracted. Ilyxia suddenly opened her eyes to behold a vast expanse of golden leaves as the morning sun cascaded down, casting dancing shadows upon the ground. She touched her face, feeling the softness of her skin, and glanced at her hands, confirming they were indeed human fingers. Was that merely a dream? Ilyxia pondered uncertainly. It must have been a dream, she concluded. Checking the time on her phone, it was around 9 in the morning. She had fallen asleep against a tree the previous night and had just awakened. Not a single message adorned her phone, save for a greeting from a mobile provider and notifications for data recharge. Ilyxia unsteadily rose to her feet, yawning widely. Her mind was devoid of the suffocating sensation associated with consciousness being drawn away. This likely indicated that what had just transpired was indeed a dream. Stretching her limbs, she resolved to continue her mission. It has been an indeterminate number of days since the base disbanded. Today's task is to locate the dormant capsules scattered across the Earth. Chapter 71. Uninduced by salted peanuts, the situation was worse than Ilyxia had anticipated. Unlike before, where consciousness was merely extracted, Ilyxia had awakened in the dormant capsule for a brief moment. However, Ilyxia had collapsed directly in front of Optimus Prime without any prior warning, a complete zero-frame initiation. Not only Optimus, but also Raph and the others were taken aback. Optimus gently laid Ilyxia on the sofa, and the 3 little ones quickly gathered around her. Mickey expressed her concern, What happened to Ilyora? Raph recalled an incident from their time together after school. Ilyora had fainted suddenly before, claiming it was an old ailment. Jack, standing nearby, nearly dialed Nurse Darby, contemplating whether Ilyora should be taken to the hospital, as frequent fainting spells were certainly not a good sign. Ilyora's consciousness returned, and those are the words she heard upon regaining awareness. Struggling to open her eyes, she felt dizzy, and Raph was the first to notice her awakening. Promptly helping her sit up. "Are you all right?" Raph inquired. Ilyora furrowed her brow and rubbed her temples. "I'm fine. What just happened?" Optimus unexpectedly interjected. "You fainted just now, Ilyora." Ilyora turned her gaze to Optimus, instantly recalling their earlier conversation. She shifted her eyes away, feeling a twinge of guilt. This is actually an old problem of mine." Optimus regarded Ilyora with a serious expression. "Ilyora, I need you to come with me." Ilyora, feeling helpless, lowered her head and rose from the sofa. "I'm here," she announced. Meichi looked over with curiosity. "What on earth happened to Ilyora?" Jack shrugged. "I have no idea." Rafi adjusted his glasses and suggested, "Perhaps she is just exhausted?" The three exchanged glances, yet no answers emerged. Ilyora and Optimus Prime returned to the familiar corner of the base. With a flutter of anxiety in her heart, she ventured, "Optimus, what is it that you need to discuss with me?" Optimus knelt before her, inquiring, "Do you still faint unexpectedly?" Ilyora hesitated, replying, "I shouldn't, but it's beyond my control." After a brief silence, Optimus declared, "Ilyora, there is something I must tell you." Ilyora's heart raced as she gazed at him. "What is it?" Optimus opened his mouth, hesitated for a few moments, and finally spoke. "I would like to formally invite you to join the Autobots, Ilyxia." Upon hearing the first part of his sentence, Ilyora sighed in relief, yet was taken aback when he addressed her as Ilyxia. She stood frozen for a moment, struggling to regain her voice. What did you call me?" "Ilyxia," Optimus repeated earnestly. Ilyora's expression shifted dramatically. She initially appeared flustered and then glanced around nervously. What is this, Ilyxia?" "Ha. You must have made a mistake." Optimus regarded Ilyora with a brotherly seriousness, correcting her once more, "Ilyxia." Ilyora felt a shiver under his optical gaze. "I'm Ilyora, not Ilyxia." "Oh, very well," she exclaimed, exhaling deeply and rubbing her forehead. "When did you find out?" "Oh, probably when you first arrived at the base," Optimus replied. "I trust my optics. You and Ilyxia are strikingly similar." Ilyora fell silent for a moment. "So you knew all along? That time when you were infected and fainted? It wasn't a case of mistaken identity?" Optimus nodded. "All right," Ilyora sighed. "However, regarding your invitation to join the Autobots, I cannot give you an answer at this moment." After some contemplation, she added, "I merely wish to return home. I have no interest in any faction." Optimus, understanding her perspective, responded, "Very well. However, should you wish to join the Autobots, our doors will always be open." He then inquired, "Ilyora, could you tell me how you arrived on Earth? I mean, where is your physical form?" "My physical form is still in stasis, and I am unsure if it has landed on Earth," Ilyora explained. "The reason I fainted earlier was that my consciousness returned to my physical body." Optimus, puzzled, asked, "Your consciousness returned to your body?" Ilyora understood his underlying question and replied, "Yes, this human body was sent to Earth by me. I transferred my consciousness from my physical form into this human body. Don't ask me how I accomplished that. I have no idea." Ilyora contemplated thoughtfully, stroking her chin. "It seems I possess an innate talent for the essence of life. I vaguely remember my body simulating a human form within the stasis pod, after which something transported me to Earth, along with my consciousness. However, I had previously conducted research on this subject on Cybertron, with Shockwave assisting me." Ilyora remarked with a shrug. Upon hearing this, Optimus Prime remained silent. He had heard whispers of Ilyshia's experiments, but had only come to know of them in passing, having once been merely a clerk, devoid of understanding in such matters. Yet, he was aware of the extraordinary traits that Ilysia possessed. Master Titanium had informed him that Ilysia was a special transformer, birthed from the sphere of magical power, endowed with formidable regenerative abilities and unique insights into the essence of mechanical life. "How should I address you?" Optimus Prime inquired. "Is it Ilysia or Ilyora?" Ilyora smiled gently. "You're the first to pose this question. When I was human, you may call me Ilyora. Ilysia is the name of my mechanical form." Optimus Prime nodded in acknowledgement and stood to return to the central hall of the base, thus concluding their conversation. Ilyxia understood that Optimus Prime had little time to linger. The retrieval of the sacred artifact was of utmost importance, and Ratchet had prepared a ground bridge for Optimus to reach the mission site. As Ilyxia gazed at Optimus Prime's retreating figure, she found herself momentarily lost in thought. His silhouette appeared significantly more imposing than Orion's. Truthfully, she possessed a wealth of advanced technological knowledge unattainable on Earth, and she should have been at the forefront. Yet, she felt as though she were the one left behind. While her friends advanced ahead. Chapter 72. The Heartbroken Mickey, it's alright. Even if the Supreme God armor falls into the hands of the Insecticon. It doesn't signify much, Mickey consoled Optimus Prime, stating he currently lacks even the transformation gears. What concerns me is that the Insecticon has broken free from Megatron's control and may use the Supreme God armor to commit numerous reckless acts, Optimus Prime replied. Having just returned from Antarctica, Optimus Prime's mission target was the Supreme God armor, a highly versatile sacred artifact. Originally, it was merely a struggle between the Decepticons and Autobots, and none anticipated the sudden emergence of the Insecticon. Ratchet was at the control console, assisting Raph and Agent Furlot in activating the ground bridge. While positioning the coordinates for the partition, he remarked, "Everyone makes mistakes during missions, especially since I didn't bring back the Resonance Wave Blaster this time." Ratchet glanced at Optimus Prime. "Do not be too hard on yourself, Optimus. Once the partition returns, we will," before he could finish his sentence. The partition's form burst forth from the ground bridge. Smoke billowed from its metallic frame, and the entire body collapsed, losing consciousness as it crashed to the ground. The sound of its impact instantly captured the attention of everyone in the base. Mickey instinctively exclaimed, "The partition." The ambulance's CPU halted for a brief second. "My spark source." The ambulance promptly strode towards the barrier, exerting some force to flip it over and swiftly retrieve the spark defibrillator to commence emergency measures. "Barrier, if you can hear me, please respond." Mechi attempted to rush to the barrier, but Agent Fullerton firmly restrained her, understanding her concern for her partner. However, this was not an opportune moment for visitation. Mechi clutched Agent Fullerton's hand, exclaiming loudly, "What happened to the barrier? What is going on?" The ambulance scanned the barrier's entire body. Its tone urgent. "It is infected with a toxic energy entity, along with some other injuries. The barrier systems have failed completely." RC caught the key term. "Wait, a toxic energy entity?" The ambulance retracted the spark defibrillator, insisting, "Help me get him to the infirmary, quickly." RC and Bumblebee immediately stepped forward to assist the barrier, with Optimus Prime lending a hand, deeply concerned for this formidable warrior, who had undertaken perilous missions in the past, likely related to the toxic energy entity this time. Mechi broke free from Agent Fullerton's grasp, taking a few steps towards the barrier's silhouette, her legs gradually becoming weak. "If I hadn't gone to New York this time." Agent Fullerton quickly consoled her. "There was nothing you could have done, dear." The barrier took several hard hits when he fell. Mechi paused, turning to look at Agent Fullerton. "Hardshell? A Decepticon insectoid machine, but it mattered little now. This was not your fault, do you understand?" Agent Fullerton replied. A realization dawned upon Mechi, and she whispered, "I understand." Jack placed his hand on Mechi's shoulder, reassuringly stating, "The barrier will be all right." An hour later, "If I find out where Hardshell is, I will disassemble him piece by piece." Mechi sat on the steps, filled with guilt and anger. Her words laced with bitterness. "If I had been on the mission with the barrier, I surely—" "Mechi, Optimus would never allow you to undertake such a mission." Ilyxia softly comforted, sitting beside her. "I know you're feeling distress, but even if you were with the barrier, you could not have shielded him from Hardshell's attack." Mechi wiped away a tear from the corner of her eye. "I would have definitely taken the bullets for the barrier." Ilyxia sighed. "Then you would be dead, Mechi. The barrier would not want you to sacrifice your life." Ilyxia patted Mechi's shoulder and continued, "Do not blame yourself, Mechi. The barrier's condition has stabilized, which is not a bad thing, but he hasn't awakened yet." Mechi hugged her knees, lowering her head, remaining silent despite Ilyxia's words. Ilyxia understood the depth of Mechi's sorrow. Silently, she left, believing it best for Mechi to process her feelings alone. She approached the bedside where the barrier lay, locking eyes with Optimus Prime. "Mechi is too distraught. She must handle her emotions on her own," Ilyxia remarked. "She may speak a bit harshly. Please try to understand. After all, she is still a child." Optimus Prime nodded in acknowledgement. RC gazed at the screen on the control console. "Jack is almost here." Mika raised her head abruptly, gripping the railing with both hands and casting a look at RC. I can't believe you all just gave up on the barrier. RC sighed. What I meant was, the Jack and the barrier are like best friends. You should come and check on him. Mika turned around, suddenly realizing what she had just blurted out. I know what you mean. No one taught Mika how to manage her emotions during such moments. She could only stomp off towards the elevator, feeling both angry and wronged. Optimus Prime attempted to intervene. Mika, where are you going? Home. Mika's tone was indeed quite sharp. Have Agent Fullerton give me a ride back. Elita looked at Mika's retreating figure and remarked, I told you so. The ambulance stood guard at the barrier's bedside, monitoring his vital signs. Although the barrier's condition has stabilized, I still need to induce him into a state of suspension. Just then, Jack rushed in from outside the base, heading straight for the barrier. He turned to the ambulance and asked, How is he, Doc? The ambulance seriously explained the barrier's condition. The central nervous conduit has suffered severe trauma, and the infection from the toxic energy entity has caused a complete shutdown of the barrier at the submicroscopic level. I cannot proceed with the surgery until the barrier regains some strength. Jack fell silent for a moment. He certainly understood the specialized terms the ambulance was using. He turned to Optimus Prime. Can you tell me who did this? Optimus Prime immediately grasped Jack's intent. I believe our focus should be on helping the barrier recover rather than rushing into revenge. Jack, however, disregarded this. That's your concern. With that, he transformed into vehicle mode and left the base. The ambulance sighed. It seems Jack is about to act recklessly again. Optimus Prime remarked, even knowing he would do that, we cannot stop him. Elita's phone chimed softly, and as she glanced at it, expecting spam, she was taken aback to find a message from Mika. Mika, want to pull off a big job together? Mika, picture of a Jack. JPG Elita paused for a moment. Elita, what do you mean? Mika, help get revenge for the barrier. Chapter 73. Art is explosive. Elita truly did not understand Mika's thought process. She did not believe Mika could single-handedly exact revenge for the barrier. The physical prowess of ordinary mechanical insects is twice that of a standard Decepticon foot soldier, and Elita had to be cautious even when battling one, let alone Mika, a young human girl. Elita, stay put. I'm coming to find you. Elita was genuinely afraid of Mika doing something foolish. Seizing the moment, while everyone was focused on the barrier, she hurried to the elevator and rode it up to the outside of the base. The hammer stood beside the base elevator, and Ilyora scanned the surroundings but could not find Meichi. She took out her phone to inquire about Meichi's whereabouts and discovered that Meichi had already sent her a message. Meichi, I am waiting for you on the hammer. Ilyora glanced at the hatch of the hammer, which was still ajar, and sighed, realizing that she had no choice but to go. Ilyora stealthily approached the hammer, crouching down to peek inside. She saw the Jack manipulating something from the pilot's seat, and the hatch gradually began to close at his command. Ilyora hurriedly entered the interior of the hammer, only to turn and find Meichi pressed against the corner wall. Just as Ilyora intended to admonish Meichi for her reckless behavior, she noticed Meichi making a should gesture, urging her to remain silent, then pointed to her phone. Ilyora, filled with doubt, took out her own device. Meichi, do not speak. The Jack will notice us. Ilyora, you're aware we could get caught. Ilyora, listen, Meichi. Ilyora, this is far too dangerous. Ilyora, you cannot confront the mechanical insects alone. Meichi, I cannot just stand by and watch the partition suffer. Meichi, a pitiful expression packed JPG. Meichi, I beg you, Ilyora. Ilyora, exasperated, set her phone down and gazed at Meichi. She walked over and gently ruffled Meichi's hair. But just as Meichi thought Ilyora would agree with a smile, Ilyora pinched her ear lightly. Though not forceful, it stung. Simultaneously, she kindly covered Meichi's mouth, and seeing the tears welling in Meichi's eyes, she shook her head and resumed typing on her phone. Ilyora, this is utterly reckless. Ilyora, I will only assist you this once. Ilyora, in the future, I can only help based on the situation. Meichi, although you just pinched my ear painfully, you're truly kind. Ilyora longed to impart some wisdom to Meichi, but the Jack's ship had already powered up. The immense inertia caught both Ilyora and Meichi off guard, causing them to tumble to the ground, with Meichi landing atop Ilyora, who crashed against the wall and hit her head. Apologies, Ilyora, Meichi whispered as she helped her up. I didn't expect the ship to start suddenly. Ilyora, rubbing her head while rising, replied, It's fine, it's just a bit of a headache. But her words trailed off. The Jack descended from the pilot's seat, cautiously switching to a weapon as he approached the small corner where Ilyxia and Mechi were huddled. Only upon recognizing the two young humans did he lower his weapon, clearly surprised that they had infiltrated his ship. He sighed in relief. "What are you two doing here?" Mechi stepped forward a couple of paces, declaring, "I am here to avenge the partition." The Jack did not intend for Mechi to be involved in this matter. "I will get you back, child." "No, I won't go back," Mechi quickly replied. Ilyxia will help as well. She single-handedly dealt with two Decepticon grunts and one of Megatron's optics. Ilyxia attempted to correct Mechi. To be precise, it was one Decepticon grunt, and Megatron's eye isn't actually blind. "Children, I understand your desire for vengeance on behalf of the barrier. I share that sentiment," said the Jack patiently as he crouched down. "Once I locate the Decepticon that injured the barrier, I will dismantle him piece by piece in my own way." He patted the grenade at his waist. Mechi declared resolutely, "I know who did it." The Jack squinted at her. "Who?" Mechi insisted, "Take me and Ilyxia with you, and I will tell you." Ilyxia facepalmed, realizing the predicament. It seemed one person and one machine were now on the same wavelength. Mechi and Ilyxia took their seats in the co-pilot position as the Jack, without hesitation, flew toward the Decepticon mine. Upon arrival, the Jack, Mechi, and Ilyxia all disembarked from the ship. Mechi, astonished to discover they were at a Decepticon mining site, exclaimed, "You know how to find the Decepticon mine?" The Jack replied, "Of course. Do you think I've been sleeping all day since arriving on this planet?" Ilyxia squinted towards the mine entrance. "This mine looks quite substantial. Do you plan to leverage this against Megatron?" The Jack chuckled. "I believe you would appreciate the sound of several tons of energon exploding." Ilyxia and Mechi stealthily ventured into the mine to gather information. However, within mere minutes, the Jack burst in and swiftly eliminated the grunts. Ilyxia felt like scolding the Jack for his recklessness, nearly crushing Mechi in the process. Unfortunately, to call the Jack reckless would be akin to praising him. Ilyxia did not wish to gratify him. After seizing the mine, the Jack directly accessed the Decepticon communication system, leaving Ilyxia dumbfounded. True to form, the Thunder Rescue Team treated the Decepticon communication as casually as if calling home. "You're doing quite well, Megatron, but strictly speaking, this place has a new management now," the Jack stated into the communicator aboard the Jackhammer. Megatron recognized the voice. "Jack? That explosion-loving fellow. To put it plainly, Megatron, I'm a simpleton, and I've now taken over the most lucrative mine you possess," the Jack asserted. Ilyxia was somewhat concerned about the effectiveness of this approach. "Jack, this probably won't threaten Megatron. He cares little for the mine and would rather take the energon for himself." The Jack dismissed her worries. "Don't fret, Ilyxia. I only need to connect with Megatron through this." On the other end of the communication, Megatron heard Ilyxia's voice. The loss of a mine was insignificant to the grand ambitions of the Decepticons. However, Ilyxia was right. The energon mine posed no threat to me. If she desires it, she may take it. I sensed it was best for me to remain silent. Ilyxia's murmurs were inconsequential. "Yet I would dismantle them one by one unless you provide me with what I seek," stated Jolt. Megatron inquired, "What is it that you desire?" Jolt shook softly. "Ah, naturally, it is that machine insect who wishes to eliminate the barrier." Megatron, upon hearing this, was incensed. "Wishes to eliminate? You mean that Autobot is still alive?" Joel continued, "Believe it or not, I have a suggestion. I will send you the coordinates of my next target. If this hard-shelled creature has the audacity to confront me, perhaps he can assist you in avoiding a loss. And Megatron, if you wish to hear what 30,000 tons of energon exploding sounds like." Without hesitation, Jolt fired a shell at the mine entrance. A tremendous explosion erupted instantly, and Jolt severed the communication. Chapter 74. Fried Bugs After a Day of Such Turmoil. Mickey had lost most of her strength. She sat in the passenger seat, nodding off on the verge of slumber. Ilyxia, seated beside her, expressed concern. "If you are tired, lean on my shoulder and rest." Jolt also suggested to Mickey, "You should power down for a bit." Exhausted, Mickey mumbled, "The barrier will be just fine," before drifting into sleep. Ilyxia, rarely witnessing Mickey's tranquility, gazed at her peaceful visage and mused, though Mickey can be quite headstrong at times. She is indeed reliable when it comes to action. Jolt chuckled in agreement. She certainly embodies the spirit of the Thunder Rescue Team, as do you, daring to single-handedly pierce the optical lenses of those Decepticons. Reflecting on her recent forced combat in the mine, Ilyxia laughed. "Well, I've done something similar before. She then looked at Mickey and decided to change the subject. Mickey is still too impulsive. She needs someone to teach her how to channel her emotions. Children are like that. Mickey requires a good mentor. After setting the target coordinates, Jolt turned to Ilyora. She would learn much from the barrier. Ilyora met Jolt's gaze and abruptly asked, "What are your odds against the hard shell?" Jolt had never considered the notion of odds. Odds? I would gladly face death for him. The next coordinate set by Jolt was also a Decepticon mine. Mickey insisted on accompanying Jolt to confront the hard shell, but Jolt deemed it unwise. He left Mickey and Ilyora aboard the ship, meticulously explaining how to operate the autopilot before departing alone to face the hard shell. Jolt truly approached the encounter with a mindset of sacrifice. Ilyora exerted considerable effort to restrain Mickey, exclaiming, "Mickey, there's only a dead end awaiting you. How can you be so strong?" Mechi found herself obstructed at the cabin door by Ilyora, whose grip on her right hand was unyielding. Despite her attempts to break free, it felt as though Ilyora's hand was affixed to her. "I must assist the Jack," Mechi exclaimed, struggling against Ilyora's hold. "I have already told you that is not an option," Ilyora insisted, gradually pulling Mechi back toward the pilot's seat. "You cannot aid the Jack. Look, even he is struggling against the hard shell." Mechi possessed more strength than Ilyora had anticipated. However, she ultimately could not match Ilyora's resolve. Reluctantly, she was led to witness the clash between the Jack and the hard shell. The hard shell was undeniably formidable, and even the Jack found himself laboring against it, slowly succumbing to the disadvantage. Mechi pounded on the glass, overwhelmed by a profound sense of helplessness. Ilyora stood nearby, contemplating her desire to assist, yet knowing she must refrain. Mechi needed to endure these trials, otherwise she would not grow. In truth, Ilyora longed to leap into the pilot's seat and press the missile launch button, yet she was deliberating the most opportune moment to do so. While she pondered, Mechi unexpectedly ascended to the pilot's seat and, under Ilyora's astonished gaze, decisively pressed the button. The missile launched from the base of the Jack, striking the hard shell with explosive force, obliterating the mechanical insect within moments. "How did you manage that?" Ilyora exclaimed. Mechi, somewhat anxious, replied, "I just learned by watching the Jack." Her decision to press the button was a gamble. She was not entirely certain it would initiate a missile launch, but seemed luck was on her side. The Jack limped back to the hammer, clutching his wound, while Ilyora retrieved bandages from the ship's medical kit to tend to him. He allowed Ilyora to bandage him while his other hand operated the hammer. The Jack welcomed Mechi and Ilyora to the Thunder Rescue team, yet Mechi felt no elation and returned to her position as co-pilot. Ilyora cast a glance at the ship's radar. "Let us set aside the Thunder Rescue team for now. Those insects are still in hot pursuit," she cautioned. "Do you have enough grenades?" The Jack chuckled. "Do you also believe it would be better to annihilate them with grenades?" Ilyora raised an eyebrow. "Of course. Insects are most fearful of fire." The Jack unleashed a box of grenades, causing the mechanical insects to meet their demise in a spectacular explosion. Ultimately, he piloted the ship back to the Optimus Prime base, both of them physically drained yet triumphant. Upon returning, Ilyora's first inquiry was about the condition of the partition. "What is the status of the partition?" she asked, indifferent to the glances from Optimus Prime and the ambulance. "You two should not look at me like that." The ambulance understood that inquiring about Ilyora's activities would be futile. Thus, he reported on the partition's condition. It remained unchanged. He would awaken. But there might be some lasting bodily damage. Mechi was engulfed in despondency, especially upon hearing the mention of an ambulance. She rushed to the partition, tears cascading down her cheeks like pearls strung on a broken thread. The atmosphere within the base plummeted, and Ilyora, disliking such gloom, quietly departed. Perhaps the injury to the partition reminded her of something, as a flicker of sorrow crossed her eyes. She yearned to do something, anything. Chapter 75, The Arrival of the Smoke Screen. The 57th compression of the super energy mass was deemed successful. However, the purity had diminished by 30, lacking the potency it once possessed. Gritting her teeth, Ilyora cast aside the compressed super energy mass, documenting the experiment's success before collapsing in despair, sweeping everything off the table. The surface, cluttered with experimental records and remnants of super energy, was left barren after her sweeping motion, akin to a master of decluttering. Yet, she found herself picking up the scattered records one by one, sighing deeply. It had nearly been a week since she had emerged from the basement. striving to perfect the technique of creating compressed energy biscuits. Why was it so arduous? Raking her fingers through her hair, she realized her hands were greasy. She had completely forgotten to bathe. She felt as if she were on the verge of becoming odorous. After storing the refined, super-energy mass aside, she acknowledged that it was far from being suitable for use on the partition. Upon emerging from a basement and taking a shower, she was relieved that school was on break. Staying home for a week would raise no suspicions, as long as she responded to messages on her phone. "Hello, Meichi?" Ilyxia answered a call after a shower. "You say the partition has awakened and is undergoing rehabilitation training? All right, I shall head to the base shortly." Meichi informed her that the partition had regained consciousness, but the leg's protoplasm had somewhat atrophied, necessitating rehabilitation training to return to combat readiness. Ilyxia found the term rehabilitation training oddly familiar. Why was it that this automotive being, like herself, was prone to leg injuries? I mentioned the partition. This matter cannot be rushed. The ambulance earnestly advised the partition regarding its rehabilitation. You cannot immediately return to the battlefield. Your leg requires a series of rehabilitation exercises, just as Ilyxia did previously. Suddenly singled out, Ilyxia pointed to herself, bewildered. "What does this have to do with me?" The ambulance quickly clarified, what I meant was that you have more experience in this regard. In any case, partition, you must not rush." The partition, aware of his current condition, had no choice but to follow Meichi in rehabilitation training, beginning with the fundamental bending exercises for his legs. Ilyxia watched the partition and cautioned, "You must not overdo it in rehabilitation. Excessive effort can lead to greater harm to your legs." The partition sighed, "I understand. Thank you, Ilyxia." As Meichi, the partition's partner, led the exercises, Ilyxia stood by, offering guidance from time to time. Jack and Rafi were also at the base, engaged in some internet exploration. Rafi replaced a photo of a Bumblebee sighting with one of a dancing monkey in a top hat, eliciting laughter from Bumblebee. However, Rafi was taken aback by the next image. "What is this?" He magnified the photo. "Is that a Cybertron escape pod?" Ilyxia was startled by his words and quickly turned to Rafi's computer. "Where? Oh dear, let it not be the dormant pod containing my own body." Rafi promptly projected the image onto the base's large screen. The medic, looking at the photo, squinted his optics and remarked seriously, "In Earth's atmosphere?" RC inquired, "Is it an Autobot or a Decepticon?" The medic shook his head. "The image quality is too low. I cannot discern." Optimus Prime stated, "Whether it is a trap or if there are Autobots in need of assistance, we must investigate." Uncertain if the occupants of the escape pod were allies, Optimus ordered all combat-capable Autobots to mobilize. The heavily injured Ratchet had to remain at the base, a situation he found rather disconcerting. Mickey encouraged him to continue his training, while Ilyxia and Rafi watched the large screen from the control panel. This time, Optimus activated visual transmission, allowing Ilyxia to see the live broadcast on the screen. The escape pod was identified as belonging to the Decepticons, marked with their insignia. However, keen-eyed Ilyxia recognized that this pod was quite similar to her own, likely the same model. Her heart raced at the thought. Yet, in the next moment, she observed from Optimus's perspective that the escape pod was empty, indicating the Cybertronian occupants had exited. Ilyxia breathed a sigh of relief, realizing it wasn't her body inside. No one knew where the Cybertronians had gone. And at that very moment, a swarm of Decepticons launched an attack from the other side of the escape pod, accompanied by mechanical insects. RC commented amidst the chaos, "Wow, so many Decepticons for one escape pod?" Ratchet quipped, "Humans would say you've stirred a hornet's nest." The scene erupted into turmoil as both sides engaged in fierce combat. However, before long, Ilyxia spotted an unfamiliar Cybertronian from Optimus's perspective. The blue and white painted figure was unfamiliar to her, at least to Ilyxia, but his actions indicated he was aiding the Autobots. He assisted Optimus and the others in overcoming the Decepticons and ignited a pool of energon to eliminate the Decepticon foot soldiers. During the battle, Ilyxia recognized the emblem on the arm of this Cybertronian. Is this member of the Cybertron Elite Guard? Chapter 76, Master Titanium? Mastercom, it seems that Smokescreen, you were trained in the Cybertron Elite Guard. Optimus also noted the emblem on Smokescreen's arm, recognizing it. Smokescreen nodded in response, yes, but back then, it was like a basic training camp, lacking even a proper graduation ceremony. In order to earn the trust of Optimus Prime and his companions, Smokescreen revealed his past on Cybertron, including his previous service under Master Titanium. Ilyra was intently watching the live broadcast on the screen when Meichi unexpectedly approached and draped her arm around Ilyora's shoulder. Did I just hear about Master Kong? Do Cybertronians also eat instant noodles? Ilyra, pondering the mention of Master Kong, mused, what do you mean by Master Kong? That's Master Titanium. Upon realizing that Meichi had misheard Master Titanium as Master Kong, Ilyra couldn't help but chuckle, quickly composing herself as she explained, ahem, I wasn't laughing. So, who is Master Titanium? Jack inquired from the side. Ilyra contemplated for a moment before responding. He is Optimus Prime's mentor and the guardian of the magic sphere. A highly skilled individual. Ultimately, Smokescreen was taken back to the base, much to Meichi's excitement. As soon as she spotted him, she bombarded him with questions. Where did you come from? How did you arrive? How many guns are you hiding? Ilyra teased Meichi from the side. Meichi, Smokescreen is not a weapon master. He can't hide a multitude of guns. This was Smokescreen's first visit to Earth, and he curiously observed Ilyra and Meichi, asking, is this the life form we are meant to protect? Do they all behave like this? The ambulance, clearly skeptical of Smokescreen, responded curtly, thank goodness not. But I share their curiosity about how you arrived. Smokescreen found himself at a loss for words. It seems I'm still not trusted. He then recounted his journey to Earth in detail, from how he protected Master Titanium to being knocked unconscious and waking up aboard a Decepticon transport ship, finally arriving on Earth in an escape pod. His intricate narrative left little room for disbelief. The Decepticon warship must have detected the escape pod's signal to follow it. The ambulance remarked. Alcee chuckled. No wonder they held such a grand welcome ceremony, only to be disappointed when it wasn't one of their own who emerged. Subsequently, Optimus Prime suggested that Smokescreen be given a tour of the base to help him acclimate to the environment. Although Meichi initially intended to play the role of tour guide, the task ultimately fell to Ilyra. Scratching her head, Ilyra said, all right, but my commentary might be influenced by personal feelings. I hope you don't mind? Smokescreen replied with a smile, of course, I don't mind. Ilyra led Smokescreen deeper into the base, introducing him to the various relics of the Iron Fortress. Phase shifters, spark extractors, locking staffs. All the relics we have found are stored here. Ilyra paused before the warehouse containing the phase shifter, stating, personally, my favorite is this phase shifter. It allows for painless passage through any object and includes appropriate grounding. Ilyra informed Smoke about the efficacy of the phase shifter as described by Maki, expressing her desire to don on her wrist were it not for its cumbersome size. Smoke gazed through the warehouse door's window at the phase shifter, exclaiming, wow, I recall these. They are relics from the Iron Fortress archives that Master Titanium once showed me. As she mentioned Master Titanium, Ilyra seized the opportunity to inquire. Since you were responsible for his protection on Cybertron, did he ever share any insights regarding the sphere of arcane power with you? She yearned to glean information about herself from Smoke's words. After a moment's contemplation, Smoke replied, no, but Master Titanium is an excellent mentor. He frequently reminisces about Cybertron's ancient history, though I often take a nap when he does. Curiously, she questioned, how do you know that Master Titanium is the guardian of the sphere of arcane power? Ilyra deftly produced her premeditated response. Optimus Prime once mentioned it to me. Smoke, accepting her explanation, stepped forward a couple of paces, inquiring, and what is this relic? He noticed the Black Widow confined within a containment chamber. Following his gaze, Ilyra cautioned, you would do well to avoid her. She is known as Black Widow, a former high-ranking commander of the Decepticons. However, you may refer to her as the RC Trap. The name RC was unfamiliar to Smoke. RC Trap? Why so? Ilyra elucidated, they share a bitter rivalry. RC is determined to eliminate Black Widow herself. Smoke nodded, albeit with confusion, as Ilyra proceeded to introduce him to the layout of the base, guiding him through most of the rooms. He observed a corner piled with numerous wheelchairs, most of which appear to be damaged. Those are the wheelchairs I once used, Ilyra proudly explained. They became damaged because I used them for racing. The ones missing wheels simply couldn't keep up. Smoke's CPU momentarily stalled. Wheelchairs? Racing? Ilyra chuckled, indeed. Next time, I shall take you for a spin. Smoke took a step back. Perhaps I shall pass on that. Chapter 77. The Red Energy Entity, upon returning to the main hall with Smoke after their tour. They found a gathering around a large screen, all eyes fixated on the images displayed. Ilyra looked up at the screen, exclaiming, a red energy entity. She inquired, wait, where was this photo taken? On Earth? Rafi responded, yes, the photo has also been posted online. Ilyra was once again astonished by Earth's wonders. How does Earth possess everything? But what exactly is a red energy entity? Rafi appeared perplexed. Ambulin, well-versed in such matters, explained, it is an exceedingly rare and unstable energy entity. When refined into fuel for us, Cybertronians, it enables our bodies to move with incredible swiftness. He continued, and it truly allows one to move as if flying. Ilyra possessed considerable knowledge of energy entities, acknowledging that they could accelerate the user's speed by several magnitudes, rendering them indistinguishable from the wind to onlookers. Optimus Prime asserted, it appears we must request Agent Fuller's assistance in evacuating all personnel from the excavation site. It is evident that if we can discover something, others are equally capable of doing so. Smokescreen eagerly exclaimed, Command us, Commander. Let us strike fiercely at the Decepticons. Optimus Prime shook his head in response, stating, Smokescreen, considering your limited field experience, I believe you require further training before embarking on any missions. What? Smokescreen interjected, attempting to voice his disagreement. Furthermore, we must operate covertly on Earth. You will need an Earth vehicle form for cover, Optimus added, casting a glance toward Ilyra. Ilyra will assist you in finding a suitable vehicle form. Initially thrilled at the prospect of joining Optimus on a mission, Ilyra was taken aback by his words and pointed at herself. What? Me help him? Optimus nodded affirmatively. I trust you can help Smokescreen find an appropriate vehicle form. But does that mean I cannot join you on the mission? Ilyra exclaimed. She was eager to encounter the rare red energy entity, a phenomenon she had scarcely researched. Acquiring even a small sample would provide invaluable material for her studies. You have already participated in numerous battles. To ensure your safety, you need not join this mission. Optimus explained to Ilyra. With that, Optimus led the remaining Autobots towards the location of the red energy entity, leaving Smokescreen and Ilyra to gaze at each other in bewilderment. A profound silence enveloped the base. With a resigned sigh, Ilyra remarked, Very well, Smokescreen. Shall I take you to find a cool vehicle form? Smokescreen sighed in return. All right, dear human guide, to be honest, I would rather accompany Optimus on a mission. Ilyra covered her face. I wish to go on a mission as well. As her words hung in the air, Ilyra raised her gaze to meet Smokescreen's eyes, and they both recognized the shared sense of resignation. Alas, alas, both human and machine sighed simultaneously. Even Ratchet could not bear to witness their lamentation. If you two continue sighing, the carbon emissions will be enough to melt the Earth's glaciers, raising sea levels by 5 centimeters. Ilyra and Smokescreen perched on a small hill beside the road, observing the passing vehicles. Ilyra pointed at a small car. What about that one? Smokescreen shook his head. No, it looks too cumbersome. Ilyra then indicated a small truck. What about that? Smokescreen again shook his head. That seems more fitting for Ratchet. Ilyra pointed to a passing cement mixer. How about that cement truck? Smokescreen scoffed. Pa, I'm not a construction worker. I refuse to transform into a cement truck. Honestly, are there only these vehicles on your planet? In truth, there are many others, but this is the countryside, and I cannot immediately find you a cool model, Ilyra replied, rising from the hill and brushing off the dust from her clothes. In the pursuit of an aesthetically pleasing vehicle form, one may find that patience is paramount, especially when seeking an appealing car on the highway. Disappointed, Smoke hung his head, expressing his disdain for idle waiting. Ilyra pondered for a moment, urging him not to fret. However, if he truly wished to avoid the wait, she suggested heading a bit further north, where an open racing track awaited. She promised that the vehicles there would be both striking and eye-catching. By the time Ilyra and Smoke returned to the base, night had fallen. Smoke took a full 2 hours to finalize his vehicle form, and he was exceedingly pleased with his choice. He took Ilyra for several exhilarating spins before agreeing to return to the base. Upon their arrival, they learned that Red Spider was also vying for the red energy core, and Smoke eagerly prepared to assist, only to be met with a firm refusal from Ambulance. Reluctant to concede, Smoke retrieved a phase shifter from within the base and stealthily brought Ilyra along. Observing Smoke's retreating figure, Ilyra felt a twinge of concern. Are you certain you're allowed to take the phase shifter? Shouldn't there be a procedure for acquiring artifacts? She inquired. Just then, Ambulance emerged from behind Ilyra, hands on his hips and a stern expression on his face. Ilyra is correct. Obtaining artifacts requires following the proper protocol. Had Ilyra not been here, I would have questioned your presence, Ambulance stated. Smoke, now in a state of urgency, pleaded, Please, ambulance. Let me take the phase shifter to provide support. Yes, ambulance. Allow me to accompany Smoke. Alora chimed in. I truly wish to see what the red energy core looks like. The two disobedient youths caused such a racket that ambulance's receiver ached. Irritated, he turned and headed toward the base's main hall, declaring, You two, follow me. Chapter 78. Young lady, conceal your schemes. The sight of Red Spider clad in supreme armor was particularly comical, resembling a child wearing oversized shoes. Hidden behind a container, Alora could not suppress her laughter, inadvertently drawing the attention of RC. In disbelief, RC rushed to Alora's side, her voice urgent. Smoke brought you here? Alora recoiled slightly, explaining, I wanted to see the red energy core myself, but ambulance is aware of my presence. RC frowned in exasperation. We will discuss this matter with ambulance upon our return to the base. For now, stay here and keep yourself safe while Bumblebee and I retrieve the red energy core. With that, RC and Bumblebee ascended the crane, where the red energy core dangled in midair, necessitating a climb to access it. Red Spider, clad in supreme armor, was formidable enough to rival Optimus Prime, effortlessly swatting RC and Bumblebee aside with a mere wave of his hand. In his inflated ego, he regarded the Autobots with disdain, reaching out to ascend the crane in pursuit of the red energy core. However, he had not anticipated the presence of Smokescreen, who utilized a phase shifter to completely disarm the Red Spider supreme armor. With the operator's supreme armor now lying on the ground, just before Ilyxia, an idea suddenly sparked in her mind. She had a clever little plan. Without the supreme armor, the Red Spider was merely a fragile being, clutching a substantial mass of red energy ore. As he stepped back, preparing to launch the projectiles from his wrist, Ilyora's optical sensors captured her recklessly dashing towards the supreme armor. The Red Spider shifted his target, rather than risk a potentially ineffective strike against the new recruit Optimus. It was far more advantageous to eliminate a human companion. If I cannot possess it, neither shall you. With that, he unhesitatingly fired a projectile in Ilyora's direction. Boom! The projectile struck with a resounding blast. Smokescreen was the first to react. No. Ilyxia, a massive cloud of smoke billowed up, instantly capturing the attention of all Autobots. Sensing his objective achieved, the Red Spider smugly retrieved his terrestrial bridge remote, intending to vacate the scene. Red Spider, leave the red energy ore behind. The voice of Ilyxia pierced through before her form emerged from the smoke, clad in the supreme armor. She charged directly at the Red Spider, swinging her fist with such speed that he had no time to react. The Red Spider fell to the ground, clutching his face, feeling as though he had been struck by Megatron himself. How else could he explain seeing Megatron's shadow in the combat stance of this human girl? Empowered by the supreme armor, Ilyxia felt as if she had returned to her mechanical form, her strength and speed reaching an apex. She felt capable of defeating the Red Spider with 3 decisive blows. Smokescreen rushed to Ilyora's side, exclaiming, Oh my! Ilyxia, you're so cool. Ilyxia glanced at Smokescreen before turning her focus back to the Red Spider, who had stumbled back a few paces. Hand over the red energy, or otherwise, I shall knock you unconscious and deliver you to Silas for dissection. The Red Spider, still clutching the red energy, or rose to his feet. Have your circuits malfunctioned? Such foul language. Seeing that the Red Spider was ungrateful, Ilyxia decided to charge at him, preparing to demonstrate what true power meant. However, the Red Spider was no novice. He thrived on the energy and was adept at various escape tactics. While activating the terrestrial bridge, he fired another projectile at Ilyxia. Though the projectile had considerable force, Ilyxia felt secure within the supreme armor, yet Smokescreen needed to evade quickly. The projectile exploded against the armor, and Ilyxia hurriedly pushed aside the smoke to locate the Red Spider. But all she found was an empty ground and remnants of the red energy, or curfew. He escaped. Ilyxia stomped her foot in frustration. Optimus Prime returned to Ilyora's side, accompanied by RC and Bumblebee. He gazed down at Ilyxia, remarking, It seems our new recruit still requires some training and discipline. Ilyxia immediately understood whom Optimus was referring to and swiftly interjected on behalf of Smokescreen. It was my decision to come. This is not Smokescreen's fault. RC raised an eyebrow. I believe both of them require training. Optimus nodded in agreement. RC is correct. Ilyxia, your recent reckless use of the supreme armor was exceedingly perilous. I hope that in future battles, you prioritize your safety above all else." With her head bowed in response to Optimus's reprimand, Ilyxia conceded, "All right, it won't happen again." "Optimus, I believe this matter is indeed my fault." Smokescreen hastily defended Ilyxia. "I insisted on bringing her to the battlefield, and I assured Ratchet that I would safeguard her, yet I failed to keep a proper watch over her." Optimus glanced at Smokescreen, then at Ilyxia, who, despite donning the Supreme armor, still fell short of his height. He refrained from expressing his opinions immediately and instead activated the communication device. "Ratchet, initiate the land bridge. We have returned with a special artifact." It appeared this issue would need to be resolved back at the base. Chapter 79. The poor Ratchet since the incident with the Crimson Energy Entity. Smokescreen had undergone extensive training at the base on procedural protocols. He had never encountered a place with as many regulations as Optimus Prime's headquarters on Cybertron. While he grumbled internally, he gloomily picked up a fallen wheelchair in the corner. His task for the day was to ensure the base maintained the most fundamental level of cleanliness. Upon Ilyxia's arrival, she immediately noticed Smokescreen's dejected demeanor, resembling an undercharged energy entity. Curiously, she approached and patted his stabilizer, asking, "What's the matter, Smokescreen? Did you not charge fully, or did you not rest well?" Smokescreen looked down at Ilyxia and, seeing her, felt even more disheartened. "It's not that. I rested well, it's just that I'm utterly bored. Optimus has kept me confined to the base for several days, assigning me no tasks, and I can only clean." "Oh, is that all? Don't worry about it." Ilyxia empathized with Smokescreen, showcasing the data pad in her hand. "I was also restricted by Optimus for an entire week from participating in any base activities. And even after that week, I had to assist them in recording the energy entity reserves." Ilyxia activated the memo function on the data pad, muttering, "To be honest, the Decepticon technology is remarkably useful." Smokescreen, intrigued by the data pad, inquired, "Why is this data pad Decepticon technology? Did you steal it from Megatron?" "No. I acquired it when I was kidnapped aboard the Decepticon warship," Ilyxia replied with a hint of pride. "This data pad is incredibly effective. Decepticon technology is indeed impressive." Smokescreen was taken aback by the phrase, "kidnapped aboard the Decepticon warship." "What? Have you ever been kidnapped to the Decepticon's lair?" Ilyxia nodded. "Indeed. I spent quite a considerable time aboard their warship." Suddenly, her words were interrupted by a thunderous explosion resonating through the base's hall. Both Ilyxia and Smokescreen, startled by the sound, hurried to the hall, only to discover that it was Jack's volcanic project that had erupted. Jack stood awkwardly at the side, offering an embarrassed smile. "This is actually Raffi's final project." "Why a volcano again? What happened to the one the ambulance helped him with last time?" Ilyxia inquired. "Jack began to clean up the remnants of the failed volcano. It was too advanced and got sent back by the teacher. Now he has to redo it." Ilyxia approached the debris of the volcano and chuckled. "Your teacher is quite strict. For my science project back in the day, I created a bug that could consume metal, and my teacher accepted it." "You made a metal-eating bug?" Jack exclaimed in surprise. Ilyxia shrugged. "What is wrong with that? Science projects are meant to spark our imagination, right? I simply envisioned a bug that could eat metal." "That sounds rather painful," Smokescreen remarked, as his CPU extracted an image of the metal-eating bug, causing him to instinctively grasp his arm, a phantom pain surging through him. He shuddered at the thought of a metal-eating bug gnawing at his metallic skin. Hearing the commotion, Meichi and the Partition also made their way from the infirmary. However, as soon as the Partition arrived in the hall, he despondently slumped down. Seeing his gloomy demeanor, the ambulance couldn't help but scold him. "Partition, you cannot allow your legs to deteriorate like this. Your rehabilitation training is not yet complete." "Oh, what is the use? Even if I recover, Smokescreen will just take my place," the Partition replied, consumed by despair. He initially intended to remain seated, but suddenly a thought sparked within him. He looked up at Smokescreen and, as if infused with newfound energy, stood up excitedly, clutching a large mass of metal balls to practice with. Smokescreen, puzzled, remarked, "What is wrong with Partition? His legs seem quite agile to me." The ambulance scoffed. If only his mind could be as nimble. Ilyxia glanced around and climbed the stairs to the sofa. "By the way, where is Raffi?" Jack was already on the phone with Raffi. "He hasn't shown up at the base and even asked me to help him with his final project. Something must have happened. Let me find out." Raffi soon answered Jack's call, albeit in a deliberately subdued tone. "I'm confined to home because I flunked the exam and submitted the wrong project." My mother won't let me out until my grades improve. Goodness, Raffi, you're grounded for your grades? Ilyra was astonished. It was well known that Raffi had always been a high-achieving student. Meichi, however, understood the situation. For his mother, scoring 99 is considered a failure. I fear I've been at the base too long. Please send my regards to Bumblebee. I will visit him as soon as I can get out. Raffi's voice carried a distinct hint of despondency as he abruptly terminated the call, fearing that if he lingered any longer, his mother would burst through the door and confiscate his phone. Ilyra reminisced about her middle school days, her mother evoking unwelcome memories. Chapter 80, When Megatron Calls. Don't be a fool. Smoke and Ilyra became partners, their minds seemingly synchronized in a peculiar way, engaging in all manner of mischievous and defiant antics without omission, leading to a scenario where both Ilyra and Smoke blamed each other, each convinced it was their fault. Optimus Prime decided to have Ilyra and Smoke team up, allowing them to supervise one another while also enabling her to teach Smoke how to maintain a low profile on Earth. Thus, Ilyra returned home today with Smoke, who accompanied her as she surfed the internet, watching humorous videos. Ilyra laughed so heartily that she nearly slid off the passenger seat, while Smoke chuckled to the point of almost stalling on the road. Upon arriving home, Ilyra felt a lingering sense of exhilaration. As she opened the door, her hands trembled slightly, fumbling with the key several times before finally managing to unlock it. The moment she stepped inside, Ilyra sensed something was amiss. She switched on the living room lights and squinted into her home. At first glance, the furniture appeared unchanged, just as it had been when she left in the morning. Yet something felt peculiar. The home fragrance was consistently lit to maintain an ideal scent, but today it carried an odd odor. Ilyra was uncertain of its nature, but certainly did not bode well. She traversed from the living room to the garage, which still appeared normal. Frowning slightly, she returned to the elevator in the stairwell, pressing the button without hesitation as she stepped inside. Upon entering the basement, Ilyra immediately discerned where the disturbance lay. The expansive basement was in utter disarray, with various machines showing signs of having been disturbed, and even the refined, semi-finished super energy bodies piled in the corner had significantly dwindled. A wave of alarm surged within her. Her primary concern was not with the machines or the super energy bodies, but rather with the computer located deep within the basement. A foreboding sense of dread welled up inside her, prompting Ilyra to quicken her pace, even as she tried to dismiss the thought. However, the grim reality was far more tangible than her imagination could conjure. Her computer was missing. Ilyra instinctively cursed aloud. Damn it! That computer had been opened to her communication channel with Megatron. If the thief were to exploit that channel, it would spell disaster. Ilyra felt utterly helpless. She could not seek assistance from Optimus Prime, for he would uncover her private channel with Megatron. Her only options were to utilize the datapad to locate it, or perhaps call Megatron directly to inform him of her account being compromised. Regardless, she was resolute in her desire to avoid the latter solution. Ilyra emerged from the basement and returned to her bedroom, where she picked up her datapad and opened the communication channel to message Knockout. Ilyra, Knockout, my account has been hacked. Knockout, I am aware. Ilyra, how do you know? Knockout, the same individual who attempted to dismantle Deadlock has stolen your computer. Ilyra, is it that wretched Silas again? Knockout, he contacted Lord Megatron through your channel and fashioned a shell identical to Deadlock's using various scrap materials. Fortunately, Deadlock is on a mission outside. Otherwise, I would just be restraining myself from dismembering him. Knockout, currently, he is aboard the warship negotiating with Lord Megatron. Ilyra, how could Megatron possibly collaborate with him? Silas must be out of his mind. Knockout, who knows? They are planning to activate something called the Damocles satellite. Ilyra, perhaps you should convince Lord Megatron? Ilyra, you can't be suggesting I call Megatron, can you? Knockout, what a splendid idea. Or perhaps you might consider visiting the warship. Ilyra, a phone call is manageable, but a trip to the warship is out of the question. Ilyra exhaled in frustration, setting down the datapad. She was oblivious to the nature of the Damocles satellite, a creation of Silas that undoubtedly harbored ill intentions. The very name evoked thoughts of a high-capacity weapon, perhaps one capable of launching laser attacks on the surface. After a flurry of chaotic thoughts, Ilyra ran her fingers through her hair, only to realize that she had inexplicably agreed to call Megatron. With a deep sigh, she acknowledged her reluctance to reach out to him. Since their last encounter, she had refrained from messaging Megatron, while he had sent her several messages daily, all of which she had read without responding. Very well, very well. Ilyxia directed her gaze toward the button on the communication interface. Although she harbored no expectations of swaying Megatron, she believed her words would carry weight in his mind, if he still regarded her as an old friend. An unfamiliar communication request entered the punishment. Silas stood nearby, perplexed, having just been explaining the Damocles satellite to Megatron. Lord Megatron, this is... Silas's address to Megatron was surprisingly polished, as if he had been a Decepticon for ages despite this being their first conversation. Megatron shot a sidelong glance at Silas. He had no time to indulge in explanations at the expense of missing Ilyxia's call. Who could this be? In an unusual display of levity, Megatron spoke into the communication device, his tone shifting dramatically, with the final note of his sentence rising. Do you have something to convey to me, Ilyxia? Even Megatron unconsciously softened his expression as he faced the screen connecting to the communication. Silas began to doubt the reliability of his own ears and eyes. Was this truly the formidable Megatron? How could he appear so entirely different from just moments ago? Ilyxia interjected. I am too weary to critique your peculiar tone. Silas is by your side, is he not? Upon hearing Silas's name, Megatron furrowed his brow. Is this insufferable human worm the sole reason for your communication with me? Ilyxia replied affirmatively. Instantly, Megatron turned to glare at Silas, who remained utterly oblivious to any wrongdoing on his part. I would advise against collaborating with Silas. Setting aside the peril posed by that Damocles satellite, Silas previously resorted to unscrupulous methods in his research on us. Your Cybertronian biotechnology knows no bounds. Ilyxia's words effectively quelled Megatron's wrath, dismantling Bumblebee and Starscream's transformation gears, disabling Deadlock, and even attempting to drown me in an energon container. Surely this Black Widow has shared such tales with you. Megatron's gaze upon Silas became increasingly menacing. However, he refrained from taking any action against Silas during Ilyxia's communication. That would be a profound disrespect to her, for he intended to meticulously document her voice. Maintaining a calm demeanor towards Ilyxia, Megatron stated, I shall consider your proposal, Ilyxia, yet I fear your communication has arrived at an inopportune moment. My forces are already engaged with your Autobot allies. Upon hearing this, Ilyxia realized she could not sway Megatron. I concede. Without hesitation, she terminated the communication. Her immediate objective now to return to the base and seek Ratchet's assistance for Optimus and the others. Chapter 81. Silas offline Ratchet. The first thing Ilyxia did upon returning to the base was seek Ratchet to inquire about Silas. However, upon entering the empty hall of the base, she was momentarily taken aback. Ratchet, hearing the commotion, turned from his console, equally surprised to see Ilyxia. Ilyxia? What brings you back? Ilyxia hurriedly responded. Silas has stolen my computer. Ratchet's expression shifted to one of realization. I suspected Silas's human technology could not directly breach the firewall. What? But didn't Raph manage to do that as well? Ilyxia questioned, perplexed. That required Agent Fowler to provide him with an access port, Ratchet explained, gesturing towards several communication signals displayed on the screen. As for Raph, the children are currently at his home with Agent Fowler, attempting to decode the Damocles satellite's password. Ilyxia grew increasingly anxious. What can I do to help? Ratchet glanced towards the partition, where another was quietly undergoing rehabilitation. Although he too wished to contribute to the mission, Ratchet insisted that he remain at the base to recuperate. Ilyxia, I understand your urgency, yet the Damocles satellite looming above us is no trivial matter. The ambulance solemnly addressed Ilyxia, stating that it was a large-scale weapon capable of firing lasers at any moment, one that could even melt our own bodies, let alone your fragile human form. Ilyxia's expression froze upon hearing the name Ilyxia. What did you just call me? The ambulance averted its gaze slightly, as if to say, you know perfectly well. All right, Ilyxia, it has come to this. You may deceive yourself, but you cannot deceive me or Optimus. Ilyxia's emotions shifted dramatically, from shock to bewilderment, and finally to a resigned acceptance. She covered her face with her hands, then released them, revealing a slightly weary expression. Fine. I knew I couldn't hide this from you two. But as you can see, ambulance, I no longer possess that towering form. I am not the undefeated champion of the arena. I am but a human, wishing to contribute in some way. Ilyxia spoke earnestly, her words laced with urgency. The Damocles satellite threatened Optimus and Smokescreen, and it was possible that Sellers would directly locate Rafi's home. I cannot stand idly by and watch my friends be bound by a satellite. As Ilyra grew more fervent, she brushed her hair, tousled by the wind on her way to the base, and retrieved a large, glowing crystal from her backpack. The ambulance immediately recognized its significance. What is this? It is a fragment of a processed super-energy core, Ilyra exhaled. Use it for the partition. It should help him recover somewhat. The ambulance accepted the super-energy core, which had been large in Ilyra's hands, but shrank to the size of a palm in its grasp. Ilyra fixed a determined gaze on the ambulance's optical sensors. Please, allow me to go to the battlefield. I will make Sellers pay for his transgressions. To ensure Ilyra's safety, the ambulance ultimately decided against letting her venture alone into combat. Instead, sending the partition infused with the super-energy core alongside her to Rafi's residence. The timing was perfect. As soon as Ilyra arrived in the neighborhood, she spotted Sellers, transformed into vehicle form, preparing to launch an attack on Rafi's room. Infuriated, she dashed from the partition's vehicle mode and struck Sellers' window with her sword. Ilyra had specifically brought a short sword, facilitating her intent to dismantle Sellers piece by piece. Smashing his window was merely the beginning. She thrust the sword into the driver's seat. Unfortunately, Sellers reacted swiftly, transforming into his humanoid form in an attempt to seize Ilyra. However, the partition was also a seasoned warrior. Upon observing Sellers' intentions, it immediately accelerated towards him, colliding directly with Sellers and sending him crashing into the parched riverbed at the edge of the community. Silas rolled twice before coming to a halt, awkwardly rising to engage in combat with the barrier. Despite being infused with Cybertronian life technology, he remained fundamentally human, experiencing pain in his battered body, which was already marred with wounds. Battling the injured barrier, he barely managed to gain the upper hand. Ilyra hurried to the scene of their conflict, determined not to let Silas gain any advantage. Employing her previous strategy against Megatron, she sees an opportunity to climb onto Silas's chassis and aim for his optical sensor. However, this tactic proved ineffective. Striking the optical sensor did not inflict direct harm upon Silas, as it was located near the spark at his chest. Instead, it merely obstructed his vision without incapacitating him. Well done, Ilyra, the barrier encouraged. Silas found Ilyra insufferably bothersome and swatted her to the ground. Fortunately, she had anticipated this and managed to roll twice before landing unsteadily. Just then, she noticed Smokescreen charging in from the land bridge, directly colliding with Silas, who had aimed to attack the barrier. Outnumbered 3-1, Silas was clearly at a disadvantage. At that moment, Megatron commanded him to return to the warship. Assuming he had finally been accepted into the Decepticons, Silas joyfully transformed into vehicle mode and fled. Smokescreen scooped up the muddy and grimy Ilyra, returning her to the riverbank. Look at you covered in mud. Ilyra huffed. It's his good fortune that I didn't personally deal with Silas. The barrier limped over to Ilyra, reassuring her. Do not blame yourself, Ilyra. You have already contributed immensely. At least you managed to damage one of Silas's optical sensors. Smokescreen remarked. Your strength is truly remarkable. Meanwhile, aboard the Vengeance, Lord Megatron, as you have seen, this blunder was entirely the fault of that human named Ilyra. Silas, in a pitiful attempt to find excuses, was oblivious to the relationship between Ilyra and Megatron. He desperately pleaded, if you give me a chance to eliminate her. Before he could finish, Knockout struck him with a tranquilizer stick, his expression darkening unusually. Silas, your chatter is excessive. Utter another word, and I shall remove your vocalizer for research. Silas collapsed awkwardly to the ground, casting a pleading glance at Megatron, who merely watched him with narrowed optical sensors. I offer you a valuable piece of advice, Silas, Megatron said, looking down upon him. It is your first day with the Decepticons, so you are understandably unaware that the master of the Vengeance is not solely me. Silas was bewildered by this statement. What? Knockout ordered 2 minions to drag Silas's immobile form step by step towards the exit, sneering, You truly are foolish, Silas. Silas was utterly oblivious to the riddle being posed by Megatron, his entire form rendered immobile by anesthesia, leaving only his mouth capable of movement. Even as he was being dragged away, he muttered words of discontent. Chapter 82. Driving test, the driver promptly uploaded photographs of the two of you onto the internet. Jack felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he gazed at the images on the computer screen, which featured Bumblebee and Smokescreen on the highway. Truth be told, they were rather well captured. The photo depicted Smokescreen and Bumblebee together, taken during their journey back to base. Smokescreen had encountered an overly ambitious driver who, unfamiliar with the rules, transformed right before the human's eyes without the slightest attempt at concealment. Elita, one observed the images on the computer with keen interest, exclaiming, "Hey, this person really has a good eye. Bumblebee looks absolutely adorable in this shot." However, Ratchet was less than pleased. He confronted Smokescreen, saying, "Is this what you learned from Master Titanium? I doubt he would tolerate such irresponsible behavior from you." Smokescreen drooped his door and wheels, responding despondently, "I apologize, Ratchet. I know I messed up. It's a minor issue. Just have Raph black out these photos." Elita, one suggested, ever the idea generator. Indeed, Raph was willing to assist Smokescreen. Yet hacking was not Raph's primary expertise. Optimus Prime then interjected, "However, I believe we all share a degree of responsibility in this matter." Ratchet, intrigued, asked, "Are you joking? What responsibility could we possibly have?" Optimus continued, "I think we have expended too much energy in evading major crises, while neglecting smaller matters, such as teaching Smokescreen how to conduct himself on this planet. Isn't Elita, one already teaching Smokescreen?" RC remarked. Optimus pondered before responding. "I believe Elita One's teaching style is rather unconventional. From today onward, she will need to adopt a more systematic approach to impart some fundamental knowledge to Smokescreen." Elita One, having been called out, looked up at Optimus. "If you mean traffic rules, of course I can teach him. I will ensure Smokescreen learns well." RC chimed in teasingly, "Just don't get sidetracked halfway through." Instantly, Smokescreen transformed into vehicle mode, carrying Elita One away from the base. As Elita One took the driver's seat, she inquired, "How well do you understand human traffic regulations?" The Autobot emblem on Smokescreen's steering wheel flickered, and he cautiously asked, "If I tell you the truth, will you strike me?" Elita One replied, "Surely you can't be completely unaware?" Smokescreen fell silent for 3 seconds before apologizing. "I'm sorry." Elita One sighed in mild exasperation. "It's all right. It's quite simple to learn. Just stop at red lights and go at green." "Very well. We have now arrived at an intersection," Elita One said as she began to review the traffic rules with Smokescreen. "Green means go, but what about yellow?" Smokescreen excitedly exclaimed. "Yellow means go faster." With that, he pressed the accelerator, speeding forward. Elita One gripped the steering wheel and shouted, "Hey, Smokescreen." Fortunately, Smoke halted just before the yellow light turned red, narrowly crossing the line. With a gleeful chuckle, he said, He just teasing you." Ilyxia frowned slightly, replying, "This isn't amusing at all. Optimus sent you to learn the rules, not to race." Smoke quickly offered an apology. "All right, I'm sorry. But Jack mentioned you enjoy racing, so I thought you would like it." Upon hearing this, Ilyxia glanced at Smoke's dashboard. "Can you really reach 260? She inquired. "Absolutely. My speed is remarkable," Smoke boasted. Ilyxia pondered for a moment, then checked the time on her phone. It was just past 4 in the afternoon. "Never mind. Let's not take Smoke racing. It could lead to bad habits." In fact, Smoke was roughly the same age as Jack, truly a youthful vehicle. As the green light illuminated, Ilyxia remained lost in thought. Noticing her distraction, Smoke asked Ilyxia, "What are you thinking about?" She snapped back to reality. "Huh? Oh, it's nothing. Let's take another lap before heading back to the base. The time is about right." Smoke readily agreed. "Sure, but won't that be too short? Shouldn't we do a few more laps? Learning a traffic rule shouldn't take long. Half an hour should suffice." Ilyxia replied, "When we return, I'll inform Optimus that you passed your driving test. He won't suspect a thing." Chapter 83, The Sword in the Stone. Ultimately, Ilyxia and Smoke took a couple more laps before returning to the base. However, upon their arrival, they found the hall eerily empty. After inquiring with the ambulance, they learned that Optimus and the entire team had deployed to search for the artifact. Yet, it seemed Optimus's communication was disrupted, as no matter how the ambulance called out, he did not respond. "What is going on?" Ilyxia questioned. "Our sensors have detected a second Iron Fortress positioning beacon, but I can't reach Optimus," the ambulance explained. Smoke exclaimed loudly, "I can't believe this." "Smoke, no foul language," Ilyxia admonished. Smoke blinked his optical sensors and explained that was merely an exclamatory expression. The ambulance observed Smoke closely. "Are you going alone?" Ilyora can join as well. Smoke earnestly looked at the ambulance. Of course, if you permit it. The ambulance contemplated for a moment. All right then. It promptly activated the land bridge for Smoke, yet he did not enter immediately. Instead, he turned to Ilyora. He said okay, but I sense he might prefer I not go alone. Ilyora glanced at the land bridge, then at the ambulance's retreating form, feeling a tinge of hesitation. Smoke, you truly understand? She remarked. Ultimately, Ilyora decided to accompany Smoke on the quest for the artifact. No, this was not her desire to embark on the mission. It was Smoke's invitation, certainly not her own initiative. As she dashed across the land bridge, arms wide open, she cheered, hooray! A mission for the artifact without Optimus. The smoke screen was exhilarating. Hooray! It's a duo mission with Ilyora. Let us hasten to find the artifact. As they took 2 steps forward, they spotted a sizable contingent of Decepticons excavating at the foot of a rocky hill, with even mechanical insects among their ranks. Ilyora appeared from behind a stone, squinting. Is that a sword in the stone? Smokescreen recognized it. That is likely no ordinary sword. It must be the Star Sword, a legendary artifact forged by the great Vector Prime. It is said to possess the power of the Energon Matrix. I must seize it and make Optimus Prime proud. Ilyora remarked. Your knowledge of these artifacts is impressive. It is no wonder you serve alongside Master Ratchet. However, I believe this is not a prudent course of action. Smokescreen, puzzled, inquired why not. Ilyora glanced sideways, because Megatron is also present. Megatron was personally directing the excavation crew, and Smokescreen, gazing at him, mused, it is the Dark Lord himself. This would be an opportune moment to catch him off guard. Wait, Smokescreen, do not rush in. Ilyora immediately halted him. Why hasn't Team Megatron removed the Star Sword himself? Perhaps he has a cleanliness obsession? Smokescreen speculated. Ilyora shook her head. I find that unlikely. Is this not an artifact? If Megatron could wield it, he would have done so by now. Smokescreen asked, what do you mean? Ilyora hypothesized. I suspect Megatron may not be able to extract the sword at all. Otherwise, why would he expend so much effort digging around it? I believe we should wait for Optimus and the others, hey. Smokescreen. While Ilyora was still in the midst of conjecturing, Smokescreen dashed forward, leaving her no chance to voice her concerns. With a swift slide, he began to attack the Decepticon foot soldiers. Ilyora, watching from a distance, felt anxious. At least take me with you. Knowing Smokescreen would undoubtedly struggle against the Decepticons, she swiftly contacted an ambulance before charging out. Ultimately, Smokescreen, ever the reckless one, charged directly toward the Star Sword. Unfortunately, he was unable to extract it and was soon subdued by the Decepticon foot soldiers, employing overwhelming numbers. Observing Smokescreen's plight from her hiding spot, Ilyora abruptly ended her call with the ambulance. Apologies, but I must rescue Smokescreen. She swiftly advanced, attempting to strike the distracted Decepticon soldiers, perhaps by climbing onto a machine and poking their optics, but she was too conspicuous, catching Megatron's attention immediately. Ilyora? Megatron's tone rose significantly, and he promptly commanded, concentrate fire on that Autobot. Upon hearing Megatron's orders, Ilyora glanced at the foot soldiers and mechanical insects, realizing they had all turned their focus toward Smokescreen. Meanwhile, Megatron leisurely approached Ilyora, who retreated several steps on high alert. Megatron, do not revel in your triumph. Optimus Prime shall arrive shortly. That little fool is your partner? Truly, he is quite the reckless one. Megatron turned his gaze towards the subdued Smokescreen and shook his head. He then looked down at Ilyora and remarked, every time I see your human form, it deepens my longing for your true mechanical body. Pray tell, Shia, when do you wish to return to your original form? Chapter 84. Extraordinary Sword Chi, that is a pertinent question, yet I confess I do not possess the answer, Ilyora replied, her hands on her hips. I do not even know the whereabouts of my body. Perhaps it is still drifting through the cosmos. Megatron raised an eyebrow, about to respond, when suddenly a cerulean bullet struck his shoulder armor. Wincing in pain, he instinctively lowered his shoulder. Ilyora turned to follow the trajectory of the bullet, and, indeed, it was Optimus Prime accompanied by the Autobots coming to provide assistance. However, Optimus only fired that one shot and did not continue the confrontation with Megatron. Instead, he raced towards the mountain where the sword was embedded. He needed to acquire the Star Sword. In pursuit of this sacred artifact, Megatron commanded his warship to relocate the mountain itself, which now dangled in midair, requiring Optimus some time to reach it. RC dashed forward, clutching Ilyxia protectively to prevent her from being harmed, while simultaneously firing several rounds at Megatron. Once she confirmed that Ilyxia was safe, she directed her gaze at Optimus, determined not to allow him to seize the Star Sword. Transforming swiftly, Megatron charged towards Optimus, while RC ensured Ilyxia was escorted away from the battlefield. After reiterating her warning not to wander off, RC turned back to join the fray. It is well known that the admonition "do not wander off" holds little sway over Ilyxia. Yet this time, she surprisingly complied, not due to the chaotic skirmish or the fear of being caught in the crossfire, but because her attention was fixated on Optimus and his endeavor to claim the Star Sword. Optimus leaped into the air, grasping the hilt of the sword. In mere moments, the once metallic hilt began to radiate an extraordinary blue glow, activating the power of the Star Sword, enabling him to effortlessly withdraw it. He descended from the heights, the blade shimmering with a resplendent azure light. Whoever claimed this sword was difficult to wield must have been mistaken. It is simply magnificent, Ilyxia marveled. Then, before everyone's eyes, Optimus showcased his prowess. With the Star Sword, he cleaved through the descending mountain, the act appearing almost effortless. He even directed a surge of sword energy towards the Nemesis, causing it to emit smoke. Ilyxia blinked slowly. Was that sword energy? Smokescreen, gliding in, appeared equally astonished. It seems so. Startled by his sudden presence, Ilyxia exclaimed, "When did you arrive?" Smokescreen gestured towards the fallen foot soldiers on the ground. "I arrived just as you lifted your gaze to watch Optimus claim the sword." Having concluded the battle, Arsai approached Ilyxia and smoke amidst the remnants of the battlefield. Upon noticing that Arsai's optical lens was fixed upon Ilyxia, Smoke immediately attempted to offer an explanation. "Arsai, please listen to me." However, Arsai brusquely pushed him aside, lowering her gaze to Ilyxia. "Ilyxia, what are your true thoughts?" Ilyxia promptly bowed her head, exclaiming, "I'm sorry. I was wrong." Arsai, taken aback by Ilyora's hasty apology, retorted, "What good does mere apology do?" At that moment, Optimus Prime approached, accompanied by Bumblebee and a barricade. Ilyxia became acutely aware of the 3 pairs of eyes upon her, her embarrassment causing her to shuffle her toes against the ground. "I won't dare again," she stammered. Realizing the inappropriateness of the situation, Arsai shook her head and suggested, "Let us return to the base." Once back at the base, Ilyxia faced yet another round of admonishment, an ongoing tradition within the confines of the base. Yet this time was different. Ilyxia was sentenced to compose 1,000-word self-reflection. As she lamented and pleaded with Arsai to rescind the punishment, Smoke found himself on the receiving end of a reprimand from the medical team as well. By the time they departed the base, both wore long faces akin to remorseful schoolchildren, though in truth they had indeed erred. Under Ilyora's desperate pleas, the self-reflection assignment was doubled to 1,000 words. As Ilyxia approached Smoke's vehicle form, she felt as though her spirit had wholly vacated her body, residing instead within the machinery. How could one commit such a grave error that warranted a doubling of penance? Sitting in the passenger seat, Ilyxia furiously typed on her phone. Smoke, intrigued, inquired, "What are you doing?" She replied in a flat tone, "Writing my self-reflection." A hint of guilt tinged Smoke's voice as he said, "I'm truly sorry. It was my fault you were reprimanded and have to write that. It's nothing of great consequence. I usually just search for a reflection online and copy it." Ilyxia responded while continuing her typing, "Though now I have to transcribe it at home, which is rather tedious." As Smoke revved the engine and merged onto the highway, he wished to say something further, but noticed Ilyxia had donned headphones, engrossed in her task, projecting an aura of isolation. The Autobot symbol on the steering wheel flickered momentarily before he swallowed his words back into silence. Chapter 85. Partners. Not new flames, Smoke halted steadily before the garage door of Ilyora's home. He had intended to drive directly into the garage, for the evening winds in Jasper were rather brisk. Entering the garage would allow Ilyxia to avoid the chill and prevent any unforeseen ailments, such as a cold. Yet, another vehicle already occupied the space. Ilyora's gaze fell upon the striking red sports car. Her spirits instantly lifted. "Is that Knockout?" Smoke, puzzled by the name, replied, "Isn't that your car?" Ilyxia clarified, "No, he is, a friend." Rapidly, she mentally traversed her network of relationships, realizing that Smoke indeed had never crossed paths with Knockout. During this time, she had been preoccupied with Smoke, leaving no opportunity for an encounter with Knockout. Thus, Smokescreen should remain unaware that the vehicle before him belonged to the Decepticons. This realization offered Ilyra a momentary sense of relief. However, prudence dictated that she exercise caution. She alighted from her vehicle and approached the window of the incapacitated driver, whispering, "What brings you here?" The driver glanced at Smokescreen and exclaimed, "Goodness, Ilyra, have you already found a new companion? What of Lord Megatron?" Ilyra was taken aback. "What are you talking about? Smokescreen is merely my partner." The driver chuckled playfully. "I'm just jesting. Lord Megatron sent me to retrieve a computer. It's on the table." Ilyora's gaze shifted to the desk against the wall, where her laptop was indeed resting. "Very well. I must return. Deadlock is awaiting me aboard the Nemesis," the driver remarked. "Oh, and I found a plethora of intriguing content on your computer, so I made a copy." After uttering this, he transformed and departed the garage, leaving Ilyra rooted in place, her eyes wide with shock. This was disastrous. Her computer contained numerous films and novels from Earth. Moreover, there was a story she had written based on Megatron-esque character. That piece was a relic from her earlier days, a time when she was still acclimating to Earth-esque culture, filled with a haphazard melange of Cybertronian language and Earth-esque script. Ilyra cradled her head in despair, exclaiming, "Oh no, that is all my cringeworthy history." Smokescreen, observing the departing driver, was increasingly perplexed. He maintained his vehicle form and rolled a few paces to Ilyora's side. "What troubles you?" Ilyra's voice was subdued. "It's nothing. You should return to the base to recharge and rest. You appear quite forlorn." Smokescreen maneuvered into the garage, transforming and squatting to gaze intently at Ilyra. "Are you all right?" "Well enough, save for the embarrassment of my past being exposed," Ilyra replied. Smokescreen remained oblivious to the source of her distress. He silently regarded Ilyra, sensing a tinge of sorrow himself. "Oh, my friends, I intended to convey a tale of partnership and camaraderie, yet I now discern the peculiar dynamic between Ilyra and Smokescreen. Have I perhaps overstepped?" The following day, Ilyra awoke around noon. She had been reviewing her notes until the early hours, initially intending to listen to music while transcribing. However, she became engrossed in the browser's pages and lost track of time, ultimately spending half an hour distracted. With disheveled hair, Ilyra lay in bed, reluctant to rise. She contemplated sending a message to Mechi, but was abruptly drawn to a familiar head peeking from the window. Startled, Ilyra sprang from her bed and rushed to the window. "Smokescreen, you cannot transform in my backyard. The neighbors will notice." Smoke gestured for Ilyra to calm down, reassuring her, "It's all right, Ilyra. I noticed your neighbor left home this morning. There's no one around, so you needn't worry." Ilyra replied, "But you shouldn't be peeking out from my bedroom window like that. It startled me to see you suddenly appear just as I woke up." Scratching his head, Smoke apologized. "I was concerned when you didn't respond to my messages. I didn't realize you were just resting and charging." Ilyra glanced at her messages and confirmed that Smoke had indeed been messaging her since around 6 or 7 in the morning, but she had been asleep and hadn't replied. She set her phone down and said, "You should change back quickly. I don't want you to be spotted by someone." Smoke promptly acknowledged her request and transformed back into his vehicle form, obediently driving into Ilyora's garage. Ilyra ran her fingers through her hair, putting her phone away as she contemplated her morning routine, only to remember that Smoke was still at her home. Had he not returned to the base last night? With this thought in mind, Ilyra abandoned her washing up and hurried to the garage. "Smoke, did you not return to the base last night?" she inquired as she opened the garage door. In his vehicle form, Smoke replied, "No, I spent the night in your garage. I must say, it's quite spacious." He added, "Oh, and the music you played last night was rather nice. Could you share a playlist with me sometime?" Ilyra was taken aback. "You heard me cursing while I was gaming last night, didn't you?" Smoke hesitated and admitted, "I did hear you, but don't worry, I won't tell anyone." Ilyra closed her eyes in despair, wishing that Smoke would forget the profanity she had uttered, centered around her parents and various relatives. Chapter 86. The ultimate key. Ilyxia gazed out of the sleeping pod's window, but all she could see was darkness. She attempted to rise and push open the pod's door, yet her body felt weak from prolonged dormancy, leaving her too lethargic to even stretch her limbs. Confused, she glanced around, her CPU functioning sluggishly, impairing her ability to connect her memories clearly. This must be Earth, she thought, before she could fully organize her memories of her return. A suffocating sensation of detachment surged within her once more. Ilyra abruptly opened her eyes, the first thing she did was grasp the armrest of the sofa, gasping for breath. The duration of her awakenings had been increasing over time. Under normal circumstances, this would be a good sign, but now it felt more concerning. She needed to devise a plan to ensure the human body was properly taken care of, or else one day, she might collapse in the base. And Smoke would mistakenly think she had simply fallen asleep from exhaustion. Another nightmare? The ambulance, noticing the commotion, glanced at Ilyra and remarked, its optical lens briefly shifting before refocusing on the control panel. You've been having these often. You need to rest well and take care of yourself. It wasn't a nightmare. I was just checking the sleeping pod using my body, Ilyra replied. The ambulance paused for 2 seconds, then surveyed the base hall, ensuring that no Autobots, aside from Optimus Prime, were present before speaking. Has your stasis pod arrived on Earth? Ilyra shook her head. I'm uncertain. My conscious awareness was fleeting, and I could only see darkness outside the pod. That poses quite a dilemma, the ambulance replied. It seems we must wait until your body has fully recovered to ascertain its location. After a moment's contemplation, the ambulance continued, Ilyra, during your absence from the base a few days ago, Optimus Prime received some information from the Star Sword, relayed by Master Titanium. Among the messages, one pertains to you, and he instructed me to convey it. Ilyra inquired, oh, why didn't he send a direct communication? Perhaps he wished for me to relay it personally, the ambulance suggested. Ilyra approached the ambulance, who leaned down to whisper a phrase in her ear. Upon hearing it, Ilyra scratched her head, blinking in confusion. What does the source of all life mean? Upon hearing Ilyra casually repeat Master Titanium's words, the ambulance immediately placed a finger to his lips and gestured for silence. Lower your voice. This is classified information. Do not utter it carelessly. Only you, I, and Optimus Prime are privy to this. Please do not disclose it to anyone else. Ilyra nodded vigorously. I understand. I shall keep this to myself. With that, she mimicked zipping her lips shut. The ambulance nodded in acknowledgement. That is good to hear. At that moment, Optimus Prime deciphered the first set of coordinates regarding the ultimate key at the operations console, while Smokescreen and RC prepared to set out for the location. Ilyra watched Smokescreen with wide eyes, and he understood her unspoken question, glancing at Optimus Prime. Smokescreen then spoke. Should we take along? RC anticipated his words. Are you suggesting we bring Ilyra? That is acceptable. Smokescreen's CPU had yet to process the information. This time, I must ensure Ilyora's safety. RC chuckled like a caretaker. I've seen Ilyora's reflections. Her handwritten notes were quite sincere, and she carries a locator. However, there is one caveat. Smokescreen awaited her elaboration eagerly. She must remain within your chest compartment. Isn't that rather confining? Smokescreen queried. RC clarified that Ilyra would need to occupy the passenger seat, which was conveniently located within Smokescreen's chest compartment. Ilyra dashed to Smokescreen's feet. I promised to complete the mission. With that, Smokescreen transformed into vehicle mode, accommodating Ilyra, then reverted to his humanoid form and opened his chest compartment. Ilyra poked her head out, her upper body nestled securely within, exuding an air of safety. Smokescreen gazed down at the top of Ilyora's head, marveling, you look like a baby kangaroo. Exchanging glances with Optimus Prime, the ambulance sighed. You should be on your way now. The tone was imbued with a sense of resignation. After traversing the land bridge, the two machines and a human discovered that their destination was a desert, where a pyramid loomed before them. Elsie glanced at the signal tracker in her hand, turning it this way and that, confirming the direction of the signal. The absence of positioning beacons in the vicinity indicated that the sacred artifact remained buried underground. Elsie spoke. Ilyra, nestled within the Smokescreen's armor, observed as they ventured into the passage beneath the pyramid. Such a scene was something she had only witnessed in adventurous documentaries before. Upon reaching the end of the corridor, Smoke and Elsie combined their efforts to pry open a small sarcophagus, revealing the ultimate key within. Ilyra leaned forward, straining to see. What purpose does this object serve? Smoke held the key aloft. Optimus Prime stated that this key could restore the glory of Cybertron, though I cannot discern its utility at present. Elsie corrected him. There are 4 in total. Only when all 4 are united can Cybertron be restored. Having secured the sacred artifact, they did not linger. After returning the sarcophagus, they retraced their steps. Just as they were nearing the exit, Elsie, walking ahead, seemed to catch sight of something, stopping abruptly to look back at Smoke. Smoke, retract your armor. Ilyra obediently withdrew her head, and Smoke inquired, what is it? Alcee then turned back to continue walking. I spotted a silhouette outside. Indeed, as Alcee and Smoke emerged, they beheld Megatron. However, something was amiss with Megatron standing outside. His right hand appeared altered from its original form. Chapter 87. The ultimate key allergy Ilyxia, ensconced within the armor, was unaware of the events unfolding outside. She could only hear Megatron's voice, and while she remained puzzled as to why he personally sought the sacred artifact, she suddenly felt Smoke bolt forward, causing the entire armor to jolt violently. As Ilyxia rolled within the confines of the armor for the first time, she wished for Smoke to move with a gentler pace, clutching her head in an attempt to shield herself. The air was filled with the sounds of gunfire and the heavy thuds of Megatron's footsteps, which Ilyxia could easily distinguish. Uncertain of what transpired outside, it seemed Smoke abruptly halted. Just as Ilyxia wondered whether the battle had ceased, a strange noise surged forth, crashing violently against the exterior of the armor. Smoke cried out in pain, stumbling backward, and Ilyxia knocked on the armor, urgently asking, "What happened? Are you all right, Smoke?" Ultimately, Smoke crashed hard to the ground, and Ilyxia was astonished to find herself ejected from the armor, not merely thrown out, but having passed right through it. Dazed, she looked at herself as she landed in the sand, while Smoke was propelled several meters backward by inertia. She glanced down at herself, pinched her arm. It hurt. Confirming this was no dream. Ilyxia lay on the desert floor, momentarily disregarding her own well-being, and instead brushed the sand off her legs before rushing to find Smoke. To her astonishment, as soon as her hand made contact with the smoke screen, it passed right through, completely intangible. Ilyxia curiously probed back and forth, questioning the reality of the phenomenon, and finally, after a prolonged gaze, she discerned the phase shifter resting on the wrist of the smoke screen. That startled me. Ilyxia sighed deeply. She approached the smoke screen's receiver, attempting to rouse him. "Wake up, smoke screen. You must awaken." Instinctively, Ilyxia reached out to shake his shoulder, only for her hand to glide effortlessly through the armor on his shoulder. With a hint of disappointment, she withdrew her hand and remarked to the smoke screen, "Youth truly has its advantages. You could just fall asleep at will." Ilyxia turned her gaze toward the direction where the smoke screen had been flung, as it appeared that the force of Megatron's strike had propelled both him and Ilyxia a considerable distance. Squinting, she could just make out what seemed to be a violet explosion in the distance. What is happening? Is Megatron engaging with the dark energy entity again? Moonlight. From the site of the violet explosion, another blue burst erupted. Are they setting off fireworks in the desert? While Ilyxia scrutinized the scene, the smoke screen began to stir, rubbing his head as he rose. His immediate concern was to check his chest armor, and upon realizing Ilyxia was absent, he frantically searched around until he finally spotted her beside him. "What has transpired?" Ilyxia inquired, turning to face the smoke screen and pointing toward the bursts of light in confusion. "Is that Megatron?" The smoke screen nodded. Megatron wielded a sword strikingly similar to the Star Saber. With a single slash of his sword's energy, he sent me flying here. Fortunately, I had the phase shifter with me. "Will the artifact be taken from us?" Ilyxia asked. "I cannot say. Let's go and see." With that, the smoke screen swiftly scooped Ilyxia up and secured her within his chest armor as he dashed forward. Where the violet and blue explosions had occurred was the battlefield between Megatron and Optimus Prime, engaged in a fierce clash amid a chaotic display of vibrant effects. Ilyxia's eyes immediately fell upon the ultimate key embedded in the sand. The key. The smoke screen hastened to retrieve it from the ground, just as Optimus Prime's Star Saber was abruptly severed by Megatron's Dark Star Saber. Ilyxia's eyes widened in shock. "The Star Saber," she exclaimed. In that moment, Megatron reveled in his triumph, having shattered the Autobot leader's weapon, completely oblivious to the smoke screen, who had already acquired the key nearby. "A leader's head is a fitting trophy for me," Megatron declared, raising his Dark Star Saber high. Yet just as he was about to strike, the smoke screen interrupted his movement. This time, he left his armor unsealed, brandishing the ultimate key. "Trophy? Is this what you mean? Whoever possesses it claims it." Ilyxia watched as Megatron's expression shifted from shock to fury. Seizing the opportunity, the smoke screen activated the phase shifter, dashing towards Optimus Prime with the key and Ilyxia in tow. Optimus Prime summoned the ambulance to promptly activate the land bridge. Megatron, consumed by fury, swung his sword towards the two, Yet the blade's energy effortlessly passed through the two machines and one human, affected by the phase shifter. Ilyra locked eyes with Megatron, who initially harbored anger solely due to the theft of the ultimate key. However, upon meeting Iliora's gaze, a murderous intent towards a smoke screen emerged within him. Enraged, Megatron swung his sword once more at Smokescreen. Fortunately, the ambulance's land bridge opened just in time, allowing Optimus Prime and Smokescreen to swiftly turn and dash towards it. Ultimately, Megatron could not retain the ultimate key, and Optimus Prime, alongside Smokescreen, returned safely to the base. What an exhilarating chase it had been. Smokescreen and Iliora's safe return astonished RC, who bombarded Smokescreen with numerous questions, only exhaling in relief after confirming Ilyra was unharmed. Optimus Prime had no time to mourn his Star Sword. Even his wounds were merely treated with basic care by the ambulance before he resumed his decoding efforts. Ilyra found herself alongside Smokescreen and the ultimate key, curiously approaching the massive key that was nearly her size, reaching out to touch it. It was scorching. The moment her fingers made contact, an unusual sensation coursed through her. Indescribable and akin to being burned by something exceedingly hot, yet not entirely so. It felt more like being touched by a massive block of ice. Ilyra could sense that the ultimate key was indeed cold, devoid of any temperature, and certainly not hot or searing. Moreover, Smokescreen appeared unaffected while holding it. How peculiar. Could it be that she was allergic to the ultimate key? Ilyra pondered as she rubbed her hand. She would need to take the time to investigate this further. Chapter 88. Activation. Ilyra lingered at the base well into the night. Even Optimus Prime and the ambulance had gone to recharge. When it was time for the partition duty, Ilyra stealthily rose from the sofa, tiptoeing towards the storage area of the ultimate key. She effortlessly opened the warehouse door and devised a way to climb onto the platform where the ultimate key rested, bathed in the glow of a small overhead light. She gazed at the metallic glimmer of the key, took a deep breath, and slowly extended her hand, pressing her palm against the key's metal surface. The initial sensation was scorching, akin to touching a red-hot iron, but within seconds, it transformed into a gentle warmth, as though she were cradling a spark of fire. Ilyra was familiar with this temperature. During her time on Cybertron, she had inadvertently touched her own spark, which felt warm and accompanied by a steady, pulsing rhythm. Regrettably, that moment had come amidst a brutal onslaught by a group of machines, forcing her to shield her spark with her hand, thus experiencing that warmth. Immediately, a hazy light enveloped the ultimate key, which began to slowly transform under Iliora's astonished gaze. The alteration was subtle, resulting in a small aperture on the body of the key, from which a projection emerged above it. Ilyra gazed upward, captivated by the apparition. Though she did not recognize what it was, the warm ultimate key seemed to convey some form of knowledge to her, prompting her subconscious to retrieve an associated term. It was a quarter of the ultimate lock, the pivotal element for restoring Cybertron. Collecting 4 keys would activate the ultimate lock, which resided within Ilyra. Suddenly, Optimus Prime's voice thundered from behind her, startling Ilyra out of her reverie. She instinctively released the ultimate key, which immediately dimmed and reverted to its original state upon leaving her grasp. Turning around, she indeed found herself face-to-face with Optimus Prime, who stood at the entrance of the warehouse, his optical sensors fixated on the ultimate key beside her. "Do you understand how to wield the ultimate key?" he inquired. Ilyra cast a quick glance at the key and gently shook her head. "I wasn't aware at first. It was only when I inadvertently touched it that I sensed something was amiss. I feel as though the ultimate key is trying to communicate something to me." She looked again at the ultimate key. "Optimus, when did you arrive?" Optimus stepped closer to Ilyra. "I was present when you first made contact with the ultimate key." Ilyra asked, "Did you see the projection as well?" "Indeed," he replied, "although I am uncertain of its significance." Ilyra paused for 2 seconds before speaking. "That was a quarter of the ultimate lock. 4 keys are needed to activate it." She then added, "The ultimate key also informed me that the lock is located on Cybertron." Looking up at Optimus, she asked, "Did you already know all of this?" With a grave expression, Optimus nodded. "Master Titanium conveyed this information to me through the Star Sword. However, I suspect that other ultimate locks may contain different information." "Are you suggesting that each key will impart distinct knowledge to me?" Ilyra mused, stroking her chin. "That is merely my hypothesis, Ilyra," Optimus responded. "Given the current circumstances, It appears that, aside from you, none of us have experienced the same phenomenon with the ultimate key. Indeed, neither Smokescreen nor RC, nor even Optimus when he placed the ultimate key in the warehouse, witnessed any transformation or projection. Ilyra pondered the validity of Optimus's assertion, then bent down to place her hand upon the ultimate key once more. The key began to transform again, projecting its image, and Ilyra maintained her posture while looking at Optimus. "This ultimate key has no further information," she remarked, sensing the familiar messages once again. "Perhaps you are correct. This key pertains to the location of the ultimate lock and the method of using the keys. The remaining 3 keys should also relate to the lock." Ilyra gazed intently at the projection, her hand radiating a warmth akin to the life-giving heat of a flame. A wave of excitement surged through her, her heartbeat quickening as she clutched the key to her home. The sky of Cybertron seemed to materialize before her once more. Ilyra refocused her attention on Optimus Prime. "Optimus, you will restore Cybertron, won't you? You will lead us back home." Her tone bore a certain rigidity, rendering it ambiguous whether her statement was a question. The inflection of her voice did not rise to express doubt, perhaps due to the weight of her identity, which precluded her from questioning Optimus. His optical lenses shimmered with a soft azure glow as he regarded Ilyra and solemnly nodded. "Indeed, I swear by the name of Orion Pax," Optimus replied. Chapter 89. The Invincible Iron Head. For Ilyra, it mattered little who would restore Cybertron. She would gladly welcome any opportunity to return. Had it not been for the unsettling hours dictated by Megatron, she might have considered following him. However, at present, that notion was best left aside, for Megatron's form was intimidating, appearing as though it could devour her whole. Ilyra amused herself, curling up on her bed, a position she often assumed when deep in thought. Her mind was consumed with visions of Cybertron and the ultimate key, and even as dawn approached, sleep eluded her. Resigned to her wakefulness, Ilyra decided against resting and instead washed her face before returning to her bed. She retrieved her laptop, opening it. But before she could access the game interface, a flurry of communication alerts flooded the screen. Upon closer inspection, she realized they were all messages from Megatron. It had been quite some time since she had reached out to him. Aside from the occasional reply to one of his messages, their communication had been sparse. In contrast, Megatron had transitioned from sending sporadic messages to now reaching out daily. Just moments ago, he had sent her 2 messages: "Super Invincible Iron Head." Ilyra's note for Ilyra: "What is your relationship with that new recruit of Optimus Prime?" Ilyra: "Just a partner. Don't listen to Knockout's nonsense." Super Invincible Iron Head: "Knockout has always been smooth-talking, but some of the rare resources he brought back are quite impressive." Ilyra: "Super Invincible Iron Head. They all originate from your Earth's technology." Knockout referred to it as a computer. Ilyra: "All right, enough. Just look at it yourself, and don't speak of it." Ilyra: "What do you actually want from me? I refuse to believe you merely wish to bring up my embarrassing past." Super Invincible Iron Buckethead: "It seems you know me quite well, Shia." Super Invincible Iron Buckethead: "I shall maintain my previous rhetoric and still wish to invite you to join the Decepticons in the revival of Cybertron." Super Invincible Iron Buckethead: "You have already secured the first ultimate key. I believe you must miss Cybertron dearly, otherwise your heart would not race so during the contest for the key." Ilyra: "I can't be bothered to comment. In truth, you merely desire the ultimate key, don't you?" Dead Iron Buckethead: "Super Invincible Iron Buckethead. To be precise, I also desire you. Is Megatron experiencing some circuitry malfunction?" Ilyra rolled her eyes at Megatron's comment, opting not to respond. In her view, Megatron was far more glib than Knockout. "What's going on?" Ilyra inquired. Upon her arrival at the base, she sensed a gloomy atmosphere, particularly with Smokescreen, who was slumped against the wall with his head bowed, seemingly in a poor mood. In recent days, Ilyra had been tinkering with the energy core at home and found Earth's technology quite challenging. The machinery had malfunctioned several times. Only the small piece of energy core initially given to Knockout had the highest purity and met the standards. The rest of the refined materials were rather unimpressive. Consequently, Ilyra decided to abandon her efforts for the time being and planned to continue her research later, opting to visit the base first. RC merely shook her head at Smokescreen without uttering a word. Upon noticing Ilyra's arrival, Smokescreen did not speak immediately, but transformed into vehicle mode and opened the door for her, then said, "Shall we take a drive?" Ilyra glanced at Optimus Prime, in confusion, who nodded, indicating that she should keep Smokescreen company. Very well. Ilyra settled into the driver's seat of Smokescreen. Grasping the steering wheel, Ilyra remarked, "You take me out for a drive right after I arrive at the base. What on earth has happened?" Smokescreen's tone was somewhat despondent. "It's a long story. I failed to bring back the ultimate key for my recent mission, and I feel I have messed up." Smokescreen drove swiftly out of the base, perhaps venting his negative emotions. Ilyra empathized with Smokescreen's feelings. "It's all right, Smokescreen. Not everyone can flawlessly execute a mission. Even Optimus Prime makes mistakes." "Smokescreen, RC just told me the same thing. I understand where I went wrong, yet I still feel a bit down." Smokescreen, being relatively young, was roughly the same age as Jack. Ilyra, as his partner, naturally could empathize with his emotions. Feeling down is perfectly normal. As you undertake more missions, it will become easier. Just as Ilyra was speaking, a barrage of bullets suddenly rained down from the sky, striking the road in front of Smokescreen. He quickly halted and transformed, immediately shielding Ilyra behind him, his expression dark as he glared at the circling laser bird above. He transformed his hand cannon, aiming at the laser bird. "Decepticons, you are unfortunate to have sought us out now." Chapter 90. Key Evaluator Laser Bird. Ilyra lifted her head, following the trail of smoke, and indeed spotted the humming laser bird. What was the laser bird doing here? It dove down again, firing several rounds at the smoke stabilizer. However, the shimmering purple bullets merely struck the outer armor of Smoke's arm. Concerned that the laser bird might harm Ilyra, Smoke shielded her from the onslaught with his arm. Unfortunately, this time, it was not only the laser bird on a mission. Soundwave had also arrived. Standing to the side, Soundwave unleashed a devastating low-frequency blast from his resonant Soundwave gun, instantly knocking Smoke down. Goodness, this sentence employs two homophonic puns at once. Protected by Smoke, Ilyra was not chosen as a target. She watched helplessly as Smoke was sent flying, and before she could take a few steps toward him, one of Soundwave's tendrils lunged at her, capturing her. Ilyra was lifted into the air by the tendril, struggling anxiously. She intended to draw the short sword concealed within her sleeve, but was thwarted as Soundwave's tendril shook her, sending the sword clattering to the ground. Despair washed over her as she heard the sound of the sword striking the floor, and she looked up at Soundwave, exclaiming, "Is this how you bully people?" Soundwave remained silent, merely displaying a smiley face on his visor. Ilyra cried out in frustration, "I give up." Soundwave, grasping Ilyra, advanced and dragged the unconscious Smoke away. By the time Optimus Prime and his team arrived, all they found was Smoke being pulled onto the land bridge and a despairing Ilyra, caught in Soundwave's grip. RC contemplated rushing forward, believing that her speed could at least halt Soundwave's actions, but the land bridge closed the moment she launched herself, forcing her to come to an abrupt stop. Optimus Prime sprinted forward, scanning the surroundings, and only discovered the short sword Ilyra had used. He picked up the small blade, and his spirits plummeted. Awaiting Soundwave on the land bridge was, indeed, Megatron. Megatron's optical sensors immediately locked onto Ilyra, and Soundwave, fully aware of Megatron's intentions, extended a tendril to hand Ilyra over before silently continuing to drag Smoke away, heading toward the fallen laboratory. Megatron regarded Ilyra with keen interest. "It seems we have an unexpected prize." Ilyra rolled her eyes in response. "Your CPU circuits remain as faulty as ever." Megatron, in high spirits, typically disregarded Ilyra's banter, and this occasion was no exception. He placed Ilyra on a nearby platform, and as she surveyed her surroundings, she realized they were in a warehouse. To her left, on another platform, lay the ultimate key. Ilyra was not surprised. After all, the Decepticons were also tracking the coordinates of these keys. Her gaze lingered not on the ultimate key, but she looked up at Megatron with exasperation. "Well, I've finally returned to the warship. Are you satisfied now?" Megatron chuckled softly, expressing his dissatisfaction. "To be frank, I'm rather displeased. I initially intended to seize the artifact from Optimus Prime's new recruit. Yet it seems the ultimate key is not in his possession, at least not in that visible hand," he remarked. He paused briefly before continuing, "Otherwise, I would not have wished to greet you in the storeroom." Ilyra plopped down onto the platform. "There is no need for a grand, welcoming ceremony. I'm not a Decepticon." Accustomed to Ilyra's demeanor, Megatron chose not to correct her. "Think as you will. However, while I would relish the opportunity to reminisce with you, I must now inquire about the artifact from your good partner. He emphasized the term good partner as if savoring the hunt. Ilyxia frowned. What do you intend to do with Smokescreen? Megatron raised an eyebrow, merely to extract the ultimate key from him. Without further elaboration, he turned and exited the warehouse. Time was of the essence. He needed to secure the 4 keys before the Autobots. Before he departed, Ilyxia heard the sound of a password being entered. She glanced towards the warehouse door, where a keypad indicated that Megatron had locked it. Silence enveloped the surroundings. Once she confirmed that Megatron had indeed left, Ilyxia immediately focused on the ultimate key to her left. Assessing the distance, she determined she could leap across and promptly jumped onto the platform. The ultimate key stood quietly before her, and Ilyxia squinted at it for a while, unable to discern any difference from the one in the Autobot base. It appeared identical, and its proximity made her question its authenticity. After contemplating for a moment, she resolved to test it. She placed her hand upon the ultimate key, and a wave of familiar warmth surged through her. It was confirmed. This was genuine. Chapter 91. It's born. It's a key. A torrent of information accompanied the warmth, and the ultimate key began to glow and transform, projecting a quarter of the ultimate lock above. This time, the information was indeed distinct from the previous key. It detailed the precise coordinates of the divine lock. However, as Ilyxia absorbed the information, her expression shifted from relief to concern as she fixated on the projection. Unlike before, the image transformed from a mere quarter of the ultimate lock into the figure of Ilyxia. Ilyxia was momentarily stunned, blinking several times to ensure she was not imagining it, and confirming there was no additional content before slowly averting her gaze. Why was there an image of her own form? While her appearance was indeed striking, it seemed inappropriate to display it here. Moreover, the information did not reference Ilyxia even once. Ilyxia released her grip, her thoughts swirling chaotically, leaving her utterly perplexed. She gazed upon the restored ultimate key with a sigh, pondering the fate of Smokescreen. Meanwhile, on the other side, Smokescreen, trapped and defeated on the laboratory table, felt a sense of helplessness. He truly had no idea what other relics he possessed aside from the phase shifter on his wrist. I really only brought that one, he lamented. However, Megatron was entirely skeptical of his words and commanded Knockout to inspect his body, which led to a significant discovery. An ultimate key was concealed within Smokescreen's chassis, unbeknownst even to Smokescreen himself. Subsequently, Knockout utilized the phase shifter he had seized from Smokescreen to bypass the surgical drive and directly extracted the ultimate key from Smokescreen's body. Frankly, it appeared as though Smokescreen had given birth to an ultimate key. Knockout waved the key in front of Smokescreen's optics. Is this a male key or a female key? Enough. Knockout, Megatron interjected, extending his hand towards the ultimate key. I shall place it in the storage. Knockout, visibly disheartened, nonetheless relinquished the key into Megatron's grasp. Lord Megatron, are you not concerned about entrusting it to me? Megatron firmly held the ultimate key. No, Knockout, this matter is one I must handle personally. With that, he turned and strode out of Knockout's laboratory. Knockout, maintaining a commendable composure, did not allow this to discourage him. He instructed the dormant deadlock in the infirmary to fetch supplies from the energy storage room, and then he began to examine the phase shifter he held. Poor Smokescreen remained on Knockout's operating table, struggling against the shackles binding his wrists and ankles. You wicked red sports car, let me go. Knockout pretended to maneuver the phase shifter within his mechanism, nearly colliding with the spark on several occasions. To be honest, I quite like your paint, but mere words will not allow you to escape my grasp. At the sight of Smokescreen's fearful expression, Knockout chuckled, realizing that his pleas bore no fruit. Smokescreen mustered the strength to lift his head and scan the surroundings, seeing no trace of his partner. Where's Alita? One. What have you done to her? Alita, one? We have not harmed her at all, Knockout replied nonchalantly. You may not be aware, but Lord Megatron has quite taken a liking to her. Smokescreen's optics widened in disbelief. What? Knockout relished Smokescreen's astonishment, as he had always been fond of gossip. Don't be so surprised, rookie. If you ask me, this warship has more than one master. Observing Smokescreen's growing bewilderment, Knockout nearly burst into laughter. Care to guess who the other master is? Smokescreen's CPU whirred rapidly. Who is it? Knockout approached Smokescreen, raising his left index finger in front of him. I cannot tell you that. What if your little CPU ceases to function? Lord Megatron would not spare me. However, the The Smoke's gaze was entirely fixated on the phase shifter that had incapacitated his wrist. Regrettably, he was still too far away to seize the opportunity to escape. Unbeknownst to the assailant, Smoke's optical lens was tracking him, and he was poised to initiate another cortical connection. Just before retrieving the key, Megatron and Smoke had already established a connection once. Now, another was necessary. Meanwhile, Megatron, on his way to the storage room, was halted by a call from Soundwave, who trailed closely behind. Suddenly, Soundwave's visor projected a segment of surveillance footage from the warship, depicting the events that transpired when Ilyxia touched the ultimate key. Megatron raised an intrigued eyebrow. So she truly knows how to wield these keys. Well done, Soundwave. Upon hearing this, Soundwave fell silent for a moment, and then a smiley face appeared on his visor. Chapter 92, Megatron. Impressive. The security surrounding the storage room, housing the ultimate key, was exceedingly stringent. Not only were there surveillance cameras in each corner of the room, but guards appeared to be stationed outside the door as well. Ilyxia, pressing against the door, could hear the footsteps of the foot soldiers outside. Remaining in this spot was not a viable option. Clutching the luminous ultimate key, she searched for a vent. Truth be told, she was uncertain if the Vengeance had any vents. If not, she would settle for any crevice large enough to slip through, as she was determined to take the key with her. After a lengthy search, she found no vents, nor even a crack in the corner of the walls. Disheartened, Ilyxia sat on the floor. The storage room felt overwhelmingly vast, and it was immaculately clean. Aside from the ultimate key, there was nothing of use whatsoever. At that moment, she found herself missing her short sword, just as she intended to rest for a moment before brainstorming an escape plan. A large figure of Smoke suddenly burst into the storage room. Following the sound, Ilyxia saw Smoke brandishing a new ultimate key, scanning the area for her. Upon spotting Ilyxia in the corner, Smoke's optical lens brightened, and he swiftly approached, snatching Ilyxia and the key beside her, then exerting all his strength to break through the wall. Ilyxia was utterly caught off guard by the events that transpired within those 2 seconds. She found herself nestled within Smoke's armor, her head still exposed. "Smoke? What are you doing here?" Smoke chuckled twice, running as he spoke. "I reclaimed the phase shifter and also took the key from Megatron." Ilyxia was astonished. She could vividly imagine the comical expression on Megatron's ironclad face. What a sight to behold. However, returning to the matter at hand, do you know how to escape the Vengeance? Ilyxia observed as Smoke darted through one room after another, feeling a bit anxious. "You seem to be running in circles?" Smoke readily admitted. "I'm just wandering aimlessly. But don't worry, Ilyxia, we will definitely find a way out." The entire Mirage went into alert mode as it traversed a corridor shrouded in smoke, with numerous Decepticon minions encircling it. However, due to the phase shifter, their bullets wildly struck their own allies, failing to inflict any harm on Mirage. Ilyxia silently admired the wisdom of the elder Cybertronians once more. This device was truly remarkable. As Mirage observed the minions falling, he immediately sought a new route. Upon reaching the deck, he encountered Megatron, who had arrived with a squad of pursuers to block his path. It was at that moment that Ilyxia clearly saw Megatron's right hand and instinctively gasped. Had he replaced it with a hand from another chassis? Mirage glanced back and forth on the deck. Retreat led to the heights above, while forward lay Megatron. Engaging directly with Megatron while carrying 2 ultimate keys was not an option, especially since he needed to return the keys to the base. Without his arm cannon, Megatron could not attack immediately. He ominously addressed Mirage. "It is unfortunate that you are a vehicle and cannot fly, correct? Now, surrender what belongs to me." Mirage was unfazed by his intimidation. He inserted the ultimate key behind his back and retracted his chest armor, declaring, "Do you believe this will deter me?" With a smirk, Mirage leaped off the deck. The warship hovered at an immense height, and even a hefty figure like Mirage would take considerable time to reach the ground through free fall. In midair, he swiftly called for the ambulance to deploy the land bridge, though the bridge could not be activated at a moment's notice, especially as Mirage was in high-speed motion and free-falling, complicating the bridge's positioning. As he noted the time required for the bridge to open, he took a moment to reassure Ilyxia, nestled within his armor. "Do not worry, Ilyxia, we will return to the base." Ilyaura's voice echoed from within the armor. "The wind is too strong. I can't hear what you're saying." Mirage replied, "It's all right. I will tell you everything at the base." Ilyxia insisted, "I truly can't hear you at all." The land bridge opened beneath Mirage, but just as he prepared to leap into it, he was abruptly knocked off course by Megatron, who had transformed into vehicle mode, completely derailing his trajectory toward the bridge. Ilyxia, confined within the chest armor, felt dizzy from the impact, reminiscent of her previous experience inside Mirage. As he veered off course, the ground loomed ever closer, visible through Mirage's optical sensors beneath the clouds. Realizing that entering the land bridge was no longer feasible, he activated the phase shifter once more, silently praying, "May this device's grounding function be intelligent enough to prevent me from crashing to the ground." Ultimately, the phase shifter saved Mirage's life, preventing a fatal fall. He returned to the base with Ilyxia and the two keys in tow. The first thing Ilyxia did upon emerging from the armor was to find a spot to vomit rainbows, feeling as though she had been tossed into a colossal washing machine and spun around twice. The smoke, feeling a twinge of guilt, scratched his head and said, "I apologize, Ilyxia. My freefall motion was rather excessive." After regaining her composure, Ilyxia shook her head weakly. "No, it's all right. At least you brought back the key." RC concurred with Ilyxia, stating, "You performed admirably this time." Ilyxia wiped her mouth and, after steadying her expression, turned her gaze to the two ultimate keys resting beside the smoke. "So now we have 3 keys? What about the 4th? The smoke raised his hands innocently. "There is 1 key in Megatron's vault, and counting the one within me, I only saw 2 in total." Optimus Prime picked up the 2 ultimate keys and examined them before the optical lens, intending, as was his custom, to place these keys into the warehouse first. The other machines made way for Optimus, and Ilyxia caught sight of his movements. She hurriedly followed in his footsteps to the warehouse and looked up, saying, "Optimus, I've only seen the information of one of the new keys." She pointed to one of the keys in Optimus's hand. "This key contains specific coordinates, and Ilyxia hesitated momentarily." Sensing her reluctance, Optimus turned to ensure that the others had not followed, then placed the 2 keys on the ground before Ilyxia. He crouched down and asked, "Is there something wrong with the key's information?" Ilyxia bit her lip, conflicted for a moment, then replied, "You should look for yourself." With that, she placed her hand on the key, and in the next moment, an image materialized along with warmth. Optimus raised his optical lens and beheld, aside from the ultimate lock, another projection. "Do you see?" "That's it," Ilyxia explained. "The issue is I did not find any mention of my body in the information provided by the key." Releasing her grip, she asked, "What does this mean?" Optimus, narrowing his optical lens, recalled that during his conversation with Star Saber and Master Titanium, he had only mentioned Ilyxia in passing, and he had no further leads regarding her body on this ultimate key. Seeing Optimus deep in thought, Ilyxia understood that he too had no clues on this matter and shifted her focus to the other key. She placed her hand upon it, watching as it slowly glowed and transformed, a surge of information flooding her senses. She frowned, realizing that the volume of information this time was substantial. No, it was overwhelming. Ilyxia's brow furrowed tightly. Unlike the previous keys, this one contained an extraordinary amount of data, taking her nearly 10 minutes to process before she dazedly released her hand. The projection remained a quarter of the ultimate lock, without any additional images. Ilyxia's expression was somewhat bewildered as she lifted her gaze to Optimus Prime and softly spoke. This time, it concerns the function of the ultimate divine lock. Suddenly, Ilyxia forced a smile, albeit a strained one, saying, "How could this be possible?" Optimus sensed an ominous turn in the conversation. "Ilyxia, what troubles you?" Ilyxia shook her head, murmuring, "No, I have yet to see the information regarding the 4th key." She lowered her head in contemplation, then raised it again, her gaze fixed on Optimus. Her expression resolute. "I require access to the 4th key to ascertain the latter part of the information. However, it is undeniable that this information is significantly related to the magic sphere and, by extension, to me." Optimus was taken aback. "What?" "It pertains to the well of the Prime Spark, and it seems to mention the Cosmic Emperor," Ilyxia replied gently. She touched her chest, where her heart resided, feeling the vigorous pulse that matched the rhythm of her spark. As a leader, Optimus could surmise what Ilyxia was pondering. "Ilyxia, the salvation of our homeland is not solely your burden to bear," he said earnestly, meeting her gaze. "Do not shoulder this alone." Upon returning to the base's main hall, a group of Autobots surrounded the control panel, pointing and discussing fervently. Ilyxia approached, inquiring, "What is going on?" "Medic," one of them replied. Red Alert has transmitted a high-frequency signal. He has obtained something that may be crucial for us, though he cannot utilize it himself. In exchange, he merely wishes to retrieve his transformation gear. Ilyxia instantly deduced what it was, the ultimate divine key. Poor Red Alert, he still cannot fly, she remarked. RC added, however, this could also be a trap. Optimus considered the situation, or perhaps Red Alert has yet to grasp the significance of this item. After a moment of intense deliberation, he concluded, this is of great importance. It seems we must accept Red Alert's proposition. Simultaneously, we must remain vigilant. Chapter 94. Red Alert and the Crimson Energy Entity. The Autobots were deeply concerned about Red Alert's potential actions, given his cunning and calculated nature. They currently possessed 3 ultimate divine keys, and with just 1 key remaining, they could restore Cybertron. At such a critical juncture, everyone was on high alert, wary of any unforeseen complications. Bumblebee, Smokescreen, and RC remained at the base to guard the land bridge, while Optimus, accompanied by Medic and a barricade, proceeded toward the coordinates sent by Red Alert. The key was securely stored deep within the base, necessitating that the base be defended at all costs, lest Red Alert employ some devious scheme to infiltrate their stronghold. Bumblebee stood poised before the open land bridge, ready for action, while RC mirrored his stance, both of them wielding their hand cannons towards the bridge. Smoke, vigilant and focused, kept its gaze fixed on the land bridge. Ilyxia stood at the forefront, watching the silhouettes of Optimus Prime and his companions as they entered the bridge. Moments later, a subtle breeze swept past her, almost imperceptibly. In that instant, Ilyxia heard faint sounds, reminiscent of those she could only discern in certain places and times. It resembled the delicate clang of metal meeting the ground. So soft it evoked memories of her early days on Earth, lying on tranquil grass and hearing the whispers of growing plants. Yet, this sound was not unfamiliar to Ilyxia. In the arena, various means of cheating were often employed, including special energy forms that enhance speed or peculiar stimulants. Her gaze instinctively followed the breeze, ultimately settling towards the direction of the base's warehouse. Suddenly, realization struck her, and she exclaimed, "Something is heading towards the warehouse." Upon hearing her cry, Smoke immediately sprang into action towards the warehouse, while Optimus Prime sensed the disturbance at the far end of the land bridge and urgently instructed RC to shut it down. However, the speed of Red Spider, fueled by the red energy form, was alarming. He strolled leisurely out of the warehouse, clutching 3 keys, and immediately spotted the rushing Smoke. He even had time to mock Smoke and his speed, though this amusement was short-lived as he noticed RC's impending closure of the land bridge. In a panic, Red Spider hastily departed the bridge with the keys in hand. The duration of the red energy form was nearing its end, and Red Spider felt the flow of time quicken. As he exited the land bridge, he was met by Optimus Prime, the ambulance, and the combat formations of the barricades. Regrettably, in comparison to the swift Red Spider, Optimus's speed appeared sluggish, rendering the trio of mechs incapable of halting the leisurely advance of Red Spider. Unable to resist, Red Spider scoffed at the sluggish Optimus, his attention fixated on the 3 mechs ahead, completely oblivious to the unusual happenings behind him. Realizing the urgency, Ilyxia dashed into the land bridge, understanding that it was too late to head to the warehouse. The land bridge was the only route out of the base, and Red Spider would undoubtedly traverse it. Timing her move perfectly, Ilyxia emerged just as Red Spider's red energy form was nearly depleted, causing fluctuations in the flow of time. Seizing this opportunity, she sprinted towards Red Spider. Although she struggled to discern his movements clearly, she relied on her muscle memory to draw her short sword, propelling herself onto Red Spider's stabilizer, her form resembling that of a robust monkey scaling a chassis. Red Spider, attempting to swat Ilyxia away like a pesky fly, exclaimed, "What? Ilyxia, get off me!" Ilyxia gritted her teeth, evading the grasp of the Red Spider. Reminiscent of the moment she had once jabbed at Megatron's optical sensors, released the ultimate god key. She raised her hand high and plunged her short sword into the crevice of the Red Spider's metallic shoulder armor. However, the Red Spider's movements suddenly became exceedingly swift. The sword's trajectory shifted, striking above his massive arm instead. He let out a pained cry as Ilyxia's strength was formidable, so much so that the blade sank deeply into his armor. Her gaze fixated intently on the 4th key held by the Red Spider, one she had never touched. With unwavering determination, She clung to the exterior of his shoulder armor and lunged forward in an instant. Damn it! The red spider noticed Ilyora's movement. He yanked the sword from her grasp. A surge of super energy pouring forth, dripping down his arm. He could no longer afford to concern himself with anything else. His sole desire was to wrench Ilyora away from that ultimate god key. Ilyora saw the key drawing ever closer. As she prepared to reach out, expecting to feel its familiar warmth, she was startled to find that the anticipated sensation never came, her hand failing to make contact with the key. Her vision abruptly froze. Not only her sight, but her entire body felt as though it had been ensnared by an unseen force. Chapter 95. Death. The red spider felt as if his fingers had brushed against something soft. He could sense its warmth and vitality, a rhythmic pulse thrumming beneath the surface. As the optical lens descended slowly, the red spider finally discerned the source of that warmth. The red energy was exceedingly unstable, rendering even the red spider incapable of fully controlling his own speed. The erratic flow of time transformed his movements into attacks that deviated from his intentions. His first reaction was pain. It hurt so much. His heart raced faster than ever, every breath accompanied by sharp agony, an unsettling chill enveloping his hands and feet. Ilyora yearned for a deep breath, but instead, a coldness began to spread from her abdomen. An unbearable constriction swiftly engulfed her chest. Tears welled in her eyes, clouding her once clear vision. The red spider's elongated metallic fingers pierced Ilyora's abdomen, with some tips even breaching her back. By the time he processed what he had done, he nearly screamed as he withdrew his fingers. Time stretched interminably. Each second lost its distinct boundaries, rendering the surrounding world a blur. Nonetheless, Ilyora's consciousness remained sharp. The ultimate god key, Cybertron key. Her pupils trembled as they shifted toward the location of the key, unable to discern clearly. She relied on the color blocks of the objects to identify what lay before her. Drip. That was the sound of blood hitting the ground. Crack. The sound of metallic joints grinding echoed like a haunting whisper of the crimson spider. The surroundings appeared shrouded in an ethereal mist, rendering everything unreal. As the spider's fingers retracted, her body succumbed to gravity's inevitable pull. Ilyora's murky gaze was fixated on a blurred, grayish-yellow mass, the color of the ultimate divine key. The sounds around her became increasingly indistinct, her body's response to the wounds transforming into a cottony haze that muffled her senses. The muscles in Ilyora's face trembled. Her cheeks flushed crimson from the reverse flow of blood. Summoning every ounce of strength, she struggled to part her lips, but her constricted throat yielded little. She felt the breeze against her ears, the weightlessness of her descent, and the chill of icy hands. The color before her swelled ominously. Ilyora sensed a profound cold enveloping her. A soft thud marked her fall, and ultimately, she was caught by the ultimate divine key. In that fleeting moment, when her crimson blood met the key's surface, the ancient engravings on the metal were traced intricately by the liquid. The scalding warmth and brilliance embracing Ilyora. Pressed against the heat radiating from the key, her arms encircled it, as if to grasp the most vital essence of her prolonged existence, the key. Countless pieces of information surged into her mind, overwhelming her as her head drooped in exhaustion. Obscured from the projection above, the shift occurred in an instant. Even the light emitted by the divine key was transient. The crimson spider, now engulfed in panic, disregarded the luminescence, violently tearing Ilyora from the key and, harnessing the last vestiges of her red energy, gently placed her on the ground. She activated the terrestrial bridge remote, enabling their escape. In the next breath after the spider's departure, time resumed its normal flow. Optimus Prime, having witnessed the entire ordeal, rushed to Ilyora's side at his utmost speed. He believed that the ravages of war had granted him some immunity to the sight of wounded comrades. Yet as his optical lens focused on Ilyora, he realized his error. Ilyora's lips were ashen, her eyes fixated on the somber sky above, blood relentlessly gushing from the wound in her abdomen. Her chest rose and fell violently, yet it proved futile. The air she inhaled felt like icy daggers piercing her, offering no relief. Ilyora longed to raise her hand, to stand, to turn and gaze at Optimus, but she found herself powerless. No, she had succeeded. The information from the fourth key had already been received. With great effort, Ilyora turned her head, catching sight of a vast expanse of red and blue, undoubtedly Optimus Prime. She murmured softly, her wound throbbing as if a knife twisted within her bones, transforming into a hand that viciously gripped her throat. Pain encased her within the frigid embrace of the concrete wall, each heartbeat compressing her entire being against the unyielding surface. The warmth of Ilyora's body ebbed away, leaving her shivering, overwhelmed by a suffocating sense of despair. The CPU of Optimus Prime teetered on the brink of overload as intense emotions surged through him, the burden diffused by the neural modules to the receivers. After a piercing roar, a few drops of cleansing liquid cascaded from the azure sea. A seasoned warrior's hands typically remained steady, yet the hands that once wielded the Sword of Stars trembled uncontrollably. Optimus cradled Ilyora, his palms offering nothing but an icy chill. It was unbearably cold, colder than the most frigid Antarctic ice. He lifted his battle mask, his voice reminiscent of a sailboat tossed by tumultuous waves. Ilyora? Ilyora's eyes remained wide open. She could not discern her own complexion, nor the expression in her gaze. All she sensed was a creeping darkness and silence enveloping her. It was so cold. Was her body on the brink of death? So this is what human mortality feels like. Had she known it would be so agonizing, she would never have transferred her consciousness into a human form. The pain was unbearable. Would she return to her original body after this? Oh, how she longed to return. Ilyora's neurons sparked with a flurry of thoughts. Ultimately, she managed to summon a faint, fleeting smile before closing her eyes for the last time. Chapter 96. Cybertronian technology is not to be trusted. Ilyora's body was tenderly carried back to the base by Optimus Prime himself. The vibrant blue-green light of the land bridge shone brightly. Optimus walked against the light as the smoke screen, stationed at the land bridge, recognized him and hurried forward. Optimus. The ultimate key. The words were abruptly cut off. The sorrow etched on Optimus's face was unmistakable, even to the usually oblivious smoke screen. From the moment he entered, Optimus did not lift his gaze, instead focusing intently on a particular object in his hands, his somber demeanor mirrored by the medics trailing behind him. The atmosphere within the base plummeted to a chilling stillness. The smoke screen, taken aback, followed Optimus's line of sight, and upon glimpsing the object in his grasp, the entire circuitry and CPU of the machines momentarily crashed. RC and Bumblebee shared a similar reaction. Perhaps it was their first encounter with human death. RC stood frozen for a while before regaining her composure, her voice trembling as she directed her optical sensors toward the ambulance's body. Ambulance. I think we should prepare the infirmary, right? Her tone trailed off, lacking conviction. No, Odyssey. I believe Ilyora no longer requires the infirmary. The ambulance, a healer at heart, was the quickest to regain his composure. She has already found her eternal slumber. As the emotions within the CPU module reached a complete state of buffering, the fists of smoke, enveloped by fury, clenched tightly, yearning to unleash a powerful blow. The fire within his chest burned intensely, yet when he finally gathered his strength, he found himself devoid of the will to vent his frustrations. Smoke, do not act impulsively, nor let your emotions dictate your actions. Such behavior is a grave folly in battle, Ilyora had once advised. A wave of bitterness and anguish surged through his emotional module, and although he wished to avert his gaze from Ilyora's icy demeanor, he could not help but focus his optical sensors on his partner. Who did this? Enraged, Smoke's fists trembled with pent-up fury. The partition, acutely aware of Smoke's current state, hurried over to intervene. Hey, kid, now is not the time to dwell on vengeance. I know you are in pain from losing your partner. We share the same sorrow. However, Smoke was in no mood to listen. All he could comprehend was that his human companion would never again open her eyes. Her lips were devoid of color, and her calloused hands were chillingly cold. Shaking his head in denial of reality, Smoke transformed into his vehicle form and sped away from the base at breakneck speed. Suddenly, Ilyxia awoke with a jolt, gasping for breath against the edge of the stasis pod. What am I doing? She pondered, suddenly aware of her own actions, perplexed by the concept of breathing. It seemed as though she was merely parting her lips to allow air to flow through her vocal apparatus, yet nothing significant transpired. Ilyxia took several more breaths, marveling at the sensation of air coursing through the crevices of her frame, a peculiar experience that evoked a sense of futility and hardship. After a few more breaths, she found herself smiling foolishly at the pitch-black stasis pod before recalling her purpose. Ilyxia scoured her CPU for memories, realizing that the last fragment she retained was from when she had accompanied Orin and Genteon to persuade the High Council. Now, upon opening her optical sensors, she discovered herself ensconced within this dark stasis chamber. Ilyxia pondered, but could not deduce how she had ended up in the pod. Surely, Master Tai could no longer tolerate her incessant inquiries and had placed her into stasis. It was understandable. After all, he must have found it exhausting to endure the relentless curiosity of such a young machine. Was she truly that young? Persistently questioning him about her origins and existence. Having convinced herself internally, Ilyxia began to explore the stasis pod. The walls felt surprisingly smooth and rigid, impervious to brute force, though the chamber was enveloped in darkness. Her fingers brushed against several protruding surfaces. One such protrusion turned out to be a touchpad. As she prodded it with her fingers, a light burst forth, and Ilyxia recognized that a long press on this small screen would activate the emergency power supply of the stasis pod. With determination, she pressed and held the screen. The overhead light of the stasis pod flickered momentarily before illuminating the interior. Ilyxia squinted against the harsh glare, waiting for her optical visor to acclimate to the brightness. She surveyed the diminutive stasis pod, its metallic white walls almost glaring under the light, and realized it was barely large enough for her form to curl up within. Yet, she hardly had the chance to inspect the pod's interior before the light abruptly extinguished, plunging her back into darkness. The green glow of her optical visor pierced the gloom, and she blinked in confusion. What kind of metallic sphere was this? Why had the power failed? Chapter 97 saw Megatron triumph over Starscream for the majority of the narrative. It was later revealed that the emergency power supply's wiring had been damaged, a consequence of a collision. The discovery came about when Ilyxia, in her frustration after the power cut, began to pound on the walls of the pod, only to find that a section had caved in. The circuitry in that area was severed. With no other choice, Ilyxia embarked on the daunting task of repairing the circuitry in darkness, relying on the skill Shockwave had imparted to her regarding operation without visual guidance. At the time, Ilyxia had wondered why such knowledge was necessary. Shockwave had replied, "Your inquiry is logical. I possess only one optical visor, and when it malfunctions, I often resort to such methods." "Oh no," Ilyxia had murmured, "I inadvertently pricked your core." "Not to worry," Shockwave had reassured her. Reflecting on this, Ilyxia chuckled softly as she held the wire, only to quickly cover her mouth. "Oh no, my apologies, Shockwave. That must be a rather morbid jest." Megatron, within Starscream's memories, witnessed the demise of Ilyora. He also experienced the defeat, which he termed a replay of Ilyora's death. The horror was so profound that he couldn't help but slap himself in disbelief. Standing beside him, Soundwave was deeply moved by Ilyora's fate, admiring her bravery while solidifying his resolve to eliminate Starscream's spark. In the memory realm, Megatron engaged in a cordial dialogue with Starscream. After viewing that memory, he remained silent for an extended period, refraining from immediate wrath. Instead, he shifted the conversation to interrogate Starscream regarding his past usurpations. Starscream attempted to deflect blame for his previous misdeeds, fervently asserting that Ilyora's death was unintentional, merely an accident. He had never wished to harm her. Megatron scrutinized Starscream and his ambitions through narrowed optics, ultimately consenting to his enlistment request. However, once the neural connection was severed, Megatron's demeanor was calm, and he lightly beckoned Starscream to accompany him to a certain location. What place might that be? Starscream's tone shifted to one of utter subservience, laden with an obsequious undertone. "Might I suggest, perhaps, that you allow me to don new transformation gears before we proceed together?" He had finally returned to the Decepticon ranks and was loath to be cast out once more. Megatron cast a fleeting glance at the position of the insect icon. "No, Starscream. Your procedure may be postponed for a while, as I believe you would prefer to avoid undergoing two distinct surgeries." Starscream's core jolted. "What do you mean?" 15 minutes later, in a desolate Decepticon mine, Starscream exclaimed, "Are you implying that I have air, my lord?" A chilling scream echoed through the cavern, vast and hollow due to the extraction of energon, causing Starscream's voice to reverberate throughout. Megatron was well versed in the art of punishing Starscream, who, lacking combat prowess, dared not resist. Faced with Megatron, he could only endure the blows. Megatron seized Starscream's arm and yanked him forward. delivering two powerful punches to his abdomen before splaying his fingers to pierce through completely. Starscream's mouth instantly dripped with energon. Does it hurt, Starscream? As a member of the Decepticons, if you cannot withstand such pain, I must reevaluate your worthiness to remain among us. Releasing his grip, Megatron left Starscream powerless. Collapsing to the ground, his abdomen searing with agony, unwilling to inspect his wounds, knowing the armor had likely been severely damaged. He could only plead for mercy. His voice weak and strained, yet Megatron showed no sign of compassion. Starscream's myriad injuries relayed pain to his CPU, yet he could not evade his fate. Merely groveling before Megatron, "My lord, if you believe I intended to kill that carbon-based life form, that Ilyxia, do as you wish. I meant no harm." Megatron, lacking patience for Starscream's words and disliking the mention of Ilyxia, felt an overwhelming solitude whenever he sensed a heartbeat near the Allspark. "Silence, Starscream," after his furious outburst. His rage seemed to wane as he glanced at Starscream, who lay on the ground clutching his wounds. Refraining from delivering another blow and instead summoned Knockout to drag him back to the Nemesis. Starscream was profoundly grateful for Megatron's mercy, but his relief was short-lived as Megatron uttered another disheartening remark. Thus, for the following 3 days, Starscream was repeatedly dragged back to the Nemesis. Each time, Megatron would strike him until his spark nearly flickered out, only to have Knockout revive him, this cycle continuing for 3 days, during which Starscream endured multiple piercings to his abdomen. Knockout gazed at the once-proud Starscream lying on the medical berth and clucked his tongue. "You now resemble nothing more than a heap of scrap metal." After 3 days of relentless beatings, Starscream had lost the strength to retort, vowing in his core never to provoke Megatron again. Knockout plugged in the medical berth's power, muttering, "It's astonishing that Megatron spared your life. Indeed, it is remarkable that Megatron has not killed me." "Wait." Starscream quickly turned to Knockout. "What do you mean by that? Do you wish to see me dead?" As she turned her head, a cascade of wounds reopened, and the red spider shrank back, lying down once more. Unable to contain himself, the one who had struck down the foe burst into laughter. Chapter 98. Hacker Soundwave during the impact. The sleep chamber sustained considerable damage to many essential functions, the most evident being its charging capability. After spending a considerable amount of time repairing the wires, Ilyxia realized that the charging function linked to the interface behind her had ceased to operate. No wonder she felt utterly fatigued after merely tinkering with the wires. Ilyxia promptly attended to the charging function, relieved to find some rudimentary tools within the sleep chamber. Once restored, she reconnected the interface to commence charging. She needed to regain her strength before resuming her work. If the outside world harbored perilous planets, she would be in dire straits. For now, remaining in the chamber was her safest option. Ilyxia closed her optical visor. 10 hours later, within the mine, less than 20 meters from Ilyxia's sleep chamber, a team of Decepticon miners had been dispatched to extract the newly discovered super-energy ore. Initially, this mine contained only sparse deposits. However, a recent meteor explosion had caused the ore veins to proliferate as if animated. This extraordinary occurrence rendered the mine's resources remarkably abundant, requiring the team to labor for approximately 2 to 3 weeks to completely extract the ore. One miner, equipped with machinery, was extracting the super energy ore when the drill bit suddenly halted mere seconds after penetrating the ore body. Puzzled, the miner moved the machine aside to investigate, discovering a small piece of white metal embedded within the ore, starkly contrasting with the surrounding luminescent blue. Curiously, he approached and prodded the white metal, unaware of its significance. 2 other miners, noticing the anomaly, approached as well. The 3 miners exchanged bewildered glances before unanimously deciding to report their findings to the team leader. Upon receiving the report, the leader inspected the site but could not ascertain the nature of the object, instructing the miners to excavate further. Thus, the trio labored with their machines, gradually separating the ore from the suspicious white metal. Once fully unearthed, they discovered that the white metal was, in fact, a small sleep chamber originating from Cybertron. Meanwhile, in a distant location, an ambulance stood before the control panel, having just detected 2 signals, one emanating from the super-energy or vein, characterized by a strong frequency, and the other a signal from a special sleep chamber. These 2 signals were in close proximity, nearly overlapping. The ambulance, sensing the urgency, immediately summoned Optimus Prime. Optimus, I have located two distinct signals. One from the super energy or vein, and another from a sleep chamber originating from Cybertron. Upon hearing the mention of the sleep chamber, Optimus furrowed his brow. Can we determine whether the signal from the sleep chamber belongs to Autobots or Decepticons? The ambulance shook its head. This is a cryogenic pod with no faction allegiance. I believe it was launched from Cybertron long ago. Before the words left his lips, a silver-green figure flashed through the ambulance's CPU. Wait, could it be? Optimus Prime also realized it, his optics sharpening instantly. Ambulance grabbed the medical kit. Regardless of whether it is her or not, we must investigate. The mining cave became quite lively. The unexploited energon deposits surrounding the pod were significantly more abundant than elsewhere, and a large group of minions gathered around the pod, watching with keen interest. Before long, a minion who appeared to be the leader approached, followed by a fallen comrade and more minions. Upon seeing the pod, the fallen comrade exclaimed, "Good heavens, where did this ancient relic come from?" He quickly recognized the pod's era, estimating it to be a product from before the outbreak of war, devoid of any faction attributes. Likely a creation from the Golden Age. Through the land bridge, Optimus Prime and his companions observed the scene, and he immediately spotted the pod. Indeed, an artifact of the past. RC hid behind cover, surveying the situation. The pod remained unopened, and its occupant was likely still inside. The ambulance remarked, "That pod has its share of flaws, but one thing it lacks is structural weakness. I estimate that this group of Decepticons will take some time to open it." Smokescreen appeared disinterested in the pod, clearly still grappling with the loss of Alita. "Once we check the pod, we can take back a substantial amount of energon. It has been ages since I have seen such a rich vein of resources." Bumblebee and the barricade stood ready at the rear right. Just as the fallen comrade began preparing to forcibly breach the pod, Optimus Prime sprang into action. He charged towards the pod with the Autobots, but with so many minions around, they had to clear the area first. In an instant, bullets flew chaotically through the cave. Yet each warrior was careful to avoid hitting the energon. Otherwise, an explosion would spell disaster for everyone. Although the fallen comrade was a seasoned Decepticon, upon seeing Optimus Prime leading so many Autobots, he immediately cowered behind the pod. However, just as the skirmish intensified, Laserbeak suddenly descended upon the battlefield, emitting its distinctive buzzing as it rushed towards Optimus Prime, forcing him back several steps. Following closely was Soundwave in vehicle form, who swiftly transformed and landed beside the pod, extending his tendrils to interface with the pod systems. Bumblebee recognized his intentions and rushed towards Soundwave, emitting a series of beeps. At that moment, an even heavier player entered the fray. Megatron flew in from above the mine, firing several shots at Bumblebee's back, disorienting him. Bumblebee transformed and landed on the ground, his dark star saber glowing with a violet hue. Megatron cast a sidelong glance at the newly reforged star saber in Optimus Prime's grasp, somewhat taken aback. "I did not anticipate that you would manage to restore that blade. Nevertheless, the future of Cybertron remains firmly within my control." Optimus Prime had no intention of engaging in verbal sparring with Megatron. Recognizing that evasion was futile, he gripped his sword and clashed directly with Megatron. The resounding clash of metal echoed incessantly as their swords collided, unleashing an undeniable and formidable force. Meanwhile, under Megatron's obstruction, Soundwave's efforts to breach the stasis pod were progressing steadily. Chapter 99. Awakening the antiquated stasis pod system was easily compromised. Soundwave expeditiously infiltrated its defenses. However, mere infiltration proved futile as the hatch remained sealed. Upon investigation, Soundwave discerned that the issue lay with the power supply. Acknowledging his formidable decisiveness, he promptly summoned Laserbeak to address the power dilemma. While tranquility prevailed for Soundwave, the situation for Optimus Prime was far from favorable. His fellow Autobots found themselves ensnared by reinforcements, unable to assist him. Yet, the recently restored Star Saber possessed remarkable resilience, surpassing Megatron's Dark Star Saber, rendering their confrontation evenly matched, with neither side gaining a definitive advantage. Smokescreen and Bumblebee encountered one another amidst the fray. Smokescreen had just dispatched several assailants attempting to ambush Bumblebee when more enemies approached from behind. Exasperated by the onslaught, Smokescreen lamented, "Why are there so many Decepticons?" Bumblebee, while engaged in combat, replied, "Beep beep." Smokescreen remarked, "I understand these are merely clone minions, but there are simply too many. Bulkhead, RC, and Ratchet managed to break through a throng of Decepticon minions, uniting with Smokescreen and Bumblebee, ensuring each other's backs were protected. RC glanced at Optimus Prime's position and declared, "This won't do. We must devise a strategy to break through." Bulkhead countered, "But there are too many minions. We can't penetrate their ranks at this moment." After a moment of contemplation, Smokescreen proposed, "I have a phase shifter." Ratchet immediately turned back. "You brought that again?" Smokescreen shot Ratchet an innocent glance while continuing his assault. Click. Soundwave efficiently resolved the power issue, his visor displaying a 100 progress on breaching the stasis pod. He retracted his tendrils, along with Laserbeak, into his form. With a light, buoyant step, Soundwave approached the stasis pod's entrance. His slender fingers pressed against the hatch, and in the next instant, it began to slide open slowly from the bottom. Ilyxia's charging process was abruptly interrupted. She was forced to awaken from her dormant state, her receptors activating first. She heard a cacophony of sounds, gunfire, impacts, and the clashing of metallic weapons, culminating in the approach of footsteps that grew louder. What is happening? Is it the Cybertronian New Year, given such commotion? Ilyxia's cognitive module gradually stirred from slumber. She first lifted her hand to touch her head, eventually opening her optical sensors. Standing at the threshold of the chamber, Soundwave gazed upon the familiar paintwork and structure, the tranquility of millions of years stirred by the return of an old friend. Ilyxia's gaze first encountered Soundwave, her eyes scrutinizing the somewhat familiar, yet alien form before her. "Soundwave?" A smile manifested upon the visor of Soundwave, who then nodded in acknowledgement. "How has your form become so slender?" Ilyxia's immediate reaction was to note the change in Soundwave's appearance. Bracing herself against the chamber's structure, she attempted to rise. But her legs, long and used, felt somewhat degenerated, lacking strength. With Soundwave's assistance, she finally emerged from the stasis pod. The scene outside momentarily stunned Ilyxia. She beheld a throng of purple minions attempting to overwhelm a group of Cybertronians adorned in various livery. Not far from the stasis pod, two remarkably familiar figures were engaged in a fierce battle. Ilyxia instinctively called out their names, Megatron and Optimus Prime. As her words fell, a series of memories flashed through her CPU, striking her neural module like a jolt of electricity, compelling her to clutch her head in anguish. What was that just now? As she paused to contemplate those fleeting memories, both combatants abruptly halted as if a pause button had been pressed. Optimus Prime turned towards Ilyxia, his optics wide in astonishment. Megatron almost immediately relinquished the Dark Star Sword, hesitantly taking a few steps toward Ilyxia. Optimus Prime swiftly reacted, brandishing his sword to prevent Megatron's approach, leading to another clash between the two. Ilyxia was bewildered, profoundly shaken by the scene before her. Soundwave, ever considerate, understood the appropriate course of action. He displayed the coordinates for activating the land bridge upon his visor, intent on escorting Ilyxia away from the tumult. "Don't even think about fleeing." A thunderous roar echoed from afar, and Ilyxia instinctively discerned the direction of the voice. Not far to her right, a blue and silver-hued figure charged through bullets and other entities. A name surfaced in Ilyxia's consciousness, Smokescreen. After maneuvering through obstacles, Smokescreen deactivated his phase shifter, confident in his speed, believing that such a close-range ambush, while unlikely to strike the visor-wearing entity, would at least hinder the one emerging from the stasis pod. However, Smokescreen evidently underestimated the prowess of the figure before him. Ilyxia's reflexes surpassed even her CPU's capabilities. She sidestepped and positioned herself in front of Soundwave. Seizing Smokescreen's incoming fist with one hand, her grip so powerful that he found himself unable to withdraw his hand momentarily. With a forceful motion, Ilyxia flung Smokescreen several meters away, leaving him astonished as he landed. Ilyxia could not comprehend why this entity had suddenly charged at her. "Why are you attacking while shouting?" she queried. "Of course, your strength and speed are commendable." Ilyxia felt that merely asking questions might come off as somewhat impolite, so she accompanied her inquiry with a compliment. Soundwave intended to intervene, but the terrestrial bridge he had prepared was already in place, and he gestured for Ilyxia to enter. Ilyxia, somewhat bewildered, nodded in acknowledgement and cautioned Soundwave to remain safe before departing. Meanwhile, Megatron received a message from Soundwave, having accomplished his objective. He saw no reason to continue battling Optimus Prime, seizing an opportunity to escape via the terrestrial bridge that Soundwave had opened. Chapter 100, Compulsory Calm. As you can see, Ilyxia, I have absolute control over this entire warship, Megatron proclaimed, guiding Ilyxia through the various facets of the Nemesis. Not long after Ilyxia was transported to the Nemesis by Soundwave, both Megatron and Starscream returned to the ship. Megatron instructed Starscream to conduct a thorough examination of Ilyxia's body. The analysis revealed that the original cytoplasm had experienced some degradation due to prolonged dormancy. And there was a disconnection in the neural module and the CPU responsible for memory storage, akin to a compressed file that had yet to be extracted. Starscream, being considerate, concealed the latter part of this information, divulging it only to Megatron and not to Ilyxia. This resembles the situation with Optimus Prime when he transformed into Orion Pax long ago, Megatron remarked. Starscream replied, "However, Lord Megatron, it is only a matter of time before the memory extraction in Ilyxia's CPU is completed. Perhaps one day she will regain her memories triggered by some stimulus." Megatron pondered for a moment. There is no need to worry about Ilyxia's memories. Even if she were to regain her recollections, she would still remain a member of the Decepticons. He believed that even if Ilyxia recovered the memories of Ilyxia, she would still work alongside him for the revival of Cybertron. Nonetheless, such considerations were for the future. At present, Megatron aimed to cultivate Ilyxia's allegiance. He dismissed the other machines, leaving only himself and Ilyxia to wander the expanses of the Nemesis together. Ilyxia felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity with the Nemesis. Yet she was eager to accompany Megatron as he elucidated the functions of each room. As the tour neared its conclusion, Megatron led her to a room adjacent to his usual quarters. "This is your room. What do you think?" "I quite like it." "Thank you," Ilyxia replied, surveying the room's furnishings, still bewildered by her awakening. "Megatron, may I inquire what has transpired in the outside world during my period of dormancy?" She was uncertain of the events that had unfolded while she was in stasis and wished to glean more from Megatron, particularly regarding the state of Cybertron and the well-being of Optimus and Ilyxia. As if he had been prepared for this inquiry, Megatron escorted Ilyxia to the control room, where he displayed the desolate visage of Cybertron for her to witness. He spoke beside Ilyxia, expressing his disdain for the wretched Autobots, whose actions had plunged Cybertron into despair. The core of their home planet lay in slumber, and now the Decepticons were determined to restore Cybertron to its former glory. Ilyxia felt a tumult of anger and sorrow upon witnessing the devastation of her homeland. She had never imagined it would come to this. Swiftly, she recalled the image of the one named Smokescreen, who had attempted to attack her. The Autobots would pay dearly for their transgressions. Ilyxia yearned to confront Smokescreen. Even if she was unfamiliar with other Autobots, she would start with the one she knew. Megatron, ever the considerate leader, intervened, pleased to see Ilyxia moved by his words. "Now is not the time for vengeance," he cautioned. "The leader of the Autobots is Optimus Prime, also known as Orion Pax. Under his command, the Autobots have committed unspeakable acts, while we Decepticons have only just reclaimed the hope of restoring Cybertron." He then presented the ultimate key to Ilyxia, who momentarily faltered, her expression betraying disbelief. "What did you say? The leader of the Autobots is Orion? How could this be? How could Orion allow such atrocities?" she inquired. Megatron shook his head with regret. "Unfortunately, Ilyxia, in the past few million years, Optimus Prime has long strayed from his original ideals. In Ilyxia's memory, Orion had always been a refined and gentle figure, incapable of the deeds Megatron described." After a moment of contemplation, she turned her gaze back to the ultimate key. "Then what is this? Can it truly aid us in restoring Cybertron?" "Indeed," Megatron affirmed. "These 4 keys are sacred relics of Iron Fortress. However, we have yet to discover how to utilize them. But I believe we shall soon return to Cybertron." With Megatron's steadfast assurance, Ilyxia's wavering resolve began to settle. Yet, she could not believe that Orion had led the Autobots to destroy Cybertron. Sensing her turmoil, Megatron offered to accompany her back to the medical bay, as she required restoration of her organic core. Ilyxia nodded in agreement, and as they walked side by side back to the medical bay, the first sight to greet them was Starscream, brandishing his sword, intent on finishing off the incapacitated Red Alert on the operating table. Megatron immediately intervened. "Starscream, stand down." Starscream's CPU was filled with memories of Red Alert's treachery against his brother, and in his fury, he was blinded to reason. I cannot comply, Lord Megatron. This scoundrel must pay the price. Red Alert pleaded from behind, Lord Megatron. Is this what Starscream calls loyalty? Ilyxia could sense Starscream's rage. It was evident that Megatron's subordinate was embroiled in a power struggle. Such conflicts were not uncommon in the arena, where many gladiators would form factions and turn against one another. The most effective way to resolve such matters was through the decisive force of fists. As she contemplated how to assist Megatron in prying open Starscream, she observed Megatron striding over, seizing a cannon that lay upon the table. The weapon was aimed directly at Starscream's spark. Ilyxia rushed forward, grasping Megatron's hand. Megatron, please wait. Feeling Ilyxia's touch, Megatron's frame tensed momentarily, and he turned to her, inquiring, "What is it?" Ilyxia replied, "This is not an arena. Do not be so ruthless. I can handle this." Then, seizing the opportunity as Starscream lifted his sword once more, Ilyxia swiftly delivered a kick to his back, pinning him against the adjacent surgical table with a resounding clang of metal. The force of her grip was akin to that of a vice, rendering Starscream immobile. Noticing Starscream's futile attempts to struggle, Ilyxia spoke. "Your name is Starscream, correct? You need to calm down." After several unsuccessful efforts to break free, Starscream exhaled deeply. His voice low, "Release me." Ilyxia gradually eased her hold, guiding Starscream before Megatron. "I will take him to the deck to cool off." Megatron nodded in acquiescence, casting a stern glance at the incapacitated Blackarachnia. Warning, "I hope you do not make me regret the decision I made today." Blackarachnia let out a breath of relief, lying on the ground and repeatedly expressing her gratitude to Megatron and Ilyxia for saving her life, though each word was a reminder of her wounds. At least she was still alive. Chapter 101. Starscream detaches from the team upon being dragged onto the deck. Starscream warily assessed the machine before him. Ilyxia's paint was pristine. Her frame appeared somewhat slender, yet immense strength lay concealed beneath the metal surface, and her combat skills were remarkably adept. Her kick had closely mirrored Megatron's prowess. Ilyxia released her grip on Starscream, her optics sincerely meeting his gaze. "I apologize for my earlier actions, but had I not intervened, Megatron would not have spared you. May I ask you a question?" Starscream was taken aback by Ilyxia's apology and astonished that she had brought him here solely to inquire. "What do you wish to ask?" "I wish to know if the destruction of Cybertron was the doing of the Autobot leader," Ilyxia inquired. Her line of questioning shifted rapidly, and her demeanor towards Starscream was peculiar. He perceived her more as a fledgling under Megatron's wing than a Decepticon. Starscream refrained from directly answering her question. "Why do you wish to know these things?" Ilyxia paused, responding, "I am unsure. Perhaps my CPU deems you a good individual." Starscream felt even more convinced that Ilyxia was indeed a fledgling. "Megatron informed me that it was Orion who destroyed Cybertron, yet I do not believe he possesses such malevolence, which is why I sought you out." Without needing to coax, Ilyxia divulged everything. "Starscream, do you know who was responsible for the destruction of Cybertron?" As the winds swept across the deck, Hai slowly shook his head in response to Ilyxia's inquiry. "I apologize, but I fear the knowledge contained within my CPU is insufficient to address your question." A hint of disappointment flickered across Ilyxia's face. "Very well, then." Feeling the breeze brush against his faceplate, Hai retreated a few steps into silence, only to recollect something important. He tore away the metallic panel emblazoned with the Decepticon insignia, a sharp pain eliciting a muffled groan from him. Yet this fleeting discomfort paled in comparison to the anguish of losing his brother. He placed the energy-soaked metal into Ilyxia's hands, and as she regarded him with a puzzled expression, he elucidated. "The Decepticon ranks have long since abandoned their former glory and purpose. I am no longer worthy to stand among them. However, I shall avenge my brother's demise, though the time is not yet ripe. Present this to Lord Megatron, and inform him that I have returned to the Allspark." With that, Hai turned and departed, transforming into his vehicular form as he soared into the sky, never looking back. Ilyxia blinked behind her optical lenses, feeling a profound sense of loss, the weight of the metal in her hands growing heavier. She lingered on the deck for considerable time before returning, only to encounter Megatron in the corridor. Noticing the absence of Hai behind her, Megatron's gaze fell upon the metallic panel she held. "Hai has returned to the Allspark," he remarked, noticing Megatron's intense stare. Ilyxia presented the panel to him. Megatron scrutinized it for a long moment before approvingly stating, "Well done, Ilyxia." Ilyxia sensed a misunderstanding. "No, I did not do this." "It was." Megatron chuckled softly. "There is no need for modesty. Your prowess indeed surpasses that of all Decepticons." "Very well then," Ilyxia conceded, lacking the strength to argue further. The departure of Ilyxia undoubtedly dealt a significant blow to Optimus Prime. Yet, he had no time to dwell on sorrow. Armed with a hammer gifted by Hai, he busied himself with the modifications of the land bridge, while Ratchet observed in awe as Optimus wielded the mighty hammer. Meanwhile, RC and Smokescreen were in the hall, recapping the recent battle. Midway through their discussion, Smokescreen posed a question that had been nagging at him. Who exactly was that silver-green mech? At this, both RC and the Partition fell silent, simultaneously turning to Bumblebee. Having been among the earliest to join Optimus, Bumblebee exchanged a few beeps before thoughtfully elaborating. "Is she a friend of Optimus?" Smokescreen inquired. "No wonder her paint shines as brightly as mine. Is there truly such a mech?" RC questioned, having only heard whispers of her existence before. "I believe I have heard Bumblebee mention her in the past," the Partition chimed in. Bumblebee replied with a curious "Be." As Ratchet approached from the side, he joined the conversation. "What tale are you weaving with Bumblebee this time?" Smokescreen responded. "We're discussing that mech who resembles a human-sized green onion." Ratchet quipped, "Ah, you must be referring to Ilyxia." The ambulance recounted the past between Ilyxia and Optimus Prime, highlighting the astonishment on Smokescreen's face as he marveled at Ilyxia's prowess, lamenting her unfortunate capture by the Decepticons. The ambulance shared this sentiment, believing that if Ilyxia could be returned to the Autobots, it would significantly aid in the restoration of Cybertron. At that moment, the land bridge transformed into a space bridge. Illuminated, the ambulance, noticing the glow, was the first to approach it, marveling at the divine power of the Starhammer, never expecting it could indeed convert the land bridge into a space bridge. Optimus Prime stood nearby with the hammer, sensing that the energy of the Starhammer was dwindling. Knockout and Starscream had devised the Ultimate Keys application. Megatron learned of the existence of the Ultimate Lock, and with a wave of his hand, commanded the Nemesis to position itself around the space bridge, transferring command to Starscream. Accompanied by Ilyxia and a throng of soldiers, they boldly traversed the space bridge toward Cybertron. Before entering, Megatron entrusted a key to Ilyxia. The moment her hand touched the ultimate key, it emitted a glow and transformed. Curiously, she felt the key's surface, perfectly warm to the touch, noting its ability to change shape. Megatron grinned. "With this key in your possession, I am at ease." Chapter 102. The arena. As Ilyxia stepped onto the metallic floor of Cybertron, she finally sensed the scars of her home planet. The once azure surface, gleaming with a metallic sheen, now lay marred with rust, and the surrounding structures were no exception. Even the air had turned murky and thick. Following closely behind Megatron, the ultimate key flickered in her grasp, persistently feeding her information on its usage, a lesson that seemed to stretch on endlessly, ultimately leading Ilyxia to stow it away in a compartment on her back, exclaiming by Primus, "This key is even more verbose than Ratchet." With the key secured, she continued to trail Megatron, surrounded by numerous Decepticon minions, 3 of whom were tasked with carrying the ultimate key. Megatron believed that without a space bridge, the Autobots could not reach Cybertron, thus deeming it unnecessary for him to personally hold the key. It soon became evident that Megatron's confidence was somewhat inflated. The Autobots, having traversed to Cybertron via the space bridge modified by Optimus Prime using the Starhammer, aimed to seize the key and reach the lock to restore Cybertron ahead of their adversaries. To obtain the key, they employed every artifact at their disposal. Ilyxia, evading the energy wave of Optimus Prime's Star Sword while clutching the key, gazed incredulously at the blue and red figure before her, shaking her head in disbelief. "Optimus, why do you oppose our efforts to restore Cybertron?" With a firm grip on the Star Sword, Optimus replied resolutely, "Ilyxia, you will understand once your memories are restored." As he spoke, Optimus Prime brandished the Star Sword and charged toward Ilyxia. She had never faced him head-on before, nor had she ever crossed blades with the Orion. Yet now, she had no choice but to draw the sword from her right arm and confront Optimus in a direct clash. The weapon form of Ilyxia's right arm was rather unique. Unlike the conventional weapon transformations of other Cybertronians, her arm could entirely morph into a colossal sword, possessing immense weight and power. Optimus's expression hardened as he recalled witnessing Ilyxia wielding her great sword in the arena, where she had severed many foes in half with it. Summoning all her strength, Ilyxia struck at Optimus, the sound of metal clashing erupting like thunder. She could sense the formidable nature of the sword in Optimus's grasp, the impact leaving her arm numbed. Optimus's strength was formidable, and his combat skills and tactical planning surpassed her expectations. Despite her amazement at his transformation, Ilyxia did not relent. She deftly evaded Optimus's strikes, seeking the opportune moment to swing her great sword at the Star Sword. The two combatants clashed fiercely, and while other Autobots had already secured 3 Ultimate God keys, the battle between Optimus and Ilyxia remained unresolved. As the fight wore on, Ilyxia felt increasingly fatigued, believing that the extraordinary sword in Optimus's hands was indeed overpowered. What is that sword? It is exceedingly difficult to contend with. Optimus remained silent, his focus solely on wielding his sword. At that moment, Smokescreen, equipped with a phase shifter, stealthily emerged from behind Ilyxia, having been pushed back several steps by Optimus. Her key was left vulnerable on her back, granting Smokescreen ample opportunity for a sneak attack. He crept up behind her, believing he could easily snatch the key, and deactivated the phase shifter to reach for it. Clang! Ilyxia, with her keen instincts, detected Smokescreen's presence and swiftly turned, swinging her great sword towards his midsection. Stripped of the phase shifter's advantages, Smokescreen was knocked to the ground, crying out in pain as he was sent flying a distance away. Ilyxia's strength was astonishing, causing the energy fluid in Smokescreen's waist to rupture. Seeing Smokescreen again ignited a fierce anger within Ilyxia. Why are you here again? Before she could receive an answer, Optimus's Star Sword came crashing down upon her. Ilyxia sidestepped the blade's energy and resumed her battle with Optimus, her key swaying precariously with each of her strikes. Meanwhile, Megatron, observing the loss of 3 keys, intended to summon reinforcements via Starscream. However, Starscream devised a more insidious plan. Upon hearing his suggestion, Megatron deemed it a clever idea and instructed Starscream to proceed immediately while he rushed to support Ilyxia. Unbeknownst to him, Smokescreen, nursing his injured waist, produced the spark extractor. Megatron watched helplessly as Optimus and Smokescreen distanced themselves from him. Assuming Smokescreen was about to activate the devastating weapon, he transformed and sped towards Ilyxia, attempting to rescue her. Just then, Ilyxia was lifted into the air by Megatron's dive, and the Ultimate God key fell to the ground with a soft thud. Upon witnessing Megatron's transformation, Smokescreen offered a sly smile as he extended his hand to catch the Ultimate Key, departing with a mere utterance. Thank you for your key. Ilyxia, cradled in Megatron's arms, was gently lowered to the ground. She glared at Smokescreen's retreating figure, incensed, and slammed her great sword into the earth. The key has been stolen. Megatron remained unperturbed, gazing in the direction Smokescreen had vanished. They will soon yield the key. Chapter 103. The destruction of the Divine Lock. Ilyxia was bewildered by Megatron's words, yet his unwavering conviction left her no room for doubt. What shall we do next? She inquired. Megatron chuckled softly. We shall follow them to locate the Divine Lock. Thus, Ilyxia accompanied Megatron as he transformed into vehicle mode, steering towards the path taken by Optimus Prime. They soon discovered that Optimus and his allies had reached the Divine Lock ahead of them. By the time Megatron arrived, the lock was fully opened, awaiting only the insertion of the key. As Megatron and Ilyxia landed, he addressed the Autobots with an air of confidence. I suggest you cease your current endeavors. No sooner had he spoken than a space bridge opened behind him. Soundwave and Starscream emerged, each carrying a transparent container. Within these containers resided the 3 humans. Optimus Prime was taken aback. He had not anticipated Megatron employing such a tactic. Ilyxia, standing aside, curiously peered into the container. The human seemed oddly familiar, despite her never having encountered such beings. She reached out to Soundwave. Let me see. Soundwave silently presented the container to her. Ilyxia blinked her optical sensors at the figure of Raph within the container, gently shaking it. They appear rather diminutive, she mused. I wonder why they seem so familiar. Perhaps I have seen them on some communication network? Megatron proposed a trade, insisting that the Autobots relinquish their artifacts and weapons. Otherwise, he would expose the humans to the toxic atmosphere of Cybertron, demanding the ultimate key in exchange for each individual. Jack was an exception, requiring 2 keys for his release. As Ilyxia handed the container containing Raph to Bumblebee, she obediently approached, exchanging the human for the key. The moment the key touched her hand, it began to glow and transform, drawing the attention of the Autobots. Ilyxia was accustomed to such occurrences, yet this key was different, as it began to inundate her CPU with knowledge. Frustrated, she returned to her original position, pondering when she could finally insert the key into the lock. Hurry up, she thought, or this key will truly become tiresome. I cannot endure it any longer. Fortunately, the key exchange ceremony proceeded swiftly. Megatron, Ilyxia, Soundwave, and Starscream approached the divine lock and inserted the key. The instant the key resonated with the lock, Ilyshia's CPU was flooded with information from the 4 keys, leaving her slightly overwhelmed as she scratched her head. Enough. I do not wish to hear any more. She released the key immediately after turning it. Fortunate that it did not entangle her. The flow of knowledge had ceased without repetition. Megatron, with a sinister grin, adeptly manipulated the God Lock to restore the Iron Fortress first, whether it was intentional or not. He cast a mocking glance at Optimus Prime before inquiring of Starscream whether the space bridge was aligned with Earth. Starscream responded with utmost deference, "Of course, Lord Megatron." Subsequently, the space bridge unfurled above the God Lock. Megatron then wielded the God Lock to channel energy through the space bridge. Beyond it lay Earth, and he was in the process of transforming it into Cybertron. The initial step was to construct a colossal base on Earth using this energy. Optimus Prime, however, could not acquiesce to Megatron's desires. His concern extended beyond Cybertron, for he could not sacrifice an entire planet to reclaim his homeworld. Without hesitation, he brandished the Star Sword and charged towards the Godlock. Megatron instantly discerned Optimus Prime's intentions and grasped the Dark Star Sword in defense. Alas, Optimus Prime never hesitated when it came to delivering a fatal blow. He swiftly severed Megatron's right arm, leaped high to evade Starscream's ranged projectiles, and withstood the strike of Ilyshia's great sword, delivering a forceful counterattack. Ilyshia's strike was imbued with tremendous strength, leaving a massive wound on Optimus Prime's left arm. Yet, he could not afford to dwell on such pain. He had to destroy the Godlock, lest Earth face annihilation. The moment the Star Sword descended upon the Godlock, a tremendous shockwave erupted, accompanied by an explosion that toppled nearby machines. Ilyshia's spark frequency nearly faltered. Being closest to the Godlock, she reached out to extract one of its keys. However, time proved her adversary, and the Godlock detonated. The key was destroyed, leaving Ilyxia with only the head of one key, while the remainder was obliterated into ash. Clutching the key head, Ilyxia collapsed to the ground, unable to believe that Optimus Prime had cleaved the Godlock. As the dust settled, she turned her gaze towards the remnants of the Godlock, which now lay in flames and twisted metal. Rising unsteadily, she took a few faltering steps closer. It was truly gone. Everything had vanished. Her eyes shifted back to Optimus Prime. He gazed at Ilyxia, their eyes locking, but she could not decipher the emotions reflected in his optical lens. Optimus Prime and the Autobots departed through the space bridge activated by the ambulance, while Ilyxia stood in a daze, fixating on the half key in her hand. Her emotional module seemingly under a viral assault, crumbling instantaneously. How could this be? Chapter 104. The Scorched Base, as the emotional module continued to be bombarded. The memory compression within Ilyshia's CPU began to thaw. However, it did not unfreeze significantly, unlike a certain Eastern singer whose memories would unfreeze at specific intervals. Ilyshia's recollections emerged in a slow, toothpaste-like manner, revealing the names of the Autobots and fragmented details regarding events on Earth. Ultimately, it was Megatron's voice that summoned her back to consciousness. Megatron approached Ilyxia, gently touching her left hand with his damaged right arm, his voice gravelly as he inquired, "Are you well?" It was only then that she realized she had been gazing at the remnants of the Matrix for too long. I am fine." Megatron moved to her right side, caressing her head with his left hand. "Do not dwell too deeply in sorrow. Although the destruction of the Matrix was precipitated by Optimus Prime's treachery, I am confident we shall discover a new path to rejuvenate Cybertron." Ilyxia lowered her optical visor, examining the fragment of the key in her hand. The ultimate key no longer glowed at her touch. It had become a mere lifeless object. In her previous state, she would have been inconsolable, crying and flailing about. but for reasons unknown, she felt no such inclination now. It was as if she had endured similar experiences countless times before. In a moment of frustration, she struck the remains of the ultimate Matrix with a fist. A significant dent marred the dark metal surface. After venting her emotions, she lifted her head, and after a few seconds deemed it insufficiently cathartic. She struck the remains once more. Megatron allowed Ilyxia to release her pent-up feelings for a considerable time before leading her away. The Dark Pinnacle had been established on Earth, and now was a moment for him to share in the fruits of victory with Ilyxia. The remains of the Matrix seemed to lament. Is there no one to speak for me? The Dark Pinnacle was Megatron's stronghold on Earth, built upon the ashes of the Matrix, representing his initial step towards transforming Earth into a Cybertronian realm. Unfortunately, with the Matrix's destruction, his plans had become temporarily stalled at the Dark Pinnacle. Yet, possessing the Dark Pinnacle was sufficient for him. Megatron had already discerned the location of the Autobot base whenever he wished. He could obliterate it with the fusion cannon of the Nemesis. As he positioned the Nemesis directly above the Autobot base, Ilyxia, standing beside him, cast her gaze downward and suddenly spoke. Megatron, must you truly proceed with this? What if Orion is still inside? He would be lost. They brought ruin upon Cybertron. Megatron declared, his left fist clenched, pointing at the summit of the base. He then commanded fire. The fusion cannon of the Nemesis unleashed tremendous power, as it was the weapon of a colossal battleship. The blast not only annihilated the base, but also triggered an explosion that engulfed the mountain, affecting the arriving Jolt and his vessel as well. In an instant, flames soared skyward. Ilyxia observed the unfolding chaos with a tumultuous heart. Her small CPU struggled to process the myriad of emotions and thoughts. She felt a pang of concern for Orion, having yet to inquire about Cybertron's fate. He could not simply return to the Allspark like this. Silently, she attempted to reach out to Orion once more through private communication, yet there was still no response. She had sent him several messages already. She found it difficult to believe that Orion could be the one responsible for Cybertron's destruction, yet his recent actions were indeed peculiar, mirroring Megatron's assertions. As Ilyxia grappled with her thoughts, Megatron commanded his subordinates to inspect the Autobot base following the explosion. The aftermath of the blast was quite severe. As far as the eye could see, the base was littered with flames and debris. Ilyxia, following closely behind Megatron, gently descended onto the ruins of the Autobot base. She surveyed her surroundings, noting that the foot soldiers were engaged in excavation work, and felt compelled to contribute. It would be fortuitous if she could uncover something related to Orion amidst the rubble. With that thought in mind, Ilyxia joined the search efforts. Megatron, examining another section of the base, entrusted Ilyxia with the remaining tasks and granted her command authority equal to his own. Stabilizer treaded carefully over the remnants, while Ilyxia's optical sensors scanned the wreckage. Deep down, she hoped not to find Orion's body among the ruins, as that would signify his return to the Allspark. Yet, she yearned for some evidence of his existence, anything that could affirm he had not perished. Just as Ilyxia wrestled with her conflicting emotions, a familiar figure materialized before her optics. Chapter 105. Ilyxia's protection of a friend shrouded in the smoke of a phase shifter. Smokescreen was attempting to stealthily drag the battered form of Optimus Prime away. Ilyxia caught him red-handed. She froze in place, her gaze first landing on Smokescreen's face before gradually descending to a particular angle. Following Ilyxia's line of sight, Smokescreen's attention shifted to the severely injured visage of Optimus Prime. Ilyxia's optics trembled as she staggered forward a couple of steps, striving to confirm that the body belonged to Optimus. Believing Ilyxia intended to seize the body, Smokescreen's right hand morphed into a weapon, ready to aim at her. His expression now grave. He tightened his grip on Optimus's right arm ever so slightly, poised to flee at a moment's notice. It took Ilyxia a while to regain control of her voice module. Orion, she murmured. The damage to Optimus Prime was so extensive that Ilyxia struggled to recognize him. Could this have been the work of Megatron? She mumbled to herself, gazing vacantly at the sky, as if recalling the shockwave from the fusion cannon's impact. Ilyxia turned her attention back to Smokescreen. Can you tell me? Her optics conveyed sincerity, leaving no room for doubt in Smokescreen's mind. Almost reminiscent of a fledgling. Smokescreen squinted, and seeing that Ilyxia harbored no intent to attack, he lowered his weapon somewhat. To be precise, it was only half of the truth. Optimus destroyed the space bridge himself, and the energy from the bridge directly inflicted these injuries upon him. Ilyxia nodded in understanding. She opened her mouth, about to speak, when a sudden communication from Megatron erupted in her transmitter. As she had a habit of using speaker mode, Megatron's voice was also audible to Smokescreen. "Ilyxia, have you found anything of note?" Megatron inquired. Ilyxia instinctively responded, and the moment her voice reached the smoke screen, it heightened the alertness of the Decepticon. He activated the phase shifter, aiming his weapon once more at Ilyxia. With one hand pressed against the communicator, Ilyxia's optical lens scanned the debris on the ground, wavering uncertainly. Her expression betrayed her anxiety. She was not adept at concealing her innermost feelings. If Megatron were present, he would undoubtedly discern her deception. Fortunately, he was only communicating with her. Not having heard the latter part, Megatron inquired again, "Ilyxia, is there a situation on your end?" The tension within the smoke screen was mounting. Surrounded by Decepticon foot soldiers, Ilyxia's position was relatively less fortified. The smoke screen could not immediately extricate Optimus Prime. Aside from the noise it would generate, there was also Ilyxia to consider, and he was uncertain of her intentions towards Optimus. Gritting his teeth, the smoke screen's weapon began to charge with energy. Should Ilyxia reveal his location, he would not hesitate to retaliate. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Ilyxia cast several glances at Optimus, then at the smoke screen before she continued, "I have not discovered anything here. Megatron, all I see is a heap of scrap metal." Perhaps fearing that Megatron might doubt her, Ilyxia reiterated her statement. Fortunately, Megatron placed great trust in her and did not press further before severing the communication to pursue his search for other Autobots. The smoke screen was taken aback by Ilyxia's unexpected response. In his perception, Decepticons were not known for their mercy. His weapon remained raised, and he hesitated. Why did not speak up? Ilyxia did not answer the question, but took a few steps towards Optimus Prime. Reacting instinctively, the smoke screen dragged Optimus back several paces, positioning himself in front of him with his weapon primed. He had witnessed Ilyxia's strength before, and his waist injury had yet to heal, causing a dull ache. Seeing the smoke screen's reaction, Ilyxia halted and waved her hands. "I mean no harm to him. I merely wish to take a glance, just one glance." Ilyxia spread her hands, revealing that she bore no weapon, nor did her right hand transform into a sword. The smoke screen, still hesitating, took a step back to give Ilyxia space to observe, while remaining poised to aim at her. Ilyxia crouched down, her optical lens meticulously scanning Optimus Prime's form. A wave of sorrow washed over her, her emotional module seemingly overloaded once again. She instinctively reached out to touch Optimus's cold metallic exterior, but hesitated, pulling her hand back after a brief moment. Looking up at the smoke screen, she asked, "May I touch him?" The smoke screen glanced around to ensure no foot soldiers approached before returning his gaze. "You may, but just a single touch." At that moment, he truly felt as though he were caring for a youngling. Chapter 106. Please refrain from carrying things around. Ilyxia gently touched Optimus Prime's cold right hand. The current situation of Optimus Prime is rather grim. Ilyxia possesses considerable knowledge in the field of medical care. She immediately recognized that what Optimus requires is comprehensive treatment for his entire body, along with subsequent healing. However, the Autobot base has been destroyed, and even if Smokescreen manages to drag Optimus away, there is likely no place available for his treatment. Ilyxia gently touched the compartment at the back of her own chassis, where she stored fragments of the ultimate key. Within it lay a roll of bandages intended for healing, which she had previously scavenged from the emergency medical kit in the stasis pod. "Take this," she said, handing the bandages to Smokescreen. She glanced back towards the direction of Megatron. "You all should leave quickly. I'll pretend this encounter never happened, but remember to take good care of Orion." Smokescreen accepted the bandages with a nod. "Understood. Thank you," he replied, as Smokescreen dragged Optimus away from the wreckage of the base. Ilyxia searched the area a while longer before returning to Megatron's side. She informed him that she had not discovered anything of significance, except for signs of damage on the space bridge control panel, likely caused by a weapon. It seemed that an Autobot had sabotaged the space bridge before their departure. Given the energy released by such an explosion, it was improbable that any Autobot could have survived. Megatron was pleased with Ilyxia's findings. "Well done, Ilyxia. Nevertheless, our mission has not been entirely fruitless." He gestured towards a distant figure. Starscream and his subordinates were dragging the barely conscious Jolt toward the dark peak. Ilyxia's CPU struggled to recognize the mech. "Is it your captive?" Megatron chuckled softly, asserting, indeed, a bomb-loving Autobot captive named Jolt. Starscream has his ways of extracting the information we seek from his circuitry. Ilyxia cast a worried glance at Megatron. He had been laughing recently. Surely, his emotional module was not malfunctioning. When do you plan to reattach your hand? Ilyxia was far more concerned about her friend's physical state than any psychological issues. It feels so unusual to see it empty. Only then did Megatron glance down at the arm severed by Optimus, dismissively remarking, "It is but a trivial matter." Ilyxia frowned. "Your CPU circuitry is damaged, isn't it? You should hurry and find a medic." Megatron intended to retort, but before he could, Ilyxia swiftly moved behind him, her left hand deftly hoisting him onto her shoulder. Her actions were remarkably practiced. She had carried Megatron in the arena on numerous occasions. As the familiar sensation of dizziness washed over him, Megatron's optics widened in disbelief when he realized he was indeed being carried by Ilyxia. "Ilyxia?" he exclaimed incredulously. This gesture of being carried was one Ilyxia often employed in the arena, typically as a celebration of victory. He struggled to free himself, but Ilyxia continued to stride forward, carrying him effortlessly. "Stay still. If you don't hurry to find a medic, I fear your arm may never be reattached." Ilyxia stood half a head shorter than Megatron, effortlessly lifting him as if it were a trivial task. "Why be shy? During the gladiatorial matches, you carried me to the medical bay every day. Is it not reasonable for me to take you to see a doctor now?" As she spoke, Ilyxia turned and strode toward the dark pinnacle, her strength evident as she bore Megatron's heavy frame. The sight drew the attention of all the minions present. Strikingly, Megatron did not resist. He allowed Ilyxia to carry him without protest. "Megatron, surely the Decepticons have a medic?" Ilyxia inquired, somewhat uncertain of her route. Megatron hesitated for a moment, knowing Ilyxia all too well, to the battle cruiser. Ilyxia nodded in agreement. With a confident gait, she continued onward, adjusting her grip to ensure Megatron would not suddenly struggle. Megatron, feeling a mix of resignation and exasperation, called out, "Ilyxia, this is far enough. Put me down." "Ilyxia, un deterred, replied. No, I must take you to that medic to reattach your arm. You often neglected injuries when you were a gladiator, and you cannot continue this way. Do you understand how much I worry about you?" Megatron paused, momentarily speechless. "Ilyxia, what is it?" she asked. "Nothing." His voice was soft, tinged with doubt. "Even if you plead, I shall not release you," Ilyxia proclaimed, carrying Megatron as if it were a natural role reversal. "I am no longer the fledgling you once cared for. I am now capable of looking after you. Though, I must say, your recent struggle was the real you now. Your words sound so dull, lacking the wit you once possessed." Megatron remained quiet, resting on Ilyxia's shoulder, a rare moment of silence enveloping them. The onlooking minions stood frozen, their processors overheating with bewilderment. When Knockout witnessed Ilyxia carrying Megatron into the medical bay, he was utterly astonished. In his memory, Megatron had always been the imposing leader of the Decepticons, never before having been carried in such a manner to the infirmary. "What has happened to Lord Megatron?" Knockout inquired. Ilyxia gently set Megatron down and stretched her shoulders. "Nothing much, just taking him to have his arm reattached." Knockout glanced at Megatron, who had chosen to shut his optics, unwilling to confront the situation. Understanding dawned on Knockout instantly. He promptly began the procedure to reattach Megatron's arm. As he prepared the instruments, Ilyxia wandered through the medical and laboratory areas, inspecting the various apparatuses with keen interest. Despite the passage of time, she found the equipment unchanged and easily familiarized herself with it. Knockout, indeed a skilled medic, swiftly reattached Megatron's arm. Ilyxia returned to the bedside, nodding at the sight of Megatron's silver limb. As expected, the original looks the finest. Megatron flexed his arm slightly, and after confirming that all was well, he grinned ominously. "Excellent. It seems I can now proceed with the first step of my plan." Chapter 107, Dismantling. The so-called plan involved calling and deceiving a human agent named Fowler, persuading their government to acquiesce so that Megatron could reign over Earth without concern. Ilyxia, oblivious to the concepts of governance and dominion, remained by the side of the Red Spider, watching Megatron make the call while fiddling with the wings at the back of Red Spider's chassis. The Red Spider, increasingly annoyed by Ilyxia's incessant poking, attempted to retreat to a corner, only to be pulled back by her. Ilyxia affectionately called him Little Red, and despite his attempts to complain to Megatron, he could only droop his wings under her persistent prodding. Later, when Ilyxia was dispatched by Megatron to Cybertron alongside the Decepticon to search for any overlooked artifacts, the Red Spider finally escaped her clutches, only to be chastised by Megatron for his inability to withstand Ilyxia's banter. Red Spider, my lord, are you quite lucid? Ilyxia, embarking on her first mission, was exhilarated, clinging to the Decepticon in the manner of a youngling, while the Decepticon, having never encountered such a creature, did not mind her enthusiasm, especially since the brilliance of Ilyxia's paint was truly captivating. It was a sight for sore optics, and he resolved to inquire about her paint application upon their return. Nearby, the flames surrounding the Godlock had been extinguished, and the foot soldiers diligently cleared debris in search of artifacts, with Ilyxia lending her considerable strength to assist them. As the Decepticon observed the glimmer of Ilyxia's paint, he could no longer contain himself and interrupted her efforts. Ilyxia, your paint is remarkably radiant. Could you share your maintenance secrets with me? Ilyxia paused her task, uncovering a section of rubble. What? Maintenance? She glanced at her paint. To be honest, I haven't performed any special upkeep. Maintenance is simply too tedious. The Decepticon enviously remarked. Goodness, how I wish I had paint as bright as yours. I usually only polish. If you would allow me, I could assist you. As Ilyxia spoke, she uncovered another section of debris and was astonished to discover a gleaming object beneath it. Ilyxia retrieved the Supreme Armor, brushing off the dust. What is this? The Decepticon recognized it immediately. It is the Supreme Armor. He eagerly accepted it from Ilyxia, admiring its lustrous surface. Just as Ilyxia was about to continue her search, she heard the unmistakable sound of an engine approaching. Her receptors, sensitive to such noises, prompted her to turn her gaze towards the source. A dark purple vehicle was roaring towards them, a form not found among Earth creations, but rather a natural form from Cybertron that had not undergone scanning. Ilyxia instantly recognized the vehicle's owner. Shockwave, she exclaimed, pushing aside a foot soldier to approach. She gazed up at the humanoid form of Shockwave, her optics sparkling with excitement. Oh my, it has been so long since we last met. What brings you here? The Shockwave gazed intently at Ilyxia. He then raised his head to survey the surroundings. I, too, require a reasonable explanation, Ilyxia. Why is there a search party here? Knockout emerged from behind Ilyxia, fully aware of the identity of the figure before him and knowing precisely how to address his inquiries. Allow me to respond, Shockwave. Ilyxia has just awakened from stasis and is unaware of the circumstances. Knockout succinctly elucidated the current situation to Shockwave, as well as Ilyxia's own condition. Upon grasping the information, Shockwave nodded, now cognizant of the entity he was seeking. Knockout and Ilyxia traversed the space bridge back to the warship, with Shockwave following closely behind. As he crossed the bridge, the familiar towering form triggered a brief overload of Red Alert's CPU, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Shockwave confronted Red Alert, demanding to know why he had been abandoned on Cybertron. Red Alert, visibly startled, could only offer a pitiable explanation. Fortunately, Shockwave had no intention of pursuing the matter too rigorously. After a few pointed questions, he let Red Alert off the hook. Subsequently, Megatron instituted a new command structure, placing Shockwave and Red Alert on equal footing. Although Ilyxia was not a commander, her influence surpassed that of these two, aligning her status with Megatron. Red Alert expressed no discontent regarding Ilyxia's position, having been cowed by Megatron, yet he maintained a sense of trepidation toward Shockwave. Following this, Megatron and Knockout escorted Ilyxia to the medical bay. I am not injured. Why have you brought me here? Ilyxia inquired upon their arrival. Megatron gently touched her left arm. You are still missing a faction emblem. It would be wise to have Knockout inscribe one upon your arm. Ilyxia glanced down at her chest. What about this? Such an emblem should be placed where it is easily visible, right? Megatron followed her gaze, glancing momentarily before quickly averting his eyes. His spark raced slightly, and his joints felt subtly agitated. You may make your own choice. With that, Megatron turned and departed. His footsteps slightly hurried. Ilyxia gazed at his retreating figure in perplexity. What is the matter with him? Knockout raised an eyebrow. Ilyxia, you truly are quite naive. Ilyxia, further puzzled, replied, What do you mean? Knockout sighed. One is oblivious, while the other is discontent. I can hardly imagine how long Lord Megatron will endure this. Ilyxia's CPU struggled to process such matters. She blinked her optical sensors, choosing to abandon further contemplation. Once Knockout completed the emblem's inscription, Ilyxia's first instinct was to showcase the insignia to Megatron. This was her inaugural attempt at adorning her form with such embellishments, and it was imperative that Megatron be made aware. Ultimately, Ilyxia found Megatron in his quarters, and with practiced ease, she entered to display her Decepticon emblem. After a moment of silence, Megatron regarded Ilyxia with newfound interest. The door to the chamber slammed shut, the electronic lock engaging with a decisive click. Standing outside the door, the Soundwave glanced contentedly at the lock it had secured, confirming its closure before departing. Ilyxia remained oblivious to the unsettling atmosphere, leaning closer to Megatron in an attempt to decipher his expression, only to be ensnared by his hand around her waist, rendering her immobile. Megatron, what do you intend to do? Why the mouth-to-mouth? Is this a new form of etiquette? Disassemble? You mean to open the ports? Wait, Megatron, I haven't studied this. Chapter 108. Dragon Tamer Ilyxia was reluctant to endure the sensation of overloading multiple times throughout the night again. After a prolonged absence offline, she finally reawoke, her first reaction being a profound ache throughout her body, particularly in her legs and lower back. A glance at the time revealed that a whole day had passed. As she descended from the charging bed, she nearly stumbled, her right palm having been grazed by the sharp edge of the bed, leaving a small cut from which energy fluid oozed. However, she dismissed it as a trivial injury, one that would heal swiftly. The sensation was akin to battling 80 mechanical insects in the arena and engaging in a vigorous exchange with Megatron, exhilarating yet exhausting. Upon exiting her chamber, she encountered Megatron, who was also stepping out. Ilyxia weakly greeted him, while Megatron appeared quite spirited, even engaging in a communication with Barricade regarding work updates. Upon seeing Ilyxia, Megatron naturally walked alongside her. In a moment of frustration, Ilyxia delivered a playful punch to him, causing Megatron to stagger slightly, grasping her hand to steady himself. I am pleased to see you still possess the energy to do that, Ilyxia, Megatron remarked, perceiving her actions as mere whimsy, allowing her to indulge. I happen to have a task for you to complete. Ilyxia, slightly irritated, replied, You must not let me overload again. That sensation is peculiar, and I am in pain all over now. Megatron chuckled a few times, seemingly satisfied with his own skills. Together, they approached the throne between the dark peaks, where Ilyxia first caught sight of a colossal beast, its fierce visage causing her optical sensors to widen. What prehistoric species is this? Soundwave, standing nearby, caressed his head. It is a Predacon, a creature I replicated using Cybertronian DNA. It has just returned from mission. My goodness, it is a great dragon. Ilyxia had always held a fascination for such creatures, having once ridden a mechanical insect in the arena. She approached the Predacon, curiously examining the magnificent beast, which in turn scrutinized her. Ilyxia extended her right hand to touch the creature's head, and it nuzzled against her gently. A wave of warmth emanated from her palm, and unbeknownst to her, a faint white glow enveloped her hand as the Predacon leaned into the light. Gazing into its eyes, Ilyxia perceived a myriad of emotions within: loneliness, anticipation, and a hint of sorrow. The red spider took the opportunity to mock the monstrous Scorponok for failing his mission. Behold, Lord Megatron, this pitiable creature cannot even speak, leaving us in the dark as to why he faltered and which Autobots he encountered. Look at him, foolish, mute, and utterly wretched. Scorponok, infuriated by the taunt, elicited a palpable shift in emotion and thought that Ilyxia instantly sensed. She gently placed her hand upon his head, stroking it several times before he calmed down. As Ilyxia withdrew her hand and turned to Megatron, she asserted, In truth, he possesses the capacity for thought. He is not foolish. He has encountered a large green Autobot and a Jack, and it appears they have left him with some injuries, which seem to have healed. Upon her observation, Ilyxia noticed that Scorponok's facial wounds had mysteriously vanished, likely during her comforting touch. Megatron raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, you can comprehend his speech? The red spider, clearly skeptical, retorted, That beast hasn't uttered a word. In response, Scorponok elongated his neck and let out a resonant roar, which Ilyxia understood. He means he truly saw something, including a massive spaceship. She explained, Scorponok speaks with a distinct accent, and that is the extent of my understanding. Soundwave glanced at Ilyxia, commenting, Lord Megatron. It is entirely plausible that Ilyxia can decipher Scorponok's language. She has extensively studied many ancient Cybertronian texts during her time on Kaon. Ilyxia interjected, perhaps not solely due to that. I have not delved into the language of Scorponok. Soundwave replied, thus, a logical conclusion would be that you possess a unique talent. The Red Spider stood aside, bemused by their conversation. Megatron approached Ilyxia, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Your presence among the Decepticons is indeed a fortuitous advantage. Ilyxia smiled at Megatron, while Scorponok's gaze remained fixed upon her. Rising to his feet, he flapped his wings and let out another powerful roar. Ilyxia turned to observe his actions, pondering. Is he preparing for another mission? Soundwave responded. There's a nearby mine that has reported the quantity of extractable resources. Scorponok must undertake a transport operation to acclimate himself to the workflow expected of him as a Decepticon. In simpler terms, he would familiarize himself with the labor. Ilyxia nodded in understanding, but the next moment she felt a tightening at the nape of her neck as Scorponok grasped her firmly, tossing her effortlessly onto his back. Megatron, feeling a surge of anxiety, nearly raised his arm cannon. Ilyxia peered over Scorponok's shoulder, questioning, what is the meaning of this? Am I to accompany you on your mission? Scorponok flapped his wings and leaped from the dark pinnacle into the sky, leaving Ilyxia with no choice but to grip tightly around his neck. This is my first time riding a dragon. Ilyxia's exclamation echoed through the heavens. Chapter 109. Soaring to new heights, even though the Autobots finally reunited under the diligent search of Optimus Prime, they found themselves temporarily residing in the abandoned Decepticon airship. The Vanguard. The conditions, both in terms of equipment and living environment, were significantly inferior to what they had previously known. Their energy reserves were alarmingly scant, compelling Optimus Prime to lead the Autobots in a raid on the Decepticon mines before strategizing on how to breach the Dark Summit. Although such mining escapades were not uncommon during Optimus Prime's leadership, he harbored concerns about his subordinates' potential recklessness. Consequently, he confiscated the grenades from Jolt, forbidding their use. Reluctantly, Jolt surrendered a box of grenades, even relinquishing the last one remaining on his person. Do not be upset, old friend, Optimus reassured. This is for our safety, he added. As he sought to placate Jolt, the latter rolled his optics, muttering, what sort of safety measure is disarming soldiers? Optimus, accustomed to Jolt's rebellious demeanor, chose to disregard the comment and commanded, Medic, prepare the land bridge. He turned his attention to the Autobots, advising them to remain resolute. Do not hesitate to utilize the energon. Take as much as you can carry. If necessary, I permit you to deplete the mines. Upon hearing the prospect of emptying the mines, Jolt's interest was piqued. Now, that is what we should be doing, Commander. A cohort of Autobots traversed the land bridge to the mining site, which was the same location where they had previously discovered Elita 1's stasis pod. Leading the charge were Bumblebee NRC, with Optimus, Jolt, and the others following closely behind. Elita 1, riding atop the formidable bulkhead, reached the mine. The colossal warrior patiently awaited her descent to the ground before delving into the depths of the mine. The smaller Decepticons below seemed to have received orders, exhibiting little reaction to Bulkhead's presence, though the ingrained fear of such a massive being left a few shuddering in trepidation, particularly those closest to him. As Bulkhead entered the mine, his gaze was drawn not to his primary objective, but to a terminal station at the side, intended for communication and data retrieval. Elita 1, initially ahead, noticed his pause and returned to his side. What captures your attention? She inquired, following his line of sight. The terminal displayed images from Cybertron's history, likely perused by a bore miner. Observing Bulkhead's engrossed focus, Elita 1 took the opportunity to instruct him on operating the terminal, cautioning him to be gentle so as not to damage it with his claws. Bulkhead became absorbed in the display, and Elita 1, recognizing his fascination, did not press him further. You can continue to explore. I shall count the mine resources. Hearing her words, Bulkhead ceased his viewing and dutifully trailed behind Elita 1. After a few steps, he let out a low growl. Elita 1 understood his message. Soaring to new heights? What does that mean? Bulkhead growled again. Elita 1's eyes lit up with realization. Are you saying this is the name you have chosen for yourself? It is quite lovely and suits you well. Let us proceed. Soaring into the skies. This cavern is vast, and it seems you have numerous energy cores to transport, Ilyxia remarked, gently patting the head of the soaring figure. Concealed behind the rocky formations of a mine, Optimus Prime swiftly spotted Ilyxia. He turned to caution RC and Bumblebee, who were stealthily relocating the energy cores to remain vigilant. Then, he maneuvered slightly forward with 2 members of the Thunder Rescue team to gain a clearer view. The Autobots had already subdued several adversaries and commenced the transportation of energy cores. Initially, Optimus Prime had no intention of escalating the situation, as it was merely a resupply operation. However, the sound of his movement was nonetheless detected by the soaring figure. With a piercing howl directed at Optimus Prime, the figure, known as the Soaring Sky, alerted Ilyxia, who promptly looked up and confirmed the presence of Autobots. Ilyxia switched her left hand to a blaster and fired several rounds upward, simultaneously issuing commands. Enemies detected. All units, prepare for combat. Prevent the Autobots from seizing the energy cores. Her authoritative voice galvanized the surrounding troops into a state of alert. The Soaring Sky spread its wings and ascended, unleashing a torrent of flames upon its foes. Ilyxia, gripping the rocky wall, leaped upwards, while Optimus Prime braced himself against the onslaught of fire, brandishing his weapon toward Ilyxia's head. Ilyxia recognized Optimus Prime. She had heard of him from her previous encounters with Orion on Cybertron, and had even seen projections of him. She had not anticipated meeting him here. Swiftly, she adapted her right hand to wield a massive sword, deflecting his strike. Meanwhile, a throng of adversaries surged in from all directions, and the jacks and barriers instinctively engaged them, allowing Optimus Prime and Ilyxia to clash. Ilyxia's strength far surpassed that of Optimus Prime. With a flurry of strikes, she forced him into a retreat, her sword inflicting wounds upon his chassis. Understanding that a direct confrontation was unwise, especially with the formidable threat looming behind her, Optimus Prime sought an alternative strategy. RC and Bumblebee leaped from the land bridge to provide reinforcements. Having already transported a sufficient number of energy cores, RC briefed Ratchet upon her return, only to be unexpectedly handed an electrifying staff. This must have been left here by Starscream. It will serve well against Ilyxia, as she is quite sensitive to electrical currents, Ratchet explained. Although RC was bewildered by how he knew of Ilyxia's weakness, she had no time to inquire further and rushed back to the battlefield. Chapter 110. Lazily listening armed with the electrifying staff, RC was uncertain how to confront Ilyxia. The weapon required close proximity to be effective. Otherwise, it was merely a lengthy metal rod. Ilyxia fought fiercely and aggressively, leaving RC unable to approach and utilize the staff. The sound of Ilyxia's sword slicing through the air echoed ominously, and even Optimus Prime struggled to endure for long. RC could only seek opportunities, attempting to discern vulnerabilities in Ilyxia's combat stance, hoping for a chance to stage a surprise attack from behind. RC had been maneuvering around Ilyxia and her minions for quite some time, and it allowed her to discern a flaw in Ilyxia's approach. Ilyxia relied on traditional gladiatorial tactics, excelling in one-on-one combat, yet she struggled to safeguard her back, often exposing it during battles. This presented RC with the perfect opportunity for a surprise attack from behind. The imposing creature, gigantic, was entangled in combat with the likes of Jack and his companions, clearly dominating the skirmish as he toyed with them mercilessly. Clutching her electric staff, RC seized the moment when Ilyxia swung her blade again, lunging forward to jab the staff into Ilyxia's exposed back. A torrent of electricity surged through Ilyxia's entire frame, inflicting excruciating pain. Whoever from Cybertron dared to use electricity against me, Ilyxia thought, gritting her teeth as she pivoted to strike at the electric staff. With a decisive crack, the staff shattered, and she collapsed to the ground, her gladiatorial spirit preventing her from succumbing to unconsciousness immediately. The life support systems of her body were in overdrive as she attempted to prop herself up with her arms. Ilyxia dreaded opponents wielding electrical weapons. She was exceedingly sensitive to electric currents. Even the slightest surge could trigger spasms in her organic matter. Upon witnessing Ilyxia's fall, Optimus intended merely to signal for a tactical retreat, yet he was taken aback when Ilyxia trembled and rose again, her optical sensors leaking cleansing fluid that dripped down her cheeks on the ground. Ilyxia's gaze resembled that of a poised leopard, ready to pounce. RC quickly returned to Optimus's side. "Commander, she must be at her limit," she exclaimed. Fueled by rage, Ilyxia's right hand transformed into a colossal sword, charging at RC like a frenzied warrior. You will pay for using that electric staff against me. I shall extract your spark from Megatron. Ilyxia bellowed as she advanced. Her attacks, noticeably more ferocious than before. RC barely managed to evade Ilyxia's strikes, though a glancing blow from the sword left a gash on her cheek. With each passing moment, Ilyxia's onslaught intensified, yet her energy reserves dwindled. Optimus, positioned on the other side, unleashed ranged attacks against Ilyxia. She was ill-equipped to handle multiple adversaries. And compounded by the electric assault that had compromised her armor, Optimus's bullets struck her waist, eliciting a painful growl. Although Ilyxia attempted to redirect her focus toward Optimus, her body succumbed first to exhaustion. A powerful punch from Optimus sent Ilyxia hurtling away, landing on the ground. Her optical sensors remained wide open, fixated on the approaching Optimus. In the comms, Optimus exchanged information with Ratchet, who, upon hearing of Ilyxia's fall, inquired if he could retrieve her. Ratchet offered no explanation, stating he needed to see Ilyxia before making any conclusions. After much deliberation, Optimus decided to drag Ilyxia by the nape of her neck towards the terrestrial bridge leading back to base, while the Autobots swiftly executed their retreat under his command. The entire cavern reverberated with the unwilling roars of the storm clouds. Ilyxia found herself restrained on a medical bed within the ambulance, the only one available on the Valiant. The Decepticon technology was rather considerate, equipping the bed with shackles to bind her. Upon encountering Ilyxia, the ambulance attempted to forge an emotional connection, inquiring if she remembered him. However, Ilyxia harbored no fondness for the Autobots at this moment, and even the ambulance was met with her indifference. After merely uttering its name, she turned her head away in silence. Eventually, Ilyxia ceased to engage with anyone, even when the Jack suggested filling her mouth with grenades. She retorted that if they were capable, they should place them in her fuel tank instead, for she could consume them all. Consequently, the nearby Mika dubbed her the Cybertronian Iron Stomach, much to the chagrin of the ambulance. The ambulance mused. This Ilyxia truly reflects her former character. I can now ascertain that she must have lost her memory. Alcee remarked, lost her memory? How could Ilyxia forget anything? Was she not a close friend of Optimus Prime? The ambulance cast a complex glance at Ilyxia and replied, that's a long story. She is, in fact, Ilyxia. Upon hearing this, Mika sprang to her feet, exclaiming, what did you say? Ilyxia, she. Mika ultimately could not articulate her thoughts. It was Jack who added, but didn't Ilyxia die? The ambulance refrained from immediate clarification, instead approaching Ilyxia's bed with as gentle a tone as possible. Ilyxia, do you truly have no recollection of the name, Ilyxia? Ilyxia shot a glare at the ambulance. Even if I have heard that name, what of it? You are not Megatron. I cannot be bothered to converse with you. You are unworthy of my words. Her words rendered the base silent for a brief moment. The ambulance's patience swiftly evaporated. Perhaps we should simply open Ilyxia's head and examine her thoughts. He was determined to uncover what lay within her mind beyond Megatron. Chapter 111. Memory Recovery, though he contemplated the idea of opening Ilyxia's head for examination. The ambulance understood that forcing her into a state of dormancy for such a procedure was fraught with risk, as Ilyxia would certainly resist any attempt to inspect her CPU. Thus, he resorted to a more physical form of anesthesia. He delivered punch. The ambulance wielded his strength judiciously, creating the illusion of personal vendetta. Yet it was indeed the reality. He knocked Ilyxia unconscious, forcibly disconnecting her from a network. In the gaze of the onlooking machines, the ambulance merely clapped his hands and explained, why do you look at me like that? Preoperative anesthesia is of utmost importance. The first to react was Optimus. Well, you did well, medic. Only then did the others divert their attention to replenish their energon. The ambulance then commenced a rudimentary examination of Ilyxia's CPU using the basic equipment aboard the Valiant, demonstrating his prowess as a skilled medic, for even with such limited apparatus, he was able to identify a memory compression package within her neural core. The ambulance unhesitatingly compelled Ilyxia's CPU to decompress her memories. However, the process proved to be somewhat arduous as she encountered encryption techniques reminiscent of the Decepticons. Yet, being the proficient medic that he is, the ambulance swiftly unraveled the encryption with remarkable ease. He observed with satisfaction as Ilyxia gradually absorbed these memories, certain that upon awakening, she would once again be their familiar and valiant comrade. Ilyxia lay on the medical bed, and to an outsider, she might have appeared to be merely asleep. In reality, She had been rendered unconscious, her head slightly dented from the blows inflicted by the ambulance. Despite her state of unconsciousness, her CPU continuously received memories. Starting from her very first day as a human until her ultimate demise at the hands of the Red Spider. A torrent of information regarding the fourth ultimate key flooded her CPU, which was on the verge of overload. Finally, 3 hours later, Ilyxia completed the digestion of these memories, and her nervous system began to function once more. Ilyxia, now fully restored, awakened. As she opened her optical lenses, she felt a sense of confinement in her hands and a fogginess in her head. Blinking through her optical lenses, she remembered that she had been restrained. The restraints, modified by the ambulance to be exceptionally tight, pressed painfully against her wrists with any movement. Ilyxia widened her optical lenses and glanced around. Hi, is anyone there? Ambulance? Are you present? It seemed our little warrior had finally awakened. The ambulance approached the medical bed in response to her voice. However, to ensure that your memories are fully restored, I must ask you a few questions. Ilyxia replied. Oh, must I take an exam here too? The ambulance reassured her. No exam is necessary. You simply need to answer. Here is the first question. How did the Red Spider take your human life? Ilyxia's optical lenses widened in shock. Is the first question truly this hellish? He pierced my abdomen with his fingers. The ambulance remained impassive. Correct. The second question, where did the dark energon render you immobile? Ilyxia exclaimed in frustration. It made my legs incapable of movement. Ambulance, you are deliberately asking these questions. The ambulance chuckled several times. Excellent, congratulations, Ilyxia. You have passed the test. Saying this, he unshackled her hands and feet, allowing her the freedom to rise from the bed and move her body. Do you feel any discomfort in your body? The ambulance inquired. Ilyxia touched her head. I feel dizzy and my waist is sore, but aside from that, I'm fine. The ambulance nodded. Dizziness is to be expected. Ilyxia understood the cause of her dizziness, bowing her head in guilt. I'm sorry, ambulance. I won't speak of you that way again. Just as the ambulance was about to offer some comforting words, Ilyxia dashed out, glancing around anxiously until she found Alcee and Commander Tontion. Then, before everyone's eyes, she suddenly knelt before them. I am sorry. Alcee, Commander Tontion, I struck you both. I promise to be gentler next time. Ilyxia's actions truly startled the machines present. Arcee, momentarily taken aback, quickly realized that she had regained her memories and hurriedly helped her up. My goodness, Ilyxia, you finally remember us. On the side, Tong Tianxiao remarked. Soldier, I acknowledge your admission of error, but your amnesia nearly cost both Arcee and me our lives. Ilyxia, with a face full of remorse, replied, I am so sorry. Commander, with Ilyxia's return, the Vanguard was instantly filled with excitement. After offering her apologies, Ilyxia began to share her memories and her alter ego with Meichi and the others, graciously admitting that she was indeed Iliora, even allowing Meichi to touch the weapon on her right hand. However, it wasn't long before Ilyxia paused during a downward motion, her chest displaying the conspicuous Decepticon insignia. Indeed, she had forgotten certain things. Chapter 112. Allow me to access. Ilyxia exchanged greetings with the ambulance before departing. Although the ambulance and Tong Tianxiao persistently tried to persuade her to join the Autobots, Ilyxia had no time to entertain their offers. She had far more pressing matters to attend to. She touched the Decepticon symbol on her chest, affixed to her by iron plating that could only be removed by tearing it off, much like shatter. However, she was not yet willing to do so, as she still hoped to utilize Megatron's power to restore Cybertron. Upon reaching the exterior of the Vanguard, she transformed into her vehicle mode and shot upwards into the sky. The force of the engine's thrust nearly toppled Meichi, who had been secretly watching, her eyes wide with admiration as she gazed at Ilyxia's departing figure. Absolutely magnificent, Meichi thought. Ilyxia soared towards Megatron's dark peak at her fastest speed. Along the way, she collided with several birds and narrowly missed a few military aircraft. But her velocity was such that humans could only perceive a mysterious object zipping past them. As Ilyxia approached the vicinity of the dark peak, she immediately spotted Megatron seated upon his throne. In truth, there were two thrones, one for Megatron and another meant for Ilyxia, which had remained unoccupied since she had not preferred to sit there before regaining her memories. Ilyxia charged towards Megatron's position, resolved to first deliver a blow to him and then dismantle him. The sound of her form slicing through the air grew closer, and Red Spider, standing nearby, sensed the impending danger and turned, but it was too late to react. Megatron, Ilyxia transformed and landed before him, the two machines standing merely 3 paces apart. Without uttering a single word, she shouted Megatron's name, her right hand morphing into a great sword as she swung it towards him. She had faith that Megatron would catch it. After all, he was incredibly powerful. As the strike landed, Megatron indeed caught it, while Starscream, standing nearby, was so frightened that he fled immediately. Megatron stared in astonishment at Ilyxia, his right arm barely managing to parry her onslaught with his hidden blade. Ilyxia, increasing her force, compelled Megatron to divert her attack, creating space for him to retreat a few steps. Ilyxia had no intention of granting Megatron a moment's respite. She launched several more strikes at him, all of which he successfully blocked. Their fierce battle drew the attention of both Starscream and Shockwave, who were watching from the sidelines. Just as Shockwave contemplated intervening to calm Ilyxia, he witnessed her transform into her vehicle mode, forcefully ramming Megatron down from the Dark Summit. Megatron, during his descent, also shifted into his vehicle form. The two engaged in aerial combat, with Ilyxia dominating the exchange, leaving Megatron with little opportunity to retaliate. Eventually, they descended to the ground, resuming their close-quarters battle. The clash was so intense that the onlooking minions dared not approach. Ilyxia's mind was consumed with the memories of Megatron's past deceptions and the less-than-pleasant images that haunted her. She was determined to reclaim the dignity she had lost during those times. "Megatron, can you not take this seriously?" Ilyxia remarked, observing how she had the upper hand, even causing him to leak energon without retaliation. Frowning, she added, "You were never this weak in the gladiatorial arena." Megatron, battered and aching from Ilyxia's relentless assault, wiped the energon from his lips as he struggled to his feet. He sensed a shift in Ilyxia's tone. "It appears you have regained your memories. My sincerest apologies, Ilyxia. I believe there must be some misunderstanding between us." Ilyxia retorted, "What misunderstanding could there possibly be? You silver-tongued deceiver. Not only did you distort the truth to trick me, but you even dismantled me." Her voice cracked with rage. "Did I not command you to stop? How dare you continue to mislead me? I was once an unsuspecting protoform." After uttering these words, Ilyxia continued her assault on Megatron, who, forced to defend himself, found himself on the back foot, though initially reluctant to strike back. Megatron realized that Ilyxia was indeed fighting with full force. Ilyxia discerned Megatron's reluctance to engage fully and, disapproving of this disparity in their combat, decided to deliver a final blow. Megatron collapsed helplessly to the ground, believing that Ilyxia's assault would settle their grievances, as had been the custom in the arena. However, to his surprise, Ilyxia merely stowed her weapon, bent down, and seized his left arm, hoisting him back towards the Dark Summit. "Megatron," he coughed weakly, "I am pleased that you chose to return to the Decepticon ranks after regaining your memories." Ilyxia, recognizing his feigned enthusiasm, replied, "Indeed. But I will hold you accountable for your earlier actions regarding joining the Decepticons." Ilyxia returned to the Retribution with Megatron slung over her shoulder, expertly guiding him to his quarters. With a swift motion, she cast him onto the charging bed. Her expression remained stern as she commanded, "Activate the interface." Megatron, taken aback, stammered, "W what?" Ilyxia stepped closer, urging, "Stop hesitating. Open it so I can access." Chapter 113. Nutrients reclining on the charging bed. Megatron's optical sensors appeared vacant. He had contemplated how Ilyxia would react upon regaining her memories, whether she would confront him with anger, summon the Autobots to retaliate, or even join their ranks. Yet, he had never anticipated that she would approach him with such ferocity, intent on dismantling him. His concern for Ilyxia's neural system lingered, wondering if it was still intact. To his surprise, Ilyxia discerned his thoughts instantly, chuckling lightly, "Megatron, you should have foreseen this." Now, with her spirits restored, she stood beside the charging bed, scrutinizing his attempt to sit up. "The regenerative capabilities of a dark energon entity are remarkable. You've recovered overnight." Megatron, cradling his slightly dizzy head, remarked, "It feels rather uncomfortable to reveal such a vulnerable side of myself." Ilyxia raised an eyebrow. "It's not so shocking. I've seen you in this weakened state before." Unable to suppress her concern for Megatron's frailty. After all, she was the one who had struck him. She extended her hand to steady him. "You've charged for several hours, while Starscream was desperately searching for you. I handed him over to Soundwave to deal with. Megatron inquired. Starscream? What trouble has he encountered now? As they walked side by side towards the deck of the Retribution, Ilyxia explained, It's nothing serious. It seems that Thundercracker caused some havoc on the deck, resulting in Starscream's injuries. Megatron responded, He always tends to overreact. But who is this Thundercracker? That ominous name? Ilyxia replied, Indeed, you guessed it accurately. Upon reaching the deck, they heard Starscream's terrified voice. Ilyxia pressed the button to open the deck door, revealing a colossal Thundercracker menacingly growling at Starscream, who trembled with an electroprod in hand, attempting to fend off the beast. Ilyxia stepped in front of Starscream and said, All right, Thundercracker, look at what you've done to our little Starscream. Starscream quavered, Please, don't call me little. Thundercracker, showing deference to Ilyxia, immediately softened his demeanor upon seeing her, abandoning his fierce stance. Megatron led Starscream away, instructing Ilyxia to direct Thundercracker while he and Starscream addressed the affairs of the Decepticons. Ilyxia nodded in agreement and turned to gently pat Thundercracker's head. How peculiar it was. While even Soundwave could not decipher the meaning behind Thundercracker's roars, she was able to feel his emotions directly and comprehend his intentions completely. Ilyxia mused that perhaps her own systems lacked any kind of translator. Ilyxia contemplated this as she lowered her gaze to examine her own construct. Aside from the wound on her palm, there were no other notable injuries. The injury on her hand was not particularly large, merely a bit deep, causing a flow of energy fluid. Her construct possessed formidable regenerative capabilities, and such a wound should have healed long ago. As Ilyxia touched the wound, she noted that it was indeed healing slowly, albeit at a pace far slower than before. Chong Yinxiao observed Alicia's bowed head and called out to her. Ilyxia, lost in thought, replied, I am fine. I am merely reflecting. Seemingly struck by a thought, she retrieved a fragment of the ultimate divine key from the storage space behind her construct. Ilyxia made a small incision in her palm, and energy fluid surged forth. She turned her hand over, allowing the fluid to drip onto the ultimate divine key. In the next moment, the energy fluid began to seep into the intricate designs of the key, which emitted a familiar white light, healing itself at an observable optical speed. As the energy fluid dripped and was absorbed, the ultimate divine key ultimately returned to its previous form, resembling its state before it had been shattered. The key, now held in Alicia's grasp, began to reshape itself, though this time it did not emit the warm temperature it once had. A new wave of knowledge flooded into Alicia's CPU. Chong Yinxiao, who had witnessed the entire process, dared not blink, remaining utterly still as he gazed at Ilyxia and the ultimate divine key. The key gleamed brilliantly, captivating his admiration, as did Alicia's vibrant adornments. Upon absorbing the information, Ilyxia suddenly comprehended her situation. To confirm her suspicion, she quickly made another incision on the back of her hand. However, this wound healed almost instantaneously. Ilyxia now understood. If the ultimate divine key could not be restored using the hammer of the celestial champion, Cybertron could still be revived. The condition for this, however, remained unspoken as Ilyxia silently regarded the ultimate divine key in her hand. Chong Yinxiao, in his beast form, was quite perceptive of emotions. Moments ago, he had detected a hint of disdain from the Red Spider. Yet now, he could only sense excitement and sorrow emanating from Ilyxia. Chapter 114. Frozen dragon meat with her memories restored, Ilyxia deemed the Decepticons irredeemable. Was she to send Chong Yinxiao hunting again? He had only recently come into existence, his age possibly less than that of a Star Corps she was acquainted with. Ilyxia felt dissatisfied with Red Spider's command. Furthermore, sending him to transport seemed unnecessary. They had no shortage of transport vehicles. It felt as though she were dispatching Chong Yinxiao merely to avoid his presence. Realizing that her reasoning had been exposed, Red Spider refrained from arguing. What do you propose this beast do aboard the Nemesis? The amount of energy cubes he consumes far exceeds ours, and your aggregation of the super energy body has only just begun its research. If we allow this formidable creature to remain idle aboard the warship daily, the Decepticons' resources will be utterly depleted. The statements made by Red Spider are indeed quite accurate. However, the energy reserves of the Decepticons are still substantial, more than sufficient for a lofty ascent. Just as Ilyxia was preparing to counter Red Spider's perspective as overly far-sighted, an alert suddenly flashed on the nearby screen, indicating a communication signal from the Autobots. This device was employed by Red Spider to monitor communication frequencies, allowing for immediate localization whenever an Autobot utilized any communication equipment. With his inclination for argument dissipated, Red Spider swiftly transitioned into work mode, taking charge of the situation. Ilyxia sighed, acknowledging Red Spider's commendable operational skills, which justified Megatron's decision to retain him. Ilyxia wished to distance herself from Red Spider's endeavors. As her target for apprehension was a dear friend, she could not bring herself to confront them, for her sole aspiration was the revival of Cybertron. Yet, mere minutes later, another communication call to the command center came through, making Ilyxia feel a sense of unease. Nevertheless, Red Spider, brimming with confidence, regarded it as a routine communication. Observing as Red Spider dispersed the fleet across the globe, Ilyxia shook her head in resignation and exited the command center. Just a few steps away, she overheard Megatron's interrogation of Red Spider. Suppressing a smirk, Ilyxia found herself delighting in the unfolding drama, but her amusement was abruptly interrupted by a sudden tremor. Megatron, glancing at the alarms emanating from his fortress, sensed a weariness within his core. The Dark Peak is under attack. Red Spider, I command you to deploy all defenses to eliminate the intruders. Megatron ordered with an icy demeanor. Ilyxia, no longer inclined to leave, returned to an operations console to monitor the situation at the Dark Peak. Below the Dark Peak, several Autobots ignited the battlefield, drawing all firepower toward themselves, followed by Optimus Prime arriving in a spacecraft for aerial support. Sensing an untenable situation, Shockwave proposed the deployment of Devastator. Megatron acquiesced, yet as Devastator descended onto the battlefield, he was swiftly lured away by Optimus Prime, who, along with Ratchet, utilized a land bridge to transport him to the Arctic. Thus, the unfortunate Devastator found himself frozen in the Arctic. As the primary combatants of the Decepticons, Megatron and Shockwave naturally had to join the fray. Shockwave proceeded to address the barriers and jacks below, while Megatron advanced to defend the Fusion Cannon Control Center, forcibly dragging Ilyxia along with him. Originally, Ilyxia had intended to feign participation and avoid serious engagement, but Megatron's insistence compelled her to fight earnestly. Upon entering the Fusion Cannon Control Center, they discovered the guards sprawled on the ground, all defeated by Optimus Prime. Recognizing the Autobot's second-in-command, Megatron wasted no time and engaged Optimus Prime in battle. Although Optimus possessed considerable strength, he found himself outmatched by Megatron, a fact he was acutely aware of. Yet, to conquer the Dark Peak, he had no choice but to confront Megatron, even at the cost of utter defeat. Megatron swiftly defeated Sentinel Prime, marking the conclusion of the battle beneath the Dark Pinnacle. The Decepticons' overwhelming aerial tactics had bested Jolt and his companions, who found themselves encircled by Shockwave and his forces, preparing to be taken to the Dark Pinnacle. Megatron instructed Ilyxia, one to escort Sentinel Prime to the summit, as he still had uses for him. Ilyxia, one stepped forward to carry Sentinel Prime, but Megatron insisted she simply drag him along. That won't do. Sentinel Prime is Optimus Prime's second-in-command. A modicum of respect is warranted, Ilyxia, one retorted. Reluctantly, Megatron acquiesced, allowing her to bear Sentinel Prime to the upper echelon. Ilyxia, one handled him with care, placing him before Megatron and handing him a small roll of bandages. Sentinel Prime offered Ilyxia one a grateful glance, which she reciprocated. After all, this was Sentinel Prime. He deserved to be treated with due respect. If the hope of restoring Cybertron lay in the hands of the Autobots, her allegiance might afford her a voice in their ranks. Such was the shrewdness of Ilyxia one's thoughts. Chapter 115. The return of Optimus Prime. Megatron began his interrogation of Sentinel Prime, though it appeared more like a one-sided inquiry, as Sentinel Prime remained resolutely silent. Megatron, losing patience, issued a dire command. Execute all prisoners and initiate the fusion cannon to target all cities within range. It is time for the world to know that this planet belongs to me. Ilyxia, one interjected urgently. What if Sentinel Prime truly does not know where Optimus is? Megatron scoffed. If Optimus Prime wished to thwart me, he would undoubtedly reveal himself. Just then, mere seconds after his proclamation, a sudden rush of air signaled an approaching aerial unit. Ilyxia, one squinted through her optics. Is that Starscream returning? It doesn't seem so, replied Starscream, watching intently. Megatron stepped forward, and, as he discerned the approaching figure, Optimus Prime's massive fist came crashing toward his face. Upgraded by the matrix of leadership, Optimus Prime now possessed the ability to fly, with enhanced capabilities and strength. He delivered a series of powerful blows to Megatron, sending him crashing into his throne, which shattered upon impact. Ilyxia, one step back, watching with satisfaction as Optimus Prime exacted his vengeance. His strikes were cathartic, compensating for earlier frustrations with Megatron. Subsequently, Optimus Prime unleashed a barrage from his newly acquired Gatling gun, dispatching the remaining adversaries one by one, while Starscream fell to a punch from Sentinel Prime, leaving Ilyxia, one, as the sole witness. Noticing both Optimus Prime and Sentinel Prime's optics fixed upon her, Ilyxia, one, hastily brandished her weapon. Are you truly prepared to face me 2 against 1? Optimus Prime and Megatron exchanged a glance. Neither made things difficult for Ilyxia. Optimus descended with the intent to destroy the fusion cannon, while Megatron quickly regained his footing and transformed into vehicle mode to engage Optimus in aerial combat. Seizing the opportunity, Starscream returned to his ship. With Optimus's arrival, the scales of victory nearly tipped in favor of the Autobots. At that moment, Ilyxia received word from the ground troops that numerous human aircraft were approaching. Starscream, rubbing his head, scrambled to his feet and gazed towards the fusion cannon, the battlefield of Optimus and Megatron. Ilyxia glanced down, seeing Optimus preparing to hurl Megatron into the energy column of the fusion cannon, aiming for its destruction. She called out to Starscream, urging him to transfer essential supplies to the warship. Starscream, a clever mech, quickly grasped her intent, nodded, and issued commands for his subordinates to expedite the transfer of materials. As Ilyxia anticipated, Megatron was no match for the newly evolved Optimus. He was cast into the energy column, resulting in the destruction of the fusion cannon. Meanwhile, under the leadership of Agent Fowler, the human fighters capitalized on the weakened defenses of Darkmount, launching several projectiles that caused massive explosions, cleaving Darkmount in two and sending it teetering towards collapse. Ilyxia and Starscream rushed into the command center of the fusion cannon. She hoisted the incapacitated Megatron and began to flee towards the warship. Megatron was reluctant to retreat, prompting Ilyxia to exclaim, "Darkmount is on the verge of collapse. Are you waiting to be crushed?" Starscream chimed in, "Indeed, my lord, we have lost this round. If we wish to reclaim our position, we must withdraw immediately." Without further hesitation, Ilyxia carried Megatron away. Fortunately, thanks to Starscream's earlier warning, the vital supplies of the Decepticons had been swiftly relocated to the Nemesis. The warship activated its cloaking and ascended to the sky, Soundwave piloting it from the command room, leaving no time for the Autobots to pinpoint their location. Megatron had not sustained severe injuries. He was merely incapacitated by the electric currents of the fusion cannon's energy column. By the time he boarded the ship, he was already feeling much improved, though his complexion appeared somewhat pallid. Ilyxia stood beside him, observing his condition and saying, "Do not lose heart. Though your fortress has fallen, you still possess the Nemesis." Unexpectedly, Megatron merely managed a grim, almost deranged smile, exclaiming, "I never anticipated Optimus Prime's return." "Ha ha ha, how fortuitous!" His laughter echoed throughout the command room, and he appeared almost unhinged. Ilyxia and Starscream exchanged concerned glances, their worry for Megatron palpable. However, Ilyxia's deeper concern lay with Megatron's CPU. Was he losing his sanity? Would such a mental state impede the Decepticon resurgence on Cybertron? Chapter 116. Returning home to attend to matters. How progresses the research on the aggregation of super energy bodies? Asked Megatron. Shockwave retrieved a perfectly square, deep green energy block from another experimental station and handed it to Megatron. The equations provided by Ilyxia are quite comprehensive. The aggregation of super energy bodies is currently in the experimental stage. I have utilized several stable super energy bodies for the creation of the colossal monstrosities. In a short while, they will be ready for deployment among the Decepticons. Megatron gazed at the energy block in his hand with satisfaction. Well done, Shockwave. With Ilyxia's assistance, replicating those beastly armies will surely be more efficient. However, there's another matter, Lord Megatron, Shockwave interjected, tapping a few buttons on his control panel, which brought forth a new page on the screen. Alongside the equations, Ilyxia provided me with a sample of her energy liquid, requesting an analysis of its components. Upon examination, I discovered that her energy liquid could react with most of Cybertron's active metals. Shockwave opened an experimental report that succinctly detailed the procedure and results. The specific reactions indicated that contact with wounds allowed for rapid healing, and interaction with damaged weaponry facilitated regeneration. Most importantly, I found that Ilyxia's energy liquid seems to possess an intricate connection to the magical energy spheres. By mixing her energy liquid into the cultivation of super energy bodies for the colossal monstrosities, the clones still developing their metallic skeletons and primordial matter would gradually awaken a semblance of consciousness, akin to the life bestowed by the magical spheres. Shockwave turned his attention to the aggregation of the super energy body in Megatron's grasp. Ilyxia's energy liquid also interacts with the super energy bodies, acting as a catalyst to stimulate the aggregation process. I have already employed some stable super energy bodies for experimentation, significantly accelerating the progress of the colossal monstrosity project, exceeding my expectations. Excellent, Shockwave. Megatron responded eagerly to the promising news, lavishing praise upon him and urging him to continue his research on the colossal monstrosities, granting him unrestricted access to Decepticon resources. Shockwave remained unaffected by the commendation, his formidable optical lens focused intently on Megatron's face. Lord Megatron, through this research on Ilyxia's energy liquid, I believe there are more methods to revive Cybertron than merely the ultimate godlock. Megatron's expression grew serious as he regarded Shockwave. Isn't the exceptional regenerative capability of Ilyxia's energy liquid attributable to the presence of dark super energy bodies? No, Lord Megatron, Shockwave replied. While it is true that Ilyxia's body contains some dark super energy, it is merely a product of your union with her. Even though it courses through her veins and spark, the quantity remains negligible. Megatron, contemplating the potential of Ilyxia's energy liquid, remained steadfast in his conviction. Repairing the ultimate godlock must be the first step toward revitalizing Cybertron. And Ilyxia's energy liquid ought to flow within her veins, not become a subject of experimentation. Shockwave nodded. Very well, Lord Megatron. I shall return the half-ton of energy liquid sent by Ilyxia. Megatron, taken aback, inquired half a ton? Shockwave replied, Ilyxia is exceedingly generous. Upon hearing my request for more experimental materials, she promptly entrusted me with half a ton. Megatron paused, remarking, It seems Ilyxia has yet to shed her human habit of donating blood. As Shockwave sought new grotesque skeletal remains to extract Cybertronian nucleic acid, Ilyxia was inevitably involved in this field assignment. However, Ilyxia appeared preoccupied of late, often gazing at the moonlit sky each evening. Megatron had assumed this was a consequence of her excessive energy liquid donations and advised her to remain aboard the warship, refraining from undertaking missions. One day, Ilyxia requested permission from Megatron to utilize the space bridge to visit Cybertron, stating she had matters to attend to. Megatron quipped, What, are you homesick? Ilyxia responded, Indeed. I long to lie on the metallic floor and exclaim, Marvelous Cybertron, with its moon of metal. Noticing Megatron's silence, Ilyxia laughed and patted his back heartily. I did not intend to cause this, but I truly must attend to some affairs on Cybertron. You are aware that I possess scant memories prior to my arrival at the gladiatorial arena. Perhaps I might uncover something there. It won't take long. Merely 3 days in Earth time, she assured him. Ultimately, Megatron acquiesced to Ilyxia's request for the space bridge. The process, however, was not entirely smooth. It was a result of a scuffle between Ilyxia and Megatron, as she, now in her mechanized form, was eager to confront him, seeking to reclaim the grievances she had endured in her former human state. Upon stepping onto the metallic floor of Cybertron, Ilyxia experienced a profound sense of returning to her home planet. She surveyed the desolate surroundings, her gaze landing only on the iron fortress, which remained intact, having been restored by the ultimate godlock. However, the godlock was later destroyed, and now Megatron sought to relocate it to the warship, a task that had caused Shockwave considerable distress. Ilyxia glanced at the iron fortress before diverting her attention. Her target lay elsewhere. From her mechanized form, she retrieved the last remaining ultimate god key, gripping it tightly. The key began to emit a glow as Ilyxia recalled the coordinates for the fourth key. Transforming into her vehicle form, she soared away. Chapter 117. The Labyrinth Meal. Yet no meal. Ilyxia's destination was the location of the magical sphere. The very place where Jack had once wielded the magical sphere key to download memories to aid Optimus Prime in regaining his normalcy. This site had once been the Decepticon capital, Kaon, and the magical sphere lay buried beneath. Despite her previous attempts, Ilyxia had been unable to locate it, thus resorting to pestering Master Iron. Fortunately, due to Jack's prior visit, the entrance to the magical sphere had been opened, allowing her to stride confidently within. As she descended from the entrance, Ilyxia beheld a lengthy tunnel, adorned on either side with ancient engravings. Gripping the ultimate divine key tightly, she was acutely aware that this object lacked the guiding capabilities of the magic sphere's specialized key. Thus, she treaded cautiously through the tunnel. Fortunately, her ancestors had not set any deceptive traps here. Ilyxia followed the passage until she encountered 3 diverging paths. Goodness, could this be a labyrinth? She peered cautiously at each fork, only to find an impenetrable darkness extending endlessly. This was entirely different from what Jack had described. Ilyxia felt a wave of despair wash over her. Without the guiding key to the magic sphere, how could she discern her path? Her voice echoed through the maze, and aside from the reverberation of her own words, silence enveloped her. Frustrated, she shook the ultimate divine key vigorously, hoping to invoke some form of direction. Alas, her efforts proved futile, and resigned, Ilyxia chose the central fork. However, she marked the wall to ensure she could trace her steps back. 10 minutes later, Ilyxia found herself back at the starting point. 20 minutes later, she had finally made progress down a different path. 30 minutes later, she returned to her original position once more. 40 minutes later, Ilyxia lay on the ground, questioning her existence. 45 minutes later, she succumbed to slumber. 2 hours later, Ilyxia awoke with a start, chastising herself for her laziness. 3 minutes after that, she drifted off again. 3 hours later, Ilyxia finally stirred, realizing her actions were misguided, and began to devise a strategy to expedite her exit from a maze. 4 hours later, she discovered the exit. She admitted that when she caught sight of the faint glow beyond, her optical senses were already entranced by the swirling liquid in her cleaning solution. My gods, she thought, I am finally free. Beyond the maze's exit lay another tunnel, yet this one was significantly taller and wider than its predecessor. After taking a few steps, Ilyxia entered a vast new chamber. Upon observing the enormous machine embedded in the center of the floor, Ilyxia was convinced that it concealed the magic sphere beneath. The ultimate divine key began to emanate heat once more. Filled with exhilaration, she clutched the key tightly and rushed forward. Pausing before the machine, she bent down to trace the engravings on its surface, which did not appear to accommodate the ultimate divine key. Glancing around, she noted the absence of any nearby objects that could activate the mechanism beneath her. After a moment's contemplation, Ilyxia decided to once again cut her palm, allowing the energy liquid to drip onto the machine. A blood sacrifice for the magic sphere. The energy fluids did not disappoint Ilyxia. They swiftly permeated the metallic shell of the machine, causing the previously dull patterns beneath her feet to burst forth in a dazzling azure glow. Ilyxia was nearly blinded by the brilliance. A day after she departed from the warship, an enormous creature suddenly manifested on the ship's deck. The imposing creature, known as Thundercracker, had returned from the Arctic, leaving Megatron astonished. However, Shockwave explained that this fearsome beast possessed a powerful homing instinct, thus rendering their surprise unnecessary. With Ilyxia absent, Megatron ordered Starscream to take command. Starscream could hardly believe his senses. He was terrified at the thought of being alone with such a wild beast, let alone commanding it. Nevertheless, as it was an order from Megatron, Starscream had no choice but to comply. He steeled himself and attempted to command Thundercracker, yet the creature dismissed him with a flick of its tail, sending him crashing aside. Chapter 118. The eldest daughter of the Arcane Sphere, meanwhile, Ilyxia, still on Cybertron, remained blissfully unaware of Thundercracker's return. She was engrossed in receiving the blessings bestowed by the Arcane Sphere, though it was referred to as a blessing. The Arcane Sphere merely inundated her CPU with vast knowledge concerning her past and the means to revive Cybertron. It was then that Ilyxia learned she was conceived as a machine by the Arcane Sphere prior to entering the arena, much like Master Titan, who was also a guardian of the sphere. Her form was unique. As a guardian, she lacked a pronounced self-awareness, and her CPU possessed little memory capacity, functioning merely as a weapon to eliminate any living entities that approached the Arcane Sphere, subsequently retreating to a corner to heal her wounds. Eventually, Master Titan, unable to bear the sight of Ilyxia languishing in solitude, transformed her from a guardian devoid of self-awareness into a being capable of existence and sent her forth. Ilyxia could not help but internally critique her dramatic lineage, pondering why Master Titan would prefer not to see her, though it was also possible that the former Ilyxia had indeed been quite bothersome. Yet Master Titan was truly benevolent. Having released her, the arcane sphere then implanted a small container within Ilyxia's form, positioning it near her spark. This miniature imitation of the arcane sphere fortified her structure against damage. The sphere informed her that she would find use for this small container in the future. Ilyxia, uncertain of what it could hold, noted that it did not appear suited for conventional weapons or energy blocks. Having absorbed all pertinent information, Ilyxia emerged once more into the world above. Upon returning to the surface, she felt momentarily disoriented, as though she had just witnessed a captivating film. Taking in a few breaths of the polluted air characteristic of Cybertron, she called out to Megatron. "Megatron, I have completed my tasks. Is it convenient to open a space bridge now?" The only response she received was Megatron's fragmented voice resonating through the communication link. Ilyxia sent another communication, but this time it was merely static. Not even a whisper of Megatron could be discerned. What could be the cause? Had the warship's communication system malfunctioned? Doubtful and undeterred, Ilyxia transmitted several more messages, even reaching out to Soundwave and Starscream. Yet each response was met with the same cacophony of noise. Standing there in bewilderment, she blinked her optical sensors, momentarily at a loss. With no way to contact Megatron, should she venture to the desolate Rust Sea? Just as Ilyxia was preparing to find some amusement in a day trip to Cybertron, a space bridge materialized before her. Uncertain whether it belonged to the Autobots or the Decepticons. After all, hadn't the Autobots yet to master space bridge technology? She stepped cautiously through the portal. The sight that greeted her on the other side left her CPU momentarily frozen. Before her lay the deck of the warship, where a colossal thundercracker lay sprawled, while Starscream trembled nearby, attempting to maintain an appearance of normalcy. Ilyxia stared in disbelief. Thundercracker had returned. "Is that you, Thundercracker?" she inquired. Megatron, upon noticing Ilyxia's emergence from the bridge, nodded and stated, "The formidable Thundercracker has rejoined our ranks, though due to Starscream's command blunder. Our communication system was incapacitated for a time." He emphasized Starscream's blunder, causing the latter's wings to quiver in response. Megatron then turned his gaze to Ilyxia's form. "What have you discovered on Cybertron?" Ilyxia shrugged nonchalantly. "I recover my memories, though I did lose my way for quite some time. I shall elaborate when I have a moment." It seemed her presence in his processor held considerable weight. Megatron smiled with satisfaction at her words. Ilyxia adjusted her optical sensors. Dismissing Megatron's flattery, Soundwave was busy repairing the communication panel, retracting his tentacles to reboot the interface. After 3 hours of dysfunction, the communication system finally came back online. Megatron felt a profound sense of vexation regarding Starscream's failure and promptly returned command to Ilyxia. Starscream sighed with relief at the news, eager to distance himself from the beast that was Megatron. Yet, command errors carried their own penalties. Ilyxia watched with pity as Megatron took Starscream away, silently wishing him good fortune, hoping he would not incur Megatron's wrath. Soundwave remained behind, observing the departure of the two before turning back to Ilyxia, gesturing toward her form. Ilyxia placed her hands on her hips proudly, declaring, "My ancestor has enhanced my chassis. Impressive, isn't it?" Soundwave paused briefly in silence. He did not nod in agreement, but rather synthesized a reluctant response through a combination of recordings. "Why is it still green, lacking any other colors?" Some sound waves, like this brilliant chassis, are adorned with 9 distinct colors. However, I find that green suits me best, so I have not made a change. What do you think? Ilyxia gazed at Soundwave with anticipation. Soundwave remained silent, scanning her from head to toe before continuing his quietude. Ilyxia exclaimed, "What does silence mean? Come on, Soundwave, say something." Chapter 119. Diligent Ilyxia. Upon her return, Ilyxia immersed herself in the project concerning Shockwave, primarily engaging in fieldwork, which entailed searching for the colossal, fearsome remains. Her time spent in the laboratory was scant. Furthermore, Ilyxia was not one to idle away, rather than staring blankly at the screens aboard the warship. She preferred to assist Megatron in the fossil hunt and enjoy the fresh air. Why can't these fossils just sprout legs and run away? Ilyxia mused as she retrieved a massive, fearsome relic from an excavated pit and handed it to Shockwave. At this rate, the Decepticons will become an archaeological team. Shockwave regarded the remains Ilyxia presented and earnestly responded, "It is illogical for fossils to possess the ability to act independently." Ilyxia sighed, "All right, I understand. I just wish for Cybertron to be restored. I wonder when Megatron will resume his plans for its revival." Shockwave replied, "You were on Cybertron nearly a day ago. According to Earth time." Ilyxia countered, "That is different." Ilyxia stepped out of the pit ahead of Shockwave, knowing that Soundwave's terrestrial bridge would require some time to calibrate. She needed to provide adequate cover. As she emerged, she encountered Smokescreen and Bumblebee, and it was indeed a confrontation. Without hesitation, Smokescreen opened fire upon seeing Ilyxia. His aim precise as 3 shots targeted her chest armor. Fortunately, Ilyxia's chassis had been reinforced, and her reflexes were swift. Only the first shot struck her, while she evaded the subsequent 2. The impact was not particularly painful. Ilyxia, still trying to comprehend the situation, had not yet clearly identified Smokescreen before being shot at. Once her optical sensors focused, she realized it was Smokescreen and Bumblebee. Just as she was about to charge forward with her blade, a wave of joy surged within her at the sight of Smokescreen. "Smokescreen!" Smokescreen did not pause his barrage upon hearing her call his name. "Who are you? How do you know my name?" Bumblebee emitted a couple of beeps, prompting Smokescreen to abruptly cease his attack. "Is that you, Ilyxia?" Smokescreen asked, astonished as he scrutinized Ilyxia. "You must be joking. This Decepticon chassis resembles a scallion. How could it possibly be Ilyxia?" Ilyxia paused, indignantly retorting, "Who are you calling a scallion? Do you take me for Hatsune Miku?" Ilyxia's tone was strikingly familiar. Smokescreen hesitated momentarily, then began to reassess the figure before him. Bumblebee stepped between the two, explaining the situation, and with each word Smokescreen absorbed, his astonishment grew, leaving his mouth agape, wide enough to accommodate a phase shifter. Ilyxia observed Smokescreen standing still, and without hesitation, she rushed forward to embrace him firmly, lifting him off the ground so that he could only struggle in midair. "Be gentle. Allura, my waist is about to snap." Smokescreen gasped. Upon hearing this, Ilyxia immediately released her grip. "Oh, I apologize, I missed you so much. But for now, just call me Ilyxia," she replied. Smokescreen stood up, rubbing his waist. "To be honest, I find it a bit hard to adjust. You were so small before, and now you've grown so much." Ilyxia smiled. "It's normal. I felt the same when I first transformed into a human. I was so thirsty that I thought I needed to drink gasoline, and nearly ended up in a hospital." Ilyxia longed to reminisce with Smokescreen and Bumblebee, but suddenly, a communication from Megatron interrupted. He instructed Ilyxia to temporarily retreat to assist Red Alert while Starscream searched for the remains, as Megatron would not let Red Alert command him without Alicia's oversight. "Starscream is gone again?" "All right, I understand," Ilyxia replied reluctantly, bidding farewell to the 2 Autobots. Transforming into her vehicle form, she ascended into the sky. Smokescreen watched her depart, still elated from their reunion, when suddenly, a powerful explosive shell detonated near his feet. Smokescreen and Bumblebee turned to see Shockwave emerge, carrying remnants of the fallen. There was no time for continued joy. They had to engage in battle once more. Ilyxia was unaware of the fierce conflict that had erupted at the oil field. All she knew was that Starscream was indeed quite occupied, returning only to seek out his comrade's remains, without taking a moment's respite. Starscream's mission site was in Scotland. By the time Ilyxia arrived, Red Alert had just reached the location. Surprised by Alicia's arrival, he pointed to a nearby hole. "That beast has already entered a hunt. I doubt the Autobots can hold out much longer," he remarked. Ilyxia glanced at the ship standing off to the side, knowing it was Cosmos. Surely, some of the Autobots below included him. She then turned to Red Alert. "Why are you wearing the Supreme armor? It's necessary gear for training that beast. Its claws are too sharp and could easily injure me. Of course. I mean, it listens to me perfectly, so any injury would be purely accidental. In truth, you're afraid of Starscream, aren't you?" "What? I'm not." Ilyxia wore an expression that conveyed understanding, leaving Red Alert infuriated. He attempted to salvage his pride with words, but to no avail. Chapter 120. A wavering fence-sitter Ilyxia did not wish to bicker further with Red Alert. She remembered her mission and needed to assist Starscream in retrieving the remains swiftly, or else a confrontation with the Autobots would become quite troublesome. Just as she was about to enter the cave below to find Starscream, she suddenly spotted a small figure behind a rock near the ship. Ilyxia appeared to be skeptical of her optical visor. She blinked and turned a glance at Red Spider, who had boarded the Ark with his elite soldiers. Lowering her gaze, she noticed a small figure. Maggie, what are you doing here? Ilyxia crouched down to meet Maggie's eyes. Are Autobots now able to take humans along on missions? Upon seeing the figure before her, which seemed to be Ilyxia, Maggie's tension dissipated instantly. Ilyxia? Is that really you? Your body looks somewhat different. I hardly recognized you. Yes, it's me. My body underwent an upgrade a few days ago, Ilyxia replied. Maggie, nearly leaping with excitement, exclaimed, That's wonderful. Ilyxia, you must help the others. They're trapped underground by that enormous metal dragon. Ilyxia hesitated, contemplating her current identity. Given my circumstances, it's not ideal for me to assist you. Maggie blinked expectantly at her. With a determined closure of her eyes, Ilyxia resolved, Very well. I will merely check on the situation. I'm not aiding the Autobots. Stay here and do not let Red Spider see you. I will descend now. Without further ado, Ilyxia leaped into a nearby pit and ventured into the cavern. However, she had scarcely taken a few steps inside when a thunderous explosion erupted to her right, accompanied by a tumult of earth and stone. Ilyxia's first instinct was to wonder what chaos had done. She quickly pursued the source of the sound, delving deeper into the cave, only to be met with a heap of debris. Ilyxia approached the pile and began to shift the stones, which were surprisingly easy to move aside. Through the gaps, she caught sight of a large shadow. It must be Chaos. He was emerging from a hole blasted open by the jack. It seemed she had arrived a moment too late. But what are the others? Ilyxia cleared the rubble completely, kicking aside some scattered stones as she ventured further in, revealing a considerable amount of shattered rock. Before she could thoroughly search the area, an almost imperceptible sound of a blade slicing through the air came from behind her. Ilyxia's heart raced, and her right hand swiftly transformed into a weapon to parry the incoming strike. It was the Jack. After fending off the blow, the Jack recognized Ilyxia's face and lowered his dual blades, hesitating. What are you doing here? Ilyxia also retracted her weapon. I came to oversee your progress regarding the mission concerning the Titan. Just then, the others emerged from behind a pile of stones. The Ark did not comment upon seeing Ilyxia, instead directing his attention to the Jack as he approached. Even the rookies know better than to use grenades in enclosed spaces. The Ark glared at the Jack, his voice laced with anger. You nearly turned us into scrap metal. Enjoying the unfolding drama, Ilyxia crossed her arms at a distance, watching the two argue. As she immersed herself in the spectacle, the sound of the Titan flapping its wings resonated from above. The first to hear the sound was Ilyxia, who looked up to see Ilyxia with its mouth agape, ready to unleash fire. In a moment of urgency, Ilyxia swiftly dashed to Ilyxia's side and waved her hand towards Ilyxia. Ilyxia, wait a moment. Ilyxia strained to shout louder. Do not breathe fire, just yet. The flames lodged in Ilyxia's throat were forcefully suppressed, resulting in a few coughs of smoke as he stumbled onto a pile of rubble, retracting his wings. Ilyxia offered an awkward smile to Ilyxia, saying, This fierce creature has only recently hatched. Please forgive me, Commander. Ilyxia raised an eyebrow. Ilyxia stepped forward and exchanged a few words with Ilyxia, who responded with a low hum of agreement before picking her up in front of everyone. He even remembered to hand Ilyxia a skeletal relic shaped like an eye. Suddenly feeling a tight grip around her neck, Ilyxia found herself lifted off the ground, clutching the bone in her hands. Ilyxia flapped his wings, carrying her out of the cave. Remembering something, Ilyxia called out loudly to Ilyxia, Commander Ilyxia, please send my regards to Optimus Prime. It has been so long. Ilyxia, you're flying too high. All Ilyxia heard was Ilyxia's request to convey greetings, followed by her piercing screams, which echoed hauntingly. Chapter 121. The precipice of uncertainty brought back to the ground by Ilyxia. Ilyxia witnessed the scene of Mechi donning the supreme armor, wreaking havoc. She felt a sense of pride, realizing that the child possessed her former flair. However, Ilyxia did not witness the entire spectacle, as she was once again carried by Ilyxia and tossed onto his back to return to the warship. She acutely recognized that, despite both being airborne, the speed of the fierce creature was astonishing. They reached the warship in mere minutes without even needing navigation. Ilyxia handed the skeletal relic to Megatron, casually mentioning Red Spider's blunders during the mission. Upon hearing this, Megatron felt a mix of frustration and resignation as he summoned Red Spider via communication, instructing him to report to the deck immediately upon his return. Coincidentally, Red Spider had just arrived back at the warship, utilizing a land bridge, matching Ilyxia's speed quite closely. Consequently, Megatron, in a fit of rage, dragged the unfortunate Red Spider to the control room. Listening to the distant shouts, Ilyxia decided to turn away and refrain from eavesdropping. She gently patted Chong Yongxio's head, saying, "Chong Yongxio, be good. Let's not associate with someone like Red Spider." Chong Yongxio tilted his head in confusion, seemingly attempting to grasp her words. Ilyxia preferred wandering the human world over undertaking missions. She enjoyed startling military personnel on the tarmac before swiftly taking flight, tracing the flight paths of birds in the sky, or lying on an empty meadow at night, gazing at the stars while imagining the future of Cybertron. She simply could not remain idle and had no desire to stay on the warship. Since handing over the relic with the eyeglass component to Megatron, she had spent the entire day outside, avoiding missions, thus ignoring all communications from Megatron. After contemplating, Megatron decided to allow Ilyxia her freedom and instructed his subordinates to expedite their search for the remains. What else could he do? Naturally, one must cherish their partner. However, while Ilyxia lay on the grass, gazing at the stars, marveling at the essence of life, she received an unexpected communication. It was from Optimus Prime. Upon seeing the message, Ilyxia nearly sprang from the ground in astonishment. What could Optimus want? Was he inquiring about Megatron's ship's location, or questioning her allegiance to the Decepticons? Ilyxia entertained the worst possibilities before finally opening the communication. To her relief, it was merely a simple greeting. How trivial! She had fretted unnecessarily. Since it was just a salutation, Ilyxia responded warmly to Optimus, only to find that mere seconds later, he initiated a direct line of communication. Ilyxia connected instantly, as she had never set up a call sign since her friendship with Orion. She hastily spoke, "Optimus, is there something you need?" The voice on the other end was somewhat garbled. Before Optimus could speak, Ilyxia faintly heard the sound of an ambulance in the background. After a few seconds, Optimus finally spoke, "Ilyxia, I have an unusual request." Ilyxia was unaware that her conversation with Optimus was being projected onto the large screen at the base. She inquired, "What is it?" Optimus explained, "Since the base was destroyed, our energy reserves have become critically low." Ilyxia understood where he was heading. It was simple. They could seize energy resources from the Decepticons. There was a brief silence on the other end. The sound of what seemed to be an ambulance resonated, followed by a voice, "Huh? I knew she would suggest that." Ilyxia was taken aback. Ambulance? Optimus quickly regained the floor. "Actually, we were pondering if there might be a more dignified method of acquiring energy." Ilyxia replied, "Oh, indeed, if you're interested. There should still be some energy sources in the basement of my former home, although I have utilized most of them for experiments. If it is not too much trouble, you might want to take a look. There should still be some functioning machinery that the ambulance could use." Ilyxia provided a brief overview of her home situation, and Optimus expressed his gratitude. She refrained from elaborating further, exchanged a few pleasantries, and then ended the communication. Fortunately, her cautious demeanor had prevented any hostility from the Autobots. Otherwise, Ilyxia would have found herself in a precarious position. Though uncertain of whether the Autobots or Decepticons would ultimately prevail, Ilyxia knew she must leave herself an escape route. After years of being among humans, she had learned that lesson well. Ilyxia lay back for a while, contemplating her return to the ship, and then sent a communication to Megatron. However, she was met with the familiar static. Ilyxia paused momentarily. Had Starscream broken the communication system again? Chapter 122, The Unexpected Capture of Two Hostages. Indeed, with a powerful tail swipe, the communication system was shattered. This incident rendered the Decepticon team, led by Knockout, unable to establish contact with the battleship, leading to further ire directed at the Red Spider. Ultimately, it was through the sound waves that the communication system was restored. The first order of business upon restoration was to send reinforcements to Knockout. Megatron, even in his fury, neglected to chastise the Red Spider and instead dispatched 4 mechanical insects and an Elita, one to assist. The recently returned Elita, one remarked, "Isn't it a bit much?" After all, the support was intended for Knockout, and she wished to maintain their camaraderie. With a weary expression, Elita, one transformed into her vehicle mode and soared towards the land bridge. Upon crossing, she spotted Jolt and RC pursuing Knockout, who was in hot pursuit of a train. The mechanical insects charged forth to impede the Autobots' advance. Glancing at the nearby train, Ilyxia, one communicated with Knockout. "Where's the fossil?" "The remains are in the train car, without a roof." Knockout replied, understanding the situation. Ilyxia, one quickly flew to the specified train car, transformed to retrieve the remains, and immediately reverted to vehicle mode to follow Knockout. She cast a brief glance at Jolt and RC, contemplating for a few moments before deciding to fire ahead of them. Ilyxia, one merely intended to slow their pursuit, not to engage them deliberately. A mere 3 seconds later, another land bridge opened before Knockout and Ilyxia, one, and the two machines surged forward without hesitation. The support operation took mere minutes. After crossing the land bridge, Ilyxia, one transformed and landed on the deck, still clutching the remains, quietly muttering, "Night work is truly exhausting." Knockout, with a human in each hand, surveyed the Nurse Darby and Agent Fowler with keen interest. "I hadn't anticipated capturing 2 hostages alongside the remains." Ilyxia, one, taken aback, exclaimed, "What are those 2 doing here?" "What on earth happened, Knockout?" Knockout shrugged. "I merely seized the remains from these 2 humans." Fowler and Darby struggled in Knockout's grasp, yet their strength was no match for his, leaving them no choice but to remain compliant. Ilyxia, one, feeling a twinge of concern, inquired, "What do you intend to do with these humans?" "As long as they're with you, it's manageable. But if Megatron takes them into the interrogation room, it will be quite difficult to secure Fowler and Little Darby's release. I plan to first seek Lord Megatron's opinion." Knockout grinned mischievously. "Just don't plead for them. They are valuable hostages." Ilyxia, one, had much she wished to articulate. What a predicament they were in. On the deck, Soundwave was busy maintaining the system alongside several foot soldiers, making it impossible for Ilyxia, one, to incapacitate Knockout and abscond with the 2. Such an act would be tantamount to outright treachery. Together, Ilyxia, one, and Knockout approached Megatron. In high spirits due to having acquired the remains, Megatron refrained from immediately consigning Fowler and Darby to become test subjects, instead sending them to the interrogation room to extract the location of the Autobots' new base. This situation bears little distinction from sending them to serve as test subjects, for the methods of coercion employed by the Decepticons are both painful and numerous. "Might I take on the role of interrogator?" Ilyxia proposed, observing as the assailants confined the 2 individuals into a glass chamber, attempting to negotiate. "I've spent some time among humans. I understand the intricacies of human interrogation." However, Megatron, well aware of Ilyxia's capabilities, raised an eyebrow. "I do not believe this is a prudent idea, Ilyxia. I would prefer you not to be distracted by such trivial humans. The interrogation shall be entrusted to Starscream, whilst you retain your supreme command." Thus, Megatron handed over the fates of Little Jean and Fuller to Starscream for interrogation, and although Ilyxia yearned to intervene, she found herself somewhat powerless. It seemed her only recourse was to exploit any opportunity to alleviate their suffering. On the morning following Little Jean and Fuller's confinement aboard the warship, Ilyxia, having replenished her energy, opened her eyes to discover something amiss on the vessel. The previous night, she had stealthily checked on Little Jean and Fuller, who had remained silent. Thus Starscream had deprived them of any respite, relentlessly employing electric shocks during their interrogation. During the night, taking advantage of Starscream's absence, Ilyxia managed to deliver some water to them, unable to bear witnessing their torment, and consequently, she surreptitiously broke Starscream's electric prod. Upon returning after a brief absence, Starscream inquired, "You claim this was an accidental breakage?" Ilyxia simply averted her gaze. Ilyxia stepped out of her quarters, gazing down the eerily quiet corridor of the warship. Today, the vessel felt unusually tranquil, devoid of any foot soldiers. Descending 2 levels, she observed that the soldiers were alarmingly sparse, to the point of near invisibility. What is going on? Is everyone resting today? Ilyxia advanced into another area, turning a corner to finally spot a soldier. However, the soldier's form appeared rather peculiar, his gait unsteady. With curiosity, Ilyxia approached. "Soldier, wait." Upon hearing her voice, the soldier turned. The lower part of his face had transformed, replaced by a grotesque orifice expelling tendrils. Ilyxia took a step back, sensing an ominous aura emanating from the soldier. What manner of creature is this? Has the soldier undergone evolution? Ilyxia drew her weapon, cautiously advancing a step. Hello? The transformed soldier caught the scent of Ilyxia, lunging towards her like a wild beast. Without hesitation, Ilyxia fired, severing his head, yet to her astonishment, his body continued its advance. Ilyxia swiftly unsheathed her sword, piercing through a spark, at last bringing the creature to a halt. Almost forgetting that these soldiers were not human, she realized that merely shooting them in the head was futile. Ilyxia crouched to inspect the soldier's energy core, confirming his demise before rising once more. She was perplexed as to why these foot soldiers had transformed in such a manner. Yet it was evident that there must be more than one zombie-like soldier aboard the battleship. With this thought, Ilyxia instantly regained her composure. The most prudent course of action was to contact Megatron and issue a full ship-wide alert. Indeed, Ilyxia proceeded to do just that. However, Megatron was unreachable at the moment. He was likely preoccupied in the command center coordinating tasks with Soundwave. Not receiving a reply, Ilyxia resolved to make her way to the command center personally. With her right hand maintaining the form of a great sword, she navigated the corridors of the battleship with utmost vigilance. It had been a long time since she felt such trepidation aboard the vessel, reminiscent of her days as a human. The command center lay one level below, and she needed to reach the central elevator area to descend. As Ilyxia focused intently ahead, two distinct sets of footsteps echoed from behind her. Furrowing her brow, she swiftly turned to face the source. Before her stood Red Alert and Knockout. Ilyxia narrowed her optics, scrutinizing their mouths for any signs of abnormality. The two matched before her appeared to be in a state of shock. Knockout even let out a startled yelp upon seeing Ilyxia. In contrast, Red Alert maintained a semblance of composure, equally observing Ilyxia. Stepping forward cautiously, Red Alert inquired, "You are a normal mech, correct?" Ilyxia raised an eyebrow. Indeed, it seems you two have encountered peculiar soldiers. Knockout let out a sigh of relief. Thank the stars, I finally found a normal mech aboard this ship. Ilyxia approached them and asked, "What on earth is happening? Those soldiers look like zombies." Knockout, looking awkwardly at Red Alert, hesitated. Red Alert, equally uncomfortable, began, "Well, this is actually," Ilyxia interjected. "What exactly is going on?" Eventually, in the midst of the internal struggle between Red Alert and Knockout, the latter emerged victorious and recounted the entire ordeal, even taking the liberty to poke fun at Red Alert in the process. "Wait a moment. Are you saying that Silas has been turned into a zombie infection carrier and has infected all the soldiers aboard?" Ilyxia exclaimed in shock. Knockout hastily clarified, No. I believe Megatron and Soundwave have yet to be infected, and Dead End has been working in the mines, so he wouldn't have been exposed." Ilyxia felt a wave of dread wash over her. "You even considered Soundwave might be infected? Good heavens, are there more skilled ones out there?" The thought of Soundwave being infected was unfathomable. Would the Decepticons even be able to continue functioning? Knockout chuckled awkwardly. "I did ponder what would happen if you were to be infected." Ilyxia sighed deeply. "Listen, both of you. Our priority is to reach the command center and find Megatron to resolve this issue, not to dawdle about." Upon hearing Megatron's name, Red Alert felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. "No way. If we do that, Lord Megatron will have me disassembled." Ilyxia responded, "What do you propose we do then? Dealing with the foot soldiers is manageable, but can you both handle zombie Silas?" Red Alert and Knockout shook their heads in unison. Knockout added, "But you can?" Red Spider, "I believe the notion of incapacitation is quite apart from Ilyxia." "Well then, let me inquire. Even if I were to prevail in combat, I currently have no knowledge of Silas's whereabouts. How am I to address the source of this infection?" Red Spider, After a moment of hesitation, Red Spider struggled to articulate a response. However, fortune favored Ilyxia. During her exchange with Red Spider, Black Widow had arrived with her mechanical insect army at the corridor where Ilyxia stood. Ilyxia keenly sensed an unusual gaze upon her. She turned to find Black Widow, now free, accompanied by a multitude of mechanical insects. "Black Widow, how did she arrive here?" Ilyxia positioned herself protectively in front of Red Spider and Knockout. "You two should leave at once and contact Megatron." Before Ilyxia could finish, the duo fled hastily. While Ilyxia marveled at their swift retreat, she did not forget to adopt a fighting stance. Black Widow regarded Ilyxia with a twisted smile. "Look who we have here, Ilyxia. Isn't it? I once glimpsed you in Megatron's holographic collection, yet I did not expect to encounter the real you today." Black Widow's grin was sinister. "You appear just as vibrant as you did in the projection, and I am eager to seize the potent energy coursing through your veins." No sooner had she spoken than Black Widow lunged at Ilyxia. Yet Ilyxia was no novice. She was a consumer of potent energy. With ease, she raised her right hand to deflect the strike, engaging in a fierce struggle with Black Widow. Chapter 124. A stealthy release. Black Widow's tactics were peculiar. Each strike aimed at Ilyxia's neck. Ilyxia noted this oddity, as well as the fact that Black Widow's speed had significantly increased, as though she were desperately attempting to absorb something. "Black Widow, have you been infected?" Ilyxia was about to warn Black Widow of her potential infection when a sudden kick from Black Widow struck her arm. While it was excruciating, Ilyxia cried out and forcefully kicked Black Widow's leg away, using the momentum to hurl her across the corridor. The force was considerable, and Black Widow was sent crashing against the wall at the corridor's end. She quickly regained her footing, her thirst for energy compelling her to obtain Ilyxia's power at once. With gritted teeth, Black Widow commanded her mechanical insect army to advance upon Ilyxia, leading the charge herself, intent on capturing her. The wound on Ilyxia's arm radiated warmth, the pain lingering uncomfortably. This sensation was peculiar, seasoned from countless battles. Ilyxia sensed something amiss. As she focused on the advancing mechanical army, she prepared to strike with her right hand when a one-way land bridge suddenly manifested before her. Black Widow and her mechanical army were swallowed by the land bridge, never to re-emerge. Ilyxia turned in astonishment. Soundwave stood behind her, having closed the land bridge. Ilyxia hadn't anticipated his presence. "Soundwave?" Soundwave nodded, gesturing towards Ilyxia's injured arm. "Ilyxia, are you referring to my arm? I was wounded by the Black Widow and might be at risk of infection, yet at this moment I feel relatively untroubled." Soundwave was pulling Ilyxia towards the command center, but she brushed aside his hand, indicating that he should attend to his own affairs first. She had a few matters to address, but would join him shortly. The battleship was in disarray due to the presence of the zombie, Silas, and now presented the perfect opportunity to rescue Little Jane and the others. Regarding the infection, Ilyxia touched her wound. It seemed that due to the powers of the magic sphere, her body was immune to this virus, and she felt no unusual reactions. But such trivialities could wait. Saving lives was paramount. Upon reaching the interrogation room, Ilyxia discovered that both Knockout and Black Widow were present. They must have deemed this spot relatively safe to hide, but they soon departed. It appeared that Megatron had learned of the turmoil aboard the battleship and sought to interrogate Black Widow and the others. I had foreseen that if Lord Megatron were aware of this situation, neither of us would escape unscathed. "Relax, Black Widow," I urged. "Think positively. At least Ilyxia hasn't been infected, so Lord Megatron shouldn't be excessively furious. If Ilyxia were to become infected, none of us would survive. Can you imagine her aggression if infected? I certainly cannot. Well, think about it this way. Black Widow, I suggested at least Silas was the source of the infection, and they have distanced themselves." Ilyxia could no longer hear what followed. It was assuredly not something pleasant. The henchman outside the interrogation room lay sprawled on the ground, and Ilyxia effortlessly opened the door with her authorization. Upon entering, she saw Little Jane and Fuller suspended. Fuller, having endured the most severe torture, had lost consciousness, while Little Jane retained some awareness. Hearing a sound, Little Jane lifted her head. Unfamiliar with Ilyxia's form, she assumed another Decepticon had come to interrogate her, and thus donned a fierce expression. "No matter how you question me, I shall not utter a word." Ilyxia quickly waved her hands. "I am not here to interrogate you. I have come to rescue you." Little Jane evidently did not trust the words of the Decepticon before her and turned her head disdainfully. Ilyxia could afford no further hesitation. She grasped Fuller and Little Jane and placed them within the gaps of her armor, reminiscent of how Smokescreen had previously assisted her. Subsequently, Ilyxia led them to the upper deck, where a machine capable of deploying a land bridge awaited. She carelessly selected a location and sent Little Jane and Fuller through. Though the process was a bit bumpy, she ultimately succeeded in transporting them safely. In addition, she sent the coordinates to the ambulance to facilitate their retrieval. After accomplishing all this, Ilyxia hurriedly closed the land bridge and deleted the coordinates. Just as she pressed the delete button, familiar footsteps echoed behind her. "There you are, Ilyxia," came the voice of Megatron. Ilyxia made an effort to appear nonchalant as she turned around, feigning composure as she nodded. "I came to check if there are infected soldiers on the deck." uncertain whether Megatron had witnessed her recent actions. Ilyxia felt a twinge of anxiety. Megatron raised an eyebrow, his gaze fleetingly drifting towards the land bridge control panel behind Ilyxia. Soundwave mentioned you were injured. Are you all right? I'm fine. I haven't mutated, Ilyxia replied, only then becoming acutely aware of the pain from her wound as she instinctively touched it. By the way, has the virus been contained? Megatron responded, Shockwave has provided an effective solution, and I have executed a thorough decontamination of the entire ship. He scrutinized Ilyxia, his gaze lingering on her arm. Come with me to the medical bay. You require a comprehensive examination. With that, Megatron turned and strode away. Ilyxia stared at his retreating figure, hesitating before following. She glanced back at the control panel, noticing she had inadvertently created a hole in the delete button, which was still sparking. After confirming that the land bridge's coordinates had been completely erased, Ilyxia hurried to catch up with Megatron. Chapter 125. Loyalty. Ilyxia believed she was unscathed until the examination revealed that the virus had infiltrated her CPU. However, a mysterious substance had formed a barrier against the virus, preventing it from directly controlling her. After receiving an injection of the healing serum, she lay on the medical bed for several hours while the medics monitored her reactions for any signs of rejection or discomfort. During this time, Ilyxia scrolled through her communications and discovered that her friends had returned to the base, while Optimus Prime and the others had gone to her former home to retrieve some energon. However, it was still insufficient, prompting the Autobots to seize one of Megatron's minds. This explained why Megatron had not lingered long after glancing at Ilyxia. Optimus had likely taken control of Megatron's largest mind, and Megatron was probably still fuming over the loss of those precious energon reserves. Although the seized energon was not substantial, it was enough to irk Megatron. Days passed since the zombie virus incident, and Shockwave's grotesque cloning project was progressing swiftly, with Ilyxia assisting in Shockwave's external laboratory. The virus had not significantly affected her. Aside from heightening her appetite, she found herself yearning for energon more than ever. Nevertheless, she maintained a sense of normalcy and did not perceive this as a negative change, managing her cravings by consuming a bit more energon each day. On a stormy night, with the winds howling and rain pouring, Megatron brought the Insecticon to Shockwave's external laboratory, located within an abandoned mine. Initially, the Insecticon assumed Megatron was about to engage him in another profound conversation. However, upon seeing the laboratory's cultivation tanks, he relaxed. Ah, it's Little Red, Ilyxia exclaimed as she placed a box of synthetic energon cubes on the ground. Good evening. Have you eaten yet? The red spider had grown accustomed to Alicia's nonsensical greetings. Although he appeared somewhat disdainful, he replied candidly, no. I do not require such an excessive intake of super energy matter. While Ilyxia engaged in small talk with the red spider on the other side, Shockwave and Megatron reported on the progress of their plan, having successfully relocated all synthesized super energy matter blocks to Shockwave's external laboratory. Shockwave stated that within 3 solar cycles, the colossal monstrosities could be cloned, and upon the completion of the monstrous project, he would collaborate with Ilyxia to assess the feasibility of the synthesized super energy matter project. At that moment, Sky Shadow burst into the laboratory, creating quite a commotion. The red spider, wielding a metal rod, was poised to reprimand Sky Shadow. But in the next instant, Sky Shadow transformed from his beast form into a humanoid shape, much to the astonishment of the onlookers. This transformation sent the red spider tumbling to the ground in fear, as Sky Shadow glared at him with fierce intensity, warning, if you strike me with that again, I shall impale you with it. Trembling, the red spider stammered, I never anticipated this beast could transform. Sky Shadow shot him a sharp look, retorting, I'm not a beast. Megatron observed Sky Shadow with a cryptic expression, admitting, I too did not foresee this. Shockwave clarified, there is nothing surprising about it. Transformation is a fundamental ability of all Cybertronian life forms. Ilyxia's eyes widened in amazement. Goodness, Sky Shadow, what did you learn to transform? Sky Shadow, obedient in Ilyxia's presence, lowered his gaze to meet hers and replied softly, I only learned recently, Lady Ilyxia. Ilyxia waved her hand dismissively. Please do not address me so formally. I'm not accustomed to it. Megatron stepped forward, observing, it seems you have concealed quite a few secrets. Sky Shadow quickly responded, I had no intention of keeping anything from you, Lord Megatron. He then explained to Megatron where he had learned to transform and shared his past thoughts. Though Ilyxia found herself less interested, already aware of Sky Shadow's intentions. She stood beside Sky Shadow, measuring their heights. He was slightly taller than Megatron, creating a noticeable height difference of about 1.5 heads compared to her. After a brief conversation between a machine and a giant, Megatron led Sky Shadow back to the Nemesis. In an unprecedented gesture to welcome the newly transformed warrior, Megatron took Sky Shadow on a tour around the ship. Once they had settled the Beast Warrior, Megatron convened a brief meeting with the senior members aboard the Nemesis, excluding Ilyxia. Unbeknownst to her, they decided to eliminate the monstrous clones through the Autobot's assistance while she strolled on the deck with Sky Shadow, who expressed his desire to adapt to his transformed form. Ilyxia gladly accepted the role of his mentor in this regard. Ilyxia conducted lessons with Chung Yunxiao on the deck. Chung Yunxiao exhibited remarkable learning abilities, mastering various movements in mere minutes. As Ilyxia gazed at him through her optical lens, Chung Yunxiao pondered for a moment before executing an action that astonished her. He bowed his head and knelt on one knee. However, he was promptly supported by Ilyxia, who was nearly overwhelmed with urgency, exclaiming, "Why do you perform such a grand gesture, my dear subject? Beneath the male giant's knee lies gold. Do not kneel." Confounded, Chung Yunxiao replied, "I regard you as an object of my loyalty, akin to Lord Megatron." Ilyxia helped him back to his feet, saying, "I am not like Megatron. I am not the leader of the Decepticons. In fact, logically speaking, you should be addressing Shockwave as mother instead." Chung Yunxiao responded, "What?" Ilyxia added, "Forget I said anything." Chapter 126. Art is Boom. Megatron and Starscream conspire to stage a grand performance, oblivious to the fact that Chung Yunxiao, the star, was entirely unaware. Ilyxia was also in the dark. Ever since Chung Yunxiao grasped the ability to transform, he frequently accompanied Ilyxia to Shockwave's external laboratory to observe the growth tanks. He would stand in front of one of the tanks for an entire day, often lost in thought, oblivious to Ilyxia calling him. Ilyxia understood Chung Yunxiao's core feelings. He yearned to meet his kin, mirroring her own desire to witness a revitalized Cybertron. Chung Yunxiao was lonely, not only in relation to Earth, but even more so for his imposing race. Ilyxia found herself at a loss on how to comfort him. If melancholy were a gift, then Chung Yunxiao, gazing at the growth tanks, could be deemed a melancholic deity. Each time she approached, she could sense the overwhelming sadness mingled with excitement in his expression. Ilyxia eagerly anticipated the emergence of these imposing beings, prompting her to visit Shockwave's lab almost daily to assist, all the while keeping an eye on the growth of these nascent lives. However, this tranquility did not endure for long. One morning, as Ilyxia followed her routine and arrived at Shockwave's external laboratory 30 minutes after crossing the land bridge, an unexpected Autobot assault struck the facility. Initially, Ilyxia dismissed the retreat message from Shockwave, but as she lifted her gaze from the intricate instruments, the dire situation inside the laboratory became evident. The device in her hands was connected to Shockwave's main apparatus, which he had just been analyzing to derive the formula for synthesizing super-energy bodies. Now, the machine had been forcibly shut down, erasing all the data along with it. Ilyxia clenched her fists. She had not saved her work. The breakthrough she had labored so hard to achieve was now lost. Her eyes darted to the center of the laboratory, where Jax and Trypticon were present. Shockwave had already departed from the land bridge. She sent a communication to Shockwave, urging him to inform Megatron not to worry. She was not in danger within the laboratory, and there was no need to reopen the land bridge. In the center of the laboratory stood Jack and Optimus, with energy entities released from the cultivation tanks at their feet, while the creatures within the tanks writhed restlessly. Ilyxia transformed into her vehicle form and swiftly descended, lifting the two of them onto her chassis and flying to a location far removed from those energy entities. Upon transforming into her humanoid form, she inquired, "What brings you here?" Jack, surprised to see Ilyxia in this place, responded, "That's a good question. I wish to ask you the same." Ilyxia continued, "I am here to assist Shockwave and, concurrently, to study the synthesis of super energy entities." "And you, Commander Optimus?" Optimus replied, "Timely management is essential, soldier. We came here because an ambulance detected exposed energy, and upon our arrival, we unexpectedly discovered this laboratory." Jack interjected, "Speaking of which, Ilyxia, which side are you truly on? You seem to address Optimus with such ease." Optimus cast a glance at Jack, who averted his gaze, as if indifferent. Ilyxia smiled sincerely. Whoever can restore Cybertron. I shall aid. I am rather traditional in my indecision. Jack nodded. How sincere. That is quintessentially you. Their casual conversation was abruptly halted as Jack glanced back at the restless, monstrous embryos. You wouldn't mind if I detonated a grenade here, would you? Ilyxia was taken aback. What? Before she could react, Jack had already thrown a grenade into the laboratory. Hey! Ilyxia exclaimed, but it was too late. Everything unfolded too rapidly. Clearly, Jack and Optimus had conspired together, and Ilyxia could not intervene in time. This was a flash grenade. Jack had held it for mere seconds before throwing it, and upon contact with the energy entity, it exploded, sending flames soaring into the sky. Ilyxia transformed and flew away, while Jack and Optimus sprinted on the ground. Ilyxia soared swiftly, bursting forth from the mine without encountering the oncoming thunderclash. However, she did encounter Optimus and his team, who were outside mining. As Ilyxia shifted from her vehicle form to humanoid and came to an abrupt halt, a violent tremor surged from the mine. She anxiously glanced back at the billowing black smoke emerging from the cavern as Autobots gathered at the entrance. Ilyxia? Optimus inquired. What transpired in the mine? Why such a commotion? Smoke asked. RC and Bumblebee were engaged in mining, with the divider assisting. Ilyxia replied, It must be Jack's grenade that caused this. Smoke remarked, Wow. It seems Commander Optimus approved of his decision to detonate a grenade in a confined space. Ilyxia awaited Jack and Optimus at the entrance. Intending to hold Jack accountable for his reckless actions in detonating grenades, especially with so many monstrous beings inside, Ilyxia was indeed somewhat irked. She is a rather emotional being. After spending considerable time with Optimus Prime, she has developed a sense of empathy for him and his kin. Furthermore, having witnessed the arduous process of cultivating the fearsome creatures, she feels her heart bleed at the thought of all her efforts being in vain. Even though these lives were not directly nurtured by her, the anguish remains. Yet, she has waited for quite some time and has not seen either Jack or Bumblebee emerge. What could be the matter? Did the explosion render them immobile? A sense of foreboding washed over her. Quickly transforming back into her vehicle form, she rushed back. The smoke cloud was too close, causing her to inadvertently inhale exhaust fumes. She took a few steps back and approached Optimus Prime, inquiring what has happened to her. Optimus remained silent, sharing her unease. As she followed her original path inside, she beheld the fierce battle between Optimus and Bumblebee. The explosion from the grenades had created a vast space within the cave, where one man and one dragon clashed violently, soaring into the air only to crash down again. Bumblebee found himself struggling against Optimus, and after a fierce exchange, he was pinned to the ground, his hand ruthlessly crushed under Optimus's weight. As Ilyxia rushed in, her heart tightened at the sight of Optimus preparing to strike the fallen Bumblebee. Acting swiftly, she charged directly at Optimus, moving with unparalleled speed. Optimus felt a sharp pain in his left side, followed by a disorienting spin as Ilyxia collided with him, sending him crashing against the wall. Just as his fury began to dissipate, it reignited. He turned to confront his assailant, only to see Ilyxia transform into her human form, brandishing a weapon. Optimus's anger was instantly extinguished upon recognizing her. Ilyxia, gripping her great sword, advanced toward him, urging, Calm down, Optimus. She understood his rage, yet she sensed something amiss. Autobots were not the type to relentlessly hunt down the fearsome spawn. Although Jack's methods appeared rather direct, annihilating those creatures in such a manner was indeed the simplest course of action. However, Ilyxia believed that the desire to eliminate the fearsome beings did not originate from the Autobots, but from elsewhere. The entire situation felt peculiar, leaving Ilyxia unable to draw any conclusions. She knew she had to first prevent Optimus from attacking Bumblebee. Optimus was reluctant to harm Ilyxia, yet he could not suppress his anger. He forcefully swatted away her sword and strode heavily towards the hammer of Solus Prime, his footsteps resonating with weighty frustration. In a fit of rage, Optimus snapped the hammer of Solus Prime in half and discarded it onto the ground. Unable to unleash his fury on Bumblebee, he resorted to destroying the weapon instead. Ilyxia was taken aback by this action, her mouth agape in shock. It took her a moment to regain her composure before exclaiming, You broke the hammer of Solus Prime? As Chong Yin Xiao turned back to explain to Ilyxia, before he could utter a word, Optimus Prime, in flight mode, burst into the cave, swiftly retrieving the incapacitated Tantianxio and Jack. In his attempt to pursue, he was suddenly tackled and restrained by Ilyxia, who exerted considerable effort to hold back the enraged Chong Yunxiao. "I told you to remain calm," she admonished. Although Chong Yunxiao possessed significant strength, Ilyxia, uncertain of her ability to completely subdue him, nevertheless strained with all her might to bring him to a halt. "Your behavior is no different from that of a wild beast." This remark seemed to strike a chord with Chong Yunxiao, prompting him to cease his struggles. Sensing his genuine calmness, Ilyxia relaxed her grip and rose to her feet. Approaching the wreckage of the star hammer, she crouched down to pick up half of the shattered weapon. Alas, the hammer is in such disarray. Repairing it will not be a simple task. The battle had transpired swiftly, emotions fluctuating with equal rapidity. It was only then that Chong Yunxiao realized he had allowed his anger to govern his actions. Silently, he stood and walked over to Ilyxia. After a moment of hesitation, he spoke. "Ilyxia, I am truly sorry." Ilyxia held the broken star hammer in her hands. "You truly possess remarkable strength to have broken it." Her expression was complex. "Though this hammer is devoid of energy and can only serve as a mere tool, it is still a weapon. What a pity it is to see it so irreparably damaged." Chong Yunxiao remained silent, standing like a child who had erred. With a sigh, Ilyxia advised, "Do not allow your emotions to control you, Chong Yunxiao. Anger is natural, but do not act impulsively and make foolish decisions." He replied, his tone subdued, "But the Autobots killed my kin." "That is indeed true," Ilyxia acknowledged. "However, it is unlikely that the Autobots intended such devastation. There is something amiss here." After a moment of contemplation, Ilyxia decided to take the damaged star hammer with her, intending to study it further and explore the possibility of repair. Meanwhile, Chong Yunxiao continued to brood in silence behind her. Chapter 128. The energy liquid experiment. The explosion caused by Jack was not entirely detrimental. The shockwave from the blast revealed a multitude of chaotically growing Cybertronian digital substances within a lab. If these materials could be aptly utilized, the reconstruction of Cybertron would be feasible. However, the current synthetic energy bodies were unstable, leading to the disordered growth of these digital substances. Furthermore, repairing Cybertron would necessitate a specific activation device, thus requiring the restoration of the ultimate godlock. Upon the subject of revitalizing Cybertron, Ilyxia felt invigorated. Upon learning of this development, she promptly joined Shockwave's project on synthetic energy bodies in the endeavor to repair the ultimate godlock. When she was still Iliora, she had previously assisted in the study of the equations for synthetic energy bodies, though those equations were incomplete. Additionally, the data from her external lab had been destroyed, leaving Ilyxia unable to swiftly tackle this complex problem. Staring at the equations displayed on the screen, she let out a deep sigh, unable to endure. This is hardly different from completing a mathematics assignment, both challenging and frustrating. The ambulance has been tirelessly researching the synthesis of super-energetic entities. During her studies, Ilyxia often yearned to inquire about the ambulance's thoughts, yet such desires remained mere fantasies as the ambulance was stationed at the Autobot base. She certainly could not simply abduct him. Ilyxia entertained various scenarios of the ambulance being brought against his will, unable to suppress a chuckle. Alas, it was a fanciful notion. Rubbing her aching optics, Ilyxia realized she had been immersed in equations for an entire day. Even the shockwave had returned from a cycle of rest. Yet she had not paused. Ilyxia resolved to grant herself a few hours of respite before resuming her work. She descended to the lowest level of the warship, a designated area established by Megatron for the placement of the ultimate godlock. He intended to repair the ultimate godlock and transform it into a portable device that could be activated at any moment, making the warship's bottom level the most suitable choice. Observing the minions busily attending to their tasks, Ilyxia felt that she was not far from witnessing the shimmering brilliance of Cybertron. The intricate mechanical components within the ultimate godlock required meticulous restoration, a task unfit for the minions. Thus, it fell upon the hands of the Decepticons. As Ilyxia watched the minions tally the quantities of components needing repair, she furrowed her brow. At this rate, progress would be sluggish. If only there was something that could swiftly mend these components. As if a light bulb had illuminated in her mind, Ilyxia recalled an idea. She approached a minion and acquired a small piece of component debris. Hurrying off to find Megatron, Megatron! Ilyxia exclaimed as she entered the control room, where only Megatron and a few minions maintaining the warship's operations were present. Megatron turned his gaze towards Ilyxia, inquiring, "What is it?" Ilyxia smiled at him, raising the repaired component in her hand. "I have a thought. Would you care to listen?" Megatron scrutinized the component closely. Seeing his interest, Ilyxia continued, "You see, my energy liquid can restore these intricate components. I was thinking, rather than having the Decepticons repair them one by one, we could directly utilize my energy liquid. Moreover, the quantity required would be minimal, greatly enhancing efficiency." However, Megatron did not concur with the proposition. "Ilyxia, extracting energy liquid could inflict some damage upon your system. You should have anticipated that when Shockwave extracted half a ton of your energy liquid." Ilyxia responded, "It's fine. The magic energy sphere has further augmented my system's recovery abilities. It's merely a matter of extracting some energy liquid, and my system will naturally mend itself during the energy liquid circulation." Megatron froned, "No, Ilyxia. Restoring these components merely requires time. Your energy liquid is unnecessary in the plan." Ilyxia, perplexed, inquired why. If a bit of energy liquid could resolve the issue swiftly, wouldn't you want to expedite the restoration of Cybertron? Of course, Megatron desired that. If there were any other means to swiftly repair the components of the ultimate godlock, he would undoubtedly employ them without hesitation. However, he did not wish for this substance to be Ilyxia's energy fluid. Megatron had encountered various energy fluids in numerous battles, but he particularly did not want to see Ilyxia's here. In the end, Megatron shook his head, rejecting Ilyxia's proposal. Reluctantly, Ilyxia set down the components and departed, perplexed as to why Megatron would not utilize his own energy fluid. "Fine, if he does not want it, I shall use it myself." With this thought, Ilyxia returned to her chamber, where her eyes were immediately drawn to the shattered Starbreaker hammer nestled in the corner. Thus, she resolved to commence her experiments with the Starbreaker hammer. Chapter 129. The true abduction arrives. Restoring the Starbreaker hammer consumed a significant amount of Ilyxia's energy fluid. Perhaps due to its divine nature, the energy fluid required for its repair was far more substantial than that needed for mending an ultimate key. By the time she completed the restoration, she felt somewhat dizzy. The excessive output of energy fluid mirrored the sensation she had experienced when supplying Shockwave with half a ton of energy fluid. Ilyxia hastily bandaged the needle mark on her arm. The recovery from the energy fluid extraction was excruciatingly slow, and the bleeding was equally sluggish, necessitating a bandage, lest she frighten others with the sight of energy fluid leaking as she walked. The original energy of the Starbreaker hammer had been entirely depleted, and even after restoration, no energy had returned. It appeared that relying on it for further repairs would be impossible. Ilyxia wielded the restored Starbreaker hammer, swinging it once to gauge its feel. It was delightful. No wonder it was employed as a weapon by those who wielded it, for a single strike would likely incapacitate most adversaries. Subsequently, she concealed the Starbreaker hammer. Revealing this artifact to Megatron was not an option, for if he discovered her possession of it, the interrogation that would ensue was unimaginable. Having completed her tasks, Ilyxia exited her chamber, and as she made her way to the laboratory, a peculiar communication interrupted her channel. It seemed to emanate from Soundwaves. Yet the static was overwhelming, rendering her unable to decipher the message. Ilyxia attempted to respond, but received no reply. It was all rather strange. Upon her return to the laboratory, she was surprised to find not only Shockwave but also Megatron and Tarantulas present. Megatron, upon seeing Ilyxia, spoke. "You have arrived at an opportune moment, Ilyxia. I happen to have a few inquiries for you." Ilyxia, puzzled, inquired, "What questions?" Megatron replied, "You maintain a decent rapport with the Autobots. I assume you are aware of the current location of their base, correct?" Ilyxia shook her head. "No, I truly do not know." Megatron fixed his gaze upon Ilyxia's optics and continued, "Ilyxia, are you aware that you have never been particularly adept at weaving lies?" This was not a question. Ilyxia genuinely did not know, and she candidly shrugged. "I truly do not know, if you insist. I only informed Optimus Prime of a few mineral deposits, but rest assured, they were minor mines, and the Autobots merely seized a little." Tarantulas, infuriated, exclaimed, "So, it was you." "In recent days, I have been hearing reports from the mining workers that veins of or have been seized." Megatron gestured for Soundwave to cease his discourse and turned his gaze toward Ilyxia. "It seems we must employ Soundwave to retrieve the Autobot medic," he stated. Ilyxia paused in her movements upon returning to her workstation. What do you mean by using Soundwave to fetch an ambulance? Has he finally lost his wits and transformed into his cassette warrior? Megatron chuckled softly. Certainly not. Soundwave is merely sacrificing a fraction of his time for the greater good of our endeavors. We shall bring the medic here with utmost care, he assured. Ilyxia raised an eyebrow and sighed. She doubted Megatron's capability to actually bring the ambulance to the warship. Not to mention, she was unaware of the coordinates of the Autobot base, and Optimus Prime had been able to overpower Megatron since his enhancements. Even if Soundwave were at the Autobot base, it would be a formidable challenge for him to contend with Prime. Did you truly bring the ambulance here? Ilyxia was taken aback when she beheld the medic, bound and restrained in the command center. Initially, disbelief washed over her, and she thought her CPU was deceiving her. However, after several checks on her own chassis and a sharp slap to her face, the genuine sensation of pain grounded her in reality. The medic, upon being called by name, averted his gaze, having not shown a pleasant demeanor since boarding the warship. Enough, Ilyxia. There is nothing to be astonished about, he remarked. Ilyxia directed her astonished gaze at Megatron, who responded with a triumphant and boastful look. You can't be serious, can you? She exclaimed, following Megatron as he attempted to persuade the medic, an act he had performed several times before. The first instance was with Orion, the second with herself, and now the third with the medic. Ilyxia mused that if Megatron were to engage in pyramid schemes, he might indeed achieve remarkable success. In the end, the unfortunate medic, succumbing to pressure, acquiesced to Megatron's impromptu recruitment. He was taken to Shockwave's laboratory to collaborate on the formula for synthesizing super energon, with Ilyxia situated right beside him. With these two eminent scientists working on the synthesis, Ilyxia found herself with ample time to indulge in leisure, secretly listening to music while observing their research. Truthfully, it was quite peculiar to witness these two machines in the same frame. During this period, Ilyxia also learned that Soundwave had inadvertently been captured and taken to the Autobot base, and had seized the medic during a moment of vulnerability in the base's defenses. Upon hearing this, Ilyxia found Soundwave's cunning rather unsettling. Can he still play? She thought. Yet, she reasoned that as long as the ultimate goal was for Cybertron, the means were of lesser significance. Chapter 130. Defection. As the chief scientist of the Decepticons, Shockwave frequently departed from the laboratory. His responsibilities extended beyond the immediate task of synthesizing super energon to include matters concerning the ultimate godlock. Ilyxia often sought the ambulance for conversation when Shockwave was away, while Knockout assisted in the laboratory. She believed Knockout's presence hindered their discussions, yet he merely feigned ignorance, occasionally joining in with light banter about mundane matters. For instance, they would discuss the commendable maintenance of the ambulance's paintwork or how the low pressure in the lab during Shockwave's presence was unbearable for him. With Ilyxia as a mediating presence, the atmosphere in the lab remained pleasant in the absence of Shockwave. However, this tenuously harmonious ambience dissipated after Shockwave and Knockout departed on one occasion. The ambulance unexpectedly paused his research, standing at the doorway, exhaling in relief only after confirming their distance. Ilyxia, the ambulance spoke suddenly. Are you truly intent on assisting Megatron with these studies? Ilyxia furrowed her brow. Why not? Ultimately, these studies will contribute to the restoration of Cybertron. You know, I am not purely altruistic. I care only for the outcomes, as long as the means are not excessively egregious. The ambulance was not taken aback by Ilyxia's response. But what if Megatron completes the ultimate godlock and seeks to dominate Earth first? Ilyxia blinked behind her optical lenses, lowering her gaze in contemplation. I have considered that possibility. The ambulance continued. Moreover, it was not us who annihilated the colossal, hideous clone. In my view, it is likely a trap set by Megatron. Ilyxia sighed, a wry smile gracing her lips. As I suspected, Megatron is wary of Starscream. I discovered a coordinate in the battleship's navigational route yesterday. She looked toward the ambulance. He intends to terraform Earth into Cybertron before restoring it. The synthetic superenergy body we are studying is pivotal, the ambulance stated. Once the equation stabilizes, Megatron will act swiftly, and Earth will soon fall under his dominion. He hesitated, leaving unspoken the fate of Raph and the others. If Earth is transformed into Cybertron, its native species will undoubtedly face extinction. Images of Mickey and their playful antics flashed in Ilyshia's CPU, causing her optical lenses to tremble slightly. Noticing her silence, the ambulance pressed on. I understand your desire to revive Cybertron. But Earth must not become a casualty in its restoration, Ilyxia. I hope you reflect on this. You have lived as a human for a time and understand the significance of Earth to Raph and the others. Ilyxia did not respond immediately. She yearned to return home, and her plan for homecoming did not entail the destruction of others' homes. I understand, she murmured softly. The ambulance retreated to his workstation, resuming his research, while Ilyxia fixed her gaze on his diligent figure, lost in thought. After the ambulance was hijacked, tension enveloped the base, with all personnel on edge. The atmosphere was grim as Rafi collaborated with Jax to establish communication with the ambulance, while the others remained silent at their posts. Fuller fixated on the radar interface, noticing an unusual object approaching the base. Squinting for clarity, he exclaimed, "Something is heading towards the base." Instantly, everyone became alert. Jack rushed to Fuller's side and inquired, "Is it just one?" The radar confirmed the object's intermittent visibility, revealing it to be singular. Its velocity was astonishing, and within mere seconds, the sound of the airborne entity hovered above them. Having already lost one comrade, the Autobots could not afford further casualties. Optimus Prime promptly readied his Gatling gun, while others prepared their ranged weapons, poised to fire at the slightest indication of an attack. Regrettably, it was not an enemy. As Ilyxia transformed and landed, she found herself confronted by a dozen barrels aimed in her direction. Taken aback, she nervously greeted, "Hi, good evening?" Optimus was the first to react, lowering his weapon. "Are you Ilyxia?" he asked. The others followed suit, retracting their arms. The base was soon filled with the sounds of transformation, and Ilyxia, bewildered, glanced around the entrance and the interior, asking, "May I come in?" Optimus turned to his companions, then nodded at Ilyxia, "Of course." Ilyxia slowly made her way into the base. Currently, the Autobot stronghold was situated within a military installation, smaller than before, yet bright and spacious, equipped with all the necessary facilities. Fuller observed Ilyxia from above, recognizing her as the one who had previously saved him and little Jane, and quietly inquired of Jack, "Who is she?" Jack replied, "This is Ilyxia. You may regard her as the Cybertronian form of Ilyra." Fuller was taken aback. What? Chapter 131. A medical miracle. The Autobots appeared to accept Ilyxia rather readily, the atmosphere less tense than anticipated. Ilyxia surveyed the new base, commenting, "This place is quite nice and well lit." After a moment, Smokescreen addressed her, though it may be inappropriate to ask, "What brings you here unexpectedly? Did you have a quarrel with Megatron? And how did you find a base?" Jax interjected with a playful tone, "Looks like the gossip has reached the Iron Head." Ilyxia, hands on her hips, replied, "No, I came to deliver something. Your base's coordinates have been compromised. It's just that Megatron has yet to act." With that, she produced the hammer of Optimus Prime from her back and placed it on the ground, astonishing both Ratchet and Jax. Ratchet was the first to speak. "The hammer of Optimus Prime?" Jax added, "Wasn't this shattered by that fire-breathing behemoth?" Ilyxia nodded, "It was broken, but I have repaired it." Smokescreen, "I had no idea you possessed such blacksmithing skills." Ilyxia, "It wasn't repaired through blacksmithing." At that moment, Optimus Prime spoke. "Why do you wish to entrust us with the hammer of the Primes?" Ilyxia paused, "Because I encountered Ratchet on the battleship, and he is now being coerced by Megatron to complete the formula for synthesizing the ultimate energy being, which is intended to restore the matrix of leadership. I initially believed Megatron would utilize the matrix to directly repair Cybertron, but I underestimated his ambition. He aims to transform Earth into a Cybertronian world to satiate his desire to dominate a planet." Upon hearing this, the others fell silent. Ilyxia recognized the gravity of the news and continued, "My sole intention is to restore Cybertron, and I can no longer tolerate Megatron's actions. While I prioritize the outcome over the process, I cannot allow him to turn Earth into a Cybertronian world." Hearing Ilyxia's words, Optimus Prime's demeanor softened. "In that case, the Autobots welcome your presence anytime, Ilyxia." "Ilyxia, thank you, but I cannot join you directly just yet. Ratchet remains aboard the battleship, and I must find an opportunity to rescue him. Furthermore, I advise you to relocate your base immediately. Megatron will likely send Starscream to obliterate your headquarters soon." Upon hearing this, Optimus Prime exchanged a glance with Perceptor, who immediately understood the implication and began directing the Autobots to relocate their belongings. However, Ratchet proposed an even better idea. They decided to alter the designation of the hangar from F to E, a mere ruse of substitution. Ilyxia nodded in approval upon witnessing this. I trust that, given Starscream's intellect, he will not discern the difference. Optimus Prime stood beside Ilyxia. I am pleased that you ultimately chose the Autobots. Ilyxia smiled. I merely desire to return home. Ilyxia then appeared somewhat disheartened. I was too naive, underestimating Megatron's ambition. Optimus Prime reassured her. This is not your fault, old friend. Megatron has always excelled at winning hearts. Ilyxia observed the Autobots bustling about, her gaze eventually settling on Perceptor. She approached him, exchanged a few words, and brought him before Optimus Prime. Ilyxia pointed to Perceptor's severed hand and prosthetic, saying, Optimus Prime, I will now demonstrate how I can restore the hammer of the Primes. And I hope you and Perceptor will keep this matter confidential. With that, Ilyxia, under the watchful eyes of Perceptor and Optimus Prime, sliced open her own arm, energy fluid streaming from the wound, which she applied to Perceptor's severed hand. Prior to this, she had removed his prosthetic. The energy fluid was entirely absorbed by Perceptor's severed hand, and soon, a brand new right hand began to grow with remarkable speed, nourished by Ilyxia's energy fluid. Perceptor's hand was swiftly healed. Ilyxia casually covered her wound, her tone resolute. As you can see, my energy fluid can mend most injuries. Tong Xiangxiu was astonished as he flexed his new appendage, feeling no discomfort at all. It was as if it were an innate part of him. Optimus Prime was equally taken aback by the scene. Ilyxia, have you sought the magic sphere? Ilyxia nodded. Indeed, I have uncovered my lineage and understand my purpose for Cybertron. She lifted her gaze to meet Optimus Prime's. I am willing to sacrifice all my energy for Cybertron. If the moment arises, I implore you not to hinder me. Chapter 132. Betrayal. Ilyxia could not be away from the warship for too long. She explained to Megatron that she needed to step outside for fresh air, fearing that prolonged absence would arouse suspicion. After exchanging a few more words with Optimus Prime, Ilyxia departed. Upon returning to the warship, Ilyxia found the laboratory devoid of the ambulance. Initially, she assumed it had been taken to the command room by Megatron for some trickery. However, as she passed the deck, she heard unusual sounds. Something appeared to be crashing against the deck, resonating with a metallic clang. Ilyxia's imagination conjured an image of Starscream playfully tossing a minion, reminiscent of his antics before awakening his consciousness. She felt compelled to investigate. If he were indeed toying with a minion again, it would not bode well. Starscream, do not toy with my spark source, ambulance. Ilyxia accessed the deck door with her privileges, revealing a scene of Starscream mercilessly battering the ambulance. The poor vehicle had already begun to leak energy from its mouth. Starscream was relentlessly questioning the ambulance about the destruction of his kin, while the ambulance repeatedly attempted to explain. As Ilyxia opened the deck, it appeared that Starscream had begun to absorb the ambulance's explanations. He released his grip and stormed past Ilyxia into the warship. Ilyxia glanced at Starscream's retreating figure but did not dwell on it. She hurried to assist the ambulance, examining him with concern. My goodness, what did you end up like this? The ambulance wiped the energy from his mouth, leaning against Ilyxia's frame to regain some strength. Though his voice trembled, the synthesis of the super energy body has been completed. Megatron is undoubtedly mass-producing those energy bodies to activate the ultimate godlock. Ilyxia, we are out of time. Ilyxia furrowed her brow. I understand. I will delay Megatron. The ambulance shook his head, using Ilyxia for support to stand. I believe it is unnecessary for you to go. Starscream now knows the truth and is likely seeking retribution against Megatron. Our priority is to contact Optimus Prime and his team. Ilyxia responded, then let me take you to disable the warship's defense system. I know the nearest control console. With that, Ilyxia swiftly led the ambulance away from the deck. Along the way, numerous minion corpses lay strewn across the ground, all violently dismantled by Starscream, some still crackling with electricity. Ilyxia reached the end of the corridor and turned a corner. Before her stood a system control console. The ambulance skillfully maneuvered in front of the control console, having become intimately acquainted with the technology of the Decepticons over recent days. Within mere minutes, he re-established contact with Optimus Prime. Can you hear me, Optimus? The ambulance inquired. The voice on the other end belonged to Optimus Prime, Loud and clear, my old friend. I have now disabled the battleship's protective systems. You should be able to locate my coordinates. Listen to me. Megatron has rebuilt the ultimate god lock on his battleship. He intends to recreate Cybertron on Earth, so you must act swiftly. I will guard the lower deck. Upon witnessing the ambulance's successful contact with Optimus, Ilyxia spoke. Take care of yourself. When it's time to hide, do not hesitate. The ambulance nodded in acknowledgement. Ilyxia turned and sprinted towards the deck, transforming into vehicle mode as she soared towards the ultimate godlock. The current state of the lock remained dormant, merely a cold framework. As Ilyxia landed upon the circular ring of the ultimate god key, she transformed back into her robot form, halting her advance. The chaos of battle seemed not to have reached this place, and tranquility enveloped the ultimate god lock for the moment. However, before the calm could linger, Optimus Prime appeared, hidden behind the framework. Ilyxia and Optimus exchanged a knowing glance, communicating silently. Yet, before Ilyxia could observe further, the familiar sound of engines roared from her right. Turning her gaze, she beheld Megatron, who also landed upon the circular ring. He regarded Ilyxia, then glanced at Optimus on the opposite side, his expression inscrutable. I'm pleased to see you here, Ilyxia. I presume you have come to assist me in repelling the Autobots, correct? Though Megatron's words suggested camaraderie, the Dark Star sword in his right hand and the tension in his frame betrayed his readiness for battle. Ilyxia recognized this state all too well. This was Megatron in combat mode, on guard before her. Observing the Dark Star sword in his grasp, Ilyxia closed her optical visor and let out a long breath. Transforming her right hand into a great sword, she declared coldly, "No, Megatron, this time I am here to stop you." No sooner had the words left her mouth than Ilyxia launched herself at him with unprecedented speed. Chapter 133. The fallen spark. Ilyxia's velocity was remarkable, especially after her enhancements. Within a few swift strides, she reached Megatron's side, striking towards his waist. Megatron promptly raised the Dark Star Sword in defense. The clash of dark matter against metal producing an unbearable cacophony for the CPU. While Ilyxia's strength could not sever the Dark Star Sword, it was sufficient to redirect Megatron's force elsewhere. She deftly angled her great sword to the left with her right hand, while her left fist swiftly delivered an uppercut to Megatron. Momentarily weakened, Megatron faltered, allowing Ilyxia to exploit these fleeting seconds to kick, dislodging the Dark Star Sword from his grasp, sending it tumbling onto the framework of the ultimate godlock. It had been some time since she had experienced such a one-on-one confrontation with Megatron. On the other side, Optimus Prime was engrossed in a fierce struggle with Shockwave from the previous level. The energy of the ultimate godlock was fully charged, ready to be unleashed at Megatron's command. The key to activating the device lay with Shockwave, who had already faced attempts from Ratchet to thwart him. However, their strengths were not comparable. Optimus Prime attempted to intervene in the combat from the lower level with a Gatling gun, only to find that Megatron, amidst his battle with Ilyxia, could still aim his fusion cannon at Optimus Prime, knocking his Gatling gun aside. Fortunately, RC, Bumblebee, and Smokescreen joined the fray, arriving at the lower deck alongside the Red Spider. Ilyxia and Megatron were engaged in pure hand-to-hand combat. The previously balanced scene was disrupted when Optimus Prime descended to the depths of the godlock. Facing both Ilyxia and Optimus Prime proved to be a daunting challenge for Megatron. He was forced to retreat under the assault of the two warriors. However, he managed to seize the Dark Star Sword and, without hesitation, unleashed a blade of energy towards Ilyxia. The dark, super-energetic force struck her like a massive iron ball, sending her flying across the circular arena, leaving her momentarily powerless. Optimus Prime took Ilyxia's place in the battle against Megatron, and a relay of the Star Sword commenced among the machines on the lower deck. Ratchet proclaimed that only the Star Sword could destroy the ultimate godlock, thus making the sword the focal point of their attention. Sensing the dire situation, Megatron immediately aimed to have Shockwave fire the ultimate godlock. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the entire battleship veered inexplicably off course, causing every machine to topple over, except for Megatron and Optimus Prime, who remained unscathed. With the battleship's shift in trajectory, the launch position of the ultimate godlock was also altered. Ilyxia looked up, seeing Bumblebee, clutching the Star Sword, preparing to leap down. He shouted that he would bring the sword down with him. Meanwhile, Megatron noticed Bumblebee and raised his fusion cannon, firing several shots in his direction. Ilyxia's core jolted in alarm, and she desperately attempted to rise, but the dark super-energetic force seemed to hinder the healing of her wounds, causing her to stumble back onto the circular platform in agony. Megatron's fusion cannon was formidable, and his shots pierced Bumblebee's spark. The two yellow and black sports cars fell helplessly into the synthetic super-energetic body. In that moment, the battlefield seemed to fall into silence. Ilyxia's eyes widened as she helplessly witnessed Bumblebee's sacrifice before her. Her spark burned with fury and sorrow, overwhelming her CPU. The stillness was shattered by the resounding clatter of the star sword as it fell onto the circular platform. Ilyxia stared blankly at the sword that lay before her, its surface reflecting her visage, marked by the clean fluid that flowed unconsciously from her. Her CPU raced as she glanced between Megatron and Bumblebee, disregarding her pain. She seized the star sword with both hands and charged towards Megatron. With the dark star sword in his grasp, Megatron struck Optimus Prime, nearly sending him plummeting from the ultimate divine lock. He envisioned the scene of his impending victory, exposing his back entirely before Ilyxia, raising the dark star sword high. He wore a reckless smile, preparing to deliver the final blow to Optimus Prime. Megatron. The last sound the receiver captured was Ilyxia's voice. The blade swiftly pierced through Megatron's metallic form, its edge slicing through the wound and penetrating his spark. A searing pain coursed through him as his spark trembled, the optical sensors only capturing the image of Ilyxia wielding the star sword. The star sword in Ilyxia's hands was heavy and sharp. Even without the leader's hand to activate its power, it still severed the bonds of millions of years within her grip. Megatron's optics widened in disbelief, fixating on Ilyxia as if etching her visage into his final memory. The spark pierced, he could not survive. Even a machine as formidable as Megatron could not withstand this fate. He attempted to raise his hand in defiance, but the mechanisms ceased their functions far quicker than his will. Helplessly, Megatron slid down the ultimate divine lock, his form descending until it vanished from Ilyxia's sight. Megatron. Ilyxia cast aside the star sword, calling his name once more as she dove in the direction of his fall. Transforming into her vehicle mode, she endeavored to pursue the massive metal form, but the searing flames generated by her friction with the air scorched her, causing her immense pain. Amidst the flames, she could only watch helplessly as Megatron descended to Earth, unable to catch up regardless of her speed. The intense heat enveloping her metallic form threatened to consume her entirely. Eventually, Ilyxia halted her pursuit, hovering in the atmosphere, gazing down at the direction of Megatron's fall, reluctant to depart. Chapter 134. The restoration of the core Ilyxia found it challenging to articulate her emotions. Sadness? Anger? Calmness? It felt as though she experienced all these states, yet none at all. Only by extinguishing Megatron's life could the war be truly resolved, allowing Cybertron to heal. As long as Megatron drew breath, the conflict would never cease, and even the current fleeting tranquility would elude them. Ilyxia understood this. Yet, after she had taken his life with her own hands, an emptiness settled within her spark, as if half of her vitality had been stripped away. She lingered in her vehicle form, suspended in midair for an extended period, long enough for Optimus Prime to attempt communication, snapping her back to reality. Ultimately, Ilyxia returned to the Nemesis. The ship had been entirely overrun by Autobots. Red Alert and Shockwave had already evacuated via escape pod, while the remaining minions were confined. Upon entering the control room, all Autobots gathered around her, concerned for her well-being, especially RC, who frowned upon seeing the burned scars etched across her frame. Ilyxia shook her head. I am fine. This degree of metallic burn is hardly painful. Her gaze swept across the Autobots, intending to glance and then retract her focus. However, her optical sensors unexpectedly captured a familiar frame. Ilyxia froze in astonishment, exclaiming. Noticing Alicia's stare, the assembled Autobots parted to grant her passage. She approached Bumblebee, scrutinizing the wound on his chest. Bumblebee, how did you recover? Ilyxia inquired incredulously, as she had not provided him with her energy fluid. Bumblebee scratched his head, grinning shyly. It was the synthetic material from the ultimate godlock that repaired me. Ilyxia was taken aback. Your vocalizer is functioning again. This was the first time she had heard Bumblebee's voice, a youthful tone reminiscent of a vibrant melody, exuding energy and youthfulness. Ilyxia glanced once more at the intact armor on Bumblebee's chest before diverting her gaze elsewhere, fearing that another look would conjure thoughts of that iron-headed figure. Under Optimus Prime's command, the warship descended upon Cybertron, concluding the battle. The Autobots and humans gathered in the command room, envisioning a hopeful future, the atmosphere harmonious. Ilyxia stood in a corner, unusually refraining from joining the discourse. Her spirits were low, and Optimus Prime placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder from behind. "We all made necessary sacrifices for Cybertron," he spoke gently. "You have borne much, my old friend." Ilyxia turned to him, her optical sensors reflecting a hint of confusion. I do not know if my actions were justified. I detest Megatron for some of his deeds, yet I cannot deny the allure he possesses at times. I once found myself compelled to follow him." Ilyxia lowered her gaze. Now that Megatron's spark has extinguished, Soundwave has been drawn into the shadows by Jack and the others, and Starscream and Shockwave have fled. I hoped for Cybertron's restoration, yet I find myself uncertain of how to face my former comrades. Everything has transpired so swiftly. My CPU can barely keep pace. Optimus Prime comfortingly patted her shoulder. "Do you have regrets?" Ilyxia shook her head. "I will not regret anything I have done. If Megatron were to rise again and question my choices, I would simply extinguish his spark once more." Optimus Prime remained silent as Ilyxia lifted her head. Their eyes met, and gazing into his ever-familiar azure optics, Ilyxia stared for an extended moment before finally nodding with a smile. "Then let us continue forward, until all regrets are smoothed away by time." The warship arrived at the Well of Sparks on Cybertron, and the Autobots positioned it directly opposite the heart of Primus, pouring all the synthetic materials into that sacred place. The familiar azure light once again cascaded along the intricate patterns of Cybertron, its brilliance illuminating the face of Ilyxia, who was peering from the window, rendering her visage a striking blue. She hastily wiped her cheeks, which were smeared with cleansing liquid, but to her dismay, she found it futile. It took a prolonged effort to finally remove the remnants. All the Autobots were awestruck by the spectacle, Ilyxia included. As she gazed at the gradually rejuvenating Cybertron, her eyes flicked towards the control room, contemplating whether Soundwave, if he were in the shadowy zone, might witness this moment. "Forgive me, Soundwave. Should you ever emerge, feel free to deem me a traitor." Yet that is not an option now. She must witness Cybertron's complete revival. As Ilyxia pondered, her gaze remained fixated on the metallic planet aglow with cerulean light, her optical sensors unblinking. Chapter 135. Ilyxia's relentless pursuit following the restoration of Cybertron's core. Ilyxia was incessantly soaring across the skies of Cybertron. The Autobots would daily observe an aircraft gliding above, and Ilyxia would assert that this was entirely normal, for she yearned for the expanse of Cybertron's skies. Initially, the smokescreen would react instinctively, suspecting another Decepticon aerial assault, but eventually it became desensitized, recognizing the unmistakable sound of Ilyxia's engine. At times, Ilyxia would return to Earth in search of Megatron's remains, yet her signal eluded detection, forcing her into aimless searches across the planet for several weeks without a single lead. Occasionally, she wished to enlist the help of the Octonauts in her quest. However, finding Megatron was secondary. Her primary objective now was to restore vitality to Cybertron. Though the core had been revitalized, it still failed to foster new life. Consequently, Ilyxia sought the magic god sphere once more, but it offered no new revelations. Thus, she turned to Optimus Prime, who surprisingly had knowledge of the matter. "It is the Allspark," Optimus informed her. "I am about to set out with Ratchet to retrieve it." Ilyxia's eyes sparkled. "Can I accompany you?" Optimus contemplated briefly. "I fear that may not be possible. The area I must traverse is perilous. Your abilities are better suited for the reconstruction of Cybertron." Ilyxia felt a wave of disappointment. "Very well, then please be safe on your journey." Currently, Ilyxia's role on Cybertron primarily involved assisting construction teams in rebuilding the planet and searching for any signs of life. After watching Optimus depart, she returned to her post, soaring above Cybertron while simultaneously strategizing the order of repairs for various structures. There was Iron Fortress, already resplendent. Over there was Carlin. Wait, 2 life forms? While soaring through the skies, Ilyxia suddenly detected 2 unfamiliar life forms not far beneath her. Swiftly descending, she switched to her right-hand weapon, uncertain of the nature of these entities, and prepared herself for any eventuality. Taking 2 steps forward, 2 unfamiliar figures came into view. Ilyxia halted, cautiously inquiring, "Greetings. Are you Autobots or Decepticons?" Upon hearing her voice, the two beings turn around. At the sight of the two monstrous creatures, Ilyxia instinctively took half a step back, her core trembling with astonishment. Colossal Predacons? Xiantai and Tian Bao regarded her with an unfriendly demeanor. Tian Bao let out a few sinister chuckles, declaring neither. No sooner had he spoken than the two monstrous beings transformed into their beast forms and charged at her. Ilyxia narrowed her optics, swiftly adjusting her stance for combat. 10 minutes later, Ilyxia tossed the unconscious Tian Bao before Xiantai, brushing off the energy residue from her hands. She gazed at Xiantai, whose body bore several wounds. Shall we continue? Xiantai, unwilling to concede, let out a fierce roar at Ilyxia. Just as she anticipated another assault, Xiantai seized the unconscious Tian Bao and swiftly ascended into the air. Ilyxia, hands on her hips, watched the colossal Predacons recede into the distance. She had no desire to pursue them, for she could easily deduce the origins of these two creatures. Chasing them would likely lead her to find tarantulas and Shockwave, and she wasn't keen on an encounter with them just yet. After dealing with the Predacons, Ilyxia was startled by the sound of two engines revving behind her. Turning around, she beheld Optimus Prime and Smokescreen. Optimus Prime transformed into his humanoid form and inquired, "What transpired here?" Ilyxia replied, "I encountered two Predacons and managed to drive them away, Commander." Smokescreen interjected, "Two Predacons? You managed to drive them off?" Ilyxia nodded affirmatively, indeed. These two Predacons were likely bred by Shockwave and tarantulas. I wonder how they survived after that explosion in the lab. Optimus Prime remarked, "It appears we must inform the other Autobots. The Predacons are likely still on Cybertron, seeking the remains of the Decepticons to extract DNA and forge an army. We must locate them and eliminate the threat." Ilyxia pondered for a moment. "I believe Skyfire would excel in this matter." Optimus Prime and Smokescreen exchanged puzzled glances with her. Ilyxia shrugged. "Isn't Skyfire always quite dedicated to his kin? If we inform him, he might just be able to track down those two Predacons himself." Chapter 136. No different from the male ghost, to be frank. "I never anticipated conversing with you in such a setting, Skyfire." Ilyxia and Skyfire sat amidst a vast expanse of Predacon remains. Initially, she had brought Bumblebee and the others to discuss the two Predacons with Skyfire, but to her surprise, he still harbored grievances regarding the incident involving his kin on Earth. He was not fond of these Autobots. It was only after Ilyxia vouched for the Autobots and requested Bumblebee and the others to withdraw that Skyfire agreed to sit down and converse with her. Skyfire gazed across the plain, littered with the remains of the Predacon species. "I never expected to see you again in a place like this." Ilyxia gazed upon the bones, stating succinctly, "I have come to inquire about your kin." Chong Yinxiao cast a glance at Ilyxia and then pointed towards the array of skeletal remains. "These are my brethren." After the core of Cybertron rejuvenated, these remains emerged from the depths. "I can perceive the former glory of the tyrants within these bones." He paused, adding, "This is my sanctuary. My kin and I shall reside here together until the end of time." Ilyxia interjected, "What if I told you that I encountered two living tyrants on Cybertron?" Chong Yinxiao withdrew his hand, his expression one of astonishment. "What did you say?" Ilyxia nodded affirmatively. "Your receptor is functioning well. You heard correctly. This morning, I encountered two unfamiliar tyrants, which I surmise to be clones created by Shockwave, albeit significantly weaker than you." Rising to his full height, Chong Yinxiao inquired, "Where did you encounter them?" Ilyxia replied, "I can provide you with the coordinates. But it comes with a stipulation. As the self-proclaimed king of the tyrants, you must reign in your kin. I hope that once you locate those two tyrants, you will persuade them to cease their allegiance to Shockwave and Black Arachnia." Without hesitation, Chong Yinxiao agreed, of course. Ilyxia observed his tightly clenched fists and pondered that if he were unable to persuade those tyrants with mere words, he might resort to reasoning through force. After all, a clenched fist can also signify reason. "How we find Shockwave's external laboratory?" Ilyxia queried. "I am not well versed in the locations of Shockwave's laboratories on Cybertron. However, on Earth, the coordinates are marked within the global map of the Reprisals database." She rested her chin on her hand, contemplating for a moment. "Megatron has constructed a comprehensive network database map atop Darkmount, which should also include the distribution of Shockwave's laboratories." Smokescreen remarked, "Fortunately, you are a fence-sitter. Otherwise, we would remain oblivious to such information." Bumblebee added, "That may not be entirely accurate. In some respects, the interrogation could yield results even more swiftly than directly questioning Ilyxia. RC interjected, "However, that place has been vacated for so long. Can we still download the data?" Ilyxia replied, "It should be possible. Regardless, we ought to investigate. Who knows what else we might uncover." Thus, Ilyxia, accompanied by RC, Bumblebee, Smokescreen, and the Barrier, ventured towards Darkmount. This location had lost its vitality following the explosion on Earth, with all minions withdrawn, leaving the fortress desolate. Upon descending to the uppermost level, Alicia's eyes fell upon the two thrones. Embarrassing memories resurfaced, and she averted her gaze, unwilling to confront the sight. Unexpectedly, Smokescreen, in a rather juvenile manner, plopped himself on a Megatron's throne, whimsically declaring himself the king of destruction, resembling a teenager who had yet to outgrow his phase. The Barrier found this amusing, remarking, "Why would you occupy that seat? It is most inauspicious." Ilyxia pressed her forehead. "Let the child sit if he wishes. Smokescreen is still a young lad." Which is quite normal. Bumblebee and RC were in the midst of downloading data. Ilyxia was indeed correct. There existed a complete network map here. Once the download was complete, they would uncover the coordinates of the Decepticon strongholds on Cybertron. However, Ilyxia astutely detected a sound that seemed to deviate from the established order. A faint roar of an aircraft engine emanating from the darkness ahead, narrowing her optical visor. She stepped forward, her enhanced optics easily capturing distant objects. What approached at great speed was a vehicle form body. When Ilyxia discerned its identity, her entire frame froze for a second before she swiftly retreated a few steps, as if she had stepped off a precipice. She pointed towards it, her voice trembling. I traditional Cybertronian expletive. Is that human expletive in traditional Cybertronian language Megatron? The sensation of terror coiled around Alicia's exhaust pipes like a constrictor. In those fleeting seconds as she withdrew, she repeatedly pondered that the Star Saber should have slain Megatron long ago. His spark should have long extinguished, and he should now be rusting away. But what on Cybertron was this approaching entity? Ilyxia was certain she could not mistake Megatron's distinctive livery and vehicle form. Her hands quivered slightly. For the first time, Ilyxia felt as though she were haunted by a specter. Could it be that Megatron, the dark energy entity, could not truly die? Was he now here to settle the score with her? Ilyxia stepped back several more paces, her heart racing. Goodness, how is this any different from a ghost demanding retribution? Chapter 137. The Cosmic Emperor indeed. The figure soaring towards the dark peak was Megatron. However, more accurately, it was the Cosmic Emperor who had commandeered his form. Forced into the role of an observer, Megatron was surprised to see Ilyxia within his mind's eye. At least she appeared well, unscathed from the external burns incurred while pursuing him at high speed. Megatron instinctively uttered her name within his consciousness. It's Ilyxia. The Cosmic Emperor unexpectedly recognized her. The Power Sphere? She possesses the power of the Power Sphere. In the realm of consciousness, Megatron turned to face the Cosmic Emperor. What do you intend to do with her? The Cosmic Emperor, taken aback by the encounter with the Guardian of the Power Sphere, pondered for a moment. It appeared that another source of strength to aid in my consumption of Cybertron had emerged, as Megatron transformed and landed upon the ground of the Dark Peak. Ilyxia carefully scrutinized the alterations in his entire form, an ominous feeling blossoming within her core. Cautiously, she summoned her great sword, positioning the weapon before Bumblebee. Ilyxia narrowed her optical visor. "You are Megatron?" Smokescreen, startled, leaped up from the throne to gaze at Ilyxia. "You pierced his spark with such a massive sword. And he still lives?" Bumblebee reacted with remarkable swiftness, instantly conjuring a firearm aimed at Megatron, exclaiming, "It appears your equipment has been upgraded." Megatron, his tone dripping with disdain, retorted, "I am beyond answering you, but I can inform you that the one who has bestowed upon him a new life and mission is I, the Emperor of the universe. Furthermore, I shall not be so easily vanquished." No sooner had he spoken than Megatron manifested a brilliant purple energy entity in his hands, forming a fusion cannon that he unleashed mercilessly upon the Autobots. The magnitude of this energy was unlike any attack they had previously encountered. The blast sent Ilyxia flying several meters, leaving her to grapple with an unprecedented force, the shockwave causing her metallic frame to ache painfully. At that moment, 4 Autobots remained atop the dark pinnacle, excluding Ilyxia. Yet, As they collectively launched an assault against Megatron, it became apparent that their efforts were futile. Ilyxia recognized that the Emperor of the Universe was an adversary beyond their capabilities. Even with Megatron merely as a vessel for the Emperor, his power was likely less than a tenth of what he wielded. Ilyxia struggled to maintain her stance, uncertain if the darkness of the super energy within the blast was the cause, but her regeneration was significantly slower than usual. In contrast, she discovered that her attacks were far more effective than those of RC and the others. The great sword in her right hand had transformed into a formidable weapon, striking the Emperor and eliciting a low growl of discomfort from him, as he cursed Ilyxia's strength within the confines of his consciousness, wary of the magic core's power that resided within her. With Ilyxia's presence, the Autobots executed a strategic retreat under her command. However, she could not hold off the Emperor for long. After being struck down by another of his blasts, the Emperor approached her deliberately, enveloping her entirely in a brilliant purple energy entity, lifting her frame with ease. Megatron regarded her with a scrutinizing gaze. "Your magic core possesses some intriguing potential," he observed, fixating on the location of the core within Ilyxia's chest. "I can generously offer you an opportunity. If you join me and harness your power wisely, I can grant you a position revered by many in the future of Cybertron." Megatron, observing the Emperor's actions, interjected hastily, "What are you doing?" The Emperor, impatient, zapped Megatron with a jolt of electricity, snapping, "Silence. You're insufferably noisy. Once I reign over Cybertron, I shall eradicate the foolish institution of spark partners from its history." Ilyxia, ensnared by Megatron's dark power, felt immense pain coursing through her body. With her optics blazing defiantly, she glared at the Emperor. "You ancient relic. Do you think you can coerce me into submission with such power? I suspect you skipped your energon cubes this morning." As he spoke, Megatron felt a sudden, excruciating pain tearing through his midsection. With a cry of agony, he relinquished his grip on the power that restrained Ilyxia. She swiftly withdrew the massive sword embedded in Megatron's right arm and delivered a swift kick, sending him crashing against the pillar at the edge of the Dark Summit. Gritting her teeth, she transformed and soared towards the direction of the Autobots' retreat. Megatron transformed as well, pursuing her closely, his speed allowing him to quickly catch up. As Ilyxia flew, she called out to Bumblebee, "Bumblebee, land bridge." The land bridge opened just in time, and Ilyxia narrowly evaded two of his ranged attacks before darting into the portal. Emerging from the land bridge, Ilyxia landed heavily on the floor of the Nemesis control room, where a panel rushed to assist her. Clutching her metallic chest with a pained expression, Ilyxia lamented, "The power of the Cosmic Emperor is truly overwhelming. How can we continue to fight if we are so diminished?" Ilyxia glanced at her fellow Autobots, who bore the marks of battle. RC gently examined Ilyxia's wounds, to which Ilyxia reassured her that she would be all right. With a sigh, she remarked, "I never expected the first to return to Cybertron to be the Cosmic Emperor." The panel interjected, "Not only that, but even those monstrous entities have been drawn into this conflict." In a calm analysis, Ratchet observed, "Although the Cosmic Emperor resides within Megatron, he remains a deity. Conventional methods will not suffice to defeat him." Ilyxia nodded in agreement. "I concur. Simply damaging his form is futile. He just touched me with dark energy, and I felt through that conduit that the Cosmic Emperor's spark frequency differs from ours." "Are you suggesting an anti-spark?" Ratchet inquired, intrigued by the concept. Ilyxia replied, "Optimus went to retrieve the Matrix of Leadership. According to the information provided by the Magic Sphere, the container that houses the Matrix can not only hold it, but can also absorb the Cosmic Emperor's anti-spark. I believe that utilizing that container would be an ideal way to defeat him." Upon hearing this notion, Bumblebee immediately attempted to contact Optimus, but communication on that end was unresponsive, leaving them in uncertainty. Nevertheless, RC persisted in recounting the recent events into the communicator, believing that even if Optimus could not hear her, sending the message would provide some solace. Ilyxia similarly shared her thoughts on overcoming the Cosmic Emperor through the communicator. Chapter 138. The container. In truth, Optimus could receive messages but was unable to send any. Upon learning of the current situation, he promptly instructed Jolt to return to Cybertron at full speed. He needed to expedite the delivery of the Matrix. Ilyxia pondered her odds of defeating the Cosmic Emperor. After much contemplation, she realized that alone, she stood no chance against him. Her victory would hinge on Optimus and the Matrix he possessed. Suddenly, The coordinates of Megatron appeared on the reprisal, accompanied by a multitude of peculiar biological frequencies, all moving swiftly towards the well of Primus. Ilyxia could no longer remain passive. The cosmic tyrant intended to pollute the well of Primus. This well was the lifeblood of all Cybertron, and should it fall prey to the Cosmic Emperor's corruption, all the Autobots' previous endeavors would be rendered futile. Bumblebee pinpointed the coordinates of the well and directly piloted the reprisal towards it. To have such a grand warship unused would be an utter waste. Shortly after the warship took flight, Starscream, along with the remaining minions, attempted to bring the reprisal down once more, but alas, they were swiftly subdued by Optimus and Smokescreen, who cast them into the brig. Ilyxia departed from the command room and ascended to the upper deck. The warship was moving rapidly, and the wind whipped against her metallic visage, causing her some discomfort. Her optical sensors remained fixated on the direction of the well of Primus, unwavering for even a moment. The Cosmic Emperor summoned an army of skeletal phantoms, relentlessly advancing towards the well, their sheer numbers visible to Ilyxia from a considerable distance. Unable to wait any longer, she quickly communicated her intentions to Bumblebee before transforming into her vehicular form and hurtling towards the battlefield. Ignoring Bumblebee's attempts to restrain her, she surged forth. Skyfire and Ironhide positioned themselves on the ground to thwart the skeletal army's invasion of the well. Ilyxia aimed directly for Megatron and dove headlong. With her pointed vehicle form and remarkable speed, she crashed into Megatron's chassis, sending him sprawling several meters away. She swiftly transformed and adjusted her battle stance, wielding her great sword to strike at Megatron's head. Unfortunately, the Cosmic Emperor anticipated her move and countered her attack with dark energy. Gritting her teeth, Ilyxia broke free from the grip of the dark forces, taking a half step back before launching herself anew. She leapt high into the air, raising her right hand to slash at Megatron's left arm, knowing it was weaker than his right. Megatron was not accustomed to fighting with his left hand, and she hoped this version was no different. The blade of her sword clashed with the dark energy, producing a thunderous resonance that seemed to rattle the very receptors of her being. In an instant, she felt as though she were colliding with an insurmountable wall, a surge of pain radiating through her right hand. With great effort, she pressed Megatron's left arm down slightly and transformed her left hand into cannon form, aiming directly at his spark chamber for a decisive blow. A thunderous boom echoed. Megatron recoiled in pain, glaring viciously at Ilyxia, exclaiming, "Annoying pest." Alicia's right hand trembled in pain, but she forced a smile through gritted teeth, replying, "Thank you for the compliment. Of course, if you were truly Megatron, I might be even more flattered." Upon hearing this, the Cosmic Emperor unleashed a torrent of curses at Megatron within the confines of his consciousness. Poor Megatron had once again become the Cosmic Emperor's outlet for frustration. Ilyxia was acutely aware that she could not hope to defeat the Cosmic Emperor with her own strength. Nevertheless, she understood that she must not let her spirit falter. Without lingering, she regained her composure and resumed her battle against the Cosmic Emperor. The dark powers of the Cosmic Emperor were dreadfully formidable. He continually suppressed Ilyxia's self-repair abilities through the brief contact of their machines during combat. Ilyxia noticed this as well. Her wounds multiplied, particularly on her right arm, which had been slashed deeply by the Cosmic Emperor. The gash caused her energy fluid to spill forth, splattering onto the body of Megatron. In the next moment, the few droplets of energy fluid absorbed into his chassis, startling the Cosmic Emperor, who felt a long-forgotten sensation of external healing. The coolness of those droplets brought a moment of clarity to his chaotic consciousness. For Megatron, too, it seemed as if he briefly regained control of his body, but this was limited to that fleeting instant before the Cosmic Emperor reasserted his dominance. Ilyxia observed the Cosmic Emperor's momentary distraction through her optical lens, realizing the significance of the energy fluid she had cast upon her wounds. At that moment, a spaceship entered her line of sight in the distant sky. The roar of its engines caught the attention of the Cosmic Emperor, who looked up and immediately recognized the energy of the leader module. Optimus Prime had returned. Ilyxia thought, Optimus must have brought the Allspark. In a rush of determination, she inflicted another wound upon herself, allowing the spilled energy fluid to cascade on a Megatron once more. Seizing the opportunity during his moment of bewilderment, she transformed and soared to the location where the spaceship had come to rest. Behind Ilyxia, the Autobots piloting the Revenge finally arrived, taking over from Ilyxia to continue holding the Cosmic Emperor at bay. Optimus! Ilyxia called out as she rushed forward. In Optimus Prime's arms was a glowing container, and Ilyxia glanced down, wondering, is this the All-Spark? Optimus nodded, explaining that to vanquish the Cosmic Emperor with this container, they would need another vessel to extract and load the All-Spark. I have a container, Ilyxia declared. She promptly opened her chest plate, and from beneath her All-Spark, a luminous transparent container emerged. The All-Spark held by Optimus seemed to respond to his summons, as the azure flame slowly drifted from his vessel into Ilyxia's container. Once it was contained, it returned to Ilyxia's body as her chest plate sealed shut once more. With the All-Spark now within her, Ilyxia felt an extraordinary sensation, blinking her optical lens in confusion as she accepted the container from Optimus. Is it warm? She mused. After confirming that Ilyxia was unharmed, Optimus instructed her to use the container at the opportune moment, ideally feigning that the All-Spark was still inside. He then took flight, decisively delivering a punch to the Cosmic Emperor. Chapter 139. The end of all things as Ilyxia staggered unsteadily. Jax, who had descended from the spaceship, steadied her and inquired with concern, "Are you all right?" Ilyxia found herself somewhat unaccustomed to the spark source residing within her body. "It's nothing. I might just need a bit of time to adjust," she mused. She quickly recalibrated her body, feeling the spark source at the edge of its chamber flickering warmly, almost scorching. Ilyxia perceived a sudden lightness in her form, and as she threw a punch into the air, she was surprised to find that her usually powerful strike felt rather feeble at that moment. It must be due to the spark source, she thought. Clutching the spark source container, Ilyxia was uncertain how to absorb the Emperor of the Universe's spark. However, before she could ponder further, the Emperor charged toward her with great speed, only to be intercepted midway by Optimus Prime, to make Ilyxia's possession of the spark source container appear more convincing. Optimus delivered several powerful blows to the Emperor as he obstructed his path. It was hard to discern whether it was an act or a personal vendetta. Ilyxia was not idle. She sprinted toward the spark source well, carrying the container. She refrained from transforming into vehicle mode, fearing that her speed would be too excessive and wondering what would happen if the Emperor failed to catch up. Additionally, after placing the spark source within her, she seemed to have temporarily lost her ability to transform, rendering her incapable of manifesting weapons or flight. Everything unfolded as Ilyxia and Optimus had hoped. Ultimately, the Emperor managed to bypass Optimus and reached Ilyxia. With a single punch, he knocked her to the ground, forcibly snatching the container from her grasp. Ilyxia skillfully feigned her fall, letting out a couple of anguished cries. However, the pain was genuine. Her yelp was not entirely an act. Galvatron, cradling the spark source container, felt his dark purple spark being smoothly absorbed into the container due to its alluring pull. Everything proceeded seamlessly, and Galvatron regained control over his body. He looked at his hands in bewilderment and then focused his gaze on Ilyxia. Galvatron extended his hand toward her. Ilyxia, unhesitant, grasped his hand to rise, smiling as she remarked, "Finally back to normal." Galvatron paused for a moment before responding, "Are you all right?" I'm perfectly fine," Ilyxia replied cheerfully. "But you? Why have you become so silent? I remember you were not like this before." Galvatron fell silent again. Perhaps the experience of being controlled by the Emperor had left an unpleasant impression, coupled with the lingering resentment from the spark incident. Now that he had regained control, he often hesitated while conversing with Ilyxia. The two appeared to be enjoying their conversation. Meanwhile, the Autobots, witnessing the demise of the Emperor, chose not to interrupt the couple's reunion. Optimus returned to the Autobots, and his arrival was met with jubilant cheers. "Welcome back, Optimus," Bumblebee exclaimed. "Much has transpired during your absence," Ratchet added. "Indeed. For instance, the Emperor summoned numerous skeletal armies," Smokescreen chimed in. "By the way, what a spark source?" RC inquired. "Optimus Prime. The All-Spark currently resides within Ilyxia. We merely contain the Cosmic Emperor within a vessel housing the All-Spark." Bumblebee, "Wait, if the All-Spark is within Ilyxia, how can we transfer it into the well of All-Sparks?" On this matter, even Optimus is at a loss, and Ilyxia herself remains unaware. Megatron disbanded the Decepticons, standing not far from the well of All-Sparks, gazing at Ilyxia, who meandered at its edge. Ilyxia's chest plate lay ajar, and the vessel within her seemed to meld into her very being, proving impossible to extricate from her frame. She sought the aid of medics and even attempted to incapacitate herself, all in vain. Consequently, she turned to the magic sphere for guidance, receiving the same response as always, the source of all life. Ultimately, Ilyxia could conceive of but one solution. In the dark of night, the Allspark, ablaze with a cerulean flame, was a dazzling sight. It leaped downward, vanishing at the center of the well of all sparks. Megatron closed his optical lenses and transformed into vehicle form, ascending skyward. Moments later, a vibrant cascade of Allspark fragments erupted from the well, reminiscent of Earth's fireworks, each spark illuminating the night sky of Cybertron. The radiant display spread over a vast expanse, allowing even the Autobots aboard the Arks to witness the spectacle. Instinctively, Optimus deduced that Ilyxia was responsible and attempted to reach her via communication, but was met only with silence. The Autobots gazed at the fireworks, the brilliant colors blossoming in each of their optical lenses. Among the dazzling display, a silver-green spark slowly descended toward the horizon,